Why would one still deliver packages after traversing realms? In the recesses of the mind, one might cackle, for your thoughts are now ensnared beneath my imperial banner. During a fateful delivery, Yi was struck by a vehicle, the relentless grind of the 996 package delivery lifestyle, filled with early mornings and silent suffering, has, at long last, come to an end. In his final moments, Yi silently vowed, "In my next life, I shall never deliver packages again." As darkness enveloped him, Yi once more opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar realm, known as the Tianyou Continent, reborn as a helpless infant. 18 years swiftly passed, and Yi matured into a striking figure, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, sharp features that could easily captivate countless maidens. Today marks the first day he officially becomes a disciple of the outer sect of the Tianyou sect. Casting a glance around the somewhat modest chamber and contemplating the task assigned to him by his family, Yi could not help but sigh. Yet at 18, a mysterious smile graced his lips. He focused intently on his fingers, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Ding! The supreme delivery system has been successfully bound. Indeed, a faint smile spread across Yi's face. How could a traveler be without their essential cheat? I have waited a full 18 years for you. Ever since his arrival in this world, Yi had eagerly anticipated the arrival of the system. Though it took 18 years, it is never too late. However, upon hearing the system's name, Yi's lips twitched in annoyance. How could it be that even in this new life, he must still deliver packages? Moreover, the name was so cliché, reminiscent of the novels he had read back on Blue Star. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on trivialities. The crucial point is that the cheat has finally arrived. Yi summoned the system, inquiring about its particulars. Host, this system is the supreme delivery system. For every completed delivery, you shall receive rewards and delivery points. These points can be exchanged for various items in the shop. Of course, the recipients of your deliveries will be randomly selected by the system, and the items required will also be provided by this system. During the signing process, the host is in an invincible state, impervious to harm from any entity. Furthermore, the host can ignore any barriers and instantly teleport before the customer. Listening to the cold electronic voice, Yi began to grasp the nature of his newfound system. It seemed rather straightforward. Essentially, it was merely a matter of delivering packages. With the assurance of invincibility during the signing, he need not fear opportunistic threats. However, what would the rewards entail? Surely, one could not complete deliveries without receiving something in return, lest he be taken advantage of. Although the items were provided by the system, he was now intrinsically linked, and thus, any exploitation of the system would also be an exploitation of himself. To Yi's inquiry, the system promptly replied, "Naturally, it is not without cost. The rewards are determined by the value of the delivery and the recipient's cultivation level, extracting a portion of their cultivation and bestowing it directly upon the host." Yi's interest was piqued. This was quite intriguing. Did it not mean that the more he gave, or rather, the more he collected, the greater his cultivation would become? When a transaction was established, should a customer have second thoughts, their cultivation would be forcibly stripped away, regardless of their resistance. Yi nodded in approval. Indeed, this was a more secure arrangement. Ding! A time-sensitive delivery task has been detected. Will the host commence the delivery? Before Yi could fully process this, he heard the system prompt announcing a time-limited mission. His eyes brightened. Was this not an opportunity? He would deliver it immediately, almost simultaneously with Yi's declaration. A flash of white light enveloped him. When Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate place. The sky appeared to be cleaved in two, and the landscape was shattered. At the center of this space lay two exquisite women. As Yi approached, he realized both were breathtakingly beautiful. The woman on the left wore white garments, as pure as snow, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her lips parted slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently, with a proud bosom that commanded attention. In stark contrast, the woman on the right donned a dazzling red dress, her enchanting visage captivating all who beheld her. Her bare, delicate feet further intensified her allure. It seemed that a mere glance would ensnare one eternally. However, Yi could not help but recall a saying, "How can one pacify the world with an unbalanced chest?" sensing Yi Yu's presence. Both women opened their eyes simultaneously and gazed at him. He felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, yet it dissipated swiftly. Ah, the solitude of invincibility. The two women exchanged astonished glances. "Young man, who are you? How did you come to be here?" The enchanting woman on the right inquired suddenly. Her voice was as melodious as a sprite, capable of ensnaring hearts and compelling one to divulge their innermost thoughts. In response, Yi Yu merely smiled. "Ladies, my name is Yi Yu. Which of you will sign for the delivery?" "Delivery? What is that?" The woman on the left echoed, equally perplexed. They had been locked in a fierce battle for decades in this space, each encounter resulting in mutual destruction. Yet, unexpectedly, a unique situation had arisen. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of an unyielding iceberg. Yi Yu glanced at the two exquisite women sprawled on the ground, retrieved the package, and began to unwrap it. "This is it. Let me verify the item for you. It remains undamaged. Who will accept it?" "Sacred spirit fruit," both women exclaimed in astonishment. This was a holy-grade spiritual herb. How could he present it so casually? Moreover, it appeared to him merely as an ordinary item. Yet this individual exuded no trace of cultivation. Could he truly be a concealed master of profound abilities? Though they were adversaries, the two women shared a common thought. Both were among the most formidable forces on this continent, yet they still could not sense his cultivation. However, one may wonder why this individual is adorned in the garments of our esteemed sect. The woman on the left, known as Tianyou Continent, is the current leader of the Tianyou sect. Upon observing Yi Yu's attire, she could not help but feel a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Yet, given that Yi Yu had only recently joined the Tianyou sect, he was not deemed worthy of an audience with a sect leader. After all, the Tianyou sect is renowned as the most powerful sect in the Tianyou Continent. The sect leader, the Divine Moon Empress Tianyou Continent, is unparalleled across the realm. An ordinary individual seldom have the privilege of encountering her, which is why Yi Yu did not recognize her. As for the woman on the right, she is called Yu Ruo Han, the Empress of the Demon Path. With her enchanting and exquisite visage, clad in a flowing red robe and barefoot, she has captivated the hearts of countless young elites. Even among those of the Demon Path, she commands a throng of admirers. The two women represent the pinnacle of righteousness and the supremacy of the Demon Path, having been adversaries for millennia. Several decades ago, when they clashed once more, they inadvertently fell into this mysterious realm. Despite unleashing their formidable skills, neither could break through this barrier. Yet today, an unprecedented event has transpired, a truly astonishing occurrence. Both women simultaneously entertained a singular thought. If only they could obtain the legendary sacred spirit herb, the holy spirit fruit, they would surely achieve a breakthrough. For context, the realms of cultivation on the Tianyou Continent are categorized as follows: Kaichun, Tuatai, Shisui, Niepan, Hualing, Huangguang, Dongsu, Shanghai, Tongsheng, Zhisheng, Pisu, and Wushang. Chapter 2. Why do you still smell? Qing Rushue and Yu Ruin found themselves stuck at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. As for the legendary supreme realm, it had not been attained by anyone for millennia, leading nearly everyone to regard it as a mere myth. Consequently, the void-breaking realm stood as the most formidable power in the Tianyou Continent, and it was said that the emperor of the demon clan held such a rank. Yi Yu placed the sacred spirit fruit between the two ladies and continued. "The delivery has arrived. The customer may sign for it now. A positive review would be appreciated." Alas, the phrase slipped from his lips, etched deeply into his very being from his previous life. Qing Rushue and Yu Ruin exchanged glances, but in the next moment, they both lunged forward, vying for the sacred spirit fruit. They understood that whoever secured this fruit would emerge as the ultimate victor. However, exhaustion overcame them, and merely standing up took all their remaining strength. Ultimately, they both collapsed, with Yu Ruin even tumbling onto Qing Rushue. "You, get up." Qing Rushue's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Yu Ruin chuckled. "Sister Shui, I simply cannot rise. Oh, I just realized today how magnificent your surroundings are." Feeling a sudden warmth in a sensitive area, Qing Rushue's complexion turned crimson, her breath quickening. Observing the amusing scene, Yi Yu appreciated the spectacle from the sidelines. I must say, ladies, there's no need to fight. There is another fruit here. You both may sign for it together. With that, Yi retrieved another sacred spirit fruit from his robes amidst their astonished gazes. Following this, Yi produced 2 contracts formed by the system and presented them to the 2 ladies. After perusing the documents, Qing Ruxue and Yu Ruin appeared somewhat bewildered. They could exchange their cultivation level for this sacred spirit fruit. Both were at the 9th level of the sacred realm, which meant that upon completion of the transaction, their cultivation would regress to the 1st level of the sacred realm. Yet this was not a concern. They could cultivate back to their previous levels. But such a rare sacred spirit fruit, essential for breaking through realms, was not easily found. The 2 women exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, bit their fingers, signing the contracts. Soon, the contracts shimmered with golden light, drawing forth 2 silver beams from Qing Ruxue and Yu Ruin's bodies into Yiyu's form. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first transaction. The cultivation reward has been acquired. You've received a novice gift package and triggered a first-order bonus. 1 lottery draw awarded. Yiyu felt his cultivation surge at an astonishing pace, soaring from the 2nd level of the rebirth realm to the 2nd level of the nirvana realm. While the progress was impressive, Yiyu harbored some doubts. These 2 ladies were of top-tier cultivation, so such a leap should not have resulted in a rise of merely 3 realms. Suppressing his curiosity, he prepared to consult the system later. Qing Ruxue and Yu Ruin could sense Yiyu's aura, but found it hard to believe. How could this person be in the nirvana realm? How did he arrive here? No, he had just broken through 3 realms directly. Who exactly was this individual? Yiyu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the simplicity of the situation, and prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Are you a disciple of the Tianyou sect? Initially intending to address him as senior, Qing Ruxue hesitated, finding it difficult to utter the words upon seeing his youthful appearance. Yet she could not suppress her curiosity and posed the question. Nearby, Yu Ruohan, upon hearing this, also put away the Holy Spirit fruit and scrutinized Yiyu. Is this person truly from the Tianyou sect? This could prove quite disadvantageous for me. Yet, he managed to break through 3 realms so effortlessly, and why was I unable to sense even a hint of his cultivation before? Could it be that this is merely a facade of his true realm? Indeed, caution is warranted. Perhaps I could lure him to my side for my own advantage. That would be ideal. As she contemplated how to entice him, Yu Ruohan licked her lips. There is not a man in this world who can resist my charm. It's just that those unrefined men do not seem to appreciate me. However, this one appears rather promising. Sister Shui, how can it be that you do not recognize a disciple from your own sect? Yu Ruohan remarked, gracefully rubbing her long legs, her eyes glimmering with allure as they fixated on Yiyu. Why not come under my wing, dear younger brother? I can fulfill any request you may have. Qing Ruxue shot her a disdainful glance. Humph, shameless vixen. Is it truly that you can grant anything? Yiyu's breath quickened. This woman was indeed a natural seductress. Yet, he was eager to return and claim his reward, so he chose to ignore Yu Ruohan. Noticing Yiyu's blatant disregard, Yu Ruohan stared at him in disbelief before glancing down at herself. With a figure as captivating as mine, how could any man remain indifferent? Very well. But upon hearing her mention sect master, Yiyu turned to Qing Ruxue. I am indeed a recent disciple of the Tianyou sect. Could you be our sect master? Although Yiyu had heard of the renowned Cold Empress, he had never encountered her before. To discover that she was indeed the Cold Empress was enlightening. She was, without a doubt, breathtakingly beautiful. Qing Ruxue nodded slightly, her voice cool and clear. Though I am unaware of your remarkable experiences, as you are a disciple of the Tianyou sect, if you manage to escape this realm, you must seek out the Grand Elder and inform him of my predicament. However, I sense that upon breaking through to the void-breaking realm, I shall be able to leave this place, alleviating the sect's concerns. Yi nodded, recognizing that delivering messages was part of his duties. But I believe I am merely an outer disciple. Will I even be permitted to meet the Grand Elder? He had intended to leave, but suddenly recalled this matter. After all, he was still a mere novice. Oh, dear younger brother, look at this. It seems the Tianyou sect has little regard for you. What do you say? Perhaps you should consider my offer? Yu Ruohan seized the moment to sow discord and attempt to undermine his loyalty. Qing Rushua shot her a glare, but then her exquisite countenance fell into contemplation. Indeed, his earlier demeanor was so enigmatic that I almost overlooked this point. She fumbled upon her body and handed over a jade pendant she always carried. This is my personal jade pendant, imbued with my consciousness. The esteemed elders will recognize it, and when the time comes. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "What are you smelling?" Originally, Qing Rushue was explaining things to Yiyu, but in the next moment, she saw him holding her intimate jade pendant, inhaling its scent. At that instant, despite her usual aloof demeanor, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him an annoyed glare. However, she felt powerless and continued her explanation. Once you return to the Tianyou sect, activate this pendant with your consciousness, and the elders will perceive it. At that point, you may explain your situation to them. Clearing his throat, Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Well, that instinctive action, it seems rather inappropriate considering it is a personal item of a young lady. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but add, but it does smell quite delightful. With a chuckle, he chose not to respond directly to Qing Rushue and waved goodbye to the two charming customers. Yes, contributing cultivation to my lovely customers. In the next moment, a bright light enveloped Yiyu, and he vanished from the scene. Indeed, he could leave this place. This disciple truly had remarkable adventures. Yet, it was fortunate he belonged to the Tianyou sect. However, what a disgraceful character he exhibited to have dared to smell it. This scoundrel, if he could venture outside, it seemed necessary to reassess the selection standards for disciples within the sect. Humph. Qing Rushue felt a slight embarrassment and annoyance. Yet she did not reveal it further. After all, as the Empress of Tianyou, she must maintain her composure and dignity. Chapter 3. The First Order Reward. Yet, was it truly the right decision to bestow that jade pendant upon him? Qing Rushue found herself in a state of confusion, given his reckless character. Had she not invited a wolf into her home? With a sigh, she pondered, it shouldn't be too dire. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Indeed, she had not fully disclosed the significance of the jade pendant to Yiyu. While it certainly represented her position as the leader of the Tianyou sect, it also signified that the bearer would be her closed-door disciple, a long-standing tradition of the sect, despite the presence of his 3 senior sisters. Should Yiyu activate the pendant, he would ascend to the role of the closed-door disciple of Tianyou's Empress, Qing Rushue. Alas, she hoped his character would not be too flawed, otherwise, those 3 girls would not be easy to manage. As a thought crossed her mind, a mysterious smile graced her lips, only to be quickly retracted, for what mattered most at present was gazing at the equally inquisitive Yu Ruohan. Both women exchanged a light huff. Sister Shui, how does it feel to have one of your disciples savoring your personal scent in your presence? Such a tantalizing power dynamic, isn't it? Yu Ruohan teased playfully, her eyes twinkling. She had also been taken aback by Yi's actions, yet it was rather to her liking. This little fellow was someone she simply had to claim for herself. Humph. Upon hearing her words, a blush crept onto Qing Rushue's cheeks, yet she remained silent. The more the enchantress engaged with her, the more spirited she became. Conversely, when ignored, she would lose interest. Thus, the most effective strategy was to feign indifference, a lesson learned from years of rivalry. Indeed, when Yu Ruohan noticed Qing Rushue's lack of response, she soon grew bored and shifted the conversation. Sister Shui, we both wish to escape this space, do we not? She blinked playfully and continued, in that case, shall we declare a temporary truce? Once we attain the 9th level and break through to the void-breaking stage, we can discuss matters further. How does that sound? Upon hearing her speak of serious matters, Qing Rushue pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. To break free from this space, they would indeed need to surpass the void-breaking stage. The 2 women reached a consensus and, in perfect harmony, retreated to separate corners to cultivate. However, Qing Rushue was acutely aware that despite Yu Ruohan's sweet words, her nature as a sorceress meant she would not be so straightforward, and vigilance was still required. Yet, the void-breaking stage, she mused, gazing at the Holy Spirit fruit in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yiyu, transported back to his humble abode by the system, took stock of his own condition. Indeed, that invincible sensation had vanished. It was truly only during the delivery process that he felt such power. Shaking his head, he quickly turned his attention to the rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your first delivery. You have received 5 million at the delivery point and the mixed element holy body. Ding! The first order reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 chance at the Grand Shopping Mall Lottery, along with the innate treasure, the Tianyou diagram. As he activated the Divine Express delivery system, he was momentarily overwhelmed by a barrage of notifications from the system. Of course, it was a delightful kind of days. What a splendid beginning to a story. 500,000 delivery points. How extravagant. Could it be that this express delivery system is in fact a hidden affluence system? No, wait a moment. Perhaps it is the kind of scammy mall where even a trivial exchange costs 500,000 points. Yiyu's expression grew tense. This situation had a specific term, inflation. With trembling hands, Yiyu cautiously opened the system mall. It had not been accessible before, but it was unlocked after he completed his first delivery. Gazing at the myriad of items for sale, Yiyu's spirits soared. Splendid. Most items were priced in the thousands or tens of thousands. Only a few, glowing with red and golden light, demanded hundreds of thousands or even millions of delivery points. Yiyu sighed in admiration, realizing he could finally experience the lifestyle of the affluent. The mall was brimming with enticing items, but he decided to peruse them further later. However, why was this delivery point reward so generous? Was it merely due to the first order incentive? Yiyu voiced his curiosity, and the system promptly provided an answer. The amount of delivery points varies based on the strength of each delivery recipient. Qing Rushui and Yu Ruohan both possess powers of the Saint Realm, standing at the pinnacle of this world, poised to break through to the Void Realm at any moment. Hence, the host reaped a substantial number of delivery points. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yiyu nodded thoughtfully, now understanding the reason. If every top-tier powerhouse in this world sought him for deliveries, he would truly strike it rich. As he pondered this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, as if reading his thoughts, the system's next statement doused his enthusiasm. Delivery assignments are entirely randomized by the system. The host cannot specify recipients. Well, Yiyu sighed, rolling his eyes. Of course, he had been overly optimistic about exploiting the system. Random selection implies he might also be assigned to deliver to less formidable individuals. This certainly put a damper on his hopes of rapidly accumulating delivery points. At that moment, Yiyu inquired about cultivation, and the system elaborated. Each time he absorbs cultivation, a portion is extracted by the system. The higher the realm of the target customer, the greater the extraction. The extracted cultivation transforms into energy to upgrade the system, thereby unlocking more privileges. Oh, now it makes sense, Yiyu nodded. Although the system profited from the price difference, it was ultimately for the advancement of the system. Moreover, he would benefit in the end, which was quite satisfactory. Yiyu continued to explore the system interface and discovered that he could undertake 1 delivery task per day. Each month, the host can execute 1 delivery, with the frequency increasing as the system upgrades. Simultaneously, there exists an opportunity to trigger a time-limited delivery task. Yiyu nodded, grasping the concept to some extent. This implies that there should be another delivery opportunity for me this month, considering that the previous delivery was part of the time-limited task. Yiyu glanced at the task interface, and, indeed, there was 1 more delivery opportunity remaining this month. However, that aside, the primary focus should be on the rewards. Yiyu then turned his attention to the primordial sacred body and the Tianyou diagram. The former appeared to be a designation of physique, while the latter was, indeed, quite renowned. As someone who traversed for Blue Star, Yiyu was quite familiar with the Tianyou diagram, a treasure of innate origin. This artifact belonged to the Tianyou sage, one of the 3 purities from the primordial era. It is said that this treasure embodies both offensive and defensive capabilities, and even with the diagram as a protective shield, one could achieve eternal existence. Yiyu clicked on the icon for the Tianyou diagram within the system's inventory, and, in that instant, the classic image of the Tianyou diagram materialized before him. The interplay of yin and yang was in constant flux, exuding profound mystery. Ahem, system. Do I need to perform a blood oath to claim this? Yi swallowed hard, asking somewhat sheepishly. After all, the significance of the Taiji diagram was immense, making it difficult for Yi Yu to fully believe. Furthermore, did such a high-caliber treasure truly require a blood oath? After uttering the question, he felt somewhat foolish. Indeed, the system fell silent for a moment, and then a cold electronic voice responded. All items acquired by the host are automatically considered bound. As expected, Yi Yu coughed awkwardly a few times. Moreover, due to the elevated level of the Taiji diagram, the host is currently unable to utilize it fully. Chapter 4. Damn it. What? Yi Yu nearly leapt up in astonishment. No, I was wondering why it would be so benevolent as to directly present me with the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, as a reward. So, it was patiently waiting for me here, was it? How outrageous. System, I demand a return. Furthermore, I report you for suspected consumer fraud. I will expose you. Yi Yu pointed at the system, unleashing a torrent of threats, determined not to relent without a satisfactory explanation. However, the Godly Express system seemed to have ceased its responses, appearing disinclined to engage with Yi Yu any further. Thus, Yi Yu had no choice but to endure it. Sighing, there was nothing to be done. He would just consider himself a victim of a middleman's deceit. Nevertheless, upon scrutinizing the Taiji diagram more closely, his initial indignation swiftly transformed into exhilaration. Indeed, it was an innate treasure. Even if it could only manifest 1/10 of its capabilities, it vastly surpassed the typical divine-grade items. In the Tianyou Continent, item rankings are categorized as Spirit Entry, Spirit Resonance, Divine Gift, Eternity, and Heaven's Obliteration. Taiji Diagram, Innate Treasure, unable to fully activate due to the host's low strength Tianyou boundary, Absolute Defense. The Taiji Yin-Yang fish envelopes the body, forming a barrier that repels physical and magical attacks. The strength of this barrier is contingent upon the host's realm. Currently capable of withstanding a full force strike from a realm higher than the hostess, automatically activates without consuming any spiritual energy with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Remaining skills require the host to diligently enhance their cultivation. Although only one skill has been activated thus far, it suffices for Yi Yu at present. According to the description, this barrier should be capable of resisting attacks from a higher realm, and with a mere 15-minute cooldown, it is undoubtedly a life-saving artifact. Most importantly, it is a passive skill that does not expend spiritual energy. Yi Yu, elated, carefully stored the Taiji diagram, and at that moment, he felt a faint circle of yin-yang fish swirling around him. This must indicate that the barrier was in effect, and given the high level of the Taiji diagram, you need not worry about being seen by others. By the way, why does this increasingly feel like playing an online game? Even an aura is present. Yi Yu shook his head in bemusement, then turned his attention to the other reward, the primordial sacred body. Primordial sacred body contains the essence of primordial unity. Those possessing this physique resonate with the great Tao, significantly enhancing cultivation speed. Characteristics: immune to all mental spells, impervious to all forms of harm, everlasting vitality, with all recovery effects greatly amplified, and an endless supply of true essence and spiritual energy. Other: host's realm insufficient. Further effects to be revealed later. Stay tuned. After reading this, the corners of Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. This system has quite the playful spirit. Well, although it is yet another unfinished product, the effects alone are already astonishing. Yi Yu has always been easily content, so he cheerfully clicked to activate the primordial sacred body. In the next moment, he felt his body become slightly ethereal, only to return to normal shortly thereafter. Immediately, a blue lotus quietly appeared above Yi Yu's head. With the emergence of this azure lotus, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded in the heavens and the earth. Above the humble abode of Yi Yu, a surge of chaotic energy ascended towards the clouds, and the azure lotus materialized in midair, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of chaos. In the next moment, ominous clouds gathered above, and bolts of divine punishment rained down upon the azure lotus. Yet, the lotus remained unscathed, gradually absorbing the chaotic energy while the divine retribution dissipated. As if nothing had transpired, Such a celestial phenomenon naturally captured the attention of the esteemed elders and disciples of the Divine Moon Sect. Is this a manifestation of the heavens? Why does it attract divine punishment? Why have I never encountered such a phenomenon in ancient texts? Could it be that a disciple has awakened a rare constitution? Yet, I have never heard of such a constitution manifesting in this manner. Quickly, inform the Grand Elder. Though alas, the sect master is not present. The entire Divine Moon Sect was astir with astonishment at Yi Yu's activation of the primordial sacred body. As for Yi Yu himself, he stood in awe, gazing at the extraordinary spectacle that followed his awakening. Goodness, this primordial sacred body must possess a significant origin to invoke such a celestial phenomenon. Not only that, but it has also drawn divine retribution. Could it be that this constitution is not favored by the heavens? Yi Yu bit his lip, yet soon he was overwhelmed with excitement. It is no wonder that the system produces nothing but excellence. It truly does not deceive me. As for whether he was unwelcome to the celestial order, Yi Yu was unconcerned. With the system at his side, what did he have to fear? The chaotic azure lotus generated a vast vortex in the air, absorbing all the divine retribution before it entered Yi Yu's body. In that fleeting moment, Yi Yu felt as though he beheld an expansive, boundless land filled with chaotic energy. However, the next instant, he snapped back to reality, as if everything prior had merely been an illusion. At that moment, the system's notification resonated. Congratulations, host, for activating the primordial sacred body. This body, born from the dawn of chaos, holds the potential to reshape the heavens and the earth. Thus, is not favored by the celestial order. And then, Yi Yu waited in vain, only to find the system fell silent once more. Wait, you can't just leave me hanging like this, he exclaimed, scratching his head. The system seemed to have provided a partial explanation, yet felt as though nothing had been clarified. Oh well, for now, my strength is insufficient. Such a clear taboo can wait until I have grown stronger. The most pressing matter now was, he still had a grand lottery to partake in. Yi Yu chuckled to himself, summoning a spring of spiritual water to wash his hands, before eagerly opening the lottery interface. At the very moment Yi Yu activated the primordial sacred body, a voice, ancient and chaotic, resonated slowly from an unknown realm. Amidst the chaos, the sacred body of chaos, the retreat of a singular entity, ultimately, in this realm of the unknown, a pair of immense eyes gradually opened in the air. Once Yi Yu was prepared, ready to draw lots, he was suddenly startled by an urgent knocking at the door. Having just arrived at the Tianyou sect, who could possibly be seeking him? Could it be that his identity has been exposed? Yi Yu's expression darkened at the thought. What on earth was his family doing, allowing his fabricated identity to unravel so swiftly? With a resigned roll of his eyes, he vowed to conduct a thorough investigation of that troublesome girl upon his return. However, Yi Yu did not dwell on his worries too long, for he possessed plenty of hidden cards. Moreover, with the system still at his disposal, he could simply accept the courier task of the month and make a swift escape if necessary. Having devised a strategy, Yi Yu proceeded to open the door. Awaiting him outside were several elders of the Tianyou sect, with none other than the esteemed Grand Elder, Yu Wuxia, at the forefront. Chapter 5. Mere lucky you recognize this venerable elder, for during the initiation of new disciples, most of the elders, including this esteemed elder, had personally attended. After all, should a disciple with exceptional talent be discovered, they could be taken as an apprentice directly. However, Yi Yu's innate abilities were rather ordinary at that time, and thus, no elder chose her as a disciple. Furthermore, she had heard that this venerable elder was a close friend of the Divine Moon Empress. This likely explained why the sect master had entrusted her with the task of delivering a message to the venerable elder. It seemed they held a profound mutual trust. Speaking of messages, how fortuitous that the sect master's instructions had led her here first. Yi Wuxia furrowed her brow slightly as she regarded the outer disciple before her, inquiring softly. As Yi Wuxia observed Yi Yu, the latter also took the opportunity to secretly appraise her. Yi Yu had long heard of the unparalleled beauty of Yu Wuxia and the Divine Moon Empress, Qing Ruxue. Having already met Qing Ruxue, she now found herself in the presence of Yu Wuxia, and indeed, The rumors had not misled her. The two women shared a similar ethereal grace, both exuding an otherworldly aura akin to celestial maidens. Yet, Yu Wuxiao appeared somewhat colder, and in certain aspects, she could not quite measure up to Qing Ruxue. Nevertheless, the beauty marked beneath her enchanting eyes lent her an alluring fragility. Despite her frosty demeanor, one could not help but feel drawn to her. Noticing that Yi Yu remained silent while gazing at her, Yu Wuxiao was about to inquire further when an elder beside her chuckled and said, "Do not be alarmed. This is Venerable Elder Yu Wuxiao, whom you must have encountered during your initiation." Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Yu finally came to her senses. How foolish of me to be mesmerized by beauty. I almost lost my composure. Ahem. The speaker was Elder Zhao, who had been responsible for overseeing the entrance examination. Yi Yu promptly bowed respectfully to the elders. Disciple Yi Yu pays respects to all the elders and to Venerable Elder. Yu Wuxiao's brow relaxed, realizing that Yi Yu's silence stemmed from the pressure of being so close. Ah, how reassuring. I thought I was dealing with a lascivious rogue. It seems I misjudged him. If Yi Yu could hear her thoughts, she would likely feel quite embarrassed. Yi Yu, do not worry. We, the elders, have come merely to inquire if the recent celestial phenomenon was instigated by you. As she spoke, Yu Wuxiao discreetly examined Yi Yu. Yet no matter how she looked, this individual seemed to possess only the cultivation of the Nirvana realm. Wait! Yu Wuxiao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, introducing an endearing quality to her expression. Elder Zhao, during the examination, I recall that the highest cultivation level among the newly admitted outer disciples was merely the Nirvana realm. Was it not? Elder Zhao, upon hearing this, nodded gently. In response to Venerable Elder's query, that is indeed correct. Moreover, at that time, Yi Yu's cultivation level was only at the rebirth realm, just sufficient to meet the requirements for entering our Divine Moon Sect. As Elder Zhao continued, his eyes also widened in astonishment. No, it has hardly been a few days since the assessment conference, yet this young man has astonishingly leaped from the Transcendence realm straight to the Nirvana realm. He has skipped 3 levels. What prodigious talent is this? Have I misjudged him, allowing such a genius to become an outer sect disciple? The other elders, upon overhearing their conversation, were equally taken aback, their expressions shifting from shock to uncontainable excitement. Could it be that the Tianyou sect has recruited yet another genius? Yi Yu felt somewhat uneasy under their unabashed gazes. Ah, esteemed elders, I must report that the recent celestial phenomenon was indeed caused by me, albeit through sheer luck. I hope it did not damage any sect facilities. Yi Yu glanced around anxiously, soon reassured that it seemed nothing was broken. If there were damages, I wouldn't be able to compensate. Upon hearing his words, several elders could not help but chuckle. Even the usually aloof Yu Wuxiao wore a faint smile. Fear not, we merely came to confirm. Yi Yu, with such talent, why did you not reveal it upon entering the sect? Yu Wuxiao inquired softly, acting as the acting sect leader in the absence of the true master. Because I had not activated the system at that time. Yi Yu silently responded within, yet spoke aloud. I prefer to remain low-key, and it was only by a stroke of luck that I activated my physique, inadvertently triggering the celestial phenomenon. I apologize for any concerns caused. What eloquence! As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, the elders cast appreciative glances at him. Even Yu Wuxian nodded slightly, recognizing the high awareness displayed by this outer sect disciple. Rest assured, the Tianyou sect is always just and fair. Your talent will not go unrewarded. Should you face jealousy, you may bring it to my attention. Yu Wuxian comforted him. She and the other elders wisely refrained from probing into the nature of Yi Yu's awakened physique. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as he is part of the Tianyou sect, that is sufficient. After encouraging Yi Yu Wuxian and the elders prepared to take their leave. With the sect leader absent, a talent like Yi Yu is crucial for the future of the Tianyou sect. Yu Wuxian even contemplated whether to take him as her disciple. However, she had always been solitary, having never taken a disciple, especially a male one. Just as they were about to depart, Yi Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the matter entrusted to him by the sect leader. Ah, Elder Yu, please wait. Upon hearing his words, Yu Wuxian turned back, puzzled. What is it? Do you have something to say? Yi retrieved the jade pendant given to him by Qing Rushue from his spatial ring. It still feels somewhat warm. Before Yi could continue, Yu Wuxia's gaze fixated intently on the pendant in his hand, her form trembling slightly. For the first time, Yi witnessed a flicker of confusion and anxiety on the cold, frost-like beauty of Yu Wuxia. How did you come by this jade pendant? The other elders, observing Yu Wuxia's unusual demeanor, cast curious glances at the jade pendant in Yi Yu's hand. In the next moment, nearly everyone took a step closer, almost clutching Yi Yu's hand. Yi Yu, from whence did this pendant originate? This bears the divine consciousness of our esteemed sect leader. At long last, there is news from the sect leader. May the heavens bless our Tianyou sect. Yi Yu, feeling the intensity of their fervent gazes, recounted his encounter with the sect leader. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the system's existence, simply stating that it occurred while he was activating his constitution. His divine consciousness had unexpectedly transported him to a certain secret realm, where he met the sect leader and another woman. Yi Yu then relayed the message from Qing Rushue to Yu Wuxia, stating that the sect leader had mentioned she would emerge from that secret realm once she achieved the breakthrough to the void-shattering stage, urging them not to worry excessively. Have I become the junior master? The consciousness transmitted by the jade pendant cannot be mistaken, which means Yu Wuxia covered her mouth, then let out a long breath. It is good, it is good. The expressions of the elders behind her became exceptionally agitated. After such a long time, we have finally discovered the whereabouts of the master. Elder, the master is unharmed. This is a fortunate event for our Tianyou sect. Yes, ever since the master mysteriously disappeared, we have lost our guiding pillar. Who would have thought that the master was trapped alongside that demon lord? Listening to the excited words of the elders behind her, Yu Wuxia gently waved her hand to signal them to be quiet. Yi Yu, the master must have mentioned the symbolic significance of this jade pendant to you, correct? Upon hearing Yu Wuxia's words, a peculiar expression surfaced on the faces of the elders. Yi was momentarily taken aback. Symbolic significance? What symbolic significance? I have no idea, and no one has told me anything. Seeing the look of confusion on Yi Yu's face, Yu Wuxia also felt a hint of perplexity. Did the master not inform you? Whoever possesses this jade pendant is the master's closed-door disciple. A closed-door disciple, a closed-door disciple. Upon hearing Yu Wuxia's words, Yi Yu felt a jolt in her heart, her mind buzzing. No, I was sent by my family to infiltrate the Tianyou sect. But how is it that just a few days after entering the sect, I have directly become the closed-door disciple of the Tianyou Empress? Back on Blue Star, it took years for undercover agents to achieve such a position. But here it took mere days? Yi Yu felt a bit dazed. Since the master did not tell you, there must be her own arrangement. However, now that you possess this jade pendant, from this moment on, you are the master's closed-door disciple. Yu Wuxia said lightly, her tone conveying an undeniable authority. The elders behind her also began to regard Yi Yu with curious eyes. Just days ago she was an outer disciple, and now she has leapt to become the master's closed-door disciple. Moreover, it is said that the master's closed-door disciple is the next leader of the Tianyou sect. This is why they were so astonished upon seeing Yi Yu with the jade pendant. So, this person will henceforth be our Tianyou sect's junior master? Not only did the elders fix their gaze upon Yi Yu, but Yu Wuxia did as well. Shua, is this your decision? Yu Wuxia waved her hand. Addressing the elders behind her, you may disperse for now. Yi Yu, come with me. The elders exchanged glances, then obediently departed, though they whispered among themselves as they left. Yi Yu scratched her head, thinking, I was just delivering a message. How did I directly become the closed-door disciple of the Tianyou Empress? By the way, does this closed-door disciple merely mean someone who closes doors? Yi Yu was filled with confusion, yet she obediently followed Yu Wuxia. After all, her current identity was that of a disciple of the Tianyou sect, at least on the surface. The numerous disciples of the Tianyou sect were filled with curiosity regarding the recent celestial phenomenon. It was only after the elders provided explanations that they began to comprehend the situation, but what followed was even more astonishing. Their sect leader had unexpectedly taken on a closed-door disciple, and according to the elders, this disciple was a male. This revelation was nothing short of shocking. considering their sect leader, the Divine Moon Empress, had never been rumored to have any closeness with a man. Furthermore, this individual was to be the next leader of the Tianyou sect, effectively making him their young sect master. The suddenness of it all left most disciples in a state of bewilderment. However, as this information was confirmed by the elders, it was beyond doubt. Thus, they could only ponder in silence, eagerly anticipating the moment they could behold the young sect master's true visage. Yi followed Yu Wuxia to a secluded and tranquil courtyard within the Tianyou sect. The courtyard contained only a few simple wooden houses. Yet the spiritual energy here was several times more abundant than in other areas. You will reside here from now on. This place is called Rushui, which is where the sect leader resides. Yu Wuxia paused, glancing towards the wooden houses before continuing. Above you, there are 3 senior sisters. But currently only your 3rd senior sister is within the sect. The other 2 are out training. Yi remained in a state of confusion. Not only had he inexplicably become a disciple of the Divine Moon Empress, but now he also had 3 senior sisters. Observing Yi Yu's bewildered expression, Yu Wuxia couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing that Rushui had not mentioned anything to him. This thought softened her heart a bit, and her tone grew gentler. Do not be troubled. Once the sect leader returns, she will likely make further arrangements for you. Until then, you may stay here. Yi nodded, considering the situation from a different perspective. Wasn't he this akin to cohabiting with the senior sisters? Although at present, only the 3rd senior sister was in the sect. Then you should go and greet Ji Wei. Well, never mind. You'll understand once you meet her. Yu Wuxia's expression became somewhat peculiar when mentioning Xia Ji Wei. However, Yi Yu paid no heed and simply nodded. Rest assured, Elder Yu, I will get along well with my senior sister. With that, Yi Yu prepared to step into the wooden house ahead. Just then, Yu Wuxia suddenly added, "Oh, right. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. Since you're the sect leader's closed-door disciple, you will also be the next sect master of Tianyou sect." With that light remark, she turned and left, leaving Yi Yu in a state of stunned silence. Well, big sister, you can rest easy now. I've already gone undercover as the young sect master of Tianyou sect. When will you come fetch me back? Yi Yu sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and stepped into the courtyard. Having just heard from Elder Yu that the 3rd senior sister was within the sect, did that mean she was in one of these wooden houses? Is senior sister Xia here? I am a newly accepted disciple under the esteemed sect leader. Please. Before Yi Yu could finish her sentence, a door of the wooden cabin swung open. A girl, resembling a young maiden, emerged. She was clad in a flowing white dress, her figure as slender as a willow. Her large, clear eyes carried an innocent glimmer, and her round, cherubic face was undeniably adorable. At that moment, she was gazing at Yi Yu, and upon noticing the necklace around her neck, a fleeting, enigmatic expression crossed her delicate features. Is this the 3rd senior sister? How remarkably charming she appears. I am utterly smitten. Ahem, senior sister Xia. I am Yi Yu. Yi Yu recounted her bewildering journey of becoming the sect leader's disciple to Xia Ji Wei, simultaneously presenting the jade pendant for her inspection. Initially, Yi Yu wondered if there might be further formalities to observe, or if she would be met with disfavor from her sister. However, Xia Ji Wei merely took a glance at the pendant before gently nodding in approval. Well, the 1st and 2nd senior sisters are currently away from the sect. Once they return, I shall introduce you to them. For now, you may reside here. Xia Ji Wei's voice was soft and melodious, evoking a sense of endearment. As dusk settled, she suggested that her junior brother take up residence in the adjacent wooden cabin. How delightful is my senior sister. Yi Yu promptly nodded in agreement and stepped into the nearby cabin. Meanwhile, Xia Ji Wei, watching Yi Yu's retreating figure, bit her lip gently, her small hands clenched tightly. It truly is you. Alas, it seems you have forgotten me. However, there is still time. As long as it is you, that will suffice. A strange, crimson glimmer flickered in Xia Ji Wei's beautiful eyes. Chapter 7. Divine Level Technique. The celestial transformation of stars upon entering the wooden cottage. Yi Yu quickly realized that the interior was far from ordinary as it appeared from the outside. On the contrary, the spacious interior was exquisitely arranged, radiating an air of antiquity and elegance, vastly superior to his previous quarters as an outer disciple. Ah, This must be the privilege of an inner disciple. Wait, it seems I have also become the vice master of the Divine Moon Sect. This thought brought a wave of melancholy over Tianyou. Had he not, in essence, exceeded the familial expectations placed upon him? Indeed, Tianyou's lineage was affiliated with a nefarious faction under the dominion of the Demon Lord. However, following the mysterious disappearance of the Demon Lord, his family had subtly regained their foothold. They made a startling decision to have Tianyou infiltrate the Divine Moon Sect as an undercover agent. Thus, when the Demon Lord returned, Tianyou's family could seek commendation from him. Everything seemed splendid in theory, except for the glaring oversight of not consulting Tianyou's own wishes. His contact for this mission was none other than his sister, Yi Qinshuang. Sighing, Tianyou resigned himself to the situation. After all, his innate talent paled in comparison to his sister's, rendering him the ideal candidate for this covert operation. If he had been exceptionally gifted, he would have undoubtedly attracted too much attention, making him less suitable. However, with the aid of his extraordinary system, these challenges were no longer insurmountable. Given time, he was confident he would surpass his sister. Yet, the thought of her icy voice and her indifferent demeanor caused him to shake his head in resignation. How had their once close bond deteriorated into this? Resolving to put such thoughts aside, Tianyou dismissed them with a shake of his head. Surely, his sister would find an opportunity to contact him soon, and he could then update her on his progress as an undercover agent. He wondered if she would be taken aback upon hearing about his advancements. How he longed to see the adorable expression she used to wear, one he hadn't witnessed in ages. As Tianyou lay on his bed, just on the brink of slumber, he suddenly remembered he still had a grand lottery to partake in. He sprang from his bed and washed his hands with some spiritual spring water he retrieved from his storage ring. Once again, summoning the system, he opened the lottery interface. The array of items before him was dazzling, with many shimmering in gold and red hues. Surely the finest treasures. Yet, the chances of winning such items were slim due to their narrow selection range. Nonetheless, Tianyou was brimming with confidence, convinced that Lady Luck would smile upon him. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. A mere lottery was hardly a hurdle. With determination, he clicked the button to begin the draw, watching as the wheel spun rapidly. After observing for some time without discernible patterns, he closed his eyes and pressed the stop button. In an instant, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the divine level technique, the celestial transformation of stars. He was momentarily taken aback, soon enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy and exhilaration. Indeed, it seemed that I am truly the chosen one. From Tianyou's understanding, the cultivation techniques on the Tianyou Continent are classified into 5 tiers: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Typically, only the most prestigious powers possess heaven-tier techniques. Even Tianyou's own family might not have access to a single one. As for the divine-level technique that Tianyou had just drawn, it existed only in legends. It was unlikely that even the esteemed Tianyou sect possessed a divine-level technique. With eager anticipation, Tianyou opened the Yin Tianhua Xing Ju to examine it. Yin Tianhua Xing Ju, divine-level technique with the celestial transformation of the 4 nines. One can evade one and, when cultivated to perfection, harness the celestial bodies for one's own use. Goodness, Tianyou swallowed hard. This description precisely aligned with the definition of a divine-level technique. Unable to contain his excitement, Tianyou clicked to use it, and the divine technique was soon absorbed into his being. In the next moment, a multitude of mysterious characters appeared in Tianyou's mind, accompanied by a sharp pain before gradually returning to normal. My goodness, mastering a technique requires one to endure such agony. Tianyou shook his head in resignation. After utilizing the Yin Tianhua Xing Ju, he gained a general understanding of it. The technique was divided into 9 levels, each requiring specific conditions to unlock. The first level entailed drawing celestial bodies into one's body, condensing a stellar core, thus enabling the use of celestial power. Only upon successfully unlocking the first level could one proceed with further cultivation. However, a stellar core, Tianyou found himself momentarily bewildered. Where on earth would I obtain one? Am I to become a stellar core myself? Clearing his mind of certain impressions from his previous life on Blue Star, Yi pondered internally. The Tianyou Continent lacked the concept of celestial bodies that Blue Star held. What were deemed celestial bodies in Yiyu's understanding were merely distant stars. Yet, on the Tianyou Continent, cultivators generally regarded celestial bodies as part of the heavenly path, a manifestation of its authority. Thus, no one had ever considered harnessing celestial power, as it would be akin to usurping the authority of the heavenly path. Nevertheless, Yiyu was unconcerned. In his past life on Blue Star, he had firmly embraced materialism, dismissing the mystical notions entirely. After all, the people of Blue Star believed that if something was useful, they would respectfully refer to it as divine. If not, there was no need for reverence. However, to draw celestial bodies into his being, Yiyu continued to scrutinize the technique's instructions. It seems that having someone to protect him during this process would be advisable. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to ask his senior sister if she could assist him with this task. It would be a friendly exchange between fellow disciples, after all, especially since his position as the sole disciple of the sect leader was now firmly established. It seemed there was no escaping that fate. Resolute in his decision, Yi then turned his attention to the system marketplace. After completing his first order, he had received a generous reward of 5 million delivery points. If not now, then when should he embark on a grand shopping spree? However, as Yi surveyed the interface of the system marketplace, he sensed something amiss. System, is the quantity of items in this marketplace not rather scarce? Yi pointed to the 1-1 at the bottom of them all, realizing that it was merely the items on this single page. Previously, Yi had not examined it closely and had assumed that the mall was overflowing with countless items. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. The system mall refreshes automatically at intervals, with the quantity of items varying each time. The host may also expend express points to manually refresh the inventory, with each refresh costing 100,000 express points. Goodness! Yi was filled with a torrent of complaints with nowhere to express them. The unmistakable essence of a gaming experience was palpable. Even the option for manual refresh had emerged. After a moment of reflection on the system's playful nature, Yi turned his attention back to the items in the mall. A plethora of elixirs was evident. They were reasonably priced, prompting Yi to purchase them all outright. This constituted a grand package of elixirs, priced at 100,000 express points. After the purchase, he counted his spoils and found, indeed, a total of 100 elixirs. As for their specific effects, Yi could not be bothered to investigate further. Moreover, there were an array of peculiar items, such as an invisibility cloak, a growth pill, and even garments for sale. It was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with items both anticipated and unexpected. Yi felt a few strands of annoyance forming on his forehead as he surveyed them all, ultimately concluding that there was nothing he truly needed. Consequently, he decided to close them all. After all, there was no immediate necessity. It would be wiser to conserve his express points for future contingencies. Yi belonged to the type who hoarded resources, firmly believing that such prudence would yield rewards in the future. Chapter 8. The boss personally tempts me. In the ensuing days, Xia Wei guided Yi to familiarize himself with the Tianyou sect. Throughout this process, Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale and profound strength of this top-tier sect. It was said that there were hundreds of peaks within Tianyou sect, each presided over by a peak master whose cultivation level was no less than the Divine Sea realm. Not to mention the 7 main peaks, where Yi suspected that any peak master could easily annihilate his own family. Well, perhaps his sister could withstand such a force, for she was hailed as an unparalleled genius with the potential to become a demon sovereign. After completing his tour of the Tianyou sect, Yi felt compelled to suggest to his sister that they should perhaps align themselves with this powerful entity. Moreover, he had already risen to the position of young sect master. Maybe it would be wise to covertly sway his sister to their side. Ahem. During these few days, the entire Tianyou sect became aware of the existence of a young sect master, Yi. Although many disciples from various peaks felt discontented with the sudden emergence of this young sect master, and contemplated challenging him, the strict rules of the sect forbade any such insubordination. However, should any injustice be perceived, one could report it to the inspection hall. Thus, they could only bide their time until the sect's grand competition, where disciples would be free to challenge one another. This competition was also a means to stimulate the disciples' enthusiasm for cultivation, as the rewards were quite substantial. Many disciples of the Tianyou sect were already eager to engage in a friendly spar with the enigmatic young sect master. Through these days of observation, Tianyou concluded that Tianyou sect was indeed a paragon of righteousness in every aspect. This realization left him in a quandary, for he considered himself a good person. How could he conspire with his own family? Perhaps it would suffice to concoct some ruse to satisfy his sister. After all, she was not particularly well informed about these matters and could be easily misled. Junior brother, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek my counsel, Xiaojiwei gently remarked to Tianyou, who nodded in response. As they spent more time together, Tianyou found his third senior sister to be increasingly gentle and charming. However, he could not fathom why she occasionally gazed at him with a dreamy expression, and when he inquired, she merely pressed her lips together in silence, leaving him perplexed. Sister, how long has the sect master been missing? Tianyou asked curiously. Although he had previously met Qing Rushua, he had not inquired in detail. Now, having unwittingly become her disciple, it was only fitting that he understand the situation. Xiaojiwei sighed softly, her gaze toward Tianyou imbued with gratitude. Our master has been missing for nearly a century. We all believe, thankfully, you have brought back news of her. A century. This meant those two women have been locked in conflict within that space for nearly 100 years. Tianyou clicked his tongue. Indeed, women were formidable. Best not to provoke them. It is said that the master had vanished alongside the demon sovereign, Yu Ruhan, many years ago. The other woman seen by the junior disciple must indeed be Yu Ruhan. Xiaojiwei added, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable emotion as she mentioned the demon sovereign, though Tianyou remained oblivious to it. What? The other woman is the demon sovereign? Tianyou's demeanor shifted upon hearing this news. No way. That woman in red, barefoot, with an unremarkable chest, is the demon sovereign? She hesitated, her lips pursed as she inquired, are you certain she is the demon sovereign, senior sister? Xiaojiwei nodded, replying with unwavering conviction. Indeed, the one in red and barefoot is the demon sovereign, and she is undoubtedly with the master. Tianyou felt utterly disheartened, realizing that she had inadvertently delivered a parcel to her own formidable superior. Indeed, Tianyou's family was a faction under the demon sovereign's command. In other words, Tianyou should have addressed Yu Ruhan as boss. However, having never encountered the demon sovereign before, she had failed to recognize her during the delivery. Goodness. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had been subtly seduced by the great boss. The memory of Yu Ruhan's captivating demeanor made Tianyou's mouth dry. Moreover, the details of her red attire and bare feet were utterly enchanting. Cough. Understood. Well, senior sister, I shall return to my quarters to cultivate. In truth, she intended to retreat and ponder the intricacies of life. Xiaojiwei watched as Tianyou returned to the wooden hut, her soft cherry lips involuntarily pouting slightly. It seemed that Tianyou truly did not remember her. Just you wait, Tianyou. Xiaojiwei had long anticipated that Tianyou would recognize her first. After all, if she were to speak up, it would be rather embarrassing. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, to the time when she, due to her cultivation, regressed to a youthful state, which marked her first encounter with Tianyou. That youthful phase was undeniably perilous. Despite her preparations, she was still captured by the demon clan. Perhaps this is the uncertainty that accompanies the mortal realm. Due to her exceptional talents, she was seized by the demons who sought to compel her into joining their ranks, instilling a profound fear within young Xiaojiwei. In that phase, both her body and mind mirrored her youthful self. It was during this tumultuous time that she encountered the equally young Tianyou. Back then, Tianyou would often approach her, speaking of nonsensical matters, of protagonists, children of destiny, and systems. He even mused whether he might become the great heroine, overcoming trials to ultimately annihilate the demon clan. This left Xiaojiwei perplexed, yet gradually, her heart found solace, and her initial fear began to dissipate. As time passed, one fateful night, he suddenly led her to escape from the demon clan. Xiaojiwei still vividly recalls the youthful Tianyou, hands on his hips, declaring, "Hurry up, if you truly become the great heroine in the future. Don't forget to let me cling to your leg. This was the last moment she beheld Tianyou, and the necklace adorning his neck, as he recounted, was a gift from his sister, possessing a most unique design. Thus, upon first laying eyes on Tianyou and the exquisite necklace he wore, coupled with his name, she instantly recognized him as that little boy from long ago. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten her entirely. After all, to him at that time, she was likely just an inconspicuous passerby. Tianyou let out a soft chuckle, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination. She was uncertain if she embodied the essence of a great heroine, but she was resolute in knowing that she would be his leading lady. In time, she perfected her physical cultivation and personally vanquished the demonic clan that had once ensnared her. She had sought out Tianyou, yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. Tianyou believed she might never encounter him again in this lifetime, but fate appeared to be playing a grand jest upon her. Heaven knows how much willpower she summoned to restrain the impulse to embrace him when she heard his self-introduction days prior. Although she remained oblivious to the reasons behind his affiliation with the Tianyou Sect, Tianyou cast her gaze towards Tianyou's quaint cabin, a slight smile gracing her lips. Such circumstances were indeed fortuitous. There was ample time ahead, a vast future awaiting them. Tianyou, you will remember me, and when that day comes, you shall find it impossible to part from me, and I, too, shall never allow you to leave my side. While everyone perceived Tianyou as gentle and endearing, only she was aware of the fervent obsession that resided within her heart, a madness so profound. Chapter 9. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox from a Millennium Ago. Ding. Host, do you confirm the initiation of this month's delivery service? As Tianyou listened to the system's voice, he clicked to confirm. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed, and Tianyou had settled into this quaint courtyard. During this time, his relationship with Tianyou had grown increasingly intimate, although he often found his third senior sister to be somewhat peculiar. It was amidst this leisurely time that he nearly forgot about the monthly delivery task that had yet to commence. The system, unfortunately, did not offer any reminders. Fortunately, today, Tianyou glanced at the system and was jolted back to reality. As he clicked to confirm, the delivery interface began to rapidly scroll. Ding! The host delivery task has been confirmed. Target customer, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Target item, Divine Nine-Tailed Bloodline. Target location, a valley from 10,000 years ago. At the sound of the system's announcement, Tianyou's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. Wait, system, are you sure there is no mistake? What on earth does 10,000 years ago mean? Tianyou rubbed his eyes and glanced again at the delivery details, doubting whether he had misread. This divine delivery system transcends all dimensions of time and space. It can deliver to any target, be it past or present. The system's voice echoed, leaving Tianyou in awe. No wonder it is called a divine delivery system. This is simply extraordinary. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of anticipation for this delivery. 10,000 years ago, what was the Tianyou Continent like back then? His curiosity piqued. With Tianyou's confirmation, a flash of white light enveloped him, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the wooden cabin. Is this the Tianyou Continent from 10,000 years ago? Tianyou murmured to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a valley, and the sky from millennium past seemed markedly different, marred by cracks and streaks of luminous energy descending to the earth. What is happening? Even the sky is shattered. Tianyou was taken aback by the scene before him. What transpired 10,000 years ago? However, before Tianyou could further contemplate, he was drawn to a figure beneath a large tree ahead. It appeared to be a woman, yet her body was stained with blood. Her hair was a striking snow white, and the crimson contrasts made her look particularly tragic. Her face was obscured by disheveled strands, rendering her features indistinguishable. Yet, given her tall and slender form, one could surmise her beauty was exquisite. Her delicate ears perked up, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch them. Her long, fair legs were exposed, marred by blood but still revealing their alluring lines. Most captivating of all were the several ethereal tails that seemed to drift behind her, as if they might vanish at any moment. Tianyou swallowed hard. Could this woman be the nine-tailed celestial fox mentioned in the delivery task? Remarkably, She has white fur. In a previous life on the Blue Star, many were captivated by individuals with white hair, and Yiyu is no exception. Not to mention, the figure before him was a battle-damaged version of such an enchanting being. This, indeed, posed an irresistible allure for those who adored white-haired individuals. It seemed that the woman was also aware of Yiyu's presence, as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. What a remarkably exquisite and stunning visage it was. Even though Yiyu had previously encountered the ethereal beauty of the goddess of the moon and the bewitching charm of the demon lord, he was still profoundly captivated by the woman before him. Her skin was as white as snow, with a delicate nose and finely arched eyebrows, and her eyes, an astonishing shade of crimson, gazed vacantly at Yiyu. Her slightly pursed lips, combined with her battle-worn form, rendered her all the more endearing. "Are you here to kill me as well?" she asked, her blood-red eyes filled with desolation and despair. Her voice was heavy with fatigue and numbness, as if she had long since resigned herself to such a fate. Yiyu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Although he knew that the woman before him belonged to a bygone era, witnessing her current state stirred profound sympathy within him. "Fear not. I'm not here to take your life. Rather, I am, delivering a package," he replied. The woman's expression shifted in surprise, and for the first time, a hint of color returned to her face. "A package? I do not know you. If you are here to kill me, then let us proceed." Yiyu stepped closer, gazing into her uncertain yet breathtakingly beautiful face, and let out a soft sigh. He then retrieved a delivery box provided by the system from his pocket. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, having traversed into a fantastical realm. He found it amusing that a delivery box reminiscent of his previous life on Blue Star still existed. While it was not entirely out of place, it felt somewhat lacking in sophistication. Clearly, he would need to suggest an upgrade to the system regarding the delivery box. "This is your package, the divine bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox." Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the orb of light in his hand. "What are you saying? Are you jesting with me? There is no benefit in such deception." Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. This woman appeared somewhat dazed, yet undeniably charming. "Rest assured, this is the genuine divine bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, and it is indeed what your heart longs for the most, is it not?" Upon hearing his words, Yu Tang was momentarily stunned. Her own nine-tailed bloodline had been rendered useless, and she had long since been on the verge of extinguishing hope, waiting for her demise. Yet, here stood this person, claiming to deliver the divine bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. It was well known that her own bloodline was merely of medium quality. Was the divine bloodline not something that existed solely in legends? However, if he was not here to kill her, then he had no reason to deceive her, right? So could it truly be that this bloodline was real? The tone of Yu Tang suddenly grew more urgent as she gazed intently at the man before her, seemingly attempting to imprint his image in her memory. "What conditions do you have? I can comply with any demands, even if it requires a sacrifice on my part." For Yu Tang, the authenticity of this bloodline was paramount. She was willing to endure any cost to reclaim her nine-tailed heritage. Only by regaining her lineage could she seek vengeance. Retribution was an absolute necessity. As this thought coursed through her mind, her blood-red eyes ignited with a fierce intensity. However, in the next moment, she was struck on the head by Yiyu's swift hand. "Ugh!" Yu Tang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her. "How dare you strike me?" Though she felt utterly drained, she was not one to be trifled with. Yiyu observed the sudden shock in her expression and chuckled. "What are you thinking? I am a man of integrity. Just sign this delivery receipt." With that, he produced a contract prepared by the system and handed it to her. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, "A femme blanche graced Yu Tang's stunning visage." Yet, she quickly found herself captivated by the contents of the contract. "To exchange my current level of power for. This is far too advantageous." After reading it, her expression turned somewhat dazed, for her strength had diminished significantly after her nine-tailed bloodline was rendered inert. The prospect of acquiring a divine-grade, nine-tailed bloodline made her feel a twinge of embarrassment. My current strength is not what it once was. Wouldn't this be a loss for you?" Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise at her concern for his well-being. Chapter 10. the light that illuminates my world very well. I have my reasons. If you find no issue, simply sign this contract, and the divine nine-tailed bloodline shall belong to you. Yu Tang cast a complex glance at the man before her, and ultimately, without hesitation, inscribed her name. After all, it could hardly get worse than it is now. Could it? Upon witnessing her signature, Yu could not help but break into a grin. Indeed, another delivery had been completed. At the very moment Yu Tang signed the contract, a golden light erupted from within her, swiftly merging into Yu's being. How delightful! Another enhancement to his cultivation had arrived. However, this time, the reward for completing the delivery was not as substantial as the first. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this woman was nearly depleted of her energy. Nevertheless, this contribution still elevated Yu's realm to the 9th layer of nirvana, leaving him just a step away from the spirit transformation realm. How splendid! This method of passive cultivation was indeed the most powerful enhancement the system could provide. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing this delivery, earning 1 million delivery points, along with a mysterious opportunity. Mysterious opportunity? Yu promptly summoned the system in his mind, inquiring about the nature of this mysterious opportunity. Every time the host completes a delivery, there is a chance to obtain a mysterious opportunity. The rewards contained within are uncertain and can only be unveiled at a specific time. Ah, what a tantalizing prospect! This meant it was a reward that might not be accessible for an indeterminate period. Well, let us treat it like a blind box. I have all the patience in the world. Yu Tang witnessed everything unfold before her eyes, genuinely feeling her realm diminish. This confirmed that everything was indeed real. Her hands and body trembled slightly, and as she reached out to touch the shimmering mist, it seamlessly integrated into her being. As she sensed the once dormant bloodline stirring back to life, Yu Tang felt as though she were in a dream. It was he who granted me rebirth. She pressed her lips together and inquired, her voice tinged with newfound vitality. May I know your name? I am Yu Tang. Yu, who was initially reveling in his reward, answered without a second thought. Oh, I am Yu. Thank you for your trust, and do remember to leave a good review. Yu thought this script would be hard to change anytime soon. Moreover, at that moment, he was utterly unaware that this casual response would lead to significant transformations in his future. Yu, Yu Tang murmured to herself, as if to engrave the name deeply in her memory. Meanwhile, Yu scrutinized Yu Tang once more, then furrowed his brow in thought, retrieving a pill from the spatial ring that he had previously exchanged in the system's shop. You're gravely injured. Here, allow me to bestow upon you a precious elixir, a privilege unique to those of beauty. With that, Yu enveloped the elixir in his divine consciousness and presented it before Yu Tang. Though I have never partaken of it myself, it is said to restore one to full vitality instantaneously. Yu Tang lightly bit her lip, accepting the elixir from Yu with no hesitation, promptly consuming it. As she felt her body rapidly mending, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Never had anyone shown her such kindness. Her experiences were marked by betrayal, disdain, and relentless pursuit. Without this individual, her world would likely have been shrouded in desolation, perhaps even left to rot in obscurity. Yet, this person emerged like a beacon of light, rescuing her and redeeming her once lifeless heart. Who are you? And why have you suddenly appeared here to save me? Yu pondered for a moment. After all, it was a millennium ago, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would recognize the Divine Moon Sect, which had yet to be established. I am merely a member of the Divine Moon Sect. We have merely struck a bargain, so there is no need for gratitude. As Yu spoke, a thought occurred to him, and he casually added, if fate allows, you may come to the Divine Moon Sect to find me. I shall treat you to a meal, and we can share our thoughts on life and emotions. Yu spoke without much contemplation, considering that they were not on the same timeline. However, he overlooked the possibility that perhaps this woman truly awaited him for a millennium. Divine Moon Sect, Yu Tang murmured to herself a few times, yet she held no recollection of the sect. Observing her furrowed brow and earnest contemplation, Yu found her endearingly naive. This woman embodied both allure and innocence, an exceedingly charming combination. Noticing her tattered attire, revealing much of her form, Yiyu sighed and began to search through the marketplace, finally retrieving a splendid golden feather garment. To his surprise, this piece was quite costly, requiring a substantial sum of 50,000 delivery points. Nevertheless, out of goodwill, he declared, "Here, I shall gift you this garment as well. You will undoubtedly look splendid in it." Upon hearing his words, Yutang's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized he had seen her in such a state. Instinctively, she wished to cover herself, but then deemed it unnecessary, as he had already seen everything. Thank you so much. I promise, I will repay you. I will surely seek you out at the Divine Moon Sect," Yutang earnestly declared to Yiyu, committing his visage to memory. Yiyu shrugged, not taking her words to heart, knowing she would likely never find him. Given that this delivery had transported him back a millennium, he could not remain there indefinitely. However, the system had allotted him sufficient time, allowing him to linger for perhaps another day. Thus, Yiyu, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, personally safeguarded Yutang and also presented her with some elixirs, deeply moving her. Subsequently, Yiyu remained by her side, engaging in conversation. Knowing that they would never meet again, he felt at ease and spoke freely, sharing a plethora of whimsical sentiments, even going so far as to express many corny romantic lines, which caused Yutang, who had never encountered such expressions and had no prior interaction with men, to blush profusely. Yet, she found Yiyu's words immensely entertaining, leaving her to listen, cheeks aflame. During this exchange, Yi was finally able to touch Yutang's soft ears and tail. It seemed that these two features were her vulnerabilities, as the moment he caressed them, her entire being softened. Ahem. Unbeknownst to them, they chatted for quite some time, and Yutang's injuries had completely healed. However, the divine bloodline required additional time to fully awaken. Well then, I must take my leave, Yutang. May you ascend to great heights and fulfill your aspirations. Chapter 11. When destiny begins to intertwine, Yiyu spoke softly, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance for a woman he had only known for a day. After all, it was unlikely that they would ever meet again. Yutang nodded gently, though she did not share Yiyu's melancholic sentiment. In her view, she could always seek him out at the Tianyou sect in the future, despite having never heard of such a sect before. Yiyu, I will not forget you. When we meet again, there is something I wish to tell you. A faint blush graced Yutang's delicate face, and after speaking, she lowered her head, as if grappling with a decision. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon managed to smile. All right, I will wait for you. You, he began, only to be abruptly embraced by Yutang, her soft lips brushing against his. The contact was fleeting, leaving Yiyu with only a sense of tenderness, accompanied by a hint of coldness. I promise I will find you, yes. Yutang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yiyu, dazed, touched his cheek and gazed at the bashful Yutang, shaking his head slightly. Iwetang, farewell. I hope we can meet again. With that, a flash of white light enveloped Yiyu, and he departed, leaving behind the blushing Yutang, whose crimson eyes sparkled with determination. Yiyu, wait for me. I will surely seek you out, and when the time comes, At that moment, neither Yiyu nor Yutang realized that their every action had already been fated, and they were destined to be intertwined. Upon returning to his wooden abode, Yiyu found himself still grappling with the reality of having returned 10,000 years into the past. He pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, looking up at the starry sky. Ah, everything appears normal. There are none of the countless cracks I witnessed earlier. So what truly transpired 10,000 years ago? He pondered, wondering how Yutang fared thereafter. With a gentle sigh, Yiyu acknowledged that while he had merely returned to the present, for Yutang, a span of 10,000 years lay between them. At that moment, he felt a tumult of emotions, an overwhelming sense of frustration with no clear outlet. Why is the junior disciple sitting alone in the courtyard? Is there something troubling him? Unbeknownst to him, Xia Wei had taken a seat beside Yiyu, gazing at the man she longed for, and softly inquired. As Yiyu listened to Xia Wei's gentle voice, his mood gradually began to settle. It's nothing. Just contemplating a few matters. Is there something on your mind, senior sister? Contemplating a few matters? Could it be that he's remembering me? A flicker of delight crossed Xiaji Wei's eyes, and she feigned casualness as she asked, "By the way, junior disciple, what is that necklace around your neck?" Hearing her question, Yu glanced down at the necklace, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It was a gift from my elder sister, and I have always kept it close." "Never." He paused mid-sentence, a look of confusion crossing his face. The dialogue feels strangely familiar, as if I have exchanged similar words with someone before. When Xia Jiwei noticed his pause, her expression brightened, hoping he might remember her. She cleared her throat softly, gently tousled her long hair, and cast a slightly bashful glance towards Yu. I have never ceased to wear it, but why does senior sister suddenly inquire about this?" A wave of frustration washed over Xia Jiwei, and she took a deep breath to compose herself before forcing out a response. I was merely asking casually." Upon hearing this, Yu refrained from probing further and simply nodded. Yet Xia Jiwei, undeterred, bit her lip and asked again, "Where is your home, junior brother? And why did your sister not accompany you?" "Because she is my superior." Cough, cough. "My sister has another master. As for me, I hail from the northern region." The Tianyou Continent is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North, along with the Central Continent, where the Tianyou sect is located. This positioning undoubtedly substantiates the Tianyou sect's reputation as the foremost sect. Northern region. Xia Jiwei discreetly pouted, huffing, "At least you haven't lied." After all, she had lost her cultivation when captured by the demon clan in the northern region, so Yiyu's claim of being from there was not a deception. Yet, why can't this dense fellow recall me? Xia Jiwei felt a deep sense of frustration. Yiyu remained oblivious to Xia Jiwei's subtle discontent, cheerfully engaging her in conversation. "By the way, senior sister, I am currently practicing a technique and hope you can provide protection for me." Recently, the stars had shone brightly at night, and Yiyu believed it was an opportune moment to draw celestial energy into his body, thus broaching the subject with Xia Jiwei. Initially, upon hearing Yiyu's words, Xia Jiwei contemplated rolling her eyes and turning her back to him. However, she ultimately softened, for he was, after all, her nemesis. "That is certainly acceptable. Just inform me in advance." "Senior sister is truly kind." Yiyu nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress his admiration for Xia Jiwei. After chatting for a while longer, Xia Jiwei could no longer tolerate this dense individual and retreated to her own room, pondering whether she should simply lay everything bare before him. After all, he hails from the demon clan, yet has joined the Tianyou sect. What a leverage that could be. In due time, as Xia Jiwei entertained these thoughts, a blissful smile crept across her lips. Yiyu, you cannot escape." "Your Majesty, report from our scouts indicate that the Tianyou sect, which you instructed us to monitor closely, has new developments." In the western region, within the hall of the demon clan, a member of the demon race knelt respectfully on the ground, reporting to the figure seated upon the throne above. The throne was occupied by a woman of extraordinary beauty, whose allure could incite calamity. With every gesture, she exuded an irresistible charm, causing the many demons below to lower their heads in deference, too intimidated to glance upwards. Behind her, the 9 tails added an air of enchantment, each casual sway seemingly embodying the flow of cosmic principles. She was none other than the supreme empress of the demon clan, the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox, Yuetang. Upon hearing her subordinate's words, Yuetang slightly opened her previously narrowed eyes, yet her expression remained languid and unperturbed. After all, since the establishment of the Divine Moon Sect, she had received not a single fragment of information regarding Yiyu. This absence of knowledge led Yuetang to ponder whether Yiyu had deceived her. However, the Divine Moon Sect he spoke of undeniably existed, albeit it would not manifest for several millennia to come. Yiyu, throughout the ages, the one who entered my heart only to cast me aside so ruthlessly, is none other than you. Yuetang let out a soft sigh, her blood-red eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. "Speak." Chapter 12. Alas. I have become a star core. It is said that the Divine Moon Sect has recently welcomed a new young sect master, a disciple of the Divine Moon Empress herself. The demon clan member replied with great reverence, his eyes shimmering with fervent admiration. "Their esteemed emperor possesses unfathomable strength. and his nine-tailed bloodline is exceedingly noble. No one even knows how long the emperor has existed. All that is known is that he has recently instructed others to gather intelligence on the Divine Moon Sect. However, the sect was established merely a millennium ago, suggesting that their emperor foresaw its rise long before its inception. Consequently, many within the demon clan believe the emperor to possess abilities beyond comprehension. Furthermore, the emperor's foresight allowed him to plant informants within the Divine Moon Sect, which is why they can swiftly acquire the latest news regarding it. The demon clan member continued respectfully. That individual is named Yiyu, and he... Before he could finish, Yu Tang, seated upon her throne, abruptly rose to her feet. The usually languid and composed Yu Tang displayed an unprecedented sense of panic and anxiety on her typically frosty visage. She swiftly approached the demon clan member, her voice urgent and trembling. "What did you say that person's name was?" The demon, taken aback by the emperor's unusual demeanor, lowered his head and replied with utmost respect. "Reporting to the emperor, that person is named Yiyu. It is said he ascended from an outer disciple to the position of young sect master." Yiyu. Yu Tang murmured repeatedly. This name, one that had lingered in her thoughts for a millennium, had finally resurfaced. "So, he abandoned me for 1,000 years, only to reappear now? Very well. This time, I shall see how you attempt to leave my side again." In an instant, her blood-red eyes were filled with a ferocious intensity, and the nine tails behind her exuded an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with the oppressive aura of the demon emperor, rendering all present in the hall silent with trepidation. Who exactly is this Yiyu to provoke such a reaction from the emperor? This was the collective thought of all the demons present. "I must depart for a time. You shall remain in charge of the demon clan, and no mistakes shall be tolerated." Yiwu Tang, eager to confirm whether this Yiyu was indeed the one she had known, could hardly contain her urgency. The gathered demons exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation. Yet, one among them spoke up, "Emperor, concerning the demon realm." Before he could finish, Yu Tang turned her icy gaze upon him. Her blood-red eyes filled with chilling resolve. "I have already made my decision. How can a mere demon clan compare?" The speaker immediately bowed his head, afraid to utter another word. As soon as Yu Tang finished speaking, she vanished from sight, leaving the assembly of demons bewildered in the grand hall. What has come over the emperor? Who is this Yiyu that has caused such a disturbance? Is it possible that the emperor intends to visit the Tianyou sect personally? However, hush, let's not discuss this. We shall focus on our duties. The emperor possesses unparalleled strength. Is there any place in this realm he cannot reach? Junior brother, this place is truly enchanting. Let us come here often to gaze at the stars. A few nights later, Xiaozhui arrived as promised at Yiyu's side, both standing atop a peak of the Tianyou sect. Here, upon raising their heads, they beheld a sky filled with twinkling stars. Xiaozhui had never before realized how breathtaking the night sky could be. Even more delightful was the fact that Yiyu was right beside her. Xiaozhui had made up her mind. Tonight, she would confess her feelings to Yiyu. After all, it was impossible to resist the urge to grow closer to the person she had been thinking about day and night. Junior sister, I am here to comprehend the techniques, so please take this seriously, Yiyu said earnestly to Xiaozhui, only to receive an eye roll in response. This stubborn fool. She should not expect him to utter any sweet words. I know, just get on with it already. Quit the rambling. Yiyu scratched his head, perplexed by the complexities of a woman's heart. Just moments ago, she was full of laughter, and now she had turned away from him. How strange. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing the matter further, as he had grown to trust Xiaozhui more during their time together. It was as if he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, a sensation that drew him closer to her. Xiaozhui stepped back slightly, gazing dreamily at Yiyu, who had settled down to meditate on the ground. It felt reminiscent of their childhood, when he had always been by her side. Yiyu closed his eyes, concentrating as he utilized the stellar transformation technique, continuously channeling his divine sense to capture the scattered celestial energies around him. He had been contemplating which star to capture, knowing that, according to the technique's guidance, the more powerful the star, the greater the celestial energy he could harness. Yu tirelessly attempted to discern the various celestial energies he was capturing. However, the Tianyou Continent was ultimately different from Blue Star, and the stars observed here were unlike those on Blue Star. Thus, Yiyu's previous understanding of celestial bodies was of no use in this realm, leaving him somewhat bewildered. As he practiced the stellar transformation technique, countless strands of celestial energy surrounded him. Unfortunately, Yiyu did not perceive any distinction among them. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly sensed a particular star. The celestial energy emanating from it felt remarkably familiar. Yet he had never encountered celestial energy before. Why did it feel this way? At this moment, Yiyu could not afford to ponder further. Since they all appeared similar, he would choose this one that felt so familiar. He then activated the stellar transformation technique and absorbed the celestial energy into his being. As the celestial energy coursed into Yiyu's body, the other celestial forces vanished without a trace. Gradually, a star core, radiating starlight, emerged within Yiyu's consciousness. He gazed at this core, formed from the condensed celestial energy, with a mix of astonishment and realization. Alas, he had truly transformed into a star core spirit. At the moment this core crystallized, Yiyu seemed to forge a connection with the star. Tianyou star. This was the name of that celestial body, and Yiyu understood why he felt an inexplicable familiarity with it. Wasn't this the star of the gluttonous wolf? Yet he pondered, why was he able to perceive the gluttonous wolf star while being in the Tianyou Continent? After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought, deciding it was of little consequence. After all, he had successfully cultivated to the first level. Chapter 13. A glimpse of eternity after the first awakening of the celestial transformation star technique. Yiyu felt a surge of stellar power coursing through him, and he sensed a faint connection to the North Star. He speculated that with each subsequent awakening, his bond with the North Star would deepen. If he were to reach the pinnacle of this technique, perhaps he could indeed harness the North Star for his own purposes. The thought was tantalizing, almost too grand to contemplate. Truly, it was a divine skill. Yiyu reveled in this realization. He continued to circulate the stellar energy for a complete cycle before gradually opening his eyes. Behind him, Xiaojiwei had been gazing at Yiyu in a daze. Upon witnessing his demeanor, she understood he had completed his comprehension. Moreover, her junior disciple had remarkably stepped into the spirit transformation realm. This was surprising. She recalled that Yiyu had only recently entered the rebirth stage. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief period? He was indeed a prodigy. Yet, she mused, no matter how extraordinary he was, she was still his senior sister. Junior brother, this technique appears profoundly intricate. You must exercise caution during your cultivation, Xiaojiwei advised, refraining from inquiring about the specifics of his practice, respecting the secrets that each individual harbors. She adopted the demeanor of a senior sister, relishing the role, especially since he had momentarily forgotten her. Yiyu stood, stretching his limbs, and smiled in response to her words. I appreciate your guidance tonight, senior sister. Should you have any requests in the future, I shall endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my abilities. To the best of your abilities. Xiaojiwei thought, her lips pursing. You best keep your word. As she was about to reveal her true identity, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire Tianyou sect. It was demonic energy. Could it be that the demon clan was launching a large-scale assault on the Tianyou sect? That seemed implausible. Xiaojiwei's expression shifted dramatically. Such a formidable presence could only mean, Yiyu, stay here and do not move. I will go with the elders to ascertain the situation, she said urgently, dropping the term junior brother and addressing him directly. However, Yiyu did not register this shift. He had just opened his mouth to respond when he saw Xiaojiwei swiftly depart. The demon clan? Yiyu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the demon clan was in confrontation with their own faction. How could such a powerful entity approach the Tianyou sect? Though the Empress of Tianyou had mysteriously vanished, this individual's brazen entrance into a major sect seemed an affront to Tianyou. Strangely, Yiyu felt a stirring within him. That aura seemed eerily familiar. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate. After all, if the other party truly intended to confront the Tianyou sect, he would likely be unable to evade the conflict. Upon reaching a location not far from the sect, Yu beheld the Grand Elder, Yu Wuxia, along with numerous elders and peak masters, all gathered in the air. Xia Jiwei stood beside Yu Wuxia, and all present bore solemn expressions as they focused intently on a figure looming ahead. The Demon Emperor's audacity is truly astonishing. Does she not regard my Divine Moon Sect with any respect? Yu Wuxia spoke in a hushed tone, fully aware of the identity of the figure before her. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy, the wildly swaying nine tails, and the allure emanating from her every gesture unmistakably revealed her as the demon clan's sovereign, the nine-tailed celestial fox. At this moment, with the sect leader absent, although her own cultivation was at the sacred realm, she was merely at the second level. In contrast, the demon sovereign, based solely on her terrifying presence, could undoubtedly be assessed as having reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. No, she might have even crossed into the void-shattering realm. After all, rumors circulated that the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox possessed divine qualities. In the Tianyou Continent, anything endowed with divine attributes was akin to legendary phenomena. Particularly with bloodline inheritances, the nine-tailed celestial fox was already a divine beast. And coupled with the divine bloodline within the Demon Emperor, perhaps only the Divine Moon Empress and that Demon Lord could withstand her power. Yu Tang hovered in the air, her nine tails gently swaying. She seemed indifferent to Yu Wuxia's query, instead scanning the entirety of the Divine Moon Sect as though searching for something. Demon Emperor, this is excessive. What is your true intention in brazenly probing into my Divine Moon Sect? Yu Wuxia's delicate visage tightened as she inquired, her words deliberate and measured. Meanwhile, Yi was covertly observing this so-called Demon Emperor. Ah, so this is the Demon Emperor. Why does she seem so reminiscent of Yu Tang? The same nine tails, the same flowing white hair, the same blood-red eyes. Yi Yu's expression stiffened as she stared blankly at the Demon Emperor hovering above. It appeared that Yu Tang had also noticed Yi Yu, and their gazes coincidentally locked in a profound connection. In that moment, it felt as though a millennium passed. Their exchanged glances mirrored the encounter from 1,000 years prior. Though then, Yu Tang was merely a weary little fox on the brink of death. Yet now, she had ascended to the status of the demon clan sovereign. Yi Yu continued to gaze in bewilderment at the woman before her mind swirling in confusion. How could Yu Tang possibly appear here? Were they not on separate timelines? Furthermore, it had only been a few days since she had returned to the past to deliver a message to her. What on earth is happening? The system. Yi Yu hastily summoned the system to inquire about the current situation. Host, there has always been a single timeline. It is merely from your perspective that you temporarily returned to a millennium ago. The system's cold electronic voice explained to the bewildered Yi Yu. However, she has awaited her host for an entire 10,000 years before meeting you. Yi Yu is utterly stunned. 10,000 years. What an unfathomable concept. Moreover, had she been searching for herself all this time? She recalled the parting words of Yu Tang. I will definitely come and find you, Yi Yu. And the memory of that somewhat cold kiss. Yi Yu suddenly felt a loss as to how to face Yu Tang now. The system has made a woman search for me for an eternity of 10,000 years. How? I wonder, can I possibly atone for such an ordeal? Yi Yu managed a bitter smile, yet the system offered no response, nor did she harbor any hope for its counsel. Ultimately, it is a trial she must confront alone. I have found you, Yi Yu. Yu Tang's gaze transcended the crowd of Tianyou sect, finally resting upon Yi Yu. Strangely, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Despite having waited for Yi Yu for 10 millennia, enduring solitude throughout, and believing herself abandoned, Yu Tang unexpectedly bore a gentle smile. However, the clamor of those around her was too overwhelming. With a light chuckle, she mused, if only that little girl, Qing Rushui, were here, she might possess the right to converse with me. Yet in her absence, how dare you speak so boldly? Chapter 14. The two after 10,000 years. The words spoken incited great ire among the elders of the Divine Moon Sect. Was the Lord of the Demon Emperor excessively confident? Even in the absence of the sect master, the Divine Moon Sect was not a realm where one could act recklessly. Yu Wuxia declared in a deep voice, showing no fear even in the presence of the Demon Emperor. Oh! Yu Tang withdrew her gaze from Yi Yu and turned to face Yu Wuxia. How intriguing. If I were to force my way in, what could you possibly do to stop me? A glimmer of enigmatic emotion flashed in Yu Tang's eyes as she chuckled lightly. Now that Qing Ruoxue was no longer present, if she chose to invade the Divine Moon Sect, no one could hinder her. However, Yu Tang suddenly pursed her lips, casting a glance at the seemingly bewildered Yi Yu. If I were to do so, you would surely be quite vexed with me. Yet, I have searched for you alone for 10,000 years. Who can truly comprehend my grievances? Yu Wuxia took a deep breath, while the elders behind her were poised for action. Before the sect master disappeared, she had established a protective formation for the Divine Moon Sect. Yu Wuxia smiled faintly, a smile imbued with resolve and determination. This formation is not formidable. It simply requires us to burn our blood in defense against formidable foes. Even if you are powerful, it is unlikely you could retreat unscathed. At that time, we merely need to hold out until our allies arrive. What will you do then? Upon hearing this, Yu Tang was momentarily taken aback, not out of fear, but rather astonished that the human cultivators possessed such fervor. Gazing at Yu Wuxia, who appeared resolute, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Very well, I have come today solely to seek one person. Yi Yu, do you dare to come forth and meet me? These words elicited expressions of confusion from everyone present. The Demon Emperor had personally appeared merely to seek one individual. Wait, Yi Yu? Disbelief spread across their faces. Even the typically aloof Yu Wuxia slightly parted her lips in surprise. At that moment, an elder noticed Yi Yu lingering in the back, and suddenly, all eyes turned toward her. Feeling the multitude of inquisitive gazes, Yi Yu forced a bitter smile and sighed softly. What is happening here? Ah, good evening, esteemed elders. Have you all dined well? She greeted, initially addressing the elders with concern for their well-being. Then, turning to Yu Tang, she intended to exchange pleasantries, but her attention was captivated by her fluffy ears. I wish to touch them once more. However, upon seeing Yu Tang's enigmatic smile, Yi Yu awkwardly chuckled and refrained from continuing. To be honest, this feeling was truly peculiar. Though it had only been a few days since they first met, she now felt as if 10,000 years had passed. And here she stood before her once again. For her, it truly had been a long time since their last encounter. Yu Tang naturally noticed Yi Yu's gaze lingering on her ears, wondering why she remained fixated on such a detail. Moon Tang felt a surge of annoyance. Her delicate face slightly flushed. However, upon hearing Yi Yu's words, she let out a soft snort. Have we just met? Yi Yu, you truly possess a way with words. I have been searching for you for a millennium. Hiss. The members of the Divine Moon Sect were left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. A millennium? Searching for him? What was the nature of their relationship? Or how long had they known each other? Yet, had Yi not just joined the sect? How could he possibly know the Demon Emperor? And what was the significance of that millennium? Curiosity swelled in the hearts of the onlookers. And Moon Wuxia and Xia Jiwei shared the same perplexity. Wasn't Yi Yu the sect master's designated disciple? How could he be entangled with the Demon Emperor? The jade pendant was undoubtedly authentic, suggesting that Yi Yu must have truly met the sect master. But this... Moon Wuxia quietly observed Yi Yu, her thoughts swirling chaotically. As for Xia Jiwei, she was even more at a loss. There was no way Yi Yu could have lived for a millennium. After all, she had seen him as a child. Moreover, he was of the demon race. How could he possibly be connected to the demon clan? Yet, the Demon Emperor spoke with such conviction, as if he genuinely sought Yi Yu. Ah, this is too much. My head feels itchy, and my thoughts are spiraling. Xia Jiwei decided to gaze blankly at Yi Yu, abandoning her attempts at reasoning. Yi Yu sensed the multitude of puzzled gazes around him and was at a loss for how to explain. Fortunately, Moon Tang seemed equally disinterested in the scrutiny of others. With a graceful wave of her hand, she conjured a barrier, drawing Yi Yu directly before her. After uttering a single phrase, the two entered the protective enclosure. I have matters to discuss with him. You all must not disturb us. Your Excellency, Moon Wuxia and Xia Jiwei exclaimed in unison, but by then, the two figures had vanished from sight. The elders of the Divine Moon Sect exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. Elder, what exactly is Yi's background? How one elder inquired, his expression reflecting the confusion shared by everyone present. Moon Wuxia shook her head slightly, equally perplexed. Sister Yu, shall we simply wait here? Xia Jiwei asked softly. Moon Wuxia, a close friend of Qing Ruxue, had always been addressed in such a manner by her senior and junior sisters. Moon Wuxia shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. There is no choice but to wait. Given the Demon Emperor's words, he should not pose any threat to Yu. With a sigh, Moon Wuxia continued, If only the sect master were here, alas. I hope the sect master returns soon. Xia Zhuwei and the other elders nodded in agreement. The Divine Moon Empress Qing Ruxue was indeed the cornerstone of their sect. Yu found himself within the barrier conjured by Moon Tang. After assessing the surroundings, he concluded that escape was beyond his current capabilities. Yet, he felt no excessive concern. On one hand, he did not believe Moon Tang would truly harm him. On the other, he had the support of the system. The system's shop contained an array of peculiar items. However, correspondingly, there exist items of remarkable practicality. For instance, certain temporarily invincible artifacts grant the user a state of invincibility upon activation. Yet, they come with peculiar side effects, such as an inability to move afterward. At that moment, a sudden beam of white light enveloped Yuetang, and in the next instant, a golden feathered garment adorned her form. Yuetang delicately adjusted the golden attire, a hint of nostalgia flickering across her expression. This garment had been her cherished possession, untouched throughout the millennia. Yet now, she found an irresistible urge to wear it, simply because it was in his presence. Yu gazed at the transformed Yuetang, his lips parting slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Yuetang approached him, quietly observing Yu, yet she remained silent. Yuetang Yu Chapter 15. The weakness of the Demon Emperor, Yu spoke with some difficulty. But as he gazed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Yuetang merely watched him, initially eager to hear what he had to say. However, in the next moment, she was taken aback as he extended his hand and slowly reached for her ear. In an instant, her eyes widened, and she could only watch in astonishment as Yu's hand approached. Given her current prowess, she could have easily evaded him had she wished, yet for reasons unknown, she remained rooted to the spot, allowing him to caress her ear. As his fingers brushed against her, a delicate flush graced Yuetang's exquisite features. Feeling her body weaken, she let out an involuntary whimper. That sound jolted both of them back to reality. I didn't mean to, Yu stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. How had he succumbed to the impulse to touch Yuetang's ear? With a sudden rush of color to her cheeks, Yuetang shot him a fierce glare. After such a long separation, was this truly how he would greet her? Despite knowing his peculiar fondness for her ears and tail from their first encounter, she had not anticipated that after all this time, he would remain unchanged in this regard. Recalling how she had been persuaded by Yu to let him touch her ears and tail, Yuetang felt a wave of shame and irritation. Yu, after all these years, do you have nothing to say to me? Standing before him, her tall figure and blood-red eyes fixed intently on him, she demanded an answer. Your outfit is lovely, just as I expected it to be since I gifted it to you. Hey, don't hit me. Yu began to speak, only to be interrupted as Yuetang swung her fist at him. He quickly grasped her small hand, pleading for mercy. Seeing his flustered expression, Yuetang couldn't help but chuckle softly. The icy demeanor she had maintained melted away like a spring thaw. Yet, she quickly composed herself, her face tightening once more. She had thought that after enduring a millennium of solitude, her heart would be filled with resentment upon seeing Yu again. Perhaps, she might even have confronted him. However, in that moment of reunion, she realized that no resentment lingered. Instead, there was only joy at seeing him again. This revelation astonished her. It became clear just how significant Yu was to her. The nine-tailed celestial fox is notoriously difficult to move emotionally, yet once it does, it binds itself for life. You mentioned something about the Divine Moon Sect, but after searching for so long, I have yet to find any trace of it. Yuetang, still caught in his grasp, made several attempts to pull away, but ultimately relented. She gazed into Yi Yu's face, softly sharing the experiences she had endured over the past millennium. At that moment, I believed you had intentionally deceived me, wishing to abandon me. Yi Yu sighed, drawing Yu Tang into his embrace. Yu Tang merely trembled slightly, yet was exceedingly obedient, wrapping her arms around Yi Yu. There is a reason behind this, though I am at a loss for words to explain it to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Tang gently shook her head, a flicker of wistfulness passing through her eyes. After an indeterminate time had elapsed, I learned of the emergence of a sect called the Divine Moon Sect, and it was then that I realized you had not lied to me. Yu Tang rested her head against Yi Yu's chest, softly murmuring, "However, that was nearly 10,000 years after we became acquainted. Yi Yu, who are you truly?" Yi Yu's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. He yearned to embrace the woman in his arms, but hesitated to make contact. To him, their acquaintance had only spanned a few days, yet for Yu Tang, it had been an event from millennia past. Yi Yu sighed, preparing to elucidate everything to Yu Tang. However, she suddenly lifted her head and placed a finger over Yi Yu's lips. "Not now. I want you to personally come to the demon clan to fetch me. Then, you may speak your heart." With that, Yu Tang gently pushed Yi Yu away, retreating a few steps from his embrace. A playful glimmer danced upon her enchanting features. "I have sought you for 1,000 years. Now, it is your turn to meet me and express your feelings." With a light huff, Yu Tang, as the empress of the demon clan, held an air of proud aloofness. Although she had long since surrendered her heart to Yi Yu, her millennia of pride made her reluctant to bow down. Moreover, this man was meant to prostrate himself at her feet, obediently adhering to her commands. However, this time, she had taken the initiative to seek him out. But that did not imply she would lower herself. It was merely to ascertain whether he was indeed the one. Yu Tang found a justification within herself, then looked at Yi Yu with a sense of entitlement, awaiting his response. This woman is so obstinate, yet considering her loneliness over the millennia, my heart ached for her. Yi Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "As you wish. But my current strength is quite feeble, and I may need to wait a bit longer." Upon hearing this, Yu Tang scrutinized Yi Yu from head to toe, confirming that he spoke the truth. His power was indeed quite lacking. With just the tip of my finger, I could easily manipulate him. Wait a moment, if that is the case. Yu Tang's gaze suddenly turned dangerously sharp, and a mysterious smile graced her lips. Yi Yu, observing her expression, quickly discerned her thoughts. This woman undoubtedly intended to take advantage of her superior standing to exact revenge on him. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Yi Yu swiftly stepped forward, pulling her into his embrace amidst her astonished gaze. Yu Tang let out a soft gasp, feeling somewhat at a loss as she glanced at Yi Yu, fully aware of his deft hands skillfully exploring her tail and ears. In an instant, her body surrendered to weakness, collapsing gently into Yi Yu's embrace, allowing him to tease her at will. You wicked person, this isn't fair. Ugh, I despise you, I really do. Stop." Yu Tang's gaze became hazy as she lightly bit her lip, resting her head against Yi Yu's shoulder. Experiencing a peculiar sensation coursing through her body, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. "You only know how to bully me. Ugh, it seems someone was preparing to tease me just now. So, I decided to strike first. No, how shameless. You insufferable Yi Yu." Meanwhile, the members of Tianyou Sect waiting outside could hardly imagine that the once proud demon emperor was now nestled in Yi Yu's arms, allowing him to play with her ears and her noble tail without restraint. Chapter 16. Soft Rice, Hard Earning. It is unclear how much time has passed, but the barrier gradually dissipated, leaving only the entranced Yi Yu in the air, while Yu Tang had indeed vanished without a trace. "Yi Yu, are you all right? Did that woman do anything to you?" Xiaji Wei was the first to rush to Yi Yu's side, anxiously examining him from head to toe. Yi Yu looked at Xiaji Wei with a hint of exasperation. "Senior sister, are you taking advantage of me? I'm fine, really. The demon emperor merely engaged me in a cordial conversation and has since departed." As he spoke, Yi Yu recalled the seductive scene of teasing Yu Tang just moments ago, unable to suppress a gulp. I can still sense the lingering fragrance from Yu Tang. Xiaji Wei, upon hearing Yiyu's nonsensical remarks, cast a dubious glance his way. What exactly did my junior brother discuss with that demon emperor? Furthermore, why does he carry a faint yet alluring scent? However, knowing that this was not the right moment to inquire, she chose to suppress her curiosity within. Yiyu, your interaction with that demon emperor Yuwuxia could not help but ask, her usually composed demeanor shaken by the astonishing events that had transpired in Yiyu's life. Particularly today, the esteemed demon emperor had come to the Sacred Moon Sect solely for him. With a wry smile, Yiyu met the incredulous gazes of Yuwuxia and the elders, fabricating a plausible explanation. What was similar to my previous encounter with the sect master, I fortuitously met the demon emperor and became somewhat acquainted. His ambiguous words left everyone present yearning for further clarification. Yet, given the personal nature of the matter, and Yiyu's status as the young master of their sect, the elders could only suppress their bewilderment and turn their attention back to Yuwuxia. Well, it appears you have had an extraordinary experience. The demon emperor is both virtuous and wicked, her actions dictated by her own nature. You must exercise utmost caution in your future interactions with her, Yuwuxia advised Yiyu patiently. Upon hearing Yuwuxia's words, Yiyu's thoughts drifted back to the image of the utterly obedient Yu Tang, who had just been at his mercy. The flush of allure on her face indeed. He should be cautious. Otherwise, he might unwittingly find himself in a compromising situation. Cough. As for whether Yiyu was an insider within the demon clan, none of the Sacred Moon Sect members harbor doubts. After all, if Yiyu were genuinely involved with the demon race, the demon emperor would not have so openly sought him out. Thus, while they sensed an air of mystery surrounding Yiyu, they were relieved he was one of their own. The elders nodded gently at Yiyu before dispersing. Yiyu, you should return now. Jiwei, with the sect master absent and Wanga and Hani out in the field, please take good care of Yiyu, Yuwuxia instructed Xia Jiwei before departing. After hearing her words, Yiyu blinked in surprise and then turned his gaze towards Xia Jiwei. Ah, senior sister, please take good care of me from now on. Xia Jiwei rolled her eyes upon hearing this, realizing that Yiyu had become increasingly thick-skinned compared to his childhood. Unfortunately, she had intended to reveal her true identity to him tonight, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of the demon emperor. Oh well, she would seek another opportunity to speak later. Have you heard? The young sect master has a surprisingly close relationship with the demon emperor. Did you know that? Is that so? Just yesterday, the demon emperor personally visited, supposedly to seek out the young sect master. What exactly is the identity of the young sect master? Even the emperor of the demon clan came to see him. His connections are truly formidable. Indeed, but fortunately, we are from the Tianyou sect, so we need not worry. That makes sense. In the following days, Yiyu frequently overheard the disciples of Tianyou sect discussing him. However, he felt a tinge of frustration, as he was recognized not for his strength as the young sect master, but rather for his connection to the demon emperor. Yet, at that moment, Yiyu was too bewildered to pay attention to these musings, for he found himself staring blankly at the system warehouse. Wait, system, where did my grand mysterious opportunity go? Speak up. Did you secretly take it from me? I trusted you, and yet you stealthily reclaimed my items. I must report you. Today, Yiyu, with nothing to do, decided to check his items, only to discover that the mysterious opportunity he had earned from completing a delivery task for Yu Tang had vanished. In response to Yiyu's inquiries, the system merely replied nonchalantly, "The mysterious opportunity has already been activated. Did you not notice?" Huh. Yiyu was even more confused by the system's statement. Activated? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Sensing Yiyu's bewilderment, the system continued, "Host, Yu Tang is this mysterious opportunity. Do you not realize that you are now living off her support?" Yiyu was momentarily rendered speechless. What do you mean by that, system? How could you be so? He stumbled over his words, but ultimately said nothing. There was no denying the truth in the system's claim. However, what did it mean to be living off someone else? He preferred to think of it as skillfully making the most of the situation. There's a distinct difference between the two, after all. Yet, Yiyu truly did not expect Yu Tang to be that mysterious opportunity. He gained further insight into the system's nature, realizing it could cleverly reinterpret rewards. Forget it, there's no point in being overly concerned. Yiyu stretched lazily and comfortably lay back on his bed. Thanks to the existence of the primordial sacred body, even without consciously cultivating the spiritual energy surrounding Yi would continuously assist him in his training. This was the remarkable strength of the primordial sacred body. In other words, he was now effectively engaged in passive cultivation. All he needed to do was periodically harvest the spiritual energy from his idle cultivation, which was exceedingly convenient. Sleeping could even enhance his cultivation. He secretly plotted to surpass others. Lying on his bed, Yiyu contemplated the future. A few days ago, the third senior sister informed him that the grand sect competition was fast approaching. Yiyu, as the young master, would officially make his appearance at that time, and the Tianyou sect would extend invitations to various powerful factions. Moreover, according to Yuwuxia, the Tianyou sect would formally announce to the outside world that he was the esteemed disciple of the Divine Moon Empress and the young master of the sect. Alas, I had no desire to showcase my talents before others, yet circumstances have compelled me to do so, which is quite bothersome. As for my family, to be honest, Yi has contemplated the idea of rallying his family to join forces with him. While Yi was lost in thought, a subtle distortion began to manifest in the space of his room. In the next moment, a shadowy figure gradually materialized within the confines of the chamber. This aura is... Yiyu sprang from his bed in a sudden jolt, directing his gaze towards the figure that had unexpectedly appeared in his room. Sister. Chapter 17. A little surprise for sister indeed. The figure before us is none other than Yiyu's sister, Yi Qinshuang. As Yiyu gazed upon this familiar silhouette, a gentle sigh escaped his lips. Sister, you've come? Yes, I have. You shouldn't have come. Ahem, never mind. It's nothing. Observing her sister's puzzled expression, Yiyu hastily chuckled. Well, hearing such a classic line, I couldn't help but say it. Yi Qinshuang chose not to press further. Instead, she took a seat and directed her attention to Yiyu. A silence enveloped them, a recurring theme since their childhood. Whenever Yiyu refrained from speaking, the quiet would persist. What had led to this estrangement? Yi Qinshuang felt a twinge of confusion, for their bond had once been quite strong in their youth. Meanwhile, Yiyu scrutinized his sister. Yi Qinshuang's figure remained as tall and slender as ever. Her exquisite features paired with an air of aloofness that intimidated many. Seated there, she resembled a Tianshan snow lotus, both regal and ethereal. Shaking his head, Yiyu settled beside her and inquired, Sister, did you come with a mission? By the way, will infiltrating the Tianyou sect pose any risks for you? Yi Qinshuang pursed her lips and let out a cold snort. My affairs are none of your concern. As for the mission, I merely came to assess your undercover situation. Yiyu sighed helplessly. His sister's temperament had truly transformed with age. He was genuinely concerned for her well-being. In truth, Yi Qinshuang regretted her words the moment they left her mouth, yet she couldn't bring herself to retract them. Thus, she maintained a facade of indifference as she regarded Yiyu. Indeed, Yi Qinshuang was the epitome of tsundere. Deep down, she cared immensely for her brother, yet her words often dripped with sarcasm or coldness. Each time she spoke, a wave of regret and anxiety washed over her, fearing that Yiyu might distance himself from her thereafter. Yiyu, however, was oblivious to this nuance. Having grown up alongside Yi Qinshuang, he never imagined that she had morphed into a tsundere. He had long assumed that his sister had developed a disdain for him as they matured. Yet now, observing the chilly demeanor gracing his sister's lovely visage, Yiyu held a secret hope within. Ahem, sister, you may not be aware, but I am now the young master of the Tianyou sect. As soon as the words left his lips, Yiyu noticed the long-awaited glimmer of surprise illuminating Yi Qinshuang's countenance. The previously aloof expression on her face shifted as she slightly parted her lips, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. What did you say, young master? Yi Qinshuang repeated in a daze, and only after Yiyu nodded in affirmation did she slowly rise, scrutinizing him from head to toe. How did you achieve that? At this moment, Yi Qinshuang's expression was undeniably adorably naive, prompting Yiyu to instinctively wish to capture it with the recording stone. Indeed, a thought conceived must be acted upon. Yi discreetly activated the recording stone, while Yi Qinshuang, amidst her astonishment, remained oblivious to this action. Sister, what do you mean? The family sent me as an undercover agent precisely to encourage my ascent, and now I've ascended to the position of the young sect master. Why does it seem as if you remain unsatisfied? Yi spoke with fervent righteousness, exuding a sense of dedication to the family and the arduous nature of her undercover existence. Yi Qinshuang found her mind utterly blank, rendered speechless. Yes, the family initially intended for you to infiltrate the Tianyou sect, and indeed hoped you would rise as high as possible. However, who could have anticipated that in such a short span of time, you would become the young sect master of Tianyou sect? What a prestigious identity. If all goes as expected, you are destined to be the next sect master. How could such a position be attained by an undercover agent? If this were to be revealed, who would dare to believe it? Yi remained silent, persistently documenting Yi Qinshuang's adorably naive expression with the recording stone. It was worth noting that such a visage had only been witnessed during her childhood. Since growing up, Yi Qinshuang had always presented a cold demeanor in front of Yiyu. Well, if you continue to ignore me, I shall produce this recording stone and remark, sister. I presume you wouldn't want this expression to be seen by others. A cough escaped her lips as she pondered how somewhat wicked this notion felt. Outside, the wind continued to howl, causing the flames within the room to dance. Yi Qinshuang exerted considerable effort to reluctantly accept this reality. You have done well. I shall convey this matter to the family. Even Yi Qinshuang, with her prideful nature, could only express her heartfelt thoughts and offer genuine praise to Yiyu. Given her current disposition, uttering words of commendation was indeed a rarity, underscoring the magnitude of her surprise at Yiyu's actions. Yiyu desired this very effect. He grinned broadly and softly inquired, Sister, has your cultivation been progressing smoothly? Has the family been giving you any trouble? Since the disappearance of the Demon Lord, tensions between the Demon and Beast clans had escalated, with unrest stirring within the Demon faction. Their family, needless to say, was not exempt from such turmoil. Fortunately, Yi Qinshuang's remarkable talent had shielded her from familial constraints. Nonetheless, Yiyu felt compelled to inquire about her well-being, for she was his sister. In their childhood, she had shown immense affection for Yiyu, always standing resolutely in front of him whenever someone sought to bully him. Although they had both matured, Yi Qinshuang's attitude toward Yiyu had grown perplexing. Nevertheless, when Yiyu was dispatched as an undercover agent to Tianyou sect, he had heard of his sister's vehement refusal of the arrangement. Following the futility of her protest, she had directly proposed herself as his superior. Deep down, Yiyu understood that perhaps, just perhaps, his sister still cared for him. I don't need you to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. After all, I am your sister. Upon hearing such concerned words from Yiyu, Yi Qinshuang felt her heart flutter unexpectedly. A subtle blush crept onto her usually aloof face. When she raised her gaze to meet Yiyu's, she found his eyes radiating warmth, which only intensified her inner turmoil. You should pay more attention to yourself. I will find opportunities to see you again. I must take my leave. With that, Yi Qinshuang hastily turned to leave, her retreat resembling a panicked flight. It wasn't until she distanced herself from the Tianyou sect that she finally paused, gently stamping her foot in frustration. I've messed up again. Why can't I ever express myself properly? Meanwhile, Yi let out a soft sigh. Sister, but you're not my biological sister. He sighed again, reflecting that having grown up together, they indeed shared a bond akin to that of true siblings. Chapter 18. My sister's safety shall be guarded by my thigh.
This clandestine matter came to Yiyu's knowledge by chance while overhearing her parents' casual conversation. However, it appears that her sister remains oblivious to this issue.
What would her reaction be if she were to discover it? Yi Qinshuang's exact lineage eludes Yiyu's understanding. She has only heard that her sister was adopted by their parents when she was still an infant. Shortly thereafter, Yiyu was born, and with that, Yi Qinshuang gained a younger brother. Yet, a flicker of indifference crossed Yiyu's eyes. There are members within the family who harbor jealousy towards her sister's innate talent, persistently opposing her at every turn. Now, amidst the confrontation between the demon and monster clans, Yiyu has been dispatched to Tianyou sect as an undercover agent. Without the presence of the system, she would have felt utterly powerless in this predicament. However, with the external aid at her disposal, nothing poses a problem anymore. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced Yiyu's lips as she retrieved a jade talisman from her spatial ring. This was given to her by Yu Tang when she departed, stating that it would allow her to contact her at any time. Of course, this was during the moment she affectionately petted Yu Tang's tail, causing her to blush adorably. As Yiyu infused her consciousness into the jade talisman, she was greeted by the sound of crackling electricity, followed by Yu Tang's slightly seductive voice. Well, why does this resemble a walkie-talkie from my previous life, complete with static? Have you only now thought to seek me out? Were you planning to wait for me to contact you? Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, Yiyu pondered whether this woman had secretly indulged in numerous romantic novels, as her tone was imbued with an air of melancholy. I'm not idle. I'm just focused on my cultivation, so I can meet you sooner. Upon hearing Yiyu's response, Yu Tang could not retort, feeling a delightful warmth in her heart. However, she quickly adopted a serious demeanor, as her subordinates were observing her closely. Meanwhile, the members of the monster clan were quite perplexed. The emperor had previously been engaged in discussions with them, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly fell silent and even displayed a smile. Moreover, it seemed to radiate a sweetness they had never witnessed before. This peculiar behavior had begun following the emperor's unexpected outing, which, as rumor had it, led him directly to Tianyou sect. Though the monster clans speculated fervently in their minds, none dared to voice their inquiries. Thus they could only await the emperor's next words in silence. You finally spoke. Now, tell me, what is it that you wish to discuss? I do not believe you merely yearn for a chat. Yu Tang had already erected a barrier, ensuring that her voice and actions remained concealed from all. Upon hearing this, Yiyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it indeed seemed to be the case. She silently resolved to engage in more heartfelt conversations with Yu Tang in the future. After all, she was the pillar of support. It was imperative to cherish that bond. Primarily, I just miss you truly. And secondly, isn't the monster clan currently at an impasse with the demon clan? At Yiyu's initial statement, Yu Tang pursed her lips, thinking to herself that trusting her would be folly. Upon hearing the latter part of Yiyu's statement, Yu Tang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed to have little relevance to her, as Yiyu was not a member of the Divine Moon Sect. Yiyu offered a somewhat awkward smile, but did not conceal her identity as a member of the demon clan from Yu Tang. She also implored Yu Tang to take good care of her sister, Yi Chunshuang. After listening to Yiyu, Yu Tang blinked, inexplicably feeling a flicker of joy within her. So, you're not human either, thus our identities align. If you could hear her innermost thoughts, she would certainly want to affectionately stroke her tail. How audacious of this woman to still hurl insults. This matter is simple. I will personally inquire into it, rest assured. However, as a reward, you must indulge me in conversation for a while today. Yiyu's expression grew complex as she interrupted the jade talisman. Engaging in prolonged conversation was daunting. Before one knew it, 3 hours could slip away. That insufferable Yu Tang was attempting to delay her cultivation through such means. Fortunately, she possessed an automatic cultivation aid that allowed her to train effortlessly. After Yiyu had sacrificed 3 hours for conversation, Yu Tang promised to personally look after Yi Chunshuang. This brought a sense of relief to Yiyu. With Yu Tang around, no one would dare to harm her sister, for she was indeed the empress of the demon clan. The safety of my sister shall be guarded by my thigh. Speaking of which, with the demon lord missing, how can their clans still stand against the demon race? Yiyu pondered for a moment, but found herself at a loss. Perhaps her understanding of the demon clan was too limited. However, she thought that upon her sister's return, she would likely update the family about her undercover situation. It would surely be entertaining to witness the astonishment on their faces. Yiyu shook her head and fell asleep on the bed. After all, with the automatic cultivation aid, she need not toil like other cultivators. It was truly delightful. Junior disciple, I previously informed you that the date for the sect competition has been set. Xia Wei, savoring a dessert known as tiramisu, wore an expression of sheer delight as she spoke. This tiramisu was something Yiyu had exchanged for in the system's marketplace. Initially, She thought it would evoke memories of her past life on Blue Star. However, Xia Jiwei caught sight of it and, leveraging her position as a senior sister, successfully extorted a portion from Yiyu. Yet, seeing her so enraptured, Yiyu could only shake her head with amusement. Indeed, girls possess an irresistible weakness for sweets. It was surprising that even in a different world, this aspect remained unchanged. Noticing that he remained silent, merely gazing at her, Xia Jiwei's cheeks flushed. She wiped the corners of her mouth, ensuring no remnants lingered, and then stated, "Ahem, I was merely helping you taste the flavor, and as your senior sister. This is a tribute you owe me, understand? It is not theft. You must acknowledge this." Upon hearing her declaration, Yiyu had nothing further to say and simply shrugged her shoulders. "As long as my senior sister is happy." However, senior sister, have the dates for the sect's grand competition been confirmed? When will it take place? Xia Jiwei smacked her lips. The dessert known as tiramisu was rich in milky aroma, with the tangy sweetness of the spiritual fruit atop, it making it utterly delectable. What was even more delightful was that the junior brother had brought forth more than one flavor. Naturally, the junior brother, in deep respect for his senior sister's status, willingly surrendered the remaining assorted flavors of tiramisu to her. Xia Jiwei meticulously stored the various flavors of tiramisu, each looking particularly appetizing, into her spatial ring, and then, with a bright smile, responded, "In 6 months at that time, disciples from the various peaks of the sect will engage in friendly competitions and may challenge one another at will." With her eyes closed, savoring the tiramisu, she continued, "Subsequently, the sect will bestow rewards based on the final rankings, and the rewards are quite generous." Chapter 19. Second senior sister Ling Hani Yu thoughtfully pushed a cup of spiritual tea towards Xia Jiwei, anxious that she might choke. Previously, Elder Yu had mentioned that various factions would be invited to formally announce my identity. This thought left Yu feeling a sense of eager anticipation. I wonder how the demons will react upon discovering that I am the young master of the Tianyou sect. Will their jaws drop in astonishment? Xia Jiwei accepted the cup of spiritual tea and took a delightful sip, nodding in agreement. Indeed, by then, senior sister and second senior sister would return. Upon learning of the addition of a junior brother, they might, never mind. As Xia Jiwei mentioned the elder sisters, she seemed poised to say something, but was suddenly overtaken by an odd expression. Yiyu, noticing her unusual demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "What might that be?" "Senior sister, why do you seem so hesitant? If you have something to say, just speak up." Xia Jiwei quickly waved her hands, indicating that there was nothing to share, and then lowered her head to devour the pastries. Yiyu shook his head, pondering the peculiarity of his senior sister. However, watching Xia Jiwei nibble on the pastries like a little hamster brought a smile to his face. He cared little for her peculiarities, his heart only filled with the thought of how adorable she was. Xia Jiwei, relieved that Yiyu did not press her further, thought to herself, "Little junior brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I simply do not know how to begin. In any case, once senior sister and second senior sister return, you shall find out. The years of cultivation can be rather dull and tedious." Fortunately, Yiyu possessed an automatic cultivation enhancement and could often converse with his graceful and charming senior sister, making the process much more enjoyable. As time swiftly passed, the next month arrived, and the system's delivery tasks were refreshed, filling Yiyu with excitement. After all, since acquiring the system, he understood that the conventional pace of cultivation was excruciatingly slow. Although this was the case for all cultivators, unless one ventured into secret realms or stumbled upon fortuitous encounters. The routine training was invariably a gradual process. Even with his automatic cultivation enhancement, Yiyu had only just managed to reach the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm after continuous practice for 24 hours. This illustrates just how sluggish the cultivation speed of an average practitioner truly is. However, Yiyu eagerly gazed at this month's delivery tasks. Having a system truly makes a difference. The cultivation rewards from completing a single delivery task were equivalent to several months of his own training. He found himself impatiently wondering who the delivery recipient would be this time. System, initiate this month's delivery tasks. Ding. Does the host confirm the initiation of this month's delivery tasks? The system's confirmation echoed, to which Yiyu nodded vigorously. Subsequently, the delivery interface began to scroll rapidly, as the system randomly selected this month's tasks. Ding! The host courier delivery task has been confirmed. Target recipient, Ling Hani. Target item, the Tianyou sword cannon, a supreme cultivation technique. Target location, within a certain secret realm. You gazed at the system selection for this delivery task, feeling somewhat bewildered. Ling Hani, if you recalled correctly, she seemed to be his second senior sister. Yu scratched his head, pondering the sheer coincidence. Previously, Xiaojiwei had mentioned both the senior and second senior sisters to him. Although she did not elaborate in detail, she did share their names. The senior sister is named Dongfang Wanga, and the second senior sister is Ling Hani. Currently, both are out in the world honing their skills while simultaneously investigating the whereabouts of their sect leader. It was unexpected that the target for this delivery would be his second senior sister. Yiyu shook his head, feeling it was an extraordinary coincidence. However, it is rather good, as it serves as an opportunity for him to meet his second senior sister in advance. Moreover, the item to be delivered, the Tianyou sword cannon, appears to be a technique for sword cultivators. It was surprising to learn that his second senior sister practiced the sword, and of such high caliber too. It seems that upon completing this delivery, he would receive a reward in cultivation, which is quite delightful. According to the third senior sister, when a second senior sister departed from the sect, she was already at the Divine Sea realm. Her current level must surely be even higher. With a sense of satisfaction, Yiyu clicked to accept the task, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the room. Within a certain secret realm. Here, too, there was nothing. A woman perused through various ancient texts within the secret realm, then sighed softly. Clad in snow-white garments, her figure resembled that of a sword, emanating a sharp and icy aura. Her exquisite features were breathtakingly beautiful, with brows akin to distant mountains, yet touched with a hint of heroism. Despite her stunning appearance, the celestial sword she wielded bestowed upon her an aura of inaccessibility. To any observer, it seemed she would forever be accompanied solely by her sword, with no inclination towards any man. Yet a single errant strand of hair atop her head disrupted this impression, lending a touch of adorability to this ethereal, cold sword immortal. This was Ling Hani, the second disciple of the Divine Moon Empress and Yiyu's second senior sister, innately possessing an unblemished sword heart. Her journey into the world was not only to seek the whereabouts of her master, but primarily to search for opportunities to discover a technique that resonated with her sword path. At this moment, she furrowed her brows, tightly pursing her lips, seemingly troubled by something. Suddenly, she raised her celestial sword and pointed it menacingly at the neck of an unexpected intruder. "Who goes there?" Yi swallowed hard, staring at the celestial sword poised at his throat. The blade was sharp, seemingly only a hair's breadth away from cutting his skin. "This is absurd. I merely came to deliver a package, and now it seems I might lose my life. However, she is indeed my second senior sister." Yiyu gazed at Ling Hani before him, his heart filled with admiration. Surely, the Divine Moon Empress must have recruited her disciples based on their beauty. The third senior sister was exceptionally beautiful, and so too was the second senior sister, each possessing their own unique charm. Moreover, the second sister actually possesses a whimsical tuft of hair. Yiyu gazed in a daze at the peculiar strand atop Ling Hani's head, an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch it surging within him. Ling Hani furrowed her brow, noticing his silence, and pressed the celestial sword closer to Yiyu's neck. "Why do you remain silent? Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Ling Hani's inquiry, Yiyu snapped back to reality. "Good heavens, here I am, engaging in an intimate encounter with the second sister's celestial sword, and yet my mind wanders to such audacious thoughts. What a transgression. Ahem, second sister. I am Yiyu, here to deliver a package to you." This declaration left Ling Hani momentarily bewildered. Second sister? Yiyu? Delivering a package? What on earth do these words mean? A flicker of confusion passed through her enchanting eyes. Chapter 20. The starry phantom cat gradually. She recollected that not long ago, the sect had sent her a message. It conveyed that someone within the sect had encountered their master and learned of their whereabouts, even mentioning that the master had taken them as a closed-door disciple. However, due to her aloof nature, she had not given the matter much thought, merely feeling a sense of relief that her master had finally been located. "Are you Yiyu? What brings you here? And what did you mean by the delivery you mentioned?" Observing the icy demeanor of her second senior sister, who now wore a face of puzzlement, Yiyu found her unexpectedly endearing. "Ahem. Senior sister, could you perhaps return the sword to me?" As Yiyu spoke, he gently flicked away Ling Hani's celestial sword and took a step back, continuing, "Senior sister, please take a look at this. It is a token from the sect leader, which should bear the leader's consciousness." Yiyu retrieved the jade pendant from his spatial ring and offered it to Ling Hani, indicating she should examine it. Upon receiving it, Ling Hani indeed sensed the aura of their master and nodded, returning the pendant. "If that is the case, you are indeed my junior brother. But why have you suddenly appeared here?" Ling Hani inquired, perplexed, for even she had expended considerable effort to enter this secret realm. Moreover, given the perilous nature of this place, it seemed improbable that her junior brother could have gained entry at his current level. Seeing that she had broached a serious topic, Yiyu nodded and produced the delivery item. "Senior sister, as I mentioned earlier, I am here to deliver a package to you all. Something you have long desired." "Something I have long desired?" Ling Hani felt a tinge of confusion, but soon recalled the possibility. Could it be? Yiyu chuckled softly, then opened the delivery box. "Senior sister, this is the package I brought for you. The Supreme Grade Tai Su Sword Classic, which I believe you need most at this moment." Ling Hani was taken aback upon seeing the contents of the box. A Supreme Grade sword cultivation technique was indeed what she had always sought. Yet, how did her junior brother know this and appear before her with such a delivery? Though she found her somewhat dazed second senior sister adorable, Yiyu still presented the golden contract formed by the system. Naturally, there was a price to pay. However, compared to this technique, senior sister would surely find it worthwhile. Ling Hani accepted the contract and gazed down at the golden characters inscribed upon it. It requires a foundation cultivation level in exchange for whom this is indeed acceptable and very worthwhile. Ling Hani nodded in agreement. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, the allure of the Tai Su Sword Classic was simply too great. "Senior sister, if you find no issue, you may sign your name on it," Yiyu said with a smile after she finished reading. Ling Hani nodded in response and subsequently signed her name. As her name was uttered, a golden light emanated from her being and merged into Yiyu's body. Feeling the surge of power, Yiyu could not help but let out a soft moan. This sensation was utterly delightful. Although she was unaware of Ling Hani's current realm, this infusion of power had directly propelled Yiyu to the Radiant Realm. Had she pursued her cultivation alone, who knew how long it would have taken her to ascend to such heights? At that moment, the system's voice resonated in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed this delivery, earning 2 million delivery points and 10 free refreshes in the shop." Yiyu was momentarily taken aback. 10 free refreshes? This was equivalent to an additional 1 million delivery points, a splendid bonus indeed. Ling Hani, too, sensed Yiyu's elevation in realm. So, the junior brother absorbed my cultivation? How unprecedented. Yet, Ling Hani understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. Thus, she refrained from probing further and simply stored the Great Void Sword Classic in her spatial ring. "Junior brother, during the upcoming sect competition, both I and the senior sister will return. We shall have a thorough discussion then." Ling Hani, brimming with anticipation to comprehend the Great Void Sword Classic, bid Yiyu farewell and departed. Watching Ling Hani's spirited exit, Yiyu shook his head in resignation. "The icy sword cultivator persona, second senior sister, has your character crumbled? Ah, never mind. I should hasten back to check on my rewards." Just as Yiyu was about to leave, his gaze caught sight of something that seemed to have fallen from the corner. Yiyu felt a twinge of curiosity. Is the senior sister not diligent enough in exploring the secret realm? One must not overlook any hidden treasures in an RPG exploration map. He recalled how, before his transmigration, he would scour every inch of such games to satiate his desire. While silently chastising the second senior sister, he approached the corner. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an egg. Yiyu scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth? How did an egg end up in the corner? Nonetheless, being in a secret realm and with his current meager cultivation, Yu decisively tucked the egg into his embrace and returned to his chamber. Gazing at the egg resting on his table, Yu was filled with confusion. The egg appeared rather ordinary, yet mysterious starry patterns danced across its shell, emanating faint traces of celestial power. After scrutinizing it for some time without discernment, Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot, I possess system items. In that moment, he marveled at the dazzling array of items within the system shop. Yu exchanged for an investigative tool, the Mirror of Exploration, which claimed to unveil all items. It seemed to be quite a useful tool indeed. Yu held a magnifying glass in her hand, and indeed, there was no doubt that this magnifying glass was the so-called Mirror of Exploration. Upon receiving the information transmitted by the Mirror of Exploration, Yu was instantly astounded. The message read, Starry Scar Cat, a legendary race favored by the stars, possessing mysterious abilities, status, unhatched. The Starry Scar Cat. Yu had never heard of this race before, but judging by the name, it must be a type of cat. In that moment, various adorable images of cat girls flooded her mind. I must raise it. I absolutely must hatch it. Yu made her decision on the spot, resolute and unwavering. No matter what it took, she was determined to bring this cat to life. Chapter 21. Now you may cling to my thigh. Yu continued to examine the incubation conditions for the Star Shadow Illusion Cat. It requires nurturing with the power of the stars daily, demanding one's heartfelt affection, akin to treating family. Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. The further he read, the more it resembled a description one might receive from a pet clinic. However, regarding the power of the stars, Yu pondered for a moment. It was not particularly difficult. His celestial transformation technique had already awakened to its first level, allowing him to absorb the power of the stars for his own use. This little creature has arrived at quite a fortuitous moment. Yu chuckled softly, taking the egg from the table and cradling it in his arms. He then began to channel his celestial energy, nurturing the egg repeatedly. To be honest, the entire process was rather cumbersome. Yet, thinking of the adorable kitten to come, Yu felt invigorated. After all, who could resist the allure of a charming little kitten? According to the information relayed by the Mirror of Exploration, it sufficed to nurture the egg with celestial energy once daily, and it would hatch after 7 days. Yu was exceedingly eager for this, even preparing to keep the egg close to him for the coming week. Junior brother, what do you have tucked away there? Why are you carrying an egg? Xiaojiwei gazed curiously at the egg nestled in Yu's arms. Today, Xiaojiwei had specifically invited Yu to revisit the place where he had once rescued her. She intended to embark on a nostalgic journey to jog his memory of her. Yes, Xiaojiwei had not yet given up. She had employed various methods during this time. Whether overtly or subtly, she had exhausted nearly every conceivable strategy. Yet, Yu, like a blockhead, had failed to recall, leaving Xiaojiwei so exasperated that she nearly revealed everything. However, she ultimately restrained herself, continually reminding herself that revealing the truth would mean defeat. Thus, today, she had dragged Yu back for a stroll down memory lane. Yet, gazing at the egg in Yu's embrace, she was perplexed. Why would a person carry an egg with them? What peculiar habit is this? Yu coughed lightly, feeling it somewhat odd that his senior sister would ask such a question. What do you mean by carrying an egg? Senior sister, this is my future little cat. My spiritual pet. I am helping it to hatch. Yu nearly let slip the words little cat girl, but fortunately, he caught himself in time. A spiritual pet. Xiaojiwei nodded, not pressing further, as it was quite normal for cultivators to have spiritual companions. However, it was uncommon for someone like Junior Brother to require assistance in hatching one. Speaking of which, Senior Sister, what is our purpose for coming here today? Yu turned to survey the surroundings, his brow furrowed in confusion. It's nothing, really. I merely wanted to take you out for a stroll. By the way, Junior Brother, do you recall anything about this place? Xiaojiwei coughed lightly, then feigned indifference as she inquired. Recall. Yu glanced around once more. They were in a certain region of the northern domain. Upon hearing his senior sister's words, Yu found that he indeed remembered a little something. It appears that I have visited this place in my childhood. By the way, sister, have you also been here? What a delightful coincidence. The more Yu gazed around, the more it resembled a location from his past. He recalled that during that time, he had even rescued someone. Fragments of his childhood flickered in his mind. Back then, Yi was merely a child. However, having traversed through worlds, coupled with his extensive reading of web novels prior to his arrival, he was perpetually anxious about the existence of figures akin to protagonists in those stories, who could effortlessly obliterate entire families. Since Yi had crossed into a realm dominated by a demonic force, where, as depicted in novels, such entities were invariably vanquished by the hero, his concern was not unfounded. Thus, upon encountering a little girl captured by the demonic tribe, particularly after learning that her family had been annihilated, an unsettling shiver coursed through him. He could already envision years into the future when this heroine, having attained formidable prowess, would return to exact vengeance upon the demons. Consequently, Yi urgently inquired whether his family had been involved in such a calamity. Upon receiving confirmation of their innocence, he let out a sigh of relief. Following this, adhering to the principle of making an impression before formidable individuals, he engaged in conversation with the little girl for an extended period. Alas, it was all due to the absence of any external aids at that time. Presently, with a system at his disposal, such worries no longer plagued him. Yi now simply wished to declare, "I am the destined child, the protagonist." Ahem. Perhaps a tad overly dramatic. He recalled how he had told the girl he had freed that once she became powerful, she must grant him a hug. In retrospect, it was somewhat embarrassing, causing Yi to chuckle softly. Observing his demeanor, Xia Jiwei sensed he might be recalling something significant. In the next moment, she pursed her lips, seemingly making a decision. Regardless, you insufferable Yi, today I shall lay my cards on the table. Indeed, Xia Jiwei had resolved to reveal that she was, in fact, the very girl he had saved years ago. Throughout this time, she had employed various subtle and overt hints to imply her identity, yet he remained oblivious, like a block of wood. However, it no longer mattered. Xia Jiwei approached Yi and, leaning closer to his ear, whispered, "So now, you may come and cling to my leg." Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the somewhat bashful Xia Jiwei. Was it mere coincidence that she echoed his past words? Could it be that she possessed a system of her own, or perhaps a gift of mind reading? Sister, why do you say that all of a sudden? Yi swallowed hard, inadvertently stealing a glance at Xia Jiwei's long, fair legs. Today, she donned a lovely white dress, her elegant legs appearing refreshingly enchanting. Xia Jiwei rolled her eyes in exasperation, unable to contain herself, and playfully struck Yi's chest. "You fool! I am the little girl you saved when I was young. You big idiot. Now you can come and cling to this lady's thigh. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Xia Jiwei's words, Yi felt a sudden buzz in her mind. What? The third senior sister is the girl I saved back then? What a remarkable coincidence. Oh, is that why she brought me here today? In retrospect, her peculiar behaviors in recent times now have an explanation. She was hinting that she is indeed that little girl from back then. Oh, and she also mentioned that I could now cling to her thigh. Yi's gaze shifted to Xia Jiwei's long, beautiful legs, which glimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Just as Xia Jiwei revealed the truth, she was eagerly awaiting Yi's reaction. To her astonishment, the very next moment, Yi actually embraced her thigh. Chapter 22. Yi, never associate with the demon clan. Hey, wait, Yi. Insolent Yi, dare to bully this senior sister. I'll kick you. With a crimson face, Xia Jiwei lightly kicked Yi while looking at him with a mix of shyness and anger. It was only after being kicked that Yi realized what had happened. Ahem. Wasn't it you who asked me to cling to your leg? Yi stammered before weakly voicing his words. Xia Jiwei's beautiful eyes were filled with bashfulness as she snorted softly and turned her head to ignore him. How shameless could this person be? Oh, wait, so, senior sister, you. Yi widened his eyes, staring at Xia Jiwei as he struggled to find his words. Eventually, he realized that Xia Jiwei's appearance truly overlapped with the image of the little girl he remembered. Initially, Xia Jiwei felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. But upon seeing his astonished expression, she couldn't help but giggle. What's wrong? Weren't you acting like a little adult back then, spouting a bunch of nonsensical things? Why are you so surprised now? Goodness, Yi thought to himself, astonished that the third senior sister was indeed that little girl from back then. Third senior sister. You. No, Jiwei. How did you enter the Divine Moon Sect? Yi was utterly perplexed, and for some reason, after realizing that Xia Jiwei was the little girl from his past, he found it impossible to address her as senior sister. Instead, he tentatively called her Jiwei. Xia Jiwei shot him a glance, realizing that revealing her identity had its downsides. Now he wouldn't call her senior sister. After all, every time he had called her that before, she had felt quite pleased inside. However, Xia Jiwei didn't dwell on it. She simply pressed her lips together and revealed her secret to Yiyu. I have always been a part of the Divine Moon Sect. My master accepted me as a disciple before going missing. Huh. Yiyu widened his eyes in disbelief. But the girl he saw back then had clearly been a little child. Could it be that Jiwei was the Tianyou child elder? Xia Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle at Yiyu's dazed expression. It's due to my unique constitution. I need to experience the world at each stage of my life. When you saved me, I happen to be in my youthful phase. Such a miraculous constitution. Yiyu was utterly astonished. Wait, so you appeared as a little girl back then, but your inner self wasn't actually a child? Yiyu's expression stiffened. If that were the case, then all the trivial things he had said to her back then would be. Xia Jiwei shook her head. At that time, I was essentially my younger self, both in appearance and in mind, as only in this way could I fully comprehend that stage of my life. Of course, once I finish reflecting on each stage, I will remember everything I experienced. Xia Jiwei gazed at Yiyu with tender eyes, pressing her lips together. So Yiyu, thank you for saving me and for accompanying me through that stage. The early childhood phase can be said to be the most perilous one. It turns out this way. Yiyu comprehended everything thoroughly. So, after all, did you take revenge on those demons? Yiyu swallowed hard, feeling a wave of relief that he had the foresight back then. Call me senior sister. Xia Jiwei first emphasized her identity before continuing. Yes, I did look for you at that time, but I couldn't find you. Yiyu once again felt grateful for his previous decision. So, Jiwei truly possesses the script of a leading lady. However, with the system now at his disposal, he could also be considered a protagonist, albeit a reluctant one. Xia Jiwei cast a furtive glance at Yiyu, then tugged at his sleeve and inquired, Junior brother, are you not from the demon clan? How did you end up at Tianyou Sect? Could it be? As she spoke, her gaze turned skeptical. This is bad. Yiyu thought to himself, has his undercover identity been exposed? Surely Jiwei wouldn't turn against him and report him, would she? Yiyu's expression became somewhat stiff as he pondered. Should I take the initiative and knock Jiwei out? No, wait. Her cultivation level is far superior to mine. Yiyu looked at Xia Jiwei with resignation, his expression tinged with bitterness. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xia Jiwei say, could it be that Yiyu has forsaken the darkness for the light? Not bad. Not bad. My senior sister is quite pleased. Xia Jiwei nodded, wearing an expression of understanding, and patted Yiyu on the shoulder, signifying that everything was clear between them. Yiyu quickly nodded, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she was the third senior sister. She had already crafted a rationale for him, sparing him the trouble of thinking. Indeed, Jiwei, I am well aware of the demon clan's actions and hold them in disdain, which is why I have been striving to distance myself from them. Yiyu assumed a righteous demeanor, his expression filled with sorrow and determination. It was during the recent disciple recruitment event at Tianyou Sect that I finally had the opportunity to join and contribute to our human race. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiwei nodded in agreement, as she too believed it to be true. After all, Yiyu certainly did not resemble those malevolent demons. On the contrary, he was a good person. Recalling the moment he had saved her and the peculiar things he had said while by her side, Xia Jiwei felt a sweetness in her heart. She gazed at Yiyu's cheek, pursing her lips. Regardless of anything else, I am content as long as you are by my side. Speaking of which, what did you mean by those words back then about being a leading lady in a system? I still don't quite understand. Xia Jiwei sniffed, her curiosity piqued. Yiyu hastily shook his head, indicating that those were merely trivial musings of his. The two sat down together, reminiscing about the experiences they had shared in the past. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship grew significantly closer. and the image of the little girl from Yi-Yu's memories gradually transformed into the present-day Xiaozhiwei. Yi-Yu, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue all those years ago. Without you, Xiaozhiwei softly murmured, seemingly unable to fathom what her life would have been without Yi-Yu. Yi-Yu shook her head, unable to resist the urge to poke her forehead playfully. What are you thinking? On the contrary, it is I who can now lean on you for support. It appears that I truly had the foresight back then. With a mischievous grin, Yi-Yu cast her gaze upon Xiaozhiwei's exquisite, elongated legs. Xiaozhiwei, feeling a touch of shyness, promptly closed her legs and shot Yi-Yu an exasperated glance. There is no way to lean on someone like you, she exclaimed. Humph, Yi-Yu, I've noticed that you've become considerably bolder and rather shameless compared to when we were younger. Yi-Yu took this remark as a compliment. For what man could thrive without a bit of audacity? However, dear Junior, it is advisable to conceal your identity as a member of the demon clan within the sect, Xiaozhiwei advised in a tone reminiscent of an elder sister. This woman was taking advantage of him again, yet, considering her intentions were for his benefit, Yi-Yu graciously chose to forgive her. With my sister's protection, I have nothing to fear. Wouldn't you agree, beloved sister? Yi-Yu winked at Xiaozhiwei, finding no shame in seeking her support. Upon hearing Yi-Yu's words, Xiaozhiwei's face brightened, her gentle smile rendering Yi-Yu momentarily entranced. Dear Junior, be obedient. With your sister around, no one will dare to bully you, Xiaozhiwei asserted with unwavering conviction, for this was her genuine sentiment. You safeguarded me in my youth, and now I shall ensure that no harm comes to you. Yi-Yu. Yi-Yu pressed her lips together, nodding in acknowledgement, fully aware of the sincerity behind Xiaozhiwei's words. Indeed, her sister's unwavering support left him speechless. Chapter 23. What malicious thoughts could a kitten possess? Today marks the 7th day, and my little kitten girl is finally about to emerge. Yi-Yu rubbed his hands together, gazing eagerly at the egg resting upon the table. Throughout these 7 days, Yi-Yu truly embodied the essence of keeping the egg close, even cradling it while sleeping. After basking in Yi-Yu's nurturing celestial energy for a week, the eggshell began to radiate a dazzling starlight. The entire room was enveloped in a luminous glow emanating from the egg. The day of hatching is finally upon us. My little kitten girl is about to be born. Yi-Yu was ecstatic, although the creature emerging would merely be a cat. His imagination had already leaped ahead to envisioning the moment the kitten would transform into a kitten girl. Just then, the shell of the egg began to crack open gradually, and Yi-Yu held his breath in anticipation. Moments later, he witnessed a tiny paw breaking through the shell. Following that, a charming little kitten, aglow with starlight, slowly crawled out of the egg. Its movements were deliberate, with all 4 tiny paws working diligently until it finally emerged. At the very moment it crawled out, the cracked shell transformed into specks of starlight, all of which gracefully merged into its petite form. Ah, I am utterly enchanted. Yi-Yu gazed intently at the adorable creature before him. Its fur was a deep azure, with each strand seemingly infused with delicate starlight. Its eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the cosmos, as if harboring an entire ocean of stars. The tips of its ears and tail shimmered with resplendent starlight, trailing behind it like ethereal light. Wherever its tiny paws touched the ground, mysterious star patterns briefly appeared, only to vanish in an instant. So cute. Yi-Yu was mesmerized, murmuring to himself. The little kitten, as if sensing Yi-Yu's voice, cautiously approached him. Meow. The soft, melodious sound nearly melted Yi-Yu's heart. Enraptured, he extended his hand and gently stroked the kitten's head. The exquisite sensation elicited a soft sigh from Yi-Yu. This was the feeling he had longed for. Indeed, this was a fantastical world. The creature had hatched as a juvenile, ready to be adored. Unlike before his journey to this realm, where a kitten would take months to reach such a state of cuddliness. As Yi-Yu caressed the kitten, it emitted a few languid meows, seemingly relishing the attention. At that moment, the celestial energy surrounding Yi-Yu resonated with the starlight enveloping the kitten. Their energies intertwined, and suddenly, a contract materialized in Yi-Yu's mind. He inscribed his awareness upon it, and in the next instant, he felt a deeper connection to the little kitten before him. The kitten, too, continued to meow playfully, exuding immense joy. Holding the kitten in his arms, Yiyu gazed into its eyes, those orbs that held the vastness of the stars, and softly said, "I must give you a name. How about Xingying? What do you think?" Upon hearing the name, Xingying appeared momentarily stunned, before nuzzling against Yiyu's large hand. Meow meow. Listening to its delightful meows, Yiyu nodded, realizing that Xingying was quite pleased with its name. Truly a testament to my prowess. That night, Yiyu chose not to cultivate, but instead played with Xingying until late. After forming a contract with Yiyu, Xingying became particularly attached and seemed to possess an insatiable curiosity about Yiyu's room. Bouncing around as if surveying its newfound territory, Yiyu watched with a foolish grin as a devoted caretaker. He found himself utterly defenseless against such a lovely and graceful kitten. Moreover, Yiyu discovered that Xingying possessed an innate talent. Remarkably, it could teleport short distances, leaving Yiyu curious about the underlying mystery. At times, Xingying would flicker and instantly land in Yiyu's embrace, only to teleport away the moment Yiyu attempted to pet it. It seemed to find this game immensely amusing, and Yiyu speculated it was due to the power of the stars. However, he allowed it to play freely. After all, what malice could a kitten harbor? Yiyu. Wow, wow, wow. What is this adorable creature? Did it hatch from that egg of yours? The following morning, Xiaojiwei entered Yiyu's room, intending to share something, but her attention was immediately captivated by Xingying nestled in Yiyu's arms. Observing the enchanted look in Xiaojiwei's eyes, Yiyu recognized yet another soul ensnared by Xingying's beauty. "Hey, senior sister. Indeed, this is the little kitten I painstakingly hatched, named Xingying. Isn't it adorable?" Yiyu responded, addressing Xiaojiwei with varying terms of endearment, sometimes calling her senior sister, other times Jiwei, and she reciprocated in kind, alternating between calling Yiyu and her little junior brother. Neither found this unusual, especially as Xiaojiwei was now entirely entranced by Xingying. "Oh dear, little junior brother. This is utterly unfair. How can it be so cute? May I pet it?" Xiaojiwei implored, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Yiyu. She had previously attempted to touch Xingying, only to have it evade her, extending its tiny paw and huffing at her as if to say, "Do not come near." This only fueled Xiaojiwei's envy. Why was it that Yiyu could hold it, while she couldn't even touch it? Yiyu, observing Xiaojiwei's pitiable expression, chuckled softly. "Of course you can. However, if you call me good brother just once, I might consider letting you pet it." While Xiaojiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so brazen? After all, she was his senior sister, and he wanted her to call him what? Good brother? She shot Yiyu an exasperated glare and huffed in response. "How delightful. As your senior sister, how could I?" Before Xiaojiwei could finish her sentence, Yiyu raised Xingying, shaking the little creature's paw playfully. Xingying, bewildered, blinked innocently, allowing Yiyu to hold her while her tail drooped, presenting an image of utmost obedience. Meanwhile, Yiyu, in a seductive tone, remarked, "Senior sister, just look at how adorable Xingying is. Don't you wish to pet her? The sensation is truly delightful." Xiaojiwei bit her lip, casting a fierce glance at Yiyu, but was soon captivated by Xingying's charming demeanor. How infuriating! "You, wretched Yiyu, remember this well," Xiaojiwei initially declared with indignation, signifying her resistance. However, she soon lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, her voice softening to a sweet murmur. "All right, dear brother, is that sufficient? Let me have a little touch." Chapter 24. The Secret Realm of the Divine Moon. Upon hearing what she desired, Yiyu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within her heart. Gently, she patted the little head of Xingying. "Good Xingying, shall we let this sister pet you for a moment?" "Be good now." Upon hearing this, Xingying directed her gaze towards Xiaojiwei, her starry eyes shimmering with celestial light. Xiaojiwei slowly reached out her hand to stroke Xingying. This time, Xingying indeed did not resist. She merely mewed softly a couple of times. In that instant, Xiaojiwei felt an immense fulfillment. The long fur of Xingying was exceptionally soft, and coupled with her adorable demeanor, it filled Xia Jiwei's heart with joy. Ahem, senior sister, what brings you here? Yiyu observed that Xia Jiwei had completely succumbed to the charm of Xing Ying, and she shook her head, softly inquiring. All right. After hearing Yiyu's words, Xia Jiwei reluctantly withdrew her hand from Xing Ying. Oh, it's Elder Yu who has summoned us. She must have something important to discuss. Elder Yu? Yiyu scratched her head in confusion, pondering whether this was an assignment for her. Then let us hurry. We shouldn't keep Elder Yu waiting. Xia Jiwei, rather unreliable, had been distracted by Xing Ying despite Elder Yu's intent to summon her. Yiyu shook her head and took Xia Jiwei's small hand, leading her outside. She cradled Xing Ying in her arms, the little kitten obediently nuzzling against Yiyu's chest. Hey, caught off guard by Yiyu's grasp on her hand, Xia Jiwei instinctively tried to pull away. But soon, she bit her lip and, after stealing a glance at Yiyu and realizing he was unbothered, she sighed in relief. He insisted on holding my hand, and I had already attempted to resist. It was futile, with this rationale soothing her conscience. Xia Jiwei felt a sweet warmth in her heart and allowed Yiyu to hold her hand. It was not until they reached the grand hall that Xia Jiwei blushingly withdrew her hand. Yiyu glanced at her and noticed her face was flushed. Upon meeting Yiyu's gaze, she huffed a little. What are you looking at? Yiyu found it amusing, but chose not to tease her further. Jiwei and Yiyu, you have arrived. Yu Wuxian noticed the two and waved them in. Elder Yu, I brought my junior brother along, Xia Jiwei called out warmly, wrapping her arm around Yu Wuxia's. This gesture elicited a hint of exasperation from the usually aloof Yu Wuxia. Elder, may I inquire why you have summoned us? Yiyu spoke respectfully, for this was indeed the esteemed elder of the Divine Moon Sect. Unlike the third senior sister, who lacked decorum, Yiyu discreetly cast a glance at the blissfully oblivious Xia Jiwei, inwardly scoffing. Well, I called you here because, is this your spirit pet? Yu Wuxia turned her attention to Yiyu, but like Xia Jiwei, her gaze was captivated by the Xing Ying nestled in Yiyu's embrace. However, being accustomed to her composed demeanor, Yu Wuxia merely exhibited a fleeting glimmer of fondness before returning to her usual stoic expression. Recently, I fortuitously acquired something called Starling. As Yiyu spoke, she lifted Starling and greeted Yu Wuxia by grasping her paw. Hiss! Yu Wuxia suppressed her affection within, merely nodding slightly, and then made an effort to avert her gaze from Starling. Ahem! Yiyu, do you carry the jade pendant given to you by the sect leader? Upon hearing this, Yiyu nodded and retrieved the pendant from her spatial ring. Elder Yu, I have kept it with me at all times. May I inquire if there is a specific reason for this? Yu Wuxia accepted the jade pendant handed to her by Yiyu and replied, For you, it is indeed a fortuitous matter. In the days to come, you shall cultivate within the sacred moon secret realm of our Divine Moon Sect. Sacred Moon Secret Realm? Yiyu felt quite bewildered. What sort of place was this? Beside her, Xia Jiwei chuckled softly and assisted Yu Wuxia in elucidating. It is a secret realm of our Divine Moon Sect, where the speed of cultivation will significantly accelerate once you enter. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is, Xia Jiwei paused deliberately, observing Yiyu's puzzled expression before continuing with a smile. Every individual who enters the Sacred Moon Secret Realm will receive a random reward, which could be an item, a technique, or even a legacy. It all depends on one's destiny. I, along with your senior sister and second sister, have entered before, and now it is your turn. Yu Wuxian nodded, with a hint of nostalgia in her demeanor. In the past, the sect leader would personally open the secret realm. But now, although the leader is absent, this jade pendant can still grant access. As Yu Wuxia spoke, she scrutinized Yiyu from head to toe. The inter-sect competition among peers would commence in less than half a year, and various factions would gather at the Divine Moon Sect. It is possible that other sex prodigies may wish to challenge you, especially as this will be the formal announcement of your identity as the young master of the Divine Moon Sect. Upon hearing this, Yiyu understood that the intention was to facilitate her ascension in cultivation level prior to the competition. Indeed, it would reflect well on the Divine Moon Sect, as she is the young master. If her cultivation were lacking, it would be quite embarrassing. As if to confirm Yiyu's thoughts, Yu Wuxia continued, Yiyu, you're now, You have already reached the radiant light realm? Yu Wuxia's eyes widened in astonishment, and even her typically cool demeanor could not contain her surprise. Xia Jiwei secretly laughed beside her, knowing that Sister Yu would be astonished by Yi Yu's progress. After all, Yi Yu's cultivation speed was truly unprecedented. From entering the sect to now achieving the radiant light realm, how much time had truly passed? To describe her as a prodigy would be an understatement. Sister Yu's astonished expression is simply adorable. It's the first time I've seen her like this. Yi Yu shrugged her shoulders and, with a tone of helplessness, remarked, "Alas, I do not know why. I simply reached the radiant light realm while cultivating. Wasn't it the same for you back then?" Upon hearing this, both Yu Wuxia and Xia Jiwei immediately felt the urge to give Yi Yu a good scolding. This impudent Yi Yu truly knows how to infuriate others. Xia Jiwei could not help but roll her eyes gracefully, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Yu Wuxia also let out a sigh of relief, managing to quell the restlessness within her heart. Initially, she harbored some concerns, but now that the light had been restored, she thought, "Yi Yu, you have done exceptionally well. However, it will be prudent for you to enter the Sacred Moon's secret realm this time." Yu Wuxia felt a tinge of anticipation for the level Yi Yu might attain after cultivating within the Sacred Moon's secret realm. Naturally, Yi Yu would not decline. After all, this was a benefit bestowed by the sect. Meanwhile, he once again found himself looking down upon the demonic clan. Just look at the esteemed sects with their myriad benefits, and then consider the demonic clan, truly incomparable. Yi Yu contemplated once more the idea of persuading his sister to join him in defection. "You may proceed now, Jiwei. Please inform Yi Yu of the precautions necessary for entering the Sacred Moon secret realm. Yi Yu, come with me tomorrow. I shall open the Sacred Moon secret realm for you." Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before exiting the grand hall together. Chapter 25. We do not consume what she has eaten. Senior sister, what exactly is the Divine Moon secret realm like? Please do enlighten me. Yi Yu eagerly grasped Xia Jiwei's small hand as they returned to the courtyard. At that moment, Xing Ying had already hopped out of Yi Yu's embrace, sitting demurely on the table while observing the two. Yi Yu had become increasingly comfortable addressing her as senior sister. Initially, he found it somewhat awkward since he had saved Xia Jiwei in the past, yet now he was required to refer to her as such. However, he had recently discovered a certain delight in this dynamic, especially since Xia Jiwei would sometimes be taken aback by his antics, which only fueled his amusement. Xia Jiwei pouted, glancing at her hand held captive by him. This person is getting rather skilled at holding my hand. How shameless. The Divine Moon's secret realm, despite its name, was essentially a legacy left behind by the founding patriarch of the Divine Moon Sect. Mentioning the founding patriarch brought a hint of reverence to Xia Jiwei's expression. It was said that the patriarch possessed unparalleled prowess, harnessing the divine moon of the heavens for her own use, ultimately establishing the Divine Moon Sect. The secret realm was purportedly a remnant of her existence before departing from this world. Yi was taken aback. Departing from this world? Senior sister, why did the founding patriarch leave, and is it truly possible for cultivators to leave the Tianyou Continent? He had stumbled upon a gap in his understanding and asked curiously. Xia Jiwei merely waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor nonchalant. Who knows? That's just the way the legends go. Oh, don't interrupt me. All right, I want to interrupt. Yi replied with a mischievous grin, casting a curious glance at Xia Jiwei. Xia Jiwei furrowed her brow, sensing an undercurrent in his words. In any case, the Divine Moon's secret realm is generally devoid of danger, as it is a blessing bestowed upon future generations by the founding patriarch. Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that point. However, Xia Jiwei's tone shifted as she drew out the suspense, winking at him. Yi rolled his eyes, thinking how childish his senior sister could be. He then retrieved a custard tart from his spatial ring, also acquired from the system's shop. Ah, my little junior brother is quite thoughtful. Xia Jiwei's eyes sparkled as she took a bite of the tart before continuing. Although the Divine Moon's secret realm is safe, you will be facing the Divine Moon itself. Do not be overwhelmed, for I have warned you in advance. Facing the Divine Moon? How extraordinary! Yi Yu's curiosity deepened. He mused that this fantastical world was indeed fascinating, allowing him to experience such wonders firsthand. If he were still in his previous life, confronting the moon would have required a rocket. Typically, a 3-month cultivation period in the Divine Moon Secret Realm was ideal. Calculating the time, it seemed that when his junior brother emerged, it would coincide perfectly with the commencement of the sect's grand competition. Xia Wei chewed her lips, seemingly still entranced by the delectable taste of the egg tart. Beside her, Xing had never encountered such a delicacy and cautiously pawed at the tart. In the blink of an eye, she was lifted by Yu, yet Xing did not protest. Instead, she gazed at Yu with her starry eyes. "Good Xing, what I have tasted, you shall not eat. Here, I have more for you," Yu said, producing an array of desserts before Xing. With tentative curiosity, Xing extended her tiny tongue to lick one, her eyes brightening, and soon she was devouring it with fervor. Yu found amusement in her gluttonous demeanor and affectionately patted Xing's sparkling little head. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of Xia Wei glaring at her with indignation. "Junior brother, what do you mean by saying I cannot eat what you've had? How rude." Yu merely pursed his lips, inciting further annoyance in Xia Wei. In a fit of determination, she seized a piece of dessert, took a bite, and then yanked on Yu's collar, attempting to shove it into his mouth. "How can my senior sister have eaten it, and you cannot?" "I insist you try it." Yu, only symbolically blocking her, did not take the matter seriously. Consequently, Xia Wei easily managed to push the piece she had bitten into Yu's mouth. At that moment, their eyes met, and a sudden silence enveloped them. As Yu instinctively bit down on the dessert, he inadvertently nibbled on her finger. "Ugh!" Xia Wei's eyes widened, and she let out a soft whimper, leaving Yu momentarily bewildered. "Tui, junior brother, you little rascal. I despise you." Blushing furiously, Xia Wei quickly withdrew her hand and shot him an annoyed glare before turning to leave. "Cough! It was merely an accident. Senior sister, I've prepared many desserts, all within this spatial ring. When I enter the Divine Moon Secret Realm, do not miss me too much." His words halted Xia Wei in her tracks, prompting her to hastily return to his side. You still possess a shred of conscience. But I wouldn't miss you," she huffed, snatching the spatial ring with a playful scoff. At that moment, her previous shyness melted away, replaced by a sweet affection. This mischievous fellow still thought of her. How kind of him, though admittedly, their earlier interaction had been rather intimate. "Hey, Yu, are you planning to bring Xing with you? Or perhaps I could help take care of her for 3 months?" Xia Wei suggested, her eyes lighting up as she noticed the diligently munching Xing. Upon hearing her words, Xing promptly lifted her head, her adorable feline face suddenly serious. In the next moment, she abandoned her dessert, leaped into Yu's embrace, nuzzling against his chest while meowing softly. So clingy to Yu, huh?" Xia Wei sighed, a tinge of jealousy creeping into her voice. Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature was indeed quite attached to him. He gently stroked Xing's tiny feline head and murmured, "It seems I must bring Xing along. It shouldn't pose any issues, right?" Xia Wei shook her head dismissively, her tone casual. "It's perfectly fine. The Divine Moon Secret Realm is not particularly dangerous. And besides, Xing is so well behaved that she shouldn't disturb your cultivation and enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Xing looked up at her and meowed a few times, as if to say, "Human, you do have some discernment." With her reassurance, Yi nodded, feeling relieved that there would be no adverse effects. Moreover, having Xing by his side would surely make the experience in the Divine Moon Secret Realm less tedious. After conversing for a while longer, Xia Wei detailed various precautions to take. "All right, I shall take my leave now. You should rest early as well. Tomorrow we will enter the Divine Moon Secret Realm." Yi nodded in agreement, with Xing perched on him, and the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, returned to their respective quarters. Chapter 26. Uncertainty about the sweets prepared by the senior sister. Did you bring the jade pendant? Once we enter the secret realm, remember to focus your mind. I trust that Wei has already informed you of the specific precautions. The following day, Yu Wuxia accompanied Yu to a bamboo forest within the Divine Moon Sect and spoke to her, while Xia Wei trailed closely beside Yu. Xing stood obediently at Yu's feet, her deep blue for shimmering under the sunlight. Yiyu nodded, glancing around with a hint of confusion. This bamboo grove appeared rather unremarkable, yet a gentle breeze seemed to stir subtle ripples within it. Elder Yu, I don't seem to see the entrance to the secret realm at that moment. Xia Wei could not suppress a soft chuckle, covering her mouth and playfully poking Yiyu at her waist. Elder sister hasn't activated it yet. Why are you so impatient? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yiyu smiled sheepishly and handed over the jade pendant. Yu Wuxiao responded with a faint smile, discreetly retracting her gaze from Xingying to accept the pendant from Yiyu. Then, they witnessed Yu Wuxiao infusing a strand of her spiritual consciousness into the jade pendant. Upon sensing her presence, the pendant began to radiate a series of brilliant lights. Accompanied by this luminosity, the once densely clustered bamboo grove gradually parted, revealing a shimmering curtain of light before them. Yiyu watched in awe, astonished by this method of unlocking the secret realm. Yiyu, you may enter now. Your spirit companion can accompany you, but do not delay your cultivation. Yu Wuxiao had anticipated that Yiyu would bring Xingying along, so after returning the pendant, she merely offered a word of caution. When the time for cultivation concludes, and if you have seized your opportunities, you can infuse your consciousness into the pendant to open the exit of the secret realm. Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Xia Wei. Senior sister, I shall enter now. Do save some sweets for later. With a playful wink, she stepped into the shimmering curtain, cradling Xingying in her arms, much to Xia Wei's chagrin. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yu Wuxiao's eyes as she observed Xia Wei, who was lightly stamping her foot and pouting. What were you two discussing about sweets just now? Oh no! Upon hearing Yu Wuxiao's inquiry, Xia Wei inwardly lamented. She had already felt there wouldn't be enough, and now, with another mouth to feed, it was a dilemma. Nevertheless, she gracefully linked her arm with Yu Wuxiao's and began to share about the delectable treats. Elder sister, let me tell you, the sweets made by our junior brother are truly delightful. You must try them. Here, they're this type of treat. As they conversed, they departed from the secret realm. Once the two had exited, the shimmering curtain vanished, and the bamboo grove returned to its usual state. But now it is just you and me. In the days to come, you must behave yourself. Yayo stepped into the sacred moon's secret realm, cradling Xingying, who was playfully licking her tiny paws. Seemingly understanding, the little cat rubbed against Yayo's chest, causing a delightful itch in his heart. After affectionately petting the little cat's head once more, Yayo turned his gaze towards the sacred moon's secret realm. It was then that he comprehended what Xia Wei had previously mentioned about confronting the sacred moon. Before him hung an enormous full moon, casting a gentle glow throughout the realm, imparting an aura of tranquil sanctity. Standing before this colossal moon, Yayo was reminded of the login screen of a chat application from his past life, almost identical in its grandeur. In the presence of such a magnificent moon, Yayo felt remarkably insignificant. Truly, the sacred moon was extraordinary. It was unfathomable that the founding master of the Sacred Moon Sect could harness such a massive celestial body for his own purposes. Yayo murmured to himself. For anyone faced with this grand moon would undoubtedly feel a sense of awe and trepidation. Just as Yayo was lost in thought, Xingying suddenly began to meow, struggling to leap from his arms. Confused, Yayo looked at Xingying, only to find her gazing vacantly at the moon. The twinkling starlight on her fur seemed to resonate harmoniously with the moon's silvery glow. Oh, you've started cultivating before me, Yayo chuckled, shaking his head. Having heard Xia Wei's descriptions of the sacred moon secret realm, he knew it would greatly benefit Xingying's cultivation. After all, stars and the full moon have always complemented one another. All right, this is not the place for cultivation. Let us proceed over there. With that, Yayo gently lifted Xingying by the scruff of her neck and moved forward. To his delight, Xingying was quite obedient, perhaps accustomed to being carried in such a manner. Even finding it comfortable, Yayo brought her to a moonlight platform at the center of the realm. According to his senior sister, the moonlight platform resonated strongly with the sacred moon above, making it an ideal spot for cultivation. Moreover, to glean insights from the sacred moon's secret realm, the moonlight platform was indispensable. He settled onto the platform with Xingying in his arms. Expecting it to be frigid, he was pleasantly surprised to feel only a gentle coolness. which was remarkably soothing, as if the moonlight had solidified into a tangible form. After a moment of reflection, he placed Xing beside him. The little cat curiously pawed at the surface before, as if confirming something, lazily stretched out and reclined on the moonlight platform. Her deep blue fur glimmered mysteriously in the moonlight. Observing the way she extended her little paws in a very human-like manner, Yayo was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, has this little creature been mimicking me all along? Feeling the gaze of Yiyu upon her, Xing let out a soft meow, tilting her little head to look at him. Her eyes, which seemed to contain the vastness of the stars and the ocean, fixed intently on Yiyu, as if inquiring what was amiss. Yiyu sighed. The little creature had truly evolved, yet a sense of anticipation welled within him. Her transformation suggested that his beloved cat girl was not far away. After observing Yiyu's silly grin for a while, Xing lost interest, finding her master rather peculiar. She decided it was best to focus on her cultivation. Licking her tiny paws, she turned her attention away from Yiyu, stretching her body to bask in the moonlight. Amused by the scene, Yiyu settled down on the moonlight platform, commencing his 3-month period of cultivation. He pondered whether his senior sister's desserts would suffice. Chapter 27. Could it be that I am longing for a man? The Divine Moon Secret Realm truly embodies the blessings left by the founding patriarch of the Divine Moon Sect. Yiyu, merely seated upon the moonlight platform, began to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation and immediately discerned various conveniences. The abundance of spiritual energy was extraordinary, and the speed of absorption had increased manifold compared to usual. Not to mention, the resplendent moon high above continuously dispensed pure moonlight essence, which greatly benefited the cultivation of practitioners. Moreover, for Yiyu, there was an added advantage. The stellar power radiating from the core within him could actually merge with this moonlight essence, thereby accelerating his cultivation even further. Coupled with the innate advantage of his primordial sacred body, Yiyu sensed that in these 3 months, his progress would be nothing short of remarkable. Additionally, he contemplated that this was the perfect opportunity to awaken the second layer of the celestial transformation star technique. The first layer required harnessing stellar power to form a stellar core within, while the second layer involved drawing upon moonlight to intertwine the stars and moon, refining one's physique. Previously, Yiyu had practiced at night, capturing the scattered moonlight, but the efficiency was rather meager. However, the situation was now entirely different. The immense full moon overhead emanated moonlight far beyond the ordinary. Not to mention, this moonlight was imbued with a rich essence of lunar energy, almost tailor-made for Yiyu. He chuckled softly, expressing gratitude to the founding patriarch, the Divine Moon Empress, and the system. With a smile, Yiyu closed his eyes and devoted himself to his practice. Beside him, Xing opened her starry eyes to glance at Yiyu, softly meowing a few times before curling up beside him, resting her head on his lap, and also closing her eyes to enter her own meditative state. In the mysterious space, the breakthrough state of Qing Rushue was suddenly interrupted as she opened her eyes. This sensation is... She furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before revealing a captivating smile. So, someone has entered the Divine Moon Secret Realm. The realm was accessible only to the true master or with a jade pendant. Therefore, could it be that remarkable youth named Yiyu? Even now, Qing Rushue found it hard to believe. He was merely an outer disciple of her sect, yet he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, that Holy Spirit fruit was indeed a genuine holy-grade spiritual herb, and she was on the verge of successfully breaking through to the void-breaking realm. Yet, who exactly is he? A trace of confusion flickered in Qing Rushue's beautiful eyes as she recalled how casually he had produced 2 Holy Spirit fruits, treasures that could incite fierce competition across the entire continent. He could traverse this highly restricted space with such ease, a feat that even she and the demon sovereign had failed to achieve despite being in the sacred realm at the time. Qing Rushue shook her head, recalling that at the time, his breakthrough level was merely nirvana. Truly, it is quite astonishing. However, upon thinking of Yiyu, her mind drifted back to the moment he had touched her jade pendant. Gradually, a blush crept onto Qing Rushue's fair face. What a scoundrel! Once liberated, one must diligently scrutinize the character requirements for disciples in the sect. However, it dawned upon me that Yu is already my apprentice. The thought of my disciple wearing a jade pendant close to her skin, imbued with my essence. Qing Ru Shui, striving to maintain her composure, resolutely dismissed such peculiar musings. Yu, once I transcend the void, returning to the Divine Moon Sect, I shall settle the score with you. Not far from Qing Ru Shui, the demon Lord Yurua Han suddenly opened her eyes, casting a puzzled glance in Qing Ru Shui's direction. What is that woman up to? Why did her aura just waver so unexpectedly? Yurua Han's enchanting eyes flickered with disdain as she silently mused. Perhaps she is yearning for a man. Once I break through to the void, I shall seize you and make you my personal servant in the demon realm. As if envisioning a remarkably delightful scene, Yurua Han chuckled softly before closing her eyes once more, resuming her diligent practice. The passage of time during cultivation is fleeting. Unbeknownst to him, Yi had already spent a month honing his skills within the Divine Moon Secret Realm. During this month, he successfully awakened the second level of the Yin Tian Hua Shengju. At this moment, a protective halo of the Tai Chi diagram enveloped him, accompanied by a gentle luminescence of starlight and moonlight dancing around his form. This was the result of Yi refining his entire being with the power of the stars and the essence of moonlight. Yi was acutely aware that he could withstand the onslaught of ordinary Void Realm practitioners due to the protective Tai Chi diagram and the Yin Tian Hua Shengju. He felt a profound satisfaction, stealing a glance at Xingying. The little creature was sprawled out, resembling a tiny character, seemingly reveling in its comfort. This sight momentarily startled Yi, who thought the little one was amusingly engrossed in its own cultivation. With a shake of his head, Yi resumed his practice. Although his cultivation speed had significantly accelerated, he had now reached the 5th level of the Radiant Realm. It is essential to note that advancing in Realm becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Thanks to the automatic cultivation of the primordial sacred body and the enhancement of the Divine Moon Secret Realm, it took EU an entire month to achieve this level. For an average genius, it is likely that one would struggle to make even a single breakthrough in that time. This explains why most factions consider having a Sea of Divine Realm expert as a formidable force. However, Yi found himself puzzled, shaking his head in confusion. Where were the promised opportunities and inheritances? He had previously inquired about how to acquire the opportunities within the Divine Moon Secret Realm. Yet, Xia Wei, that woman, merely buried herself in desserts and responded that one would naturally receive them upon arrival. Now, Yu found himself wishing to deliver a good spanking to Xia Wei. Alas, it is what it is. He decided to relax his mind, embracing the swift pace of his cultivation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the enormous moon hanging in the sky above the Divine Moon Secret Realm seemed to glow with an even more ethereal brilliance. As if sensing something, Xingying opened her starry eyes and gazed at the round moon for a brief moment, letting out a few soft meows before snuggling back against Yu's leg. Why hasn't Yu emerged yet? Oh dear, what am I to do now that the desserts are all gone? In the courtyard, Xia Wei sighed dramatically, her delicate face etched with sorrow as she lay on the chair, teetering on the brink of tears. Originally, it had been sufficient. However, after casually mentioning it to Sister Yu, a portion was given to her. Yet, Sister Yu proved to be rather unscrupulous. She had the audacity to inform the other elders. And now, it seems that for the past month, elders have been arriving at the courtyard, both openly and subtly, demanding desserts. Gazing at those elegantly beautiful female elders, Xia Wei could only pout her lips, reluctantly parting with her beloved sweets. Oh, dear junior brother, how I long for your desserts. Chapter 28, Yi Qinshuang's decision. So, Qinshuang, what you reported, is it all true? In the grand hall of the Yi family, the patriarch Yi Zhantian stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at Yi Qinshuang. The other elders of the Yi family exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Yi Qinshuang gently nodded. Even though she had already heard Yi Yu recount the events, she could not suppress her surprise as she presented the information to her father once more. The moment Yi Qinshuang affirmed her report, an eerie silence enveloped the hall until Yi Zhantian cleared his throat softly. Well, 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 well. It seems my son truly is remarkable. This is indeed extraordinary. Pride and satisfaction gleamed in Yi Zhantian's eyes, yet Yi Qinshuang merely pursed her lips, choosing not to respond. Ha ha, patriarch, the young master has indeed surpassed all our expectations. It appears my earlier suggestion was quite prescient after all. An elder beside, Yi Zhantian chuckled, though a hint of malice flickered in the corners of his eyes. Upon hearing his voice, both Yi Zhantian and Yi Qinshuang's expressions darkened. Yi Qinshuang felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword and strike down this man. It was this old wretch who had coerced her father into allowing her brother to infiltrate the Tianyou sect as an undercover agent. Thankfully, her brother had encountered fortuitous circumstances and had now become the young master of the Tianyou sect. With that, she no longer needed to worry about his safety. Contemplating this, Yi Qinshuang cast a cold glance at the elder, silently vowing, "Old wretch, I will see to your demise one day." Yi Zhantian shuddered her resentment. Once he had the opportunity, he would not hesitate to eliminate this man. Though Yi Mo feigned joviality, he was secretly shaken. He had initially thought sending that young lad to the Tianyou sect would provide an opportunity to eliminate him through the sect's hands. He never anticipated that the boy would prove so capable. He had indeed underestimated him. Now that the lad had risen to the position of young master, it would be unwise to take action against him. Yi Mo's eyes darted around, eventually resting on Yi Qinshuang. Patriarch, our demon clan and beast clan are currently at odds, and the Liupa Yinlu has begun urging each family to mobilize their forces. Yi Mo stroked his beard as he spoke, his words laced with an underlying menace. The other elders of the Yi family wore expressions of anger, but remained silent, casting their gazes toward Yi Zhantian. That detestable old fool, having allied with the Liupa Yinlu, is acting with such impunity. The demon clan is led by the demon lord, commanding the 10 halls of Yinlu. Since the disappearance of the demon lord, the 10 halls have taken charge of the demon clan's affairs. The Liupa Yinlu, as the 6th of the 10 halls, possesses unfathomable strength, far beyond what the Yi family can contend with. What insights do you have, Elder Yi? Yi Zhantian invited solemnly. The Yi family also had a Yinlu patron, though. He had been in seclusion for an extended period. This was precisely why Yi Mo felt emboldened and had forged a connection with the Liupa Yinlu. It seems that the formidable presence of the underworld king is keenly observing the power behind its own throne. After all, the demon lord has been absent for quite some time, causing the underworld kings to harbor ulterior motives. Yi Mo glanced at Yi Qinshuang and said with a cheerful demeanor, "With your exceptional talents, Qinshuang, you are the most suitable representative for the Yi family in battle. What do you think, clan leader? How dare you speak so casually?" Yi Zhantian snorted, "Aidedye. You jest. Qinshuang lacks sufficient experience and may find it arduous to bear such a heavy responsibility." Yet Yi Mo shook his head and continued, "Clan leader, you jest. It is through the crucible of battle that one grows. Moreover, to demonstrate my resolve, my son shall also participate." This declaration astonished everyone present. Yi Zhantian exchanged a glance with Yi Qinshuang, both inwardly pondering the implications. The audacious old man is willing to send his own son into danger. Surely there must be a hidden agenda. However, given the gravity of his words, it would be difficult to refuse. "Father, since Elder Yi has expressed such confidence, let me go," Yi Qinshuang said softly, her gaze towards Yi Mo filled with disdain. "But be cautious with Elder Yi's son. Battle is no trifling matter, and should harm befall him, do not hold me accountable." Yi Mo replied with a sinister smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Qinshuang speaks wisely. I shall certainly advise him," Yi Mo declared. "In that case, you shall depart tomorrow." With that, he flicked his sleeve and left without another word. How infuriating! That old rogue is becoming increasingly reckless. "Clan leader, what shall we do?" A furious elder of the Yi family slammed his hand on the table, overwhelmed with rage. Other elders shared his sentiments, all eyes turning toward Yi Zhantian. With a sigh, Yi Zhantian's gaze reflected a sense of helplessness. "Perhaps we must place our hopes on you, heir. If Qinshuang's words hold true, she should now be our support." Upon hearing Yi Zhantian's words, the elder's eyes brightened with renewed hope. However, Yi Chun Shuang pondered for a moment before expressing her concerns. But father, my brother is the young master of the Divine Moon Sect. If he openly comes to our aid, it may reveal his identity. Yi Zhantian nodded. It's of no consequence. Chun Shuang, as you represent the Yi family in confronting the demon tribe, seize the opportunity to visit the Divine Moon Sect and inform you heir of our situation. Yi Chun Shuang acknowledged with a slight nod, while Yi Zhantian sighed heavily. Chun Shuang, you must prioritize your safety and protect yourself. That old fellow harbors ill intentions. The other elders chimed in, clearly recognizing Yi Mo's overt machinations. Yi Chun Shuang responded to each of them, yet her thoughts were solely on Yi Yu. I wonder how my brother has been during this time. When I see him, I must, without fail, express my true feelings. Your Majesty, the demon clan grows increasingly restless. A winged woman in the demon palace softly inquired, casting her eyes toward the throne above. It is perplexing, for recently, the esteemed emperor has exhibited an unusual demeanor, often lost in thought. Furthermore, there are instances where he reveals a surprisingly sweet smile, which is utterly astonishing. Reflecting on the recent occasion when he unexpectedly graced the Divine Moon Sect in search of someone, it leaves one to ponder. I must refrain from further speculation, lest the emperor takes offense. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that the emperor's temperament has considerably softened of late, no longer exuding the terrifying aura he once did. As Yuetang contemplated Yi Yu, she was suddenly startled by a report from her subordinate, and it appeared as though a realization dawned upon her. With my presence, the demon clan cannot orchestrate any significant schemes. However, this time, do keep an eye out for any members of the demon clan with the surname Yi, specifically. Yi Chan Shuang. Although the winged woman was intrigued, she dutifully acknowledged the instruction. Hey Yi Yu, I wonder how you shall repay me? Yuedang lightly bit her lip and chuckled softly. Chapter 29. The Riddler's Demise. At this moment, Yi Yu stood in a daze atop the moonlight platform, his countenance reflecting a profound sense of despair. It had been nearly 3 months since he entered the Divine Moon Secret Realm. During this period, his cultivation had flourished remarkably, now reaching the 9th level of the Radiant Realm, just a step away from the Void Realm. However, in these 3 months, Yi Yu had accumulated 3 undelivered courier tasks. The Divine Moon Secret Realm offered tremendous benefits for cultivation, and he was reluctant to squander this invaluable opportunity. Moreover, the system had kindly informed him that any incomplete courier tasks each month could be carried over. Thus, failing to complete a task would not result in the loss of that month's delivery opportunity. Yi Yu felt immensely grateful to the system for such consideration. It was indeed a genuine kindness. The prospect of delivering 3 couriers at once filled him with a thrilling sense akin to drawing cards. Yet, despite this, a sense of despondency soon returned to him. His time in the Divine Moon Secret Realm was drawing to a close, and he had yet to grasp any fortuitous insights or inheritances from it. Meanwhile, there was Xing Ying. You glanced down at Xing Ying, who was affectionately rubbing against him. The celestial energy emanating from this little creature had become significantly purer, and there was a faint shimmer of moonlight glimmering in her fur, likely the essence of the Divine Moon Secret Realm. To his surprise, this little one could absorb such energy. However, Yi Yu mused that it merely rendered Xing Ying even more beautiful and regal. With a sudden impulse, Yi Yu scooped up Xing Ying and buried his face in her fur, reveling in the sensation of petting the little cat, which instantly filled him with a sense of comfort. Xing Ying merely gazed at Yi Yu, her eyes wide, as if to say her master was acting peculiar once more. Yet, Yi Yu paid no heed to her thoughts. After all, a little cat was meant to be pampered. In the midst of their playful antics, the Divine Moon suddenly erupted with a brilliant lunar radiance, enveloping both Yi Yu and Xing Ying in an instant. What on earth is happening? Yi Yu managed to exclaim, but in the next moment, both he and Xing Ying vanished from their original location. When Yi Yu reopened his eyes, he found himself in an expansive, ethereal space. Xing Ying was pawing at his leg, her little head curiously surveying the surroundings. Yi Yu felt bewildered. Was there another realm within the secret realm? A nesting doll of realms? How intriguing! What is this nesting doll concept? Suddenly, A voice resonated, ethereal and melodious, belonging to a woman. Yiyu paused, quickly scanning his surroundings. Why was there a woman's voice? Xing Ying's little head also turned about, her form flickering as if she were trying to locate the source of the voice. Oh, a starry phantom cat? I never expected such a lineage to still exist in this world. The woman's voice was filled with surprise and curiosity, seemingly captivated by Xing Ying. May I inquire who you are? Yiyu asked softly. Although the situation felt somewhat eerie, he was not overly frightened, for he had the system to back him up. The voice met with no response, yet gradually, a vague figure materialized before Yiyu. This figure appeared exceedingly slender and tall, obscured in its features, clad in an ornate palace garment. A sense of speculation arose within Yiyu, but he still respectfully inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" The woman let out a soft, melodious laugh, akin to a gentle breeze and light rain, evoking a sense of fondness. "You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Indeed, I am the founding patriarch of the Tianyou sect. By rights, you should address me as your ancestor." As she spoke, she gracefully approached Yiyu, though her visage remained indistinct. With a casual gesture, she gathered Xing Ying into her embrace, stroking her gently. Xing Ying, bewildered, wondered how she had suddenly transitioned from the ground to this woman's arms. However, she found the sensation quite pleasant, reminiscent of her master. Initially, she squirmed a bit, but under the woman's adept caresses, she soon settled down contentedly. Hey, this sight irked Yiyu. How dare this little cat be pampered by another woman in my presence? He cleared his throat. Might I inquire about the reason for your sudden appearance, ancestor? Could it be that you still linger in this realm? Yiyu had long harbored curiosity regarding the fates of the founders or mighty figures of various sections. According to records, some had passed away due to the limitations of their lifespan, while others had mysteriously vanished. The only one Yiyu knew to still exist in this world was Yu Tang, yet he had neglected to inquire about this matter during their last encounter. The woman seemed taken aback by Yiyu's question, but upon hearing him address her as ancestor, she momentarily paused before swiftly regaining her composure. However, the tone of her subsequent words struck Yiyu as peculiar. Ah, ahem, I'm indeed no longer in this world. I sense your curiosity, but such matters cannot be divulged. You must seek the answers yourself. Yiyu rolled his eyes at her riddles, exclaiming, "Oh, how tiresome!" Yet, he hesitated before asking. I have witnessed those who have endured for millennia. Could there be hidden circumstances surrounding this? His concern for Yu Tang's situation prompted him to voice his question, driven by a blend of curiosity and care. After a lengthy silence, the woman finally spoke in a somewhat melancholic tone, if that is the case. Then that individual must either have encountered extraordinary fortune or paid a tremendous price. Otherwise, the laws of heaven would not permit such occurrences. Yiyu's mind drifted back to the joy and sorrow that Yu Tang displayed upon their reunion, and he sighed deeply. Indeed, it is as you say. The depth of Yu Tang's unwavering devotion tugged at Yiyu's heart. He resolved to venture into the realm of the demon race, not only to provide closure for Yu Tang, but also to seek answers for himself. Ah, do not dwell too much on distant matters, for now. You need not concern yourself with what lies far ahead. The woman softly uttered a few words, seemingly to console Yiyu, before she spoke with a serious demeanor. This form is merely a manifestation of my true self, existing in this world as a fragment. And this fragment exists to await you, Yiyu. Huh? Yiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of confusion. How do you know my name? The woman, observing Yiyu's bewildered expression, seemed greatly amused. She gently caressed the little cat beside Xing Ying and remarked, "In time, you will come to understand. For now, there is no need to ponder so deeply. I shall bestow upon you the legacy of the Divine Moon, the Divine Moon Legacy." Yiyu recalled the enormous round moon in the Divine Moon secret realm. Could it be, indeed, that Divine Moon was preserved for you? The woman affirmed Yiyu's conjecture, her tone imbued with nostalgia and tenderness. Chapter 30. Luo Ingli, that round moon, could it be the inheritance? Yiyu scratched his head, pondering the significance of such a legacy. Did it imply that he would possess a moon of his own in the future? Might he in time grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars from the heavens? Cough, perhaps he was overthinking it. He could always use that phrase after exchanging for a golden crow from the system's marketplace. As for the phrase left for me, what could it possibly mean? Oh, I see. I shall understand in due time. As Yiyu spoke halfway, he regarded the woman before him, engaging in a self-questioning dialogue. A teachable child, the woman nodded, her tone unexpectedly lightened. Yiyu shook his head helplessly, realizing he had yet to inquire about the esteemed elder's name. Strangely, he found it difficult to refer to her as an ancestor. The woman, however, seemed unperturbed, though a hint of confusion lingered in her voice. I'm a true Luo Yingli. As a disciple of the Tianyou Sect, how could you be unaware of my name? Yiyu felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, he wouldn't normally delve into such matters. Moreover, the crux of the issue was that he had infiltrated the sect and was not a legitimate disciple of the Tianyou Sect. Although, well, he had somehow risen to the position of the sect as young master. Yiyu resolved to study the history of the Tianyou Sect as past masters upon his return. Kof, Yuanyua I don't concern myself too much with these details. Ha. Luo Yingli chose not to pursue the matter further, gently caressing the starry strands as she spoke. The divine moon within the secret realm has already established a connection with you. You may incorporate it into your being. The methods for utilizing it and deepening the connection will manifest in your consciousness. Upon hearing her words, Yiyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was precisely the kind of straightforward inheritance he favored. With the legacy now bestowed upon him, Yiyu's heart was lightened. Though Luo Yingli was merely a fragment of her essence present here, she remained deeply invested in the current state of the Tianyou Sect. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, with Yiyu recounting the general circumstances of the sect to Luo Yingli. That girl Qing Snow, she has indeed lived up to my expectations. Upon learning that Yiyu spoke of Qing Rusno having reached the sacred realm and become the Moon Empress of the Tianyou Continent, a note of satisfaction graced Luo Yingli's voice. Have you met the sect leader? Yiyu inquired curiously, for he held a lingering interest in Qing Rusno. After all, he had inexplicably become her disciple, and naturally, he wished to learn more about his unexpected mentor. Luo Yingli nodded. Yes, she was about your age back then. How nostalgic. Yiyu found it rather peculiar, as this original sect leader's voice sounded remarkably clear and youthful, akin to that of a young girl. Yet, given her status and the elder tone she adopted, it created a curious juxtaposition. Nonetheless, the opportunity to converse with such a being was truly a remarkable experience. The two conversed for quite some time, during which Xingyi would occasionally return to Yiyu's embrace, then leap into Luo Yingli's arms, relishing the playful moments. At times, it would meow curiously, perhaps pondering why its owner's chest felt so firm, while this woman's was so soft. As the moment approached, Luo Yingli remarked, Yiyu, it has been truly delightful conversing with you, reminiscent of those times. Ahem, never mind that. You must utilize Tianyou wisely. Do you understand? After a gentle cough, she offered Yiyu some earnest advice. Holding Xingyi, Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement, while the little creature mimicked her, adorably tilting its tiny head. Thank you for your guidance. I shall not disappoint, Yiyu pledged. Luo Yingli then turned her gaze to the little cat in Yiyu's arms, which was also looking at her and meowing, seemingly aware of the impending separation. Perhaps this world holds only this one starry phantom cat. You must cherish it. The Tianyou I bequeath to you will greatly aid it, and, in your future cultivation, it can accompany you. Yiyu affectionately patted the kitten's head, smiling as she nodded. After all, even without Luo Yingli's words, she had been practicing daily while cradling Xingyi. Truly, Xingyi is simply too adorable. Go on. What is meant to happen will unfold naturally. You need not worry excessively, for you are not alone. Luo Yingli's final words seemed to carry deeper meaning, but before Yiyu could inquire further, she was gently ushered out of that space by Luo Yingli. Yiyu. Indeed it is you. How wondrous. Luo Yingli's figure gradually faded, leaving behind only a faint echo of her voice. When Yiyu returned to the realm of Tianyou, cradling Xingyi, the enormous moon that hung in the sky was gradually diminishing. It eventually shrank to the size of a glowing orb and began to drift towards Yiyu. Sensing its presence, She extended a finger to gently touch the orb. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed, and the orb seamlessly entered Yiyu's body. Just as the elder had described, I find such whimsical actions delightful. Yiyu cheerfully examined her spiritual awareness and discovered an abundance of information regarding the moon now residing within her. The moon floated beside the star within her, their powers intertwining in a breathtaking display of brilliance. Yet, as Yiyu gazed at the star and crescent moon within her, her expression turned peculiar. Had she transformed into a moon spirit after the star core? Shaking her head, she dismissed the strange feeling. It was nearly time to depart. What say you, Xingying? Do you miss the sweets and your elder sister? Yiyu raised Xingying, smiling as she observed its dazed expression, unable to resist embracing and affectionately ruffling its fur. Oh my, Xingying, how can you be so adorable? You smell so nice. Meowing softly, Xingying attempted to resist Yiyu's affectionate onslaught, ultimately surrendering in resignation. After a bout of playful antics, Yiyu arrived at the entrance of the Sacred Moon's secret realm, the very place where he had first entered. A thought suddenly struck him. Having extracted the Sacred Moon, what would future visitors do in this secret realm? This realization stirred a sense of guilt within him. However, as if responding to his inner musings, the Sacred Moon within him radiated a brilliant light into the sky. Soon, Yiyu witnessed another Sacred Moon slowly ascending into the heavens. Although this new orb emitted a considerably dimmer glow than its predecessor, it was evident that its enhancement for cultivation would be diminished as well. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than having none at all. With this reassurance, Yiyu felt a profound sense of relief. He then took out the jade pendant containing the consciousness of the Sacred Moon Empress, Qing Ruxue. Subsequently, he infused his own consciousness into it, and in the next moment, both Yiyu and Xingying departed from the Sacred Moon's secret realm. Chapter 31. How about devoting oneself? When Yiyu finally opened his eyes, he found himself amidst a grove of bamboo. To his surprise, his senior sister had not come to greet him. Disappointment washed over him. As he murmured to himself, the little creature, Xingying, leaped from his embrace and began to frolic about. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that months of cultivation had left this little one quite restless. Yiyu, you've finally concluded your training, Xingying exclaimed. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yiyu chanced upon Xiaozhui. The moment she laid eyes on him, her excitement was palpable as she rushed forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his senior sister had missed him so dearly. However, just as he was about to express his sentiments, he heard her urgently inquire, "Do you have any desserts left?" "Oh, you have no idea. Those delicacies were snatched away by the elders. I barely had taste. I've been eagerly awaiting your return." Yiyu's expression turned dark, so it was merely for the sake of sweets. He had entertained thoughts of genuine affection, only to discover it was all about dessert. What a disappointment. I thought you truly missed me, but it seems it was only for the treats. With that, he pushed Xiaozhui away and shot her an annoyed glance. Xiaozhui chuckled and linked her arm with his. "Well, I did miss you. Just today, I was pondering whether you had emerged from the bamboo grove, and lo and behold, you finished your training." Having noticed her earlier intention to step out, Yi nodded in agreement. All right, here you go. From now on, I shall take care of your desserts." He then retrieved a bounty of sweets from his spatial ring. Upon hearing his words, Xiaozhui was overjoyed and embraced him again, planting a kiss on his cheek. However, both were momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture. Did she just kiss me? Yiyu thought, feeling caught off guard by his senior sister's boldness. I kissed him. Xiaozhui est un visage flushed crimson. What have I done? After a brief pause, Xiaozhui gently tapped Yiyu's chest, her shyness evident as she stammered. "This was merely a reward from your senior sister for your sweet offerings. Don't read too much into it. Do you understand?" Her tone had taken on a slightly fierce edge, perhaps to mask her embarrassment. Yiyu, sensing her vulnerability, merely touched his nose, choosing not to confront her about the kiss, as he felt it might lead to a scolding. Understood. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone." Satisfied with his response, Xiaozhui nodded and inquired about the outcomes of his recent training. Meanwhile, Xing Ying observed the two with a puzzled expression, pondering the peculiar nature of humans and their ever-shifting moods. You actually met the first patriarch. This is indeed significant news. I had heard that only the Grandmaster had encountered the first patriarch. Yi did not conceal the fact that he had encountered Luo Yingli. However, Xiaji Wei was profoundly astonished upon hearing this revelation. Yi merely waved his hand dismissively and remarked, basic principles, no need to overthink. Xiaji Wei cast a puzzled glance at Yi, bewildered by his nonsensical ramblings. In any case, you ought to return and solidify your skills. Sister Yu is likely to meet you tomorrow regarding matters pertaining to the demon and monster clans. Xiaji Wei cheerfully picked up a piece of dessert and savored it, her face lighting up with delight. If you haven't finished your training yet, I'll have to venture to the western borders in a few days. Wait, Yi, who had been leisurely stroking the little star cat, suddenly adopted a grave expression. Sister, please elaborate on the situation between the demon and monster clans. A wave of worry surged within him for Yi Qinshuang, with that old rascal in the family causing trouble. He recognized his current position as the young master of the Tianyou sect. After his sister's last report to the family, that old man should refrain from targeting him again. However, the implications of his sister's words only intensified his anxiety, prompting him to grasp Xiaji Wei's hand tightly. Xiaji Wei regarded him with curiosity. What is troubling you? The standoff between the demon and monster clans does not concern us. I too will represent our Tianyou sect to observe the situation. Then, her eyes widened in realization. Oh right, you belong to the demon clan as well. What's this about? Let go of me. Before she could finish, Yi covered her mouth, earning a few muffled protests before she playfully bit his hand. Ouch! My dear sister, why speak so loudly? Yi winced in pain, releasing Xiaji Wei, and shot her an exasperated look. This woman, with her lack of discretion, could easily expose his undercover identity. Xiaji Wei pouted and huffed. But you've already turned your back on the dark side, so what is there to fear? Now, you are my little junior brother. Rest assured, your sister will protect you. With that, she struck a pose of bravado, patting Yi on the shoulder. Yi rolled his eyes at her declaration, contemplating his words before responding. I'm merely curious, and I have an elder sister. She, like me, has long desired to escape from the demon clan, but our family has been hindered by an old wretch. My only concern is for her safety. Sister. Xiaji Wei blinked in surprise, recollecting that during their childhood, Yi had indeed mentioned having a sister. In that case, with your sister by your side, I guarantee she will be safe. Yi nodded, grateful for his sister's loyalty. Soon, a sense of relief washed over him as he remembered that he had previously sought assistance from Yutang. With her involvement, his sister's safety should no longer be a concern. However, a flicker of disdain crossed Yi's eyes. This time, she was determined to eliminate that old wretch. All right, no need to dwell on it. Tomorrow, senior sister will accompany you to meet Sister Yu. In the meantime, you should return to your room and solidify the insights gained from the Divine Moon Secret Realm. Xiaji Wei placed the last morsel of dessert into her mouth before offering some words of comfort to Yi. She refrained from inquiring about the nature of Yi's inheritance, recognizing that everyone is entitled to their privacy. Watching Xiaji Wei's retreating figure, Yi couldn't help but smile gently. Senior sister is truly wonderful. Shaking her head, Yi returned to the wooden cabin, just as the jade talisman from Yutang vibrated with a message. Yi, it seems I have caught sight of your sister's name on the list. How do you intend to express your gratitude this time? Upon hearing the languid voice from the talisman, Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. How about offering myself in gratitude? Chapter 32. Midnight Conversations. Moontang's heart skipped a beat, filled with a flicker of anticipation. But it was swiftly followed by a dismissive snort. Did this person truly believe that such gestures would bring me joy? Certainly not. Such fanciful thoughts. You promised to come find me in the demon realm when that time arrives. In any case, I shall keep an eye on your sister. If I recall correctly, her name is Yi Qinshuang, right? As Moontang spoke, she sensed something amiss midway through her sentence and hastily shifted the subject. Yi, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile but refrained from continuing the teasing. This time, The Divine Moon Sect will also send someone. Can you guess who it will be? Yiyu teased, but Moontang was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Not receiving a response, Yiyu assumed there was a connection issue and continued, I will be attending as well, although I shall merely observe from the sidelines, as this is a confrontation between your demon clan and the demon race. Moontang pursed her lips in response, huffing. How ungrateful. Finally, she would come to see her. I shall not meet you. Do let me know when you arrive. Yiyu found this amusing, but chose not to expose her. Initially, she had intended to inquire about Moontang's existence over the past millennia, but reconsidered, thinking it best to pose such questions in person. The two chatted for a while longer before reluctantly ending the call. Why did this feel somewhat reminiscent of an online romance before her time travel? Yiyu shook her head, dismissing the peculiar thought. Just as she was about to check on the 3 delivery tasks accumulated by the system and contemplate when to deliver them, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Sister, you've arrived? A graceful figure slowly emerged in the room. Yi Chun Shuang. Why do you always ask me that? Does it hold special significance? Upon entering Yiyu's room, her gaze immediately fell upon the adorably enchanting Xing Ying. While her mind had been somewhat unsettled, hearing Yiyu's voice prompted her to inquire with curiosity. Yiyu cleared her throat a few times, avoiding the question. What could she say? That it was merely a quirk of hers? Ahem, it's nothing, sister. Are you well? Has that old man given you any trouble? Yiyu approached, gently grasping Yi Chun Shuang's delicate hand, expressing her concern. Yi Chun Shuang had indeed intended to discuss this matter with Yiyu. However, she found herself bewildered by his sudden grip on her hand. What does this mean? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to discover it firmly held. What are you doing? Let go, she murmured softly, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual cold and indifferent self, resembling a wronged young girl. Yiyu, upon hearing her, promptly released her grip, scratching his head as he replied, I was merely worried about you. I meant no harm. Sister, how have you been lately? Yi Chun Shuang understood that Yiyu's impulsive action stemmed from genuine concern, and being siblings, a little intimacy was certainly acceptable. Yi Chun Shuang persuaded herself in her heart before speaking of Yimo. Upon hearing this, Yiyu slammed her hand on the table, her expression brimming with fury. Damn it, I knew that old man had ill intentions. Sister, rest assured, this time I shall go and eliminate him. Yi Chun Shuang shook her head and let out a gentle sigh. How I wish that were possible, but he stands behind a formidable figure, which is why our father and the elders have chosen to endure. That formidable figure. Yiyu pondered for a moment, then chuckled softly. Sister, do you believe in me? Yi Chun Shuang shot her a glance, and in that instant, her face bore a hint of charm, leaving Yiyu momentarily stunned. Why speak such words among family? I of course trust you. Yiyu nodded, sensing that her sister's attitude had grown more affectionate recently. Quite pleasing indeed. Then, sister, you must have faith in me. This time I will definitely take down that old man without implicating the Yi family. Yiyu spoke with utmost confidence, her words imbued with a trustworthiness that was hard to dismiss. Are you planning to utilize the power of the Tianyou sect? That is feasible, but will you also be participating? Yi Chun Shuang contemplated for a moment, recalling that Yiyu was now the young master of the Tianyou sect, thus capable of wielding its power. As the premier force in the Tianyou Continent, eliminating a Yimo would certainly be within their capacity. Furthermore, under such circumstances, the formidable figure behind Yimo would have no grounds to retaliate. However, if you were to join this time, would there be danger? Yi Chun Shuang instinctively became concerned for Yiyu's safety. With the demon and monster tribes in opposition, conflict could erupt at any moment, and even as the young master of the Tianyou sect, Yiyu could still find herself in peril. Well, tomorrow I will meet Elder Yu, and my senior sister will accompany me, along with several other elders. So, there is no need to worry about me. As Yiyu spoke, she turned to Yi Chun Shuang and softly said, Sister, you must take care of yourself. By the way, I have something for you. Suddenly recalling the array of elixirs she had purchased from the system's marketplace, Yiyu hurriedly took them out. Here, take these elixirs, sister. They should prove useful. Yiyu had not scrutinized each elixir's effects, but they were certainly premium items as they were exchanged from the system's marketplace. Yi Chun-shuang received the pile of elixirs from Yu, somewhat bewildered. Among them were several high-grade elixirs, and judging by their luster, some are likely 6th or 7th tier. The Yi family was only a mid-tier family among the demon tribes, and alchemists were notoriously scarce in the Tianyou Continent, particularly those of higher rank. Yi Chun-shuang's exceptional talent meant she did not rely on elixirs for cultivation. For the Yi family, a 7th-tier elixir was already considered treasure. Yet now, Yu casually presented her a large collection of high-tier elixirs. Is the Tianyou sect truly so affluent? Yi Chun-shuang felt somewhat disheartened. Yu, observing her sister's dumbfounded expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Her usual demeanor, often cold and unyielding, now reveals an unexpectedly adorable side, truly charming. Sister, please accept this. After all, I am now the young master of the Tianyou sect, and I am not in need of such trifles. Yi Chun-shuang slightly pursed her lips, casting a gentle glance at Yu, her tones softening. With these elixirs in hand, I feel more assured. I shall take my leave, and we will meet at the western border. After exchanging a few words with Yu and confirming her purpose, Yi Chun-shuang prepared to depart. Sister, do not fret too much. Regardless of the circumstances, I will be here. Yu's tone was calm, yet her voice carried a comforting assurance. Yi Chun-shuang nodded, and in the next moment, her figure vanished from sight. Old fellow, let us see how I shall deal with you this time. A slight smile curled at the corners of Yu's mouth as she playfully ruffled Xing Ying's fur before embracing her and settling down to sleep. Chapter 33. The Abyss of the God of Burial. Emperor Crimson Phoenix. On the following day, Yu arrived at the Grand Hall of the Tianyou sect, cradling Xing Ying and Xia Jiwei in his arms. It appeared that Yu Wuxia had just finished discussing matters with the elders, who greeted Yu and Xia Jiwei with warm smiles and nods. Once the elders departed, Xia Jiwei linked her arm with Yu Wuxia's and giggled. Sister Yu, our junior brother emerged from the Tianyou secret realm last night and even met the founding patriarch. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuxia cast a surprised glance at Yu. Yu then recounted his experiences in the secret realm. Only the sect master has encountered the founding patriarch in nearly a millennium. Yu, you truly are a vessel of extraordinary encounters, Yu Wuxia remarked, shaking her head in wonder. Yu chuckled, feeling slightly bashful from the praise. Yu Wuxia shifted her gaze from Xing Ying, who looked at her in mild confusion and mewed a few times. This woman is quite strange. Why does she always glance at me discreetly? As the demon and beast clans stood in confrontation at the western border, Yu Wuxia pondered whether this would alter the dynamics of the Tianyou Continent. With a sigh, she continued, with the sect competition approaching, the Tianyou sect, as the leader of the righteous path, must set an exemplary standard. Listening to Yu Wuxia elaborate on the upcoming arrangements, Yu began to grasp the underlying intentions. In essence, the Tianyou sect aimed to seize this opportunity to further solidify its status as a premier force on the Tianyou Continent. Ever since the disappearance of the Divine Empress, various factions had begun to stir with ambition towards the Tianyou sect. Initially, the sect felt rather helpless. However, the situation had changed now. Yu had brought news of the Divine Empress's whereabouts and learned that she could break through to the Void Realm at any moment. This revelation provided the sect with a sense of stability, prompting them to send Yu, the young sect master, to the confrontation between the demon and beast clans. 3 elders at the Saintly Passage Realm will accompany you, and I have also informed Wangu and Hani they will join you as well. The Wangu and Hani mentioned by Yu Wuxia were, in fact, Yu's elder sister, Dongfang Wangu, and his second sister, Ling Hani. Yu had already met the second sister, but remained curious about the elder sister. However, the presence of 3 elders of the Saintly Passage Realm reassured Yu. The Saintly Passage Realm was already a level at which one could establish their own sect in the Tianyou Continent. Moreover, Yu knew that the Tenyama of the Demon Clan also belonged to the Saintly Passage Realm, albeit at varying levels. With the support of these 3 elders, Yu felt less apprehensive about facing the old fiend, Yimo, and his Yama. Jiwei, you must protect yourselves on this journey. In the face of any situation, remember this. Act as thunder strikes, for behind you stands the Tianyou sect. With a pause, Her exquisite and serene visage radiated an air of composure. In a single phrase, she unveiled the profound heritage of the Tianyou Sect. Yiyu gazed at Yu Wuxiao in a daze. To her surprise, she uttered such words. All along, she believed her to possess a cool and aloof demeanor. However, the sensation of being backed by a prestigious sect is truly delightful. Yiyu felt a wave of bitter tears, reflecting on how she had never experienced such treatment during her time in the demon clan. Sister Yu, fear not, for I shall certainly safeguard our junior disciple, Xia Jiwei declared, thumping her chest. Stealing a glance at her, Yiyu noted that the third senior sister indeed had substance. Rest assured, Elder Yu, I shall not tarnish the reputation of the Tianyou Sect. Elder Yu Wuxiao nodded, although still unfamiliar with Yiyu. She sensed that this person was constantly encountering fortuitous events, and her nature, well, it seemed she would not come to harm. Yu Wuxiao discreetly glanced at Xing Ying once more before waving her hand. Prepare yourselves, we depart in 3 days. Both Yiyu and Xia Jiwei nodded before leaving the Grand Hall. Alas, Ru Shui, when will you return? This acting sect leader bears too much pressure, Yu Wuxiao murmured to herself, her expression tinged with helplessness. Yet this Yiyu, how perplexing she is. In the following 3 days, Yiyu accessed the delivery system to check her outstanding courier tasks. After all, she still had 3 packages awaiting delivery. As a diligent courier, how could she allow her customers to wait unduly? Certainly, it was not solely for the sake of cultivation rewards. Rubbing her hands together, she initiated the delivery tasks. However, after completing 2 of the courier missions, Yiyu gazed despondently at the ceiling. Where is my goddess of fortune? Has she abandoned me? The recipients of her first 2 deliveries were both weaker than she, thus the cultivation rewards gained were negligible. Damn it, I refuse to believe in the notion of 3 strikes. Surely the 3rd time cannot be so unfortunate. Yiyu retrieved a spirit spring to wash her hands, then rallied her spirits to embark on the 3rd delivery mission. As the pointer for the 3rd task came to a halt, the system's voice echoed. Ding! The courier task has been confirmed. Target recipient, Di Fei Huang. Target items, comic books, novels, and various entertainment supplies. Target location, the foremost among the 10 forbidden zones, the God Burial Abyss. Yi rubbed her eyes and scrutinized the delivery task once more. What on earth are comic books and novels? Why would anyone require these? The corners of her mouth twitched as she seriously questioned whether the system had malfunctioned. Who would agree to contract and sacrifice their cultivation for such trivial items? With a resigned sigh, she decided to treat it as an opportunity to witness the renowned God Burial Abyss. Indeed, Yiyu had heard of its infamous name. Ranked first among the 10 forbidden zones, it was said that a deity was buried there, and no cultivator had ever entered the God Burial Abyss and returned alive. This was also a point of perplexity for Yiyu. According to the instructions for the system's delivery tasks, could it be that there were still beings existing within the abyss of the God of Burial? This was indeed beyond comprehension. Yiyu shook his head. In any case, he was invincible during his delivery process, and at this moment, his heart was filled solely with curiosity. Allow me to behold this legendary abyss of the God of Burial. Yiyu clicked to accept, and in an instant, a beam of white light enveloped him, leaving no trace of his presence in the room. Xing Ying suddenly stood up, mewing in confusion several times. What is happening? I was merely playing with my own tail. Where has my large master gone? How could he just vanish in an instant? However, upon sensing that the bond between herself and Yiyu remained intact, Xing Ying felt reassured and continued to play with her tail. Chapter 34. I am merely an ordinary guardian of the God Burial Abyss in the next moment. Yiyu found himself in an unfamiliar place. It appeared to be the bottom of a valley, and when he looked up, the usual sky was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a dark crimson blood cloud loomed above. The ground was adorned with various mysterious runes, yet they were severed by numerous cracks. There was no sound of wind within the abyss, but a persistent whisper seemed to linger in the air. The murmur was indistinct, yet it echoed in his ears, leaving him uncertain of what might happen had he not been in an invincible state. Yiyu inhaled sharply, realizing that this truly was the foremost of the 10 forbidden zones. The atmosphere was indeed daunting. He glanced around, pondering whether anyone could possibly inhabit such a cursed place. Moreover, Yi recalled the name from the delivery task, Di Fei Huang. The name alone seemed formidable. He advanced a few steps further. It still found no sign of his target. Just as confusion began to envelop him, a chilling voice resonated. Oh, someone dares to enter the god burial abyss? How intriguing. As the voice faded, Yi felt a sudden lightness, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself within a grand bronze hall. The hall exuded a solemn and sacred ambience, starkly contrasting with the previous eerie atmosphere. As Yi stood in bewilderment, a woman reclined upon the dais. Rising to her feet, surrounded by a blood-red aura that made it difficult to gaze directly at her, she possessed long hair, cascading like a waterfall, arched brows, and starry eyes that seemed devoid of emotion, as if she could see through all things, rendering the world around her as mere dust. Her exquisite beauty was unparalleled. Her skin as fair as snow, delicate beyond compare. Most strikingly, a golden divine pattern adorned her brow, bestowing upon her an air of sanctity. A dark red robe enveloped her tall figure, making her appear as an unassailable empress, a sovereign who looked down upon the world. Yi found himself momentarily entranced. Unable to swallow, this woman radiated an unsettling aura. Noticing his dazed expression, the woman couldn't help but smirk softly. With her laughter, the entire hall seemed to brighten. Fear not, little one. I harbor no malice towards you. Yi cleared his throat, feeling the overwhelming presence of this woman almost overwhelming. Fortunately, his professional composure prevailed. He retrieved a package from his pocket. However, in this moment, he felt a peculiar sense of embarrassment presenting a simple cardboard box before such a formidable figure. Cough. May I inquire if you are Di Fei Huang? I am here to deliver a package to you. Oh. At his words, Di Fei Huang furrowed her brow. How did you come to know my name? In this current realm of Tianyou, it should be that no one recalls my appellation. Moreover, what is this package you speak of? I have never heard of such a thing. Indeed, Yi had never encountered this name before, yet from her tone, it was evident that it belonged to someone of considerable significance. As she opened the package, she was greeted by the sight of a spatial ring. Alas, the contents of this delivery comprised a vast collection of comic books, various novels, toys, and other leisure items. The small package could hardly contain everything. Thus, Yi had no choice but to store them within the spatial ring. When she presented the ring to Di Fei Huang, the latter accepted it with a hint of curiosity. In the next moment, as she surveyed the contents with her spiritual sense, a look of evident interest crossed her face. How intriguing indeed. How did you know what I was thinking? Di Fei Huang's voice was laced with profound curiosity, for these items perfectly aligned with her desires. Yet, how could fate be so fortuitous? To suggest that someone could peer into her heart was utterly implausible. After all, in the current realm of Tianyou Continent, who possessed the right to stand before her? Ah, but this individual seemed to be an exception. Noticing Di Fei Huang's keen interest, Yi felt a slight sense of relief. However, when it came time to present the contract, she hesitated somewhat. Could these items genuinely facilitate an increase in her cultivation? Yi found herself skeptical. Nevertheless, given her current invincibility, what was there to fear? With that thought, she retrieved the golden contract. Please take a look at this contract, dear customer. Should there be no issues, you may proceed to sign it, she said. Di Fei Huang took the contract without haste to examine its contents, instead displaying a curiosity for the contract itself. How fascinating. The power contained within it is something I have yet to encounter. How did you come to wield it? Moreover, this power does not belong to this realm. Di Fei Huang seemed to ponder something, casting Yi a look laden with unspoken meaning. Yet she chose not to elaborate further. This left Yi feeling somewhat intrigued. It was the first time she had met someone who appeared to comprehend the essence of the system's power. Unfortunately, given their lack of familiarity, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Let me see. So, a layer of cultivation in exchange. How amusing. Di Fei Huang suddenly chuckled softly, genuinely finding the terms of the contract quite entertaining. I have no objections to this transaction, but prior to proceeding, I would like you to share what is currently transpiring in the outside world. Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of this being before her. Of course, that is not a problem, but may I ask, who exactly are you? Di Fei Huang waved her hand dismissively, a more casual expression gracing her exquisite features. Why call me senior? Do I appear so old? Just call me sister. Sister. Yi responded effortlessly, recognizing her as a formidable figure, and realizing that there was no better time to seek her favor. Even Di Fei Huang paused momentarily at her response before bursting into laughter. You are genuinely amusing. As for me, Di Fei Huang sighed softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. I am merely an ordinary individual who has long guarded the abyss of the god of burial. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yi was immediately struck with awe. This sister's mastery of self-aggrandizement is indeed profound. It reminded him of phrases he had encountered before his transmigration, such as I have never touched money or I have no interest in wealth. The abyss of the god of burial, the foremost among the 10 forbidden zones of the Tianyou Continent. How could this woman claim to have been stationed here all along? If she is merely an ordinary person, then Yi, possessing a system, might as well be considered ordinary too. With an awkward chuckle, he began to converse with Emperor Fei Huang about the current affairs of the Tianyou Continent. They exchanged words for quite some time, and Yi felt he had articulated everything that came to mind. However, Emperor Fei Huang appeared insatiable. My time spent in this abyss of the god of burial has been exceedingly long, and it is rare for someone like you to arrive. She seemed to sense Yi's discomfort and smiled as she offered an explanation. Chapter 35. A 5-star review. Dear, upon hearing this, Yi nodded in understanding. It was no wonder she desired those items to pass the time. How many years had she spent in this god burial abyss? It was unfathomable how she had endured until now. This thought filled Yi with a sense of melancholy. However, the package you sent me, is indeed quite aligned with my desires. Di Fei Huang pondered for a moment before articulating this cumbersome name. Moreover, those items are indeed intriguing. They should suffice to occupy my time for a while. Di Fei Huang had previously glanced at the contents of the spatial ring, and the various titles piqued her interest immensely. Titles such as the overbearing Empress's little darling, the Empress's private treasure, and the ancient Empress and her little pet, among others. Additionally, there were numerous peculiar books, vibrantly colored, labeled as comics. Upon hearing her words, Yi's lips twitched slightly. If his memory served him correctly, those novels were primarily romance tales. How peculiar. The taste of this woman. Di Fei Huang picked up the contract and, without much deliberation, signed her name. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light emanated from her, subsequently merging into Yi's body. Unlike the previous golden light, this one was significantly more resplendent and potent. As this essence entered, Yi's cultivation level surged dramatically once more. Originally at the 9th level of Radiance Realm, he found himself elevated directly to the 5th level of the Void Realm. It was astonishing. Yi was profoundly shocked by the terrifying level of her cultivation. Moreover, this was under the condition that the system had withheld a significant portion. One must understand that as cultivators progress, the difficulty of advancing their realms increases exponentially, often requiring hundreds or thousands of times more effort. It is not uncommon for a breakthrough to take a century, resulting in just a level or two. Even with Yi's innate ability to cultivate automatically due to his primal saint body, the time required to reach the Void Realm was unfathomable. Indeed, delivering parcels is the way to prosperity. Yi chuckled, and Di Fei Huang, observing the golden light that had entered Yi's body, began to comprehend. This technique is quite remarkable. One exchanges cultivation for personal gain through trade. Yet, how do you utilize another's power when their cultivation does not inherently connect with yours? Furthermore, this transaction appears to be binding upon signing. Fascinating. This power is even beyond my resistance. As Di Fei Huang expressed her growing curiosity, she found herself standing directly in front of Yi, their proximity alarmingly close. Yi could even feel her breath, and gazing at her exquisitely perfect visage, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Ahem, sister, you're too close. With considerable effort, Yi finally managed to push Di Fei Huang back a few steps. Empress Fei Huang blinked her eyes, increasingly intrigued by Yiyu. Sister, what realm do you truly occupy? Is losing a layer of cultivation perilous? After all, did you not mention your duty to guard the God-burial abyss? Under her gaze, Yiyu felt a tinge of self-consciousness, and with a shy smile, she deftly shifted the topic. In response, Empress Fei Huang merely stretched lazily, her languid posture irresistibly alluring. It is of no consequence, merely a trifling layer of cultivation. I shall swiftly restore it within the God-burial abyss. As for danger? Heh! Empress Fei Huang chuckled lightly. In this abyss, I am the greatest peril. What a statement, delivered so nonchalantly, yet brimming with authority. You could not help but believe her, for she was indeed a being capable of safeguarding the God-burial abyss. Alas, it seemed that the delivery targets could only be visited once, and she feared she might not return here again. Otherwise, she would have wished to delve deeper into Empress Fei Huang's extraordinary charm. What does the 5-star review at the end of this contract signify? Yi was lost in thought when she suddenly heard Empress Fei Huang's puzzled voice. 5-star review? Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a phrase she unconsciously uttered after every delivery? How could it find its way onto the contract? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Due to the completion of system upgrades, henceforth, when a host fulfills delivery tasks, customers will have the option to provide a 5-star review. If awarded, a mark will be left, allowing the host to visit the customer at will, with the possibility of encountering their delivery tasks in the future. Should they choose not to give a 5-star review, the host, well, that would be quite unfortunate. As EU focused on the system's explanation, she nearly lost her composure upon hearing the last line. Drawing upon her extensive experience in delivery, she was confident she could secure 5-star reviews from every customer. This was her closely guarded secret. Oh, if it's not too much trouble, could you kindly give me a 5-star review? I would be immensely grateful. Indeed, this secret was nothing but a heartfelt request. Empress Fei Huang, upon hearing this, did not seem overly concerned. Very well, is it the completion of these 5 stars? Oh, done. As Empress Fei Huang submitted her 5-star review, a mark was inscribed upon her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she sensed the mark and, somewhat astonished, remarked, "What is this principle? Upon granting your 5-star review, a mark is left upon me. I, who am impervious to all laws, how could you inscribe a mark upon me?" Yet, soon after, Empress Fei Huang chuckled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. "I was contemplating bestowing upon you a right that would allow you to traverse freely to the God-burial abyss. But it seems I have saved that effort. You possess a means to navigate it already. This individual is truly an enigma." Yi was secretly astonished. This woman seemed truly capable of seeing through everything, even sensing the power of the system. However, her expression soon turned somewhat rigid. Wait, what did she just say about granting me a power to traverse the God-burial abyss? Fei Huang nodded, casting a curious glance at Yiyu. Indeed, although I have guarded the God-burial abyss alone for countless ages, the emergence of someone like you naturally prompts me to desire your companionship. What? Do you not wish for that? As Fei Huang uttered her final words, Yiyu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, he possessed invincibility. So she intends for me to visit often in the future. Yiyu remarked somewhat bitterly. This woman actually wishes to tether me to her side. How insufferable. Chapter 36. The Silver Moon Chariot indeed. What is it? Are you unwilling? Whatever you desire, dear sister, I possess it all, and I am all-knowing. Please, allow me to remain by your side. I cannot bear to see you alone in solitude. I harbor no ulterior motives, so do not misunderstand me. Before Empress Fei Huang could finish her statement, Yiyu grasped her delicate hand, speaking with utmost sincerity, his expression gravely serious. Taken aback, Empress Fei Huang found herself caught off guard by Yiyu's sudden touch, her countenance momentarily frozen in surprise. No one had ever dared to approach her in such a manner. What was this person thinking? Noticing the lack of response, Yiyu glanced at Empress Fei Huang in confusion, only to realize that he had instinctively seized her hand. A cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Well, I was rather emotional. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. Yiyu hastily released her hand and offered an explanation, though Empress Fei Huang's expression remained somewhat bewildered. What is wrong with this woman? Could it be that she is embarrassed? After a brief moment, Empress Fei Huang seemed to regain her composure, casting a complex glance at Yiyu. It matters not. Since I have guarded the abyss of the god's tomb, I have encountered countless situations. How could I concern myself with such trivial matters? In truth, she was deeply affected, for when Yiyu held her hand, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her, indescribable and elusive. However, Empress Fei Huang would never reveal this to Yiyu. Seeing her composed demeanor, Yiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is a formidable figure. How could she be flustered over a mere hand-holding? Perhaps I am overthinking this. Well, since we have established a bond, remember to bring me interesting items during your future visits. Off you go, dear sister. I wish to explore the gifts you have brought me. Empress Fei Huang waved her hand, concealing the tumult of emotions within her heart. Upon hearing this, Yiyu nodded, realizing it was time to take his leave as the Moro heralded their departure. Then I shall see you next time. I will come often, do not worry. Empress Fei Huang acknowledged with a soft sound, watching as Yiyu was enveloped by a beam of white light, vanishing from her sight. Ah, indeed, it is so mysterious and intriguing to be able to disregard the rules of the abyss of the god's tomb and depart at will. Placing a hand over her chest, Empress Fei Huang murmured to herself. Yet at this moment, her thoughts lingered on the image of Yiyu grasping her hand. Even after Yiyu returned to his humble abode, he remained in disbelief. Within the abyss of the god's tomb existed a woman of unfathomable strength. Yiyu harbored serious doubts that this woman had reached the void-breaking realm. Truly, the Tianyou Continent is a realm of hidden talents. Why does it feel so profoundly intricate? Shaking his head, he recalled Empress Fei Huang's desire for novels. Unable to suppress a smile. One extraordinary woman. Yiyu, Ji Wei, for this endeavor, you need only observe the unfolding events. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, trust your own judgment. Rest assured, the Divine Moon Sect stands resolutely behind you. At the entrance of the Divine Moon Sect, Yu Wuxia addressed Yiyu and Xia Zhuwei, who nodded in response. Turning her gaze to the three elders beside her, she requested that they keep a watchful eye over the two. The elders nodded in agreement, and Yiyu and Xia Zhuwei offered them a respectful bow, to which the elders responded with warm smiles. Among the three was Elder Zhao, unexpectedly a formidable presence in the sacred realm. The other two elders, one surnamed Wu and the other Lin, were also of the same esteemed rank. Xia Zhiwei waved her hand at Yu Wuxia and cheerfully remarked, Sister Yu, do not worry. I will take good care of our junior brother. Yiyu chimed in, Indeed, Elder Yu, I shall also look after my senior sister. Subsequently, the two began to tease one another as they set off, with Xingying curiously perched on Yiyu's shoulder, glancing around. Are we embarking on a long journey? The three elders exchanged knowing smiles, but remained silent as they followed behind them. The Divine Moon Sect possessed its own exclusive flying conveyance, an immensely grand airship adorned with intricate runes and emblazoned with the symbol of the Divine Moon. The entire vessel exuded an air of opulence. This is our Divine Moon Sect's Silver Moon Celestial Chariot. Come, let us board, Elder Zhao encouraged. Yi nodded, reflecting on the grandeur befitting a top-tier power. Xia Zhiwei linked her arm with Yi Yu's, grinning as she said, Hee, you haven't seen anything like this before. Cool, me. Let me show you around. Miao chirped Xingying, eager to explore. As they boarded the Silver Moon Celestial Chariot, Yu Wuxia retracted her gaze and waved to the enthusiastic disciples lingering behind. Disperse now, and prepare for the upcoming sect competition. The disciples gradually scattered, still buzzing with excitement. That must be the young sect master, right? So handsome. I declare from now on, I will unconditionally support the young sect master. One exclaimed, You infatuated fool. Isn't the most critical aspect the young sect master as cultivation? He is in the void realm. Moreover, he is representing our Divine Moon Sect in the confrontation with the demon and beast clans. It's simply astounding. And that spiritual pet of his is so adorable. I wish I could pet it. Oh. Anticipation for the forthcoming sect competition grew, as everyone was eager to showcase that the Divine Moon Sect had not diminished in strength. How do you find the ship, junior brother? Is it not replete with amenities? In a nearby chamber, The three elders rested while Xiaojiwei and Yiyu remained restless. After exploring the Silver Moon's celestial chariot, Xiaojiwei cheerfully inquired. Yi nodded. It is more than just well-equipped. It could be described as a small fortress. Our Divine Moon Sect truly possesses immense wealth. He sighed in genuine admiration. Xiaojiwei, savoring a sweet treat, chuckled at his words. There is so much more in the Divine Moon Sect that you have yet to discover. I shall show you everything in due time. Watching Xiaojiwei engrossed in her dessert, Yiyu couldn't help but smile fondly. Subsequently, Yiyu extended her hand to wipe the corner of Xiaojiwei's mouth, where a morsel lingered. Sister, take your time with your food. There is plenty left, and no one is competing with you. Xiaojiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she seemed somewhat accustomed to Yiyu's affectionate gestures, thus not overly embarrassed. Mind your own business, she retorted playfully. Xingying, seated nearby, was engrossed in her meal and merely cast a curious glance at the two before returning her focus to her food. Yiyu chuckled softly and then inquired about the elder and second elder sisters. Sister, I've heard that both the elder and second elder sisters will be attending this time. Could you tell me more about them? Xiaojiwei swallowed a piece of dessert, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. The elder sister is named Dongfang Wanga, and the second elder sister is called Ling Hani. As for the rest, well, you will understand when you meet them. Chapter 37. The eccentric senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yiyu rolled his eyes. The poet merely mentioned a name, which was hardly different from saying nothing at all. Moreover, he was already well aware of the names of both the senior and second senior sisters. Oh, it's hard to explain. You'll understand when you meet her, Xiaojiwei pouted, seemingly displeased with Yiyu's reaction. Speaking of which, I have encountered the second senior sister once before. You recall the last time he delivered a package to her. Xiaojiwei was taken aback, momentarily forgetting about her dessert. Really? You've met the second senior sister? Yi recounted his previous meeting with the second senior sister, embellishing the story to portray it as a personal adventure, akin to an encounter with the esteemed sect leader. Oh, Xiaojiwei nodded thoughtfully after hearing his tale, acknowledging that it was indeed not surprising for a junior brother with such fortuitous experiences to have met the second senior sister. Since you've met her, you must know what she's like. Xiaojiwei smacked her lips and continued. The second senior sister is devoted to the sword, possessing a flawless sword heart. It can be said that her life has always been intertwined with the sword. Yiyu nodded in agreement. When he saw the second senior sister, he felt her essence as a pure sword cultivator. However, that little tuft of hair on her head is quite adorable. I've always wanted to touch it, but she never allowed me. Xiaojiwei's voice carried a hint of regret. Yiyu wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. You're absolutely right, senior sister. I too find the second senior sister's tuft quite charming. If we get the chance, let us touch it together. They exchanged mischievous glances and shared a hearty laugh. What about the senior sister? What is she like? In response to Yiyu's inquiry, Xiaojiwei pondered for a moment. Since he had already met the second senior sister and would meet the senior sister soon as well, there was no need for secrecy. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that the senior sister has a rather peculiar personality. Xiaojiwei wiped her small hands, speaking with a hint of exasperation. In any case, try not to provoke her. I'm warning you, if you do end up offending her, this senior sister may not be able to protect you. Yiyu playfully delivered a mock chop to Xiaojiwei. This woman promised to look out for me. And now she says this? Xiaojiwei covered her head, letting out a small huff. There's nothing I can do. The senior sister is too powerful for me to contend with. So, just be obedient when the time comes, all right? Upon hearing her words, Yiyu felt a surge of curiosity about this senior sister. What kind of person could she possibly be? Your Excellency, this time, we must succeed against the Yi family. Please rest assured. In a room at the border of the western regions, Yi Mo respectfully addressed a figure in the mirror. Beside him stood his son, Yi Cheng, who was also bowing his head in deference. The most crucial task is to ascertain the exact circumstances surrounding the Shuriwei Yinlu behind the Yi family. From the mirror emerged a hoarse voice, to which Yi Mo promptly nodded with respect. Rest assured, my lord, I am well aware of the situation. It is my understanding that the Yi family shares a profound connection with the eclipsing moon Yama. This time, We shall undoubtedly compel the eclipsing moon Yama to reveal himself. Yi Mo continued to converse with the voice from the mirror for an extended duration before respectfully closing it. At that moment, Yi Cheng, who had been standing with his head bowed beside him, stepped forward and inquired, "Father, is the splintering soul Yama truly on our side?" Yi Mo nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. "If we succeed in forcing the eclipsing moon Yama to appear, we shall secure our alliance with the splintering soul Yama, and we will surely soar to great heights." Yi Cheng, upon hearing this, also nodded enthusiastically. With the absence of the demon lord, the 10 Yamas effectively govern the entire demon race. The power of the splintering soul Yama is unquestionable, yet the eclipsing moon Yama has remained reclusive. This has led many within the demon race to speculate whether the eclipsing moon Yama has encountered a mishap in his cultivation. Otherwise, why would he remain hidden? This uncertainty has sown seeds of doubt in Yi Mo's heart, for in the current state of the demon race, self-preservation is of utmost importance. As for foolish individuals like Yi Zhantian, who remain steadfastly loyal to the eclipsing moon Yama, they will ultimately find themselves on a path to demise. "Father, shall we proceed with our plan regarding that woman, Yi Chen Shuang?" Yi Cheng's expression momentarily flickered with greed as he mentioned Yi Chen Shuang. After all, her beauty is unparalleled in the demon race, coupled with her terrifying talent to inherit the title of Demon Lord. Such a prodigious figure naturally ignites Yi Cheng's covetous desires. Yi Mo merely chuckled coldly and patted Yi Cheng's shoulder. "Rest assured, this plan is foolproof. It will undoubtedly succeed. We shall proceed according to our strategy." Meanwhile, at the border of the northern domain, an elder of the Yi family spoke gravely to Yi Chen Shuang. "Shuang, this time the odds may not be in our favor. We must exercise utmost caution. The Yi family has mobilized numerous members for this endeavor, for Yi Chen Shuang represents their future, and failure is not an option." Indeed, and the eclipsing moon Yama remained silent. Alas, another elder sighed, his expression filled with resignation. Yi Chen Shuang shook her head at this, but soon dismissed any lingering worries. "Elders, do not fret. Even if the eclipsing moon Yama does not emerge, let us not forget that Yi Yu is with us. He is now the young master of the Tianyou Sect." After a brief pause, she continued, "With the current standoff between the demon and monster races, it is likely that forces from the human race will arrive, and we may have the opportunity to ally with the Tianyou Sect." The elders surrounding Yi Chen Shuang were those who could be absolutely trusted, having grown up alongside her father, and thus she held no reservations. Upon hearing her words, the elders of the Yi family nodded in agreement. Her assertion was indeed valid. As a premier force in the Tianyou Continent, the Tianyou Sect would not fear the splintering soul Yama. However, has young Master Yi truly become the young master of the Tianyou Sect? This, I still find it somewhat perplexing. The elders of the Yi family are still struggling to comprehend how Yi Yu has suddenly transformed into the young master of the Tianyou Sect. Yi Chen Shuang, recalling Yi Yu, couldn't help but smile faintly. "Rest assured, esteemed elders, I have personally verified this matter, and it is undeniably true." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Yi family finally felt their anxious hearts settle. This time, we shall ensure that Yi Mo, that treacherous old wretch, meets a grim fate." Yi Chen Shuang nodded gently, her thoughts drifting back to the last time Yi Yu had presented her with medicinal pills. She gazed into the distance, harboring a sense of longing. "Yi Yu, when shall you return?" Chapter 38. The heart that yearns for destruction cannot be contained. Yi Yu, look. Indeed, many forces have gathered this time. Yi Yu? Yi Yu. On the border of the western region, Xia Jiwei tugged at Yi Yu's sleeve, urging him to observe his surroundings. After calling out a few times to no avail, it infuriated Xia Jiwei, prompting her to pull him harder. Seeing this, Xing Ying quickly nudged Yi Yu with her little head, meowing a few times. However, Yi Yu had been engrossed in reviewing the rewards he received for delivering a package to Emperor Fei Huang. He had been so astonished by the formidable presence of the powerful woman and the leader of the Forbidden Zone, the Grave God Abyss, that he had completely forgotten to check the rewards. Yi Yu's face lit up with joy as he read the notification from the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing this delivery. You have received 10 million delivery points and an opportunity to designate a specific delivery customer. 10 million delivery points. You couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Truly, the esteemed sister was formidable. Moreover, the system had granted an additional opportunity to designate a customer. This must mean he could directly choose someone to deliver a package to, right? System, can I designate anyone as the customer? Ding. As long as the host can specify a particular individual, it is permissible. However, it is limited to the Tianyou Continent. Future system upgrades will allow for broader capabilities beyond this realm. Goodness, Yi was taken aback. Could it be that he would be able to traverse the myriad worlds in the future? This explained why Xia Jiwei had tugged at him several times without eliciting a response. When Yi finally came to his senses, he noticed Xia Jiwei glaring at him in anger. Meanwhile, Xingying wore an expression that seemed to say she had done her best. Ahem. I was just pondering how to create more delectable desserts for my senior sister, so I didn't pay attention. Yi gently ruffled Xingying's little head, then grasped Xia Jiwei's delicate hand, gazing at her with sincere eyes. Xia Jiwei had grown increasingly accustomed to Yi holding her hand. Thus, she only offered a token resistance before allowing him to clasp it. Glancing at the three elders, who seemed indifferent, she whispered to Yi, I wanted you to look around, silly. You are now the young master of our Tianyou sect. Only then did Yi notice that several forces had indeed arrived, albeit spaced apart. Almost all of the top-tier factions had sent representatives. There, one could see the people from Tai Xian Zone. Over there were those from Xingyun Pavilion, and representatives from Wangqing Tiangong, Wunyan Sword Studio, Reincarnation Hall, and Bayan Pavilion had also come. Xia Jiwei introduced these major forces to Yi, all of which were on par with Tianyou sect. Yi surveyed them one by one, while these factions discreetly assessed Tianyou sect in return. Young Master Jiwei, I shall go and reconnect with some old acquaintances and gather some information, Elder Zhao said with a respectful gesture. He was typically responsible for the diplomatic matters of Tianyou sect, hence he was well acquainted with various forces. Yi naturally nodded in agreement. Elder Wu, Elder Lin, I kindly request that you keep an eye on the young master. Elder Zhao addressed the other two elders and then swiftly departed to engage with other factions. Elder Wu, Elder Lin, do you have any insight into how the demon and monster clans will confront one another? Yi inquired with a hint of curiosity. Although it is said that the two clans are at odds, he remained unaware of the specific circumstances. It is rumored that each side has dispatched personnel to battle, with life and death hanging in the balance. Yet the possibility of outright war cannot be dismissed. Elder Wu stroked his beard and stated, while Elder Lin chimed in with a supplementary remark, we shall merely observe from the sidelines, yet if an opportunity arises, we may well intervene. Ultimately, it depends on the young master's inclinations. Before their departure, Yu Wuxiao entrusted the choice to Yi, thus officially presenting him as the young master of the Tianyou sect before the various powers. Consequently, regardless of Yi's decision, the three elders had no objections. As for the potential dangers, with three beings of the Tongsheng realm present, there is little cause for concern unless the Demon Emperor or the Demon Sovereign intervenes personally. However, the Demon Sovereign has long since vanished alongside the sect leader, and regarding the Demon Emperor, their relationship with the young master is quite extraordinary. Thus, as they accompanied Yi to this place, the three elders felt quite at ease. Upon hearing their words, Yi also exhaled in relief. This is fortunate. He had initially worried about finding a reason to confront that old wretch, Yimo. Since the three elders have spoken, Yimo has become nothing more than a mere specter in Yi's mind. Indeed, junior brother, if you have any thoughts, please speak freely. Your senior sister is here for you. Xia Jiwei patted her chest, her expression betraying no fear. After a moment of contemplation, Yi decided it would be prudent to wait for his senior and second senior sisters before making any further moves. Senior sister, both elders, let us bide our time here until we are joined by our senior and second senior sisters. There is no need for haste. The group found themselves in a city on the northern border known as Liyue City. Upon hearing Yi's words, the others nodded in agreement and settled into an inn within Liyue City. It is said that participants from the 10 halls of the Demon Clan are involved, and on the monster side, it is rumored that the Demon Emperor has arrived in person. Elder Zhao sipped tea in the room and shared some more detailed information with the group. The Demon Emperor. Yi recalled the enchanting visage of Yu Tang and couldn't help but swallow hard. Speaking of which, it would be wise to pay a visit to Yu Tang soon. Endless phone calls are insufficient. They must meet frequently. I've already sent messages to my senior and second senior sisters. They informed me that they would arrive in a few days. Xia Jiwei gently patted the little cat head of Xingying. During this time, Xingying has finally ceased to be as resistant as at the beginning, which greatly pleased Xia Jiwei. After all, she had gone to great lengths to win Xingying over with a plethora of sweets. It has also been quite some time since she last saw Wanga and Hani. The three elders wore expressions of nostalgia. Those two truly were the paragons of the Tianyou sect. Yi nodded, realizing she needed to find an opportunity to reconnect with her sister, while also formulating a reason to prevent the three elders from targeting the Yi family. Well then, let us wait until my senior sisters regroup before proceeding. The three elders nodded in agreement and departed from Yi Yu's chamber, leaving Xia Jiwei gazing longingly at her. Senior sister, do you have something on your mind? Oh, could it be that you wish to share a bed with me? I wouldn't mind at all. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could this person grow increasingly audacious? Dream on. Bring me some more desserts, humph. And remember, whatever you do, do not provoke the eldest senior sister. Xia Jiwei offered one last piece of advice to Yi Yu, leaving her with an itch of curiosity. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. What would happen if she dared to tease the eldest senior sister? All right, I understand. Here you go. Senior sister, aren't you worried about gaining weight? Go away. I, your senior sister, am naturally beautiful. How could I possibly gain weight? Let us go. Chapter 39. Capturing people along the network line in the subsequent days, the Tianyou sect remained in a state of repose near the Night City, presenting an air of mere curiosity. Similarly, various other factions chose to observe the situation rather than act impulsively. During this period, Yi Yu also discreetly met with Yi Qinshuang. Sister, everything is prepared on my end. This time, 3 elders of the transcendent realm will accompany us. There is no need to worry about that cracked soul Yama. Tomorrow, we shall eliminate that old man Yimo. Yi Qinshuang paused in surprise at the mention of 3 transcendent realm warriors. Although the 10 Yama lords possessed formidable strength, the cracked soul Yama was not highly ranked, and his realm was merely that of the transcendent. It was no wonder Yi Yu exuded such confidence. Well, I'll follow your lead, sister. After all, we are currently at odds with the demon clan. Eliminating Yimo is quite a reasonable course of action, Yi Qinshuang replied softly. Her words, however, serve as a reminder to Yi Yu. It appeared prudent to meet with Yu Tang. With her intervention, the cracked soul Yama would have to endure in silence. Nevertheless, the ultimate goal remained the complete eradication of the cracked soul Yama. Yi Yu contemplated the devouring moon Yama. Though he had long been aware of the deep connection between his Yi family and the devouring moon Yama, he had never encountered this formidable being. It seemed that once this matter was settled, he would need to seek out the devouring moon Yama. Given that he was currently situated in the Tianyou sect, he could not oversee his family's affairs. Thus, finding the devouring moon Yama became imperative. If the Yama were to appear, the Yi family would undoubtedly be safe. In any case, sister, await my signal, and then we shall act together, Yi Yu declared, producing a communication jade talisman for Yi Qinshuang. This item had been exchanged in the system marketplace. Compared to ordinary communication talismans, this one transmitted messages more swiftly and discreetly. It is said that those below the Saint Realm cannot detect it. Yi Qinshuang nodded, accepting the talisman from Yi Yu. You must also be cautious. I shall take my leave now, she murmured after stealing a glance at Xingying. Indeed, sister, next time you may touch Xingying. There is no need to be so furtive, Yi Yu teased, eliciting a flustered response from Yi Qinshuang. She exclaimed. Her face flushed as she looked at Yi Yu, while Xingying merely mewed curiously. What is the master saying? I'm not. You. Don't speak nonsense. I am leaving. With that, Yi Qinshuang hastily departed. After playfully teasing his sister, Yi Yu stretched, affectionately patting Xingying's little head before preparing to visit Yu Tang once more. Why do I feel like a master of time management? It's not easy for me either, Yu chuckled, then took out the jade talisman to contact Yutang. In fact, from the very first day Yu arrived in Night City, he had informed Yutang of his presence. After all, if he arrived but did not notify her, he feared he might face her wrath. However, due to the necessity of communicating with his sister over the past few days, Yu had not yet met with Yutang. After several days of anticipation, you finally think of visiting me? Hurry and come over. As soon as the jade talisman connected, Yu was greeted by the voice of Yutang, filled with palpable resentment. Yu chuckled awkwardly, preparing to say something, only to suddenly find a rift in space appearing beside him. In the next moment, a pair of delicate hands reached out and yanked Yu inside. Is this really necessary? How domineering. Is it even acceptable to capture someone through the network like this? Meow. Xing Ying, witnessing the scene, was utterly dumbfounded, wondering where her large master had disappeared to. Meow, why does this scene feel so familiar? Xing Ying was left in a daze. When Yu opened his eyes, he discovered he was seated upon a throne in a grand hall, with Yutang still tugging at his ears. Hey, let go. I'm here now, aren't I? Yu quickly grasped Yutang's small hand, realizing her grip was too forceful. Observing Yu rubbing his ear, Yutang couldn't help but chuckle, though she soon cleared her throat. Why didn't you come to see me immediately? Are you afraid? Seeing Yutang pouting made Yu feel an overwhelming sense of affection. She was no longer the formidable empress of the demon clan, but rather an endearing little girl. Unable to resist the charming sight before him, Yu pulled Yutang into his embrace. They reclined together upon the throne, a symbol of the demon clan's supreme status. Yu, what are you trying to do? Yutang blinked, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks as she quietly inquired. Despite her enchanting beauty, her words seemed to carry an enticing allure. What am I thinking? Yutang paused, pondering the question, but soon grasped the playful intent behind Yu's peculiar smile, her cheeks flushing even deeper as she playfully punched his chest a few times. Yu, what are you saying? How mischievous. Yu chuckled, drawing Yutang closer, then turned his gaze toward the grand hall. Yutang, is this the main hall of your demon clan? Yutang, uncertain of his meaning, merely nodded gently. Yes, this is where we typically discuss matters, but today, no one will be coming. You shouldn't think too much into it. I just wanted some time alone. As she spoke, she noticed Yu's increasingly radiant smile, quickly realizing what was on his mind. Aren't we supposed to discuss serious matters? Don't get carried away. I am a demon empress. Before Yutang could finish her sentence, Yu silenced her with a kiss. She let out a few soft sounds, ultimately surrendering to his embrace, allowing him to take advantage of her. Although she was the demon empress in his presence, she would always be the frail little fox he had once rescued. Reflecting on their first encounter, Yutang's gaze softened with warmth. Reflecting on the prolonged wait for Yu, the joy of finally embracing him once more enveloped her. In a bold turn of events, she took the initiative, pressing herself against him with fervent passion. Yu was momentarily taken aback, his actions halted. Was he truly being pushed back so easily? As Yutang, caught in a haze of desire, noticed Yu's pause, she assumed he was still apprehensive about potential interruptions. Rest assured, this grand hall would remain undisturbed today. I have long since cast a barrier. Her blood-red eyes sparkled with allure as she whispered temptingly in Yu's ear. Or perhaps you lack the courage to claim me here. You be gentle. The moment those words escaped her lips, Yu could no longer contain himself, promptly initiating a vigorous lesson for Yutang. Slowly, the entire hall began to shimmer with the essence of spring. Chapter 40. The Sovereign atop the throne of Demons. Is this how you repay me? How utterly despicable. Moontang nestled in Yu's embrace, poking his chest with a delicate finger, a blend of embarrassment and indignation illuminating her features, still tinged with a lingering blush. The memories of her recent escapade with this rogue sent waves of shame coursing through her heart. How could she have been so foolish as to acquiesce to such an outrageous demand? Moreover, this scoundrel was surprisingly formidable. She had pleaded for mercy in the end, yet he showed no compassion. Instead, he only intensified his advances. With this thought, Moontang let out a soft huff, parting her lips to nip at Yiyu playfully. Yiyu, reveling in the sensation of being the demon's sovereign upon his throne, wore a contented smile. Faced with the slightly vexed Moontang, he chuckled softly. Such a form of repayment was not unwelcome. "Hey, no hitting, let's discuss serious matters," he said, gently grasping her hand as she feigned anger. He pressed a light kiss on her delicate knuckles. Moontang pursed her lips, turning her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Why must he be so charming? So annoying? I'm about to deal with an ancient being. I would appreciate your support, Yiyu stated. Immediately, Moontang turned her head towards him, her interest piqued. Shall I assist you directly in eliminating him? With the demon lord of the demonic realm missing, no one can stand in my way. Gazing at her serious countenance, Yiyu felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. This foolish woman, without even asking whom he intended to slay, had immediately offered her help. Rest assured, I'm not one to rely solely on others. This time, my sister and I will join forces, and eliminating that ancient being will be a mere formality. However, he proceeded to explain the situation regarding the ruptured soul Yama behind Yemo, the 10 Yamas of the demon realm. Fear not with my presence. Should that ruptured soul Yama dare to show himself, he will not return. Upon hearing this, confidence radiated from Moontang's face, her spirited demeanor momentarily stunning Yiyu. In that instant, the imperious visage of the demon empress seemed to resurface. Yet in the next moment, she obediently settled back into Yiyu's arms. Since I am assisting you, what reward do I receive? Yiyu pinched her tender cheek, grinning as he replied, Today, I shall wholly surrender this two-tailed morsel to you. How does that sound for a reward? Moontang playfully rolled her eyes, leaning down atop Yiyu with a mischievous grin. Oh really? Then let me witness if you truly possess such prowess. Watch me exhaust you today. Meanwhile, Xingying gazed at her master, who had returned after quite some time, appearing somewhat dazed. At this moment, Yiyu was rubbing his back, exhibiting signs of fatigue. Xingying nimbly leaped into Yiyu's embrace, meowing softly while nuzzling against him. Yiyu affectionately petted the obedient Xingying, feeling a tinge of trepidation. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Moontang when roused. He had nearly been unable to withstand her fervor. Nevertheless, in the end, she had willingly submitted to his will. As I recall the moment of departure, the pliable form of Yuetang brings a chuckle to Yiyu's lips. However, her amusement swiftly fades, replaced by a cold smirk. Old fool, tomorrow marks your demise. Chen Shuang, you mentioned that the family head has sent news? What tidings do you bring? Yemo, accompanied by Yi Cheng, inquires while casting a sidelong glance at Chen Shuang, who had suddenly informed him of the family head's communique. Although he sensed something amiss, to Yemo, this could also be an opportunity to eliminate Chen Shuang. After all, with other elders from the Yi family present previously, he had refrained from rash actions. Yet now, with the woman having stepped forth alone, did she truly believe her extraordinary talent rendered her untouchable? Yemo sneered inwardly, while Yi Cheng unabashedly fixed his gaze upon Chen Shuang, viewing her as already within his grasp. With his father possessing tools acquired from the infernal hall of ruptured spirits, subduing Chen Shuang should be a mere formality. Upon hearing Yemo's inquiry, Chen Shuang did not respond immediately. Instead, a flicker of starlight captured her attention, prompting a faint smile. Well, the message from my father is simply, old fool, perish. With that, she launched a sudden strike towards Yi Mo and Yi Cheng. Taken by surprise, the two could only hastily defend themselves, barely evading the lethal blow. Chen Shuang, realizing her attack had missed, swiftly retreated to a secure distance. Earlier, Yu had cautioned her to remain vigilant against Yi Mo's potential tricks. Although unsure of how Yi Yu discerned that Yi Mo had a scheme, Chen Shuang trusted him enough to maintain a safe distance. Curse you, Chen Shuang. You court death. Yi Mo spat blood, his expression dark as he glared at her. He had intended to strike first with the tools bestowed by the Infernal Hall, but had not anticipated Chen Shuang as decisive action, which thwarted his opportunity to catch her off guard. Father, use the tools directly. We can certainly capture her alive, and then... Yi Cheng wiped his mouth, revealing a lewd grin. Oh, are you only two? Then consider yourselves surrounded. Yi Mo and Yi Cheng instantly turned, exclaiming, Who goes there? Leisurely approaching. Yi Yu cradled Xingying flanked by Xia Wei. Initially, Yi believed that his presence alongside Xing Ying sufficed, given his array of tools and the prior arrangement with Yuetang that assured success. Thus, he had merely informed the three elders of his intent to take a stroll. However, upon stepping outside, he unexpectedly encountered Xia Wei, who, after a series of entreaties, compelled Yi to share his plans for the day. Upon hearing the news, Xia Wei was filled with excitement, clamoring to join in the festivities. Yi harbored grave suspicions that this girl concealed a hint of violence within her depths. Yi, what brings you here? Who would have thought that your arrival of the Tianyou sect would not only spare your life, but also elevate you to the position of a young sect master? Yi Mo, upon seeing the grinning Yi, was seized by a wave of irritation. The boy's extraordinary adventures seemed almost too fantastical. Father, there is no need to waste words with them. With the artifacts bestowed upon us by the Lord of the Rift and the Underworld, any additional adversaries will meet their demise. Ah! Yi Cheng laughed boisterously, yet before he could finish his sentence, Xia Wei had already struck him down with a single sword stroke. As a disciple of the Divine Moon Empress, her realm surpassed anything Yi Cheng could fathom. Even Yi Mo had not anticipated that in just a fleeting moment, Yi Cheng would be vanquished by Xia Wei's sword. What nonsense are you prattling on about, little junior? Is not the senior sister splendid? Chapter 41. The Demon Emperor, Moontang, Cheng. Damn it, you all shall perish. Xia Wei's speed was astonishing. Yi Mo barely caught a glimpse before he saw Yi Cheng lying in a pool of blood, overwhelmed by grief. He gazed at Yi and the others with a face full of hatred. Meanwhile, Yi simply gave Xia Wei a thumbs up, acknowledging her prowess, truly his senior sister. Fierce and succinct, just as it should be. Behind them, Yi Chen Shuang was equally stunned, pondering who this woman was and why her strength was so formidable, especially as she stood beside Yi. Xia Wei chuckled, then approached Yi. Junior brother, go for it. That old man seems rather unimpressive. Just as Yi was about to nod in agreement, he noticed Yi Mo's expression had turned frenzied as he pulled out a flag from his robe. Hee, you all shall die. Go accompany my Chang'er in death. As the flag emerged, an endless stream of black energy began to emanate from it. Be careful. This seems to be death energy. That flag. It is an evil artifact. Xia Wei's face suddenly grew serious, and at that moment, Yi Chen Shuang joined them. This flag seems to specifically target the sea of consciousness with its death energy. No need to, hey, Yi, where are you going? Before Yi Chen Shuang could finish her sentence, she watched in alarm as Yi confidently stepped forward, prompting her to call out in urgency. Yet Yi merely waved his hand dismissively, targeting the sea of consciousness. My primordial sacred body is renowned for being impervious to all forms of spiritual attacks. Why should I fear such trivial death energy? Xia Wei, however, expressed her concern. Yi, proceed with caution, Weha. Her words trailed off as she stared ahead, seemingly witnessing something astonishing. Meanwhile, Yi Mo, noticing Yi Yu's apparent disregard for danger, let out a sinister laugh. You little brat, this is your own doing, you, huh? In the next moment, Yi Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. As the endless black energy from the flag made contact with Yi Yu's body, it dissipated entirely, as if repelled by some unseen force. Not a trace of the black energy could approach Yi Yu. This was precisely why Xia Wei was so astonished. It is known that death energy is not like typical attacks. This direct assault on a cultivator's sea of consciousness is the most challenging to defend against. Most cultivators would distance themselves when confronted with such death energy, opting for range combat. Yet, Yi Yu's utter lack of fear, and the fact that the death energy had no effect on him, was a rarity indeed. Who are you? Why? No, what is happening? This unexpected turn of events left Yi Mo utterly flustered. In his mind, wielding the flag granted by the Lord of the Soul, severing would summon death energy, enabling him to easily accomplish the Lord's tasks. Yet now, Chang'er had been slain by another's sword, and his trump card, this flag, proved ineffective against Yi Yu. This left Yi Mo bewildered, questioning where things had gone awry. Yi paid no mind to his thoughts and promptly launched a punch forward. Only then did Yi Yu's fist shimmer with starlight and lunar brilliance, manifesting the second tier of the celestial transformation technique. By refining his entire being with the powers of the stars and moon, Yi was able to imbue his martial prowess with these two formidable forces. At this moment, having already entered the void realm and bolstered by the formidable automatic defenses of the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, Yi felt confident enough to contend even against those in the Divine Sea realm. Not to mention, Yi was merely a half-step into the Divine Sea realm. Sensing the immense energy contained within Yiyu's fist, Yi barely managed to defend himself and prepare to flee. For Yi, preserving his life was paramount. He believed that as long as he had the mountains, firewood would not be a concern. However, just as he contemplated escape, his retreat was abruptly blocked by Yi Qinshuang and Xia Wei. Old fool, were you not so arrogant just moments ago? Sister, let us strike together. Take advantage of his weakness. Yi was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He immediately prepared a charge at Yi alongside Xia Wei and Yi Qinshuang. Meanwhile, Xing Ying, lacking any offensive capabilities, remained at a distance, meowing and cheering for her companions. Yi was once again sent flying, blood spattering from his mouth, his eyes filled with malice. Damn it, you pests! I will make you pay. With that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and smeared it on a mirror. Your Excellency, the situation has changed. I beseech your arrival. As Yi's voice echoed, the mirror began to tremble slightly, and a surge of demonic energy erupted forth. Little junior brother, we must not allow him to complete the incantation. Watch me, sister. Hey, why are you pulling me back? Xia Wei had just prepared to draw her sword to interrupt Yi's actions when Yi yanked her back, bewildered by his sudden intervention. Yi Qinshuang, who had intended to attack, also looked at Yi in confusion. Yi simply grinned, signaling for them to wait. Moments later, a shadow appeared beside Yi, enveloped in swirling black mist, exuding an aura of terror. This could only be the spectral ruler of the abyss. Incompetent fool, can you not accomplish a simple task? I granted you powerful tools, and yet you have disappointed me. Yi. The figure's voice was hoarse, and upon hearing the spectral ruler's words, Yi could not help but kneel, trembling as he replied, Your Excellency, it is that little brat. He is not afraid of death energy. And there are members of the Divine Moon Sect present. Upon hearing Yi's words, the spectral ruler turned to face Yi and the others. Huh, not afraid of death energy? You must be that young one from the Yi family? The Divine Moon Sect. What do I have to fear? Against such a few, I can certainly finish them off before their support arrives. With an overwhelming aura of black mist, the spectral ruler charged towards Yi and his companions. At that moment, a charming voice resounded. A mere ruler dares to speak so brazenly? Accompanied by a delicate voice, a captivating figure emerged from behind Yi. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, the fearsome entity known as the Grim Reaper was unexpectedly sent flying, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. Cough, cough, you. Demon Emperor. No, how could you possibly be here? The Grim Reaper was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the sovereign of the demon race would deign to descend to this place. It was simply unfathomable. However, Yu Tang merely cast a fleeting glance at the two women by Yi's side, letting out a soft huff. Do you believe yourself worthy to question me? Since you have the audacity to reveal yourself today, let your avatar remain here. The expression of the Grim Reaper shifted dramatically as he prepared to employ a secret technique to escape. Yet, Yu Tang raised her hand and gently clenched it, causing the space around the Grim Reaper to solidify. With a soft chuckle from Yu Tang, the very realm enclosing the Grim Reaper constricted, leading to his obliteration. Soul and all. Chapter 42. Satisfied, Yi Qinshuang Yi swallowed hard, casting a glance at the Moontang beside him. Was this truly the same Moontang he had subdued from the throne yesterday? How astonishing! Regrettably, it was merely a manifestation of his essence, the split soul Yama. Aptly named indeed. Moontang spoke softly, her gaze shifting to Yi. So, sister, did I arrive just in time? Upon her utterance, both Yi Qinshuang and Xia Wei turned their attention to Moontang. Yi Qinshuang, having never encountered the Demon Empress, was oblivious to the identity of the woman before her. At that moment, She could only wonder why this person claimed to be Yiyu's sister. After all, she was the one who truly held that title. Meanwhile, Xia Jiwei cast a furtive glance at Moon Tang, her lips slightly pouting. What business does this demon empress have? Why does she keep coming to Yiyu? How infuriating! Moon Tang, ever perceptive, had already taken note of the expressions of the two women. It was now the perfect moment to assert her claim. Yiyu, why so silent? Or perhaps, were you too exhausted from last night's exertions? Moon Tang blinked coyly at Yiyu, feigning shyness as she softly inquired. In an instant, Yiyu felt the piercing gazes of both his sister and Xia Jiwei fixated upon him. Ahem, well, I must first go take care of that old fellow Yimo. Hey, old man, think you can escape? Yiyu scratched his head just in time to see Mo attempting to flee, prompting him to shout and rush towards him. Moon Tang silently scoffed, that insufferable Yiyu running quite swiftly. Meow meow. Moon Tang turned to address Yi Qinshuang and Xia Jiwei, preparing to speak, when suddenly she heard Xing Ying's mewing. The little creature, having spotted another unfamiliar woman, curiously called out twice. By now, it had grown accustomed to the frequent appearance of new women around its master. Unsurprisingly, Moon Tang was captivated by Xing Ying's charm. With its serene and elegant azure fur, it was impossible for anyone to resist the urge to stroke it. Moon Tang was no exception. She gently scooped Xing Ying into her embrace. Meow. Xing Ying blinked, bewildered by how it suddenly found itself in this woman's arms. This is a U.S. spirit pet, named Xing Ying, Xia Jiwei quietly informed. Glancing at Yiyu, who had just dispatched Mo, a flicker of envy crossed Yi Qinshuang's eyes as she mused, I too wish to hold Xing Ying. What a lovely name, and this little creature is simply adorable. Yiyu, why didn't you mention you had such a delightful spirit pet? Moon Tang affectionately stroked the little cat's head, casting Yiyu a mildly reproachful glance. Upon returning from his encounter with Mo, Yiyu noticed the three women no longer at odds and breathed a sigh of relief. He discreetly gave Xing Ying a thumbs up, thinking, this little one has indeed rewarded my affection. Ahem, I merely intended to surprise you. Come, let me stroke the little cat's head. Life should be free of worries. Upon hearing this, the three women could not help but burst into laughter, while only Xing Ying wore a bewildered expression on her feline face. What was her master saying? She understood not a word. Yiyu introduced them to one another, and it was only then that Yi Qinshuang realized that the woman before her, who appeared to be quite close to Yiyu, was actually the empress of the demon clan. What extraordinary adventures had her brother encountered? Yi Qinshuang felt a sense of confusion stirring in her heart. As for Xia Jiwei, she found herself at a loss on how to face Yutang. How infuriating! Does great power grant one the freedom to act as they please? Xia Jiwei silently grumbled. Had Yiyu heard her thoughts, he would surely have patted her shoulder and said, apologies, but strength indeed allows one to do as they wish. Yutang playfully teased Xing Ying for a while before returning her to Yiyu. Well, I must take my leave now. Yiyu, until we meet again. And to Qinshuang and Jiwei, it was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With that, Yutang effortlessly tore open a rift in space and gracefully stepped through, vanishing in an instant. What a display of triumph. Xia Jiwei muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Yiyu to hear. Yiyu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, helplessly grasping Xia Jiwei's small hand. All right, let us not be upset. After all, she is the demon empress, and it is only fitting for her to possess an imposing presence. However, Xia Jiwei did not feel better from Yiyu's consolation. Instead, she turned to him with an expressionless gaze. So, Yiyu, what exactly transpired between you last night? Yiyu's expression stiffened suddenly. How did this conversation take such a turn? Yi Qinshuang pressed her lips together, equally regarding Yiyu with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Yiyu picked up Xing Ying and placed her into Yi Qinshuang's embrace. Sister, haven't you always wanted to pet Xing Ying? Here, enjoy her to your heart's content. Cough, Jiwei, let me clarify. It's not as you imagine. You spoke to Xia Jiwei, while Yi Qinshuang blinked in disbelief at the obedient Xing Ying nestled in her arms. Her breathing quickened. In that moment, She could hardly think of Yiyu's relationship with Yutang, as her heart was entirely captivated by Xingying. Meow. Xingying, having been placed in Yi Chun Shuang's arms, wore a puzzled expression. Yet, the softness and fragrance of this woman were comforting, prompting Xingying to let out a contented meow. Yi Chun Shuang cautiously extended her hand to stroke Xingying, her fingers trembling slightly. Xingying merely glanced at her before resuming her repose. At last, Yi Chun Shuang felt a profound sense of satisfaction as she finally stroked Xingying. The little creature was so soft, her fur exceptionally smooth. Was this the blissful existence Yi Yu experienced each day? In that moment, Yi Chun Shuang felt an even greater envy for Yi Yu. On the other hand, Yi Yu, after offering various sweet delicacies and inexplicably making numerous promises, finally managed to alleviate Xia Jiwei's lingering concerns about the events of the previous night. For now, I shall take your words at face value. My dear junior sister, Xia Jiwei huffed twice, and upon hearing this, Yi Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, the elder and second senior sisters are expected to arrive in the next few days. Be sure not to offend the elder sister, understood? Xia Jiwei suddenly recalled this matter and reminded Yi Yu once more. Yi Yu nodded in response, though she felt somewhat skeptical in her heart. Well, Yi Yu, I must return now. I will inform my father about the demise of Emo and his son. You must be cautious in all matters here. In the end, Yi Chun Shuang reluctantly returned Xingying to Yi Yu and softly spoke. Yi Yu nodded, urging her sister to prioritize safety, assuring her that she had already requested Yutang to keep a discreet eye on her. Yi Chun Shuang pressed her lips together, saying nothing further, merely giving a gentle nod before departing from the scene. Chapter 43. A profound bond of senior and junior disciples. How infuriating! Why has the illustrious demon emperor suddenly manifested? It is utterly illogical. In a shadowy realm of the demon clan, the formidable Lihua Yinlu let out a muffled grunt, filled with resentment. He had just sensed that one of his avatars, which had descended into the outside world, was annihilated, resulting in some injury to himself. To his astonishment, the one who vanquished his avatar was none other than the esteemed emperor of the... Fortunately, it was merely an avatar that had appeared, had his true form ventured forth. Lihua Yinlu's countenance darkened. He had initially believed that this plan was foolproof. By slaying members of the Yi family, he intended to compel the elusive Shuriwei Yinlu to reveal himself. By doing so, he could ascertain the true condition of Shuriwei Yinlu. Yet, who could have anticipated that instead of encountering Shuriwei Yinlu, he would confront the demon emperor? This was indeed beyond comprehension. It seems that the young scion of the Yi family is not to be underestimated. After pondering for a moment, Lihua Yinlu reluctantly decided to abandon his plan to probe Shuriwei Yinlu. After all, he was oblivious to the true identity of the Yi family scion and how he had garnered the attention of the demon emperor. Once my powers are fully realized, Shuriwei Yinlu, along with the Yi family, shall meet their demise. A sinister smile crept upon Lihua Yinlu's lips as he focused on healing and contemplating his own path. Yi Yu and his companions waited for 3 days outside Night City, and at last the long-awaited senior and second senior sisters made their appearance. The second senior sister, Ling Hani, arrived first, and upon seeing her, Yi Yu enthusiastically approached, extending his arms in a gesture of embrace. It has been quite some time since they last met. How has the sword cultivation technique been? Is it still suitable? However, Ling Hani swiftly brandished her celestial sword before Yi Yu's face, effectively extinguishing his desire for an embrace. With a slight furrow of her brow, Ling Hani, known for her aloof demeanor and companionship with her sword, found herself at a loss for how to interact with others, especially with a male. Yet, he was her junior brother and had gifted her the coveted sword cultivation technique. Overwhelmed by his exuberance, she turned to glance at the side, where Xia Jiwei was watching with eager anticipation, curious to see if the second senior sister would indeed succumb to Yi Yu's embrace. However, upon receiving a sidelong glance from Ling Hani, Xia Jiwei felt compelled to ignore it. Junior brother, how audacious! Second senior sister, do not take offense. This fellow has a rather thick skin, Xia Jiwei exclaimed as she grasped Yi Yu's arm and stepped forward to wrap her own around Ling Hani's, flashing a sweet smile. As for Yiyu, he merely pouted. Third senior sister is thwarting my good intentions. I simply wish to give second senior sister a loving hug after a long separation, as a testament to our deep bond as senior and junior disciples. Alas, it seems that both the second and third senior sisters harbor significant misunderstandings about me. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yiyu gazed at his two senior sisters, finding one charmingly sweet and the other coolly proud, yet both exceedingly delightful to behold. Though Ling Hani has always been accompanied by her sword and lacks the ability to interact with others, the individual before her is, after all, a junior brother. Moreover, he has bestowed upon her a sword cultivation technique. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Hani nodded slightly at Yiyu. As she did so, the peculiar tuft of hair atop her head swayed, capturing the attention of both Yiyu and Xia Zhiwei. Their gazes followed the movement of Ling Hani's quirky hair. Well, junior brother, in gratitude for the technique, I can agree to one favor from you, anything at all. Such words, if uttered by another woman, would undoubtedly spark a flurry of imagination. However, Ling Hani's tone was rather indifferent, and her expression exceedingly earnest, suggesting that she genuinely meant her statement. Yiyu, upon hearing her words, could not help but glance at Ling Hani. Her skin was as white as snow, exuding an icy demeanor, and her athletic attire did little to conceal her striking figure, with her long, fair legs being a rarity in the world. Yet, it was that peculiar tuft of hair that stood out the most. Yiyu swallowed hard and reluctantly averted his gaze. Anything at all. While he understood that the second senior sister did not mean it in a certain way, he could not help but entertain some inappropriate thoughts. Hey, third senior sister, why did you hit me? Just as Yiyu was lost in his musings, he was struck by Xia Zhiwei, who was biting her lip in annoyance. What are you thinking about, you thick-skinned rascal? I know exactly what was on your mind. Second senior sister, please disregard him. What he offered is akin to showing you respect, Xia Zhiwei said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently tugged at Ling Hani's sleeve. You really shouldn't say anything at all again. This person is quite mischievous. Ling Hani, upon hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. In her view, Yiyu had rendered her a considerable service, and it was only natural for her to agree to one favor in return. Yet, why were the reactions of these two so exaggerated? Clearing his throat, Yiyu thought to himself that the second senior sister resembled a Navi flower. It seemed he must take it upon himself to protect her from being deceived by others. He resolved that if anyone were to deceive her, it should be him. No, if it's me, that wouldn't be deception. It would be a deep bond between senior siblings. Xia Zhiwei rolled her eyes, fully aware that this rogue was concocting some mischievous plan. She then picked up Xing Ying and presented it to Ling Hani. Second senior sister, let us ignore him. Look, this is Xing Ying. It's simply adorable. Despite her cool demeanor, Ling Hani harbored a fondness for such cute creatures. When Xia Zhiwei placed it in her arms, she could not help but reach out to stroke the little cat's head. Meow meow. Xing Ying lowered its head and extended its tiny tongue to lick Ling Hani's fingers. It had grown accustomed to being petted by the women around Yiyu. However, one peculiar thing lingered in its mind. Why were there increasingly more women around its master? Yiyu silently nodded in agreement. Xing Ying truly was a charmer. With its presence, it felt as if no woman could resist. Second senior sister, do you know when first senior sister will return? Yiyu inquired with a hint of curiosity, having long anticipated the arrival of the formidable first senior sister that Xia Zhiwei had warned him against. Ling Hani tilted her head in thought, causing her signature tuft of hair to droop. In that moment, the little starling nestled in her arms mirrored her action, tilting its tiny head in perfect synchronization. The scene was unexpectedly adorable. The usually aloof Ling Hani displayed a charmingly innocent demeanor, while the little starling exuded a similar endearing cuteness. Upon witnessing this delightful sight, Yiyu wasted no time in retrieving a recording stone to capture the moment for posterity. Wanga has informed me that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow, indeed. Yiyu nodded, his heart swelling with anticipation. What kind of person would the first senior sister be? Chapter 44. Is your vision so poor? Though Ling Hani possessed a naturally aloof disposition, her rapport with Xia Jiwei was exceptionally harmonious. One could hardly blame her. After all, with a personality like that of the third senior sister, who could resist her charm? Yi Yu's primary objective in visiting the border of the western region, where the demon and monster clans stood opposed, was to eliminate the old wretch, Yi Mo. Having achieved this goal, Yi Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As for the standoff between the demon and monster clans, it bore no relevance to him. One must consider that he was now the young master of the Tianyou sect. Furthermore, Yi Yu had previously advised the Yi family to refrain from involvement. Having his sister present was more than sufficient. After all, the Yi family remained a part of the demon clan, and it would be remiss for them to abstain entirely. With his sister's presence assured, he felt confident that Yue Dang would look after her, leaving nothing to chance. As dawn broke, Yi Yu reclined languidly on a chaise in the courtyard, a blade of grass clutched between his lips, idly passing the time. With both senior sisters engaged in discussions with 3 elders regarding the current conflict between the demon and monster clans, Yi Yu found himself disinterested in the proceedings and concocted a flimsy excuse to indulge in leisure. He simply awaited the outcome of their deliberations to be conveyed to him. At that moment, the sun's rays bathed Yi Yu in warmth, inducing a sense of languor. Meanwhile, Xingyin frolicked about him, treating his form as a playground. Yi Yu paid little mind to the creature, merely squinting his eyes to savor the comfort of his leisurely respite. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. As he blinked in confusion and opened his eyes, he found a woman gazing at him. She was statuesque, with lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist. Her features were exquisitely refined and imbued with an air of chilling elegance, rendering the world around her pale in comparison at the moment Yi Yu beheld her. Clad in a striking black outfit that exuded vigor, her long legs shimmered in the sunlight. With captivating features, her eyes resembled tranquil depths, and her lips curled into a semblance of a smile that was neither fully inviting nor dismissive. Yi Yu sprang to his feet, momentarily entranced by the enigmatic woman before him. Could this be the much-rumored senior sister, one to be approached with caution? Instantly invigorated, he prepared to speak, only to be preempted by the woman's voice. "Are you the new junior disciple taken in by our master? You appear decent enough, but oh, this little one is rather charming. Isn't she?" Yi Yu had intended to introduce himself, but the words caught in his throat as he stared at her in astonishment. Dongfang Wanga frowned slightly, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Aren't you merely passably attractive? With cultivation at the Void Realm, your appearance seems acceptable." Yi Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. The senior sister is complimenting my looks." He engaged in a little self-reassurance before breaking into a smile. "You must be the senior sister, then? I am Yi Yu, a recent initiate." Before he could finish a sentence, Dongfang Wanga casually scooped up Xingyin and cradled it in her arms. Striding toward the house, "I'll borrow your spirit pet for a while. Hani and Jiwei should be inside, right?" These 2 young ladies have become increasingly unruly, seemingly oblivious to the necessity of a greeting. As Yi Yu gazed at the somewhat murmuring Dongfang Wanga entering the room, he was utterly taken aback. No one ever mentioned that the senior sister possessed such a temperament. Moreover, this sharp-tongued disposition is clearly something that would provoke others. Why would the senior sister advise him to steer clear of her? Yi Yu scratched his head, filled with questions as he followed her into the room. "Senior sister, is this how you usually are?" Yi Yu gently poked the arm of Xia Jiwei beside him, whispering his inquiry. In front of them, Dongfang Wanga was warmly greeting the 3 elders. Observing the mixed expressions of the elders, Yi Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Xia Jiwei wore a pained expression and nodded helplessly. Indeed, the senior sister is quite straightforward. She tends to speak without thinking, expressing whatever comes to mind, so... Yi Yu suddenly understood. It all made sense now. The senior sister was quite easy to get along with, as long as one did not take her words too seriously. On the other side, Ling Hani spoke up, albeit with a hint of peculiarity in her voice. "Hey, what are you 3 whispering about?" As Yi Yu, Xia Jiwei, and Ling Hani looked up, they found Dongfang Wanga standing right before them. Yi Yu distinctly noticed the 3 elders behind her exhale in relief. Ahem, it's nothing really. He seen your sister. It's just been a while since we last saw you. And I missed you. Xia Zhuwei stuck out her tongue and pulled Dongfang Wanga to sit beside her, grinning widely. However, Dongfang Wanga merely shot a glance at her and Ling Hani before directing her attention to Yiyu. Surely none of you have feelings for him, do you? I find that aside from his looks, the junior brother possesses little else of merit. Do you both have such poor taste? With that, Dongfang Wanga's remark rendered the three of them speechless. They exchanged glances until Xia Zhuwei finally stamped her foot lightly. Her face flushed as she stammered, "Senior sister. What are you saying? I don't like him, and besides, junior brother is quite remarkable. He is not as bad as you say." After saying this, Xia Zhuwei discreetly glanced at Yiyu, finding him gazing back, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Dongfang Wanga rolled her eyes, thinking the girl must take her for a fool. If this wasn't affection, then she would write her name backward. Come now, Dongfang Wanga, let us not jest. We are all fellow disciples here. Why complicate matters? Ling Hani interjected, genuinely oblivious to Xia Zhiwei's feelings for Yiyu, and equally certain that she herself harbored no such feelings. Dongfang Wanga rolled her eyes again, exasperated with their naivety. Senior sister, you've returned just in time. What are your thoughts on the impending confrontation between the demon and spirit races? Yiyu coughed lightly, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Otherwise, if the senior sister continued, the atmosphere would surely become unbearably awkward. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Wanga merely smiled derisively. It is merely a case of dog biting dog. We shall remain as mere spectators. With my presence and the presence of three elders, we can watch with peace of mind. Yiyu clearly observed a slight twitch at the corners of the elders' mouths, yet they quickly regained their composure. Is this person implying that they are a dog? Yiyu repeatedly reminded himself of the adage that ignorance is no sin, especially since he was now a disciple of the Divine Moon Sect. Speaking of which, dear junior brother, I have heard within the sect that you encountered our esteemed master. Would you be so kind as to recount this event to me? In comparison to the conflicts between the demon and human clans, Dongfang Wanga was significantly more concerned about the whereabouts of the esteemed master, Qing Ruxue. Upon hearing her inquiry, Yi recounted his previous meeting with the sect leader. So the master was indeed with you, Ruo Han. Oh, junior brother, when you laid eyes on you, Ruo Han, were you not utterly captivated? Chapter 45, The Underworld and Yama Behold. This epitomizes the essence of treacherous words. Yiyu's face was filled with exasperation as she rolled her eyes in silence. Could it be that you harbor feelings for our master? Oh, you audacious youth. I must tell you, master, unfortunately, Xia Zhuwei swiftly covered Dongfang Wanga's mouth. Otherwise, Yiyu could scarcely fathom what further absurdities might escape her lips. At this moment, Yiyu profoundly grasped the nature of her senior sister. It was simply overwhelming. Indeed, to express it in a phrase from her previous life, it would have been preferable if she were mute. Yiyu, look over there. Your sister is right ahead. Xia Zhiwei tugged at Yiyu's sleeve, gesturing toward the distance. Recently, the demon and monster clans had commenced their one-on-one competitions, indifferent to life and death, resulting in casualties on both sides. Following her finger, Yiyu observed that Yi Qinshuang was indeed situated among the demon faction. The confrontation between the demon and monster clans was taking place at the border of the northern domain, traditionally a stronghold for the demon race, while the monster clan resided in the western domain, adjacent to them. However, with the demon lord's mysterious disappearance, the demon faction had begun to fragment. The 10 Yamas were rapidly expanding their influence, leading to incessant friction among themselves. Some Yamas had even turned their attention toward the neighboring monster clan. This was the underlying reason for the ongoing strife between the demon and monster races. Yet, one thing perplexed Yu Tang had not vanished. She was the Monster Empress. On what grounds did the demon clan presume they could contend with the monster clan under Yu Tang's jurisdiction? Then again, Yi recalled her previous inquiry to Luo Ingli in the Xinyue secret realm. The response had been that if someone persisted in the Tianyou Continent for millennia, it was either due to extraordinary fortune or the incurrence of immense cost. It now appeared that Yu Tang must have paid a significant price to endure until this day. Was this the reason the demon clan dared to confront the monster clan? They must have believed that the current prowess of the monster empress was not beyond their reach. A bitter smile crept across Yiyu's face as she contemplated this. If so, she had indeed borne the weight of Yu Tang's profound affection. Furthermore, during her time spent with Yu Tang, the latter never divulged this matter to her. It seemed she wished to spare Yiyu from feelings of guilt. That foolish girl. Yiyu shook her head. Senior sister, who stands opposing Yu Tang? Yiyu inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed ahead. Before her question could be answered, she observed a masked figure confronting Yu Tang, an individual of seemingly extraordinary stature. It was none other than the head of the 10 Yamas, the Yama of the underworld, rumored to possess strength rivaling that of the former demon lord. Before Xia Jiwei could respond, Dongfang Wanga interjected. Ling Hani nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, the Yama of the underworld is currently the most formidable Yama within the demon faction. Xia Jiwei slightly parted her lips, pouting in frustration. What on earth? You asked me, and you two just jumped in to answer. Xia Jiwei vented her grievances by reprimanding Xing Ying, while Yu nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that this was the infamous king of Yellow Springs, the foremost among the 10 Yama kings, who could confront the demon emperor directly. His thoughts then drifted to the Li Piyama and the Shuryu Yama that lurked behind his family. The former ranked 5th and the latter 6th, placing them in a middling position. However, Yu had only overheard his father mention the Shuryu Yama and had never encountered it personally. Given that the Li Piyama had schemed against the Yi family through Yi Mo, Yu could deduce its intentions, which were merely to probe the depths of the Shuryu Yama. At that moment, the voice of the king of Yellow Springs interrupted Yu's contemplation. Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor, why must you press so relentlessly? Our two clans are at odds, and does that not provide amusement for the human race? The king of Yellow Springs cast a glance at the various observing factions surrounding them. His voice was ambiguous, making it difficult to discern whether it belonged to a male or a female, yet it carried a hint of resignation. In the current standoff between the demon and monster clans, the ultimate beneficiaries would be the human cultivators. Today alone, representatives from the righteous human sects, such as the Divine Moon Sect, Tai Immortal Sect, Starfall Pavilion, Wenyan Sword Studio, and forgetting emotion, Heavenly Palace had arrived. If any misstep occurred, how could he explain it to the Demon Lord? Reflecting on the long-missing Demon Lord, the King of Yellow Springs sighed inwardly. Sister, where have you truly gone? Meanwhile, Yu Tang merely chuckled softly, her 9 tails gracefully swaying behind her. And what of that little girl, Yu Ruahan? Why does she not come forth, leaving you to converse with this esteemed presence? The King of Yellow Springs was left somewhat speechless. Who in the entire Tianyou Continent was unaware that both the Demon Lord and the Divine Moon Empress had vanished? Yet this Demon Emperor insisted on posing such a question. Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor, the Demon Lord has always kept her distance from you. Although she is absent now, must we continue this bitter conflict? Yu Tang remained non-committal, merely glancing at the others beside her. Were it not for the reckless actions of a few Yama among you, I would not have bothered to engage with you. The courtesy I extend is for you Ruahan, not for you. Should you insist on approaching for a beating, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Her words darkened the countenance of those standing beside the king of Yellow Springs. Your Excellency, are we truly held in such disregard by you? One of them inquired solemnly, also a Yama, clearly recognizing the implications of the Demon Emperor's remarks. Yu Tang, however, merely smiled disdainfully, too uninterested to respond. You, silence, the king of Yellow Springs admonished, prompting his companions to restrain their tongues. Your Excellency, with the Demon Lord gone, I act as her proxy. This matter is our fault to begin with. I hope you can recall our past relations and let this matter rest. The king of Yellow Springs spoke with a respectful demeanor, which took Yu Tang by surprise. Oh, it is quite unexpected that such a devoted subordinate exists alongside that little girl. As the several Yama beside the underworld lord heard him declare himself as the acting demon sovereign, a flicker of malevolence crossed their faces, though it swiftly returned to normal. However, these subtle expressions did not escape the keen eyes of Yu Tang. In consideration of the little girl, Ruahan, this entity could overlook past grievances. Yet should assistance be required in the future, I would not hesitate to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, the underworld lord merely clasped his hands in a slight gesture of gratitude, concealing the emotions that lay beneath his mask. Yue Tang shook her head, seemingly finding the situation somewhat tedious. She then lifted her gaze toward the distant Yu, playfully winking at her. Alas, this enchantress dares to entice me in broad daylight. Yu's expression turned grave, resolutely deciding that the next time she would administer a thorough lesson to Yue Tang. Chapter 46. I shall avoid the spotlight. How dull. Is this truly how it concludes? They didn't even engage in a fight, alas. Dongfang Wanga stretched languidly, her demeanor replete with nonchalance, while her tone brimmed with disappointment. Ling Hani merely furrowed her brow and tugged at Wanga's sleeve. As the esteemed senior sister of the Tianyou sect, how could she behave so recklessly? Wanga shot her a resigned glance, retorting, I am the senior sister here. Why are you meddling in my affairs? Yet, she refrained from further protest, acknowledging that Hani was simply of a serious and meticulous nature, always bearing a solemn countenance. Thus, she cast a sidelong glance at Yu and declared, Indeed, I truly do not comprehend your incessant seriousness, junior brother. I have a task for you. In the days to come, make your second senior sister blush. Dongfang Wanga's audacity left the onlookers in stunned silence, and she seemed quite pleased with their astonished expressions, continuing, Otherwise, her perpetual earnestness is exceedingly tedious. Fear not, dear junior brother, for I shall support you. With that, she patted Yu's shoulder, exuding an air of possessiveness. Yu's lips twitched slightly. What sort of absurd task was this? Ling Hani merely pursed her lips, offering no response. However, a vivid memory of their first encounter with Yu flashed through her mind. Oh dear senior sister, what are you saying? Yu exclaimed, You must not heed senior sister's nonsense. She has a penchant for fabricating tales. Xia Jiwei interjected hastily, anxious that Yu might genuinely believe Wanga's whimsical words. Dongfang Wanga revealed a faint smile, but swiftly pinched Xia Jiwei's ear. Who did you say is speaking nonsense? Little Jiwei, your manners seem to be deteriorating. Come, let me see how your cultivation has progressed during this time. Hey, no, Solbi. Second senior sister, save me. Junior brother, rescue me. Yu watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Xia Jiwei was dragged away by the senior sister. Simultaneously, he gained a profound understanding of Xia Jiwei's repeated warnings. Indeed, one must not provoke the senior sister, despite her sharp tongue. For not only does she wield words as weapons, but should you utter something she disapproves of, she may retaliate with actions as well. Yu resolved that until his prowess was sufficient to subdue the senior sister, he would have to avoid her sharp edges. Jiwei, do not worry. I shall avenge you in the future. He cast a sympathetic glance at the woefully gazing Xia Jiwei before decisively turning to Ling Hani. Second senior sister, do not overthink it. Senior sister is merely jesting. Ling Hani, however, regarded Yu with a quizzical expression, perplexed as she inquired, I am well aware of that. But why does everyone react so dramatically? How strange. Saying this, Ling Hani shook her head and departed, seemingly troubled. Yu wore an expression of exasperation, gazing despondently at the sky. Who are these senior sisters? It seems that the days ahead will be quite interesting. Young master, now that matters here are settled, should we not return to the sect? On the other side, the three elders, noticing that Dongfang Wanga and the others had departed, approached to inquire as well. Yu observed their peculiar expressions, finding it rather amusing. It appears that even the elders cannot escape the sharp tongue of the senior sister. Speaking of which, I wonder if the sect master has ever faced her wit. I find myself quite curious. Since I have ventured out, I plan to stay for a few more days. That should not pose any issue, right? Yu still intended to visit his sister in Yue Tang before heading back to the sect. The three elders were momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded in agreement. No problem, no problem. After all, there is still over a month until the sect competition, so the young master need not rush back. Hearing this, Yu nodded in acknowledgement and then approached the three elders, whispering, By the way, esteemed elders, what is the situation with the senior sister? Is she always like this? Upon hearing Yu's inquiry, the three elders displayed a hint of helplessness. Elder Zhao sighed, speaking with a hint of bitterness indeed. It was manageable when the sect master was present, but ever since his disappearance, there has truly been no one to reign in Wanga. Yes. Furthermore, Wanga possesses formidable strength. She is the future of our Tianyou sect, so it is unwise to overly admonish her. Alas, thankfully, Wanga undertook some training outside, which has provided a semblance of stability within the sect for a time. Listening to the revelations from the three elders, Yi felt a deep sense of admiration for the senior sister. Perhaps it could be summed up in 8 words. Life persists, and recklessness never ceases. Who would have imagined that despite her aloof and regal demeanor, the senior sister's true nature would be so different? Sister, have you been injured during this time? At night, Yi held Yi Chun Shuang's hand, inspecting her closely. Yi Chun Shuang's complexion was rosy, and though she wished to withdraw her hand, she ultimately permitted Yi to hold it, recognizing his concern for her. Fortunately, thanks to your elixirs, I have suffered no major harm, and the Demon Emperor, well, Yueteng has also been looking out for me, so there have been no issues. Yi finally sighed in relief, while also contemplating the need to extricate the Yi family from the clutches of the Demon Clan as soon as possible. Sister, upon our return to the Yi family, we must remain vigilant, as the may stir once more. Here, take these items. With that, Yi retrieved a considerable number of high-grade elixirs and 2 artifacts from his spatial ring. You can organize the elixirs later, but focus on these 2 artifacts. Yi indicated a piece of soft armor and a necklace, saying, both of these are of divine quality. The armor can withstand a single fatal blow, while the necklace significantly enhances cultivation speed. Please take care of them. Yi Chun Shuang received the elixirs and artifacts from Yi, utterly bewildered. Setting aside the discussion of advanced elixirs, the fact that Yi casually produced 2 divine-grade artifacts left Yi Chun Shuang utterly astounded. In the Tianyou Continent, the hierarchy of artifacts is classified as spirit entry, spirit resonance, divine gift, eternal, and celestial destruction. Artifacts of the celestial destruction level, as their name implies, are destined for annihilation by the heavenly Tao upon their emergence. Consequently, the Tianyou Continent has virtually no remaining celestial destruction artifacts. Thus, artifacts of the eternal grade are regarded as the pinnacle of their kind, each possessing effects that are extraordinarily formidable. For this reason, an artifact of eternal grade can be deemed a treasure of the sect. Following this are the divine gift artifacts, whose rarity is beyond imagination. Could it be that Yi and the Tianyou sect are so lavish as to bestow divine gift artifacts so freely? Chapter 47, The Price of Sacrifice. Yi scratched his head, contemplating the 2 artifacts that he had exchanged for 2 million delivery points. Concerned for Yi Chun Shuang, and with an abundance of delivery points at his disposal, he felt quite at ease in making this exchange. However, since his sister held such beliefs, he decided to let her think that the Tianyou sect possessed profound foundations. This would also serve as a subtle prelude to drawing her into the fold in the future. Indeed, as the current young master of the sect, there was no need for her to worry excessively. She merely needed to accept. Yi paused for a moment and admonished, be sure to keep the sound transmission Jade Talisman safe. If you encounter any danger, inform me directly. I am not the same as before. You must trust me. Yi Chun Shuang nodded gently, feeling that there was no need for further words between siblings. Instead, her gaze softened as she looked at Yi. I understand, don't worry. You must take care of yourself as well, she said softly, secretly resolving to dedicate herself even more fervently to her cultivation. Although she was the elder sister, she found herself being cared for by Yi more often than not for reasons she could not fathom. Watching Yi Chen Shuang depart, Yi Sikit. The demon clan was ultimately a realm of chaos, especially with that demon sovereign in play. He recalled the time spent with the Empress of Tianyou, then chanting Yu Ruo Han. The image of her in her crimson attire, captivating all, sent a shiver down his spine. The most critical concern was that if she discovered he was once her subordinate, Yi trembled at the thought. He needed to make a swift exit. Yet, he pondered, had those 2 individuals still not managed to break through? He thought of Qing Ru Shui and Yu Ruo Han, trapped within that mysterious space. If they succeeded in their breakthroughs, Yi shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, no. I am now the young master of the Tianyou Sect. Surely, everything will be fine. Are you leaving in a few days? On the throne of the demon clan's grand hall, Yutang rested her flushed face against Yi Yu's chest, playfully drawing circles on his shirt. Yi Yu let out a contented sigh. He had to admit, Yutang was exceedingly gentle in his presence. In summary, she would comply with whatever posture Yi Yu desired, biting her lip and dutifully accommodating him. The contrast between her being the formidable empress of the demon clan and the obedient little woman before him was irresistibly charming. Cough, yes. It seems that the Tianyou sect will soon hold a sect competition. At that time, they will also announce my position as the young master. Yi Yu shared with Yutang about the upcoming competition and his encounter with Qing Rushui, whom he had taken as a closed-door disciple. Yutang pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. I can't believe you met those two girls. I thought they had truly gone missing. Yi Yu felt a flush of embarrassment at her words about those two individuals. One is her immediate superior, while the other is her somewhat negligent mentor. Yet, in her words, they are reduced to mere little girls. The very woman who dares to refer to her boss and mentor as a little girl is currently being indulged by herself. Ahem. Yi Yu suppressed the strange thoughts bubbling within, gently pinching the delicate face of Yutang. After all, if you possess the ability to summon me at will, then so be it. I'm prepared to be thoroughly exhausted by you. Yutang couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, lightly thumping Yi Yu's chest in response to his shameless words. However, she soon sighed softly, adding, but perhaps the upcoming days won't be as tranquil as this one. Yi Yu furrowed his brow, confused by her statement. Is it a physical issue? For the sake of remaining in the Tianyou Continent for millennia, what price have you truly paid? Yi Yu ultimately voiced this question as it was intrinsically linked to himself. Furthermore, understanding the nature of the problem would enable a solution, with a system at his disposal and an array of wondrous items in the system's shop. He could scarcely believe there wasn't something that could aid Yutang. Yutang's expression momentarily froze, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of panic as she grasped Yi Yu's arm and asked, How? How did you know? No? She seemed reluctant to meet his gaze, as though sensing she had erred, and trailed off into silence. Yi Yu sighed softly, enveloping her in his embrace. Silly girl, why must you wait for me in vain for a millennium? Yutang buried her lovely face in Yi Yu's chest, her 9 tails gradually wrapping around his waist. The affection of a 9-tailed fox is unwavering, merely a fleeting millennium in the grand scheme of eternity. Moreover, Yutang gazed up dreamily, caressing Yi Yu's cheek. Besides, did I not wait for you? That is enough for me. Yi Yu felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. The affection of such a beauty is indeed the most challenging to bear. He gently stroked Yutang's back, listening as she revealed the tremendous price she had paid. It is said that the heavenly Tao does not permit cultivators to linger in this world for long. Thus, all those whose cultivation surpasses the heavens must eventually depart. As to where they go, I cannot say. Yutang quietly recounted her tale, resting against Yi Yu's chest. He nodded in acknowledgement. This was something Luo Ingli had also shared with him. I too should have departed, when the grand might of the heavens bore down with divine punishment. Had I not left, I might have perished on the spot. Yet, how could I leave without waiting for you? Thus, Yutang bit her lip, her tone softening. I resorted to the secret arts of the 9 tails, forcibly suppressing my cultivation into a latent state. So now, I merely suffer some damage to my spirit, but it's nothing of great consequence. You mustn't blame me. Yi Yu gazed at Yutang's pitiful expression, unable to harbor any resentment toward her. Silly girl, how could I ever blame you? But if that is the case, there should be many methods for restoration, right? In Yi Yu's perspective, damage to the soul should not be regarded as a grave matter. However, Yutang gently shook her head. Unlike typical soul injuries, the method I employed was the 9-tailed secret technique, which effectively stripped away my cultivation, transforming it into foundational essence. Unfortunately, the soul could not withstand the sudden influx of this essence, resulting in permanent damage. Nonetheless, this process has refined my foundation and fundamentals to near perfection, which is not necessarily a misfortune. Seemingly attempting to comfort Yi Yu, Yutang feigned a relaxed expression and remarked, Moreover, if the damage is repaired, it will indeed become impossible to suppress my cultivation. At that point, Yu pondered for a moment, acknowledging Yu Tang's words. However, it was imperative not to neglect the situation, and alternative solutions must be devised. If only we had the sacred spirit fruit, could it possibly restore the soul entirely? Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Yu Tang's expression turned momentarily blank before she softly replied, "The legendary sacred spirit fruit? That should indeed be feasible. For each divine-grade herb possesses the ability to transcend the heavens." Chapter 48. Do you still cuddle a doll to sleep at night? Upon hearing Yue Tang's words, Yi let out a sigh of relief. It is good to know that it can be repaired. As for the sacred spirit fruit, it is also available in the system shop, albeit requiring a substantial amount of delivery points. However, as long as I undertake a few more delivery tasks, acquiring those points should be a trivial matter. That settles it. I possess the sacred spirit fruit. Well, Yue Tang, if you are unwilling to depart, then let us wait until my cultivation reaches its pinnacle, and we shall leave together then. Yue Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gasped softly, then eagerly inquired, Really? You mustn't deceive me." Yi shrugged and smiled. "When have I ever deceived you? I just don't know how long it will take. And I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss behind this." Cradling Yue Tang gently, Yi whispered, "Regardless of where the great sages of the past have ultimately gone, or how the heavenly Tao forbids beings from lingering in this world, alas, we shall speak of the future later. For now, Yue Tang, be patient and wait for me." Yue Tang felt her heart melt, letting out a few soft whimpers before biting her lip and mounting Yu. This is your reward, little leaf. Aren't you going to come serve your empress?" Yu gazed at Yue Tang, who swayed atop him, momentarily entranced. This enchantress was dangerously alluring when she took the initiative. "Junior brother, why do you look so exhausted? Could it be that you were drained by Jiwei last night?" On the silver moon celestial chariot, Dongfang Wanga glanced at Yi Yu and remarked. Yi rolled his eyes in annoyance. This person had a tendency to speak without thinking. It was fortunate that she possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, she would have likely been beaten long ago. "Senior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean I was drained? I wasn't." Xia Jiwei's face flushed crimson, hastily swatting Dongfang Wanga's hand to signal her to stop. Dongfang Wanga merely smiled lightly, lifting Xia Jiwei's delicate chin. "Oh, it seems my previous guidance on your cultivation was insufficient. We shall spar again upon our return to the sect." Xia Jiwei's face fell into a frown. Her senior sister had not changed one bit. She always spoke about others, and if anyone dared to oppose her, it would result in an immediate and forceful sparring session. How infuriating. "Second senior sister, how long will you be staying this time?" Yu inquired curiously, given that these two had been out in the world for quite some time. Ling Hani was polishing her sword at her waist. After a moment's thought, she replied, "It should be after the sect competition concludes. A sword cultivator never halts their progress. They only draw their sword to battle. Therefore, I shall not linger for long this time either." Yu gazed at Ling Hani in surprise, realizing that the seemingly aloof second senior sister was, in fact, a fervent combat enthusiast. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Sword cultivators live their lives in companionship with their blades, and their techniques possess immense lethality. Consequently, nearly every sword cultivator yearns for battle, readily drawing their swords in the face of an enemy. In the realm of Wunyan Sword Sect, every swordsman within its confines possesses an extraordinary aura of sword energy that pierces the heavens. It is said that in every battle, they charge forth with unwavering resolve. For even if they meet their demise, they leave behind a unique message that informs their brethren of their passing. Upon receiving such a message, the sect, regardless of the distance or circumstances, would rush to avenge their fallen comrade at any cost. However, should the actions taken not align with the sect's principles, such messages would hold no weight. This explains why few factions in Tianyou Continent dare to oppose the Wunyan Sword Sect. These sword cultivators are fiercely protective, and for every one they lose, countless others will come to seek retribution. Who could rival such tenacity? Yet, amidst their valor, one can glean insights into their nature. Yu, however, is quite curious as to why his second senior sister, who devoted herself to sword practice, chose not to join the Wunyan sword sect, but instead remained at the Tianyou sect. Given their current relationship, he planned to discreetly inquire with his knowledgeable third senior sister later. I suppose I shall remain within the sect for some time, he mused, for the journey I previously mentioned was merely a guise to seek our master. Dongfang Wanga playfully tousled Xia Jiwei's hair, leaving it in delightful disarray, prompting the latter to suppress her indignation. Now that you have met our master, I find no need to continue my search. It feels as though I have not returned to the sect in ages. I wonder if the disciples have missed me. As soon as these words left her lips, the three elders seated nearby exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Elder Zhao swallowed hard, uncertainty flickering across his features as he ventured. Wanga, you mentioned wanting to stay within the sect for a while. Perhaps you should continue your external training? Dongfang Wanga regarded him with a quizzical look before replying, Elder Zhao, you have attained the saint realm. Surely you should not be deaf to my words. I just stated my desire to remain here, and I truly miss everyone. Elder Zhao shook his head in resignation, while the other two elders turned their gazes elsewhere. It seemed the days ahead would be quite lively within the sect, a sentiment shared among the three elders. Yiyu observed this exchange with a quiet amusement, finding his master's sister's sharp tongue quite remarkable. He thought to seek her guidance on such a formidable skill. The Silver Moon Heavenly Chariot traveled swiftly, returning to the Tianyou sect in less than half a day. Throughout the journey, Dongfang Wanga's chatter had been relentless, prompting the three elders to excuse themselves hastily upon their arrival at the sect. It feels like ages since I last returned. Come, let us visit Sister Yu, she exclaimed, taking in her surroundings with a sense of nostalgia before beckoning her companions. Yiyu, Ling Hani, and Xia Jiwei nodded in agreement. Yiyu felt a flicker of anticipation. He wondered how the seemingly aloof Yu Wuxia would respond to his sharp-tongued senior sister. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Indeed, second sister, third sister, do hurry. Elder, you must be awaiting our report, urged one of them. Xia Jiwei rolled her eyes at the enthusiasm displayed at such a moment. The four eventually encountered Yu Wuxia in the Great Hall, who appeared to have anticipated their return. You have returned, Wanga. Hani, it has been quite some time, she greeted, a gentle smile gracing her lips. However, upon hearing Dongfang Wanga's next remark, her expression slightly faltered. Sister Yu, it has been ages. Have you still been cuddling your doll to sleep at night? By the way, I brought you an enormous doll this time. I am certain you will adore it. Chapter 49. The discussion of talents in the Central Plains. Dongfang Wanga, brimming with excitement, spoke without noticing the astonished gazes of those present. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxia felt her breath quicken slightly. Facing the curious looks from the crowd, she pursed her lips and feigned calmness, saying, Wanga, what are you talking about? What doll? I don't quite understand. She then smoothly shifted the topic. By the way, did you gain any insights during your expedition to the western border where the demon and monster clans confront each other? Yu Wuxia smiled, awkwardly diverting the conversation. Yiyu and the others exchanged glances, surprised by Elder Yu's youthful spirit. No, they mused. They had to hold back their laughter. Yiyu recalled all the sorrowful moments from her childhood, which finally helped her stifle a smile. Yet to her dismay, Dongfang Wanga continued unabated. Hey, Sister Yu, do you not believe me? The craftsmanship of that doll is exquisite, and it even has features to improve sleep quality and enhance cultivation speed. Most importantly, it is very comfortable to hold. As Dongfang Wanga rambled on, Yu Wuxia's expression darkened further, and Yiyu could even see a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. This could not continue. Yiyu quickly signaled to Xia Jiwei, who decisively nodded and pulled Dongfang Wanga behind her. Ahaha, senior sister, I'm quite intrigued by that doll you mentioned. Let us discuss it privately while junior brother reports to Sister Yu. What? But I haven't. Before she could finish, Xia Jiwei forcibly dragged Dongfang Wanga away. Yiyu finally sighed in relief, observing Yu Wuxia's expression gradually returning to normal. Clearing her throat, she began while senior sister, Yu Wuxia, shook her head, not allowing Yiyu to continue, her face now calm again. It's nothing. Wang has always been like this. I've grown accustomed to it. Now please, share the details of your journey. Yu and Ling Hani exchanged a glance before recounting the events of their expedition to Yu Wuxia. Although Yu felt a slight disillusionment regarding Yu Wuxia, she refrained from directly asking whether she truly enjoyed sleeping with the doll. Instead, she observed Yu Wuxia in secret, surprised to discover such a youthful side to the seemingly aloof elder. Unexpectedly, the Demon Emperor has also made an appearance, along with the 10 Yama Kings. Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It's of no consequence. We shall discuss everything once the sect master returns. Yu, prepare for the inter-sect competition scheduled a month from now. Yu Wuxia's purpose for this meeting was twofold: to hear about Yu's recent journey and to address the upcoming inter-sect competition. Initially intended as an internal contest for the Tianyou sect, it now also served to announce Yu's position as the sect's junior master. Yu Wuxia paused, her gaze toward Yu becoming somewhat intricate. In any case, other factions will send their own talents to participate. Perhaps there will be competitions as well. The recent competition among the sects can be perceived as a symposium of discourse among the various powerful factions in the Central Continent. Upon hearing Yu Wuxia's words, Yu experienced a moment of clarity. Under the leadership of the enigmatic goddess of the moon, the Tianyou sect has dominated the Central Continent for many years. However, following the mysterious disappearance of the goddess, the influence of the Tianyou sect has waned, much like the demonic realm's 10 hells of Yanluo, which have also shown signs of discord after the vanishing of the demon lord. It is likely that the factions within the Central Continent have begun to harbor thoughts of usurping the position of the Tianyou sect. This competition thus presents an opportune moment to gauge the true strength of the Tianyou sect. Should the sect appear weakened, they would seize the chance to contend for its supremacy in the Central Continent. If, however, as if divining Yu's thoughts, Yu Wuxia nodded gently. I trust you have considered this, Yu. On the day of the sect competition, I expect you to trample upon the pride of various prodigies and ascend to the position of the Tianyou sect's young master. Although her voice was soft, the unwavering determination in her tone left no room for doubt. Rest assured, Sister Yu, both Master Sister and I shall be present. I am eager to see who would dare to act recklessly within the Tianyou sect. The voice of Ling Hani was cold, akin to a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed. Indeed, Elder Yu, as the direct disciple of our esteemed sect leader and the young master of the Tianyou sect, I shall not disappoint you. Yu spoke with confidence, bolstered by the presence of the system, the primordial holy body, the Yin Tian Hua Xingju, and the Tai Chi diagram. The discourse in the Central Continent? In Yu's eyes, it was merely an opportunity for him to shine before others. Yu Wuxia nodded with appreciation. Although Rushui was absent, she must ensure that the Tianyou sect does not languish. Hani, you and Wanga have returned just in time. I have no concerns regarding your prowess. I will rely on you both. Yu Wuxia sighed, grateful for Rushui's disciples, whose talents were indeed remarkable. Otherwise, Ling Hani shook her head, reassuring Yu Wuxia that there was no need for excessive worry. As long as the sect leader returns, everything will be resolved. Yu silently nodded in agreement. Having previously given the sect leader and Yu Ruo each a sacred spirit fruit, he believed their breakthrough should be achievable. However, perhaps transitioning from the Supreme Saint to the void-breaking stage is indeed a formidable challenge. Very well, you may take your leave. Hani, Wanga, and Jiwei, please take the time to mentor Yu, and Yu, ensure you dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Both nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently exited the Grand Hall. Once they departed, the tension in Yu Wuxia's delicate features eased. That troublesome Wanga, how dare you embarrass me before so many? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Yu Wuxia pouted, her demeanor far from the usual cold and aloof persona. And what of the promise doll? I wonder if it has been secretly delivered to me. Contemplating this, Yu Wuxia waved her hand and vanished from the Grand Hall. Senior sister, I have not had the opportunity to inquire until now. How is your cultivation of the Taishu sword classic progressing? As Yu stepped out of the Grand Hall, he curiously asked his companion, Ling Hani. Ling Hani appeared somewhat uncomfortable being so close to a male. Yet given that Yu was her junior disciple and had bestowed upon her the Taishu sword classic, she merely tensed her body before responding, well, this sword cultivation technique suits me well, but it is ultimately of a celestial grade, and thus I have only just begun to grasp its essence. Yiyu nodded in understanding. Celestial grade techniques are not only exceedingly rare, but also demand exceptional talent for cultivation. It is truly admirable that senior sister has already taken her first steps in such a short span of time. She truly is a prodigy in swordsmanship. Chapter 50. The torment from 3 senior sisters. It seemed that Ling Hani felt it was somewhat inappropriate for only Yiyu to speak, so she proactively interjected, Yiyu. During this period, both Wang Gu and Ji Wei will accompany you for intensive training. You need not overly concern yourself about the upcoming sect competition in a month. Yiyu's expression stiffened. He wished to protest that he was not worried at all. However, given that it was the kind gesture of his second senior sister, he could not refuse, and thus nodded helplessly, silently praying that the 3 senior sisters would be somewhat lenient. Little junior brother, are you really this ineffectual? I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you've already fallen? Dongfang Wang Gu looked down from her elevated stance, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Yiyu with disdain. Yiyu felt like crying without tears. This woman's temperament was exceedingly harsh. Ever since the last time Yu Wuxia had enlisted his 3 senior sisters to instruct him, Dongfang Wang Gu had taken it upon herself to train him with a ruthless approach. Unfortunately, she was exceptionally powerful, and without the aid of system tools, Yu found himself utterly unable to contend with her. Nonetheless, each session of instruction proved beneficial, as every strike would activate his Yin Tianhua Xingju, allowing the powers of the stars and moon to circulate within him, forming a protective barrier. Each bout of punishment refined the celestial and lunar energies within him, even deepening the connection between his star core and the Divine Moon. However, this did not alter the undeniable fact of Dongfang Wang Ji's wicked nature. Yi could only passively endure her onslaught. Before encountering the eldest senior sister, Yi had been curious about the consequences of provoking her. Now, however, he had already begun to experience those ramifications. Every day, this woman stood triumphantly before him after he was bested. Whether it was due to her contempt for Yiyu or some other reason, Dongfang Wang Gu never donned combat attire for their training sessions. Instead, she consistently wore a dress. According to Xia Wei, this dress was even a divine grade garment. Nevertheless, for Yiyu, the grade mattered little. The fleeting beauty of the sight was enough to soothe his wounded spirit. Eldest senior sister, your strikes are rather severe. Yiyu pouted. Little junior brother, are you doing all right? Xia Wei ran over from the side, glaring fiercely at Dongfang Wang Gu, who merely shrugged in indifference. Dongfudi. It is still the 3rd senior sister who treats me well. Here, have some sweets. This time, they are a new variety. Yiyu felt touched and retrieved a host of desserts from his spatial ring, presenting them to Xia Wei. Seeing her squinting with delight, Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle. He increasingly felt that the positioning of the 3rd senior sister was quite similar to that of Xing Ying. Speaking of Xing Ying, Yiyu glanced over at the little creature, who was obediently nestled in Ling Hani's embrace, filled with helplessness. This little one clearly understood who to cling to for support, having spent most of the time charming the 3 senior sisters with her adorableness. Only the eldest senior sister possessed the fortitude to remain unaffected by Xing Ying's cuteness. Instead, she often pushed away the clingy Xing Ying, exhibiting a "I'm not falling for this" attitude. However, Yiyu had occasionally witnessed the senior sister secretly feeding Xing Ying's spirit fruits. At that time, the senior sister wore an expression of impatience, claiming that she was merely feeding it out of pity. Yet, the glimmer of affection in her eyes did not escape Yiyu's keen observation. Consequently, Yiyu decisively recorded the moment with the recording stone. Dongfang Wang cast a disdainful glance at Yiyu and Xia Wei. However, upon seeing the beautifully crafted and unique desserts, she could not help but bite her lip. What is so delicious about these? Only you, Ji Wei, would enjoy them. Junior brother, if you spent the time you used to make desserts on your cultivation, perhaps you wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. At her words, Yiyu merely rolled her eyes, and Xia Wei's expression became somewhat peculiar. He had recently uncovered another hidden trait of the senior sister, her tsundere nature. Not only had she previously fed Xing Ying in secret, but she had also, on numerous occasions, used the excuse of mere curiosity about the taste to procure desserts from her. The third senior sister had complained to him about this multiple times. Yet out of fear of the senior sister's authority, Yiyu had no choice but to redeem more desserts to compensate. Exchanging knowing glances, Yiyu and Xia Jiwei nodded in tacit agreement. Dongfang Wanga seemed to sense something and shot a glare at the two. What are you two scheming about? Humph. This senior sister feels a chill. Junior brother, have you rested enough? Get up and continue to receive my teachings. Yiyu sighed, thinking that detestable senior sister. One day, I shall make you kneel and sing my praises. Why are you still dawdling? Get up. Do I need to ask you again? I'm coming. How could I trouble the senior sister? Though the senior sister tormented Yiyu daily, the second senior sister's teachings were also quite rigorous. Nevertheless, it was evident that continuous training could rapidly enhance one's cultivation level. Under the combined torment, or rather guidance, of the three senior sisters, along with his inherent advantages, Yiyu had remarkably reached half a step into the divine sea realm within a month. As Yiyu's cultivation progressed, the Tai Chi diagram unlocked new features. Previously, he had only accessed the passive defense skill of the Tai Chi diagram. Now, however, a new skill had emerged. Yiyu looked at the system's description of the Tai Chi diagram. Tai Chi diagram, innate treasure due to the host's modest advancement in strength, has now further unlocked skills. Qian Kuan defining realm, absolute defense. The Tai Chi yin-yang fish shields the body, forming a barrier that withstands physical and magical attacks. The barrier's strength is contingent upon the host's cultivation level and can currently withstand a full force strike from the Sage Realm. Automatically activates and does not consume any spiritual energy. With a cooldown time of 15 minutes, Tai Su Yin formation, enemy binding seal, creates an illusion of the Tai Chi Bagua array, trapping enemies and gradually depleting their spiritual energy. Additionally, it can infuse one's own spiritual energy to summon the yin-yang fish for manifestation, annihilating opponents, contingent upon both the host's and the opponent's cultivation levels. Behold, this is what it means to possess an innate treasure. Yiyu felt a surge of emotion, simultaneously filled with anticipation for the subsequent skills of the Taiji diagram. Regrettably, her current cultivation level only permitted her to unlock the second skill. As Yiyu's realm advanced, the primordial saint body also manifested new effects. Primordial saint body. Infused with the essence of primordial unity, those possessing this physique resonate with the great Tao, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Attributes. Invulnerable to all forms of spiritual spells, immune to all mental arts. Continuously thriving. All restorative effects are greatly amplified. With an inexhaustible supply of true essence and spiritual energy. Suppression of all bodies. I am the singularity. Primordial unity fills the entire being, resulting in a 50 damage reduction from other special physiques while simultaneously enhancing damage by 50. Additional. The host's realm is insufficient. Please await further revelations regarding forthcoming effects. Stay tuned. Chapter 51. System. Are you so selective about locations? With a sharp intake of breath, Yiyu marveled at the overwhelming power of suppression. Such an assertive ability. Who would dare flaunt their unique physique before me again? I could simply wield a suppression aura to teach them a lesson. Yiyu was thoroughly pleased with the Taiji diagram and the skills unlocked by the primordial holy body. However, the Yin Tian Hua Xingju remained at its second tier, and Yiyu found himself at a loss regarding the third tier. The third tier of the Yin Tian Hua Xingju required the condensation of a star map within the sea of consciousness. Using the celestial core of the Tian Shu star within Yiyu's body as the foundation to manifest the star map. The reason for Yiyu's confusion stemmed from his lack of knowledge about celestial phenomena prior to his transmigration, particularly as the Tian Shu star belonged to the Big Dipper. Fortunately, as his connection with the celestial core and the moonlight deepened, Yiyu began to grasp the powers of the stars and the moonlight more profoundly. He realized that he could gradually condense the third tier, albeit requiring more time, during this period of enduring the trials imposed by his three senior sisters. The second tier of the Yin Tian Hua Xingju had become increasingly perfected. Yiyu felt that his body, tempered by the powers of the stars and moonlight, was now capable of withstanding various assaults. Indeed, it was worthy of being termed a divine-level technique. In addition to his personal artifacts and techniques, Yiyu checked the accumulated delivery attempts. Since his last emergence from the Divine Moon Secret Realm, he had ventured to the western border, during which he had accumulated 2 more delivery tasks. By the time the inter-sect competition commenced, he would have 3 attempts available. He speculated that accumulating 3 attempts to deliver at once might yield better rewards. For instance, the previous encounter with the enigmatic Emperor Fei Huang would never have occurred without the system's delivery tasks. He ought to pay a visit to Emperor Fei Huang. This thought reminded Yiyu of the woman who had previously invited him to keep her company when he had the time. Not merely to curry favor, but rather to offer companionship and concern to a solitary woman. Yiyu affectionately ruffled the fur of the little cat, Xing, saying, "You stay here obediently. Your master is off to seek favor." Unaware of the context, Xing merely mewed a couple of times. During this time, Xing had been closely following Yiyu, absorbing the celestial and moonlight powers emanating from him. This led Yiyu to wonder if she might soon transform into a cat girl. Thus, he picked up Xing once more and gazed into her eyes, which shimmered with the vastness of the starry ocean, softly whispering, "Hurry and become a cat girl. Hurry and become a cat girl." Clearing his throat, Yiyu summoned the system and selected the imprint he had previously left on Emperor Fei Huang. In an instant, he was transported to the god burial abyss. Xing tumbled onto the bed with a soft thud, looking around in bewilderment. "Master has run off to play without me," she exclaimed, and thus began her frolicsome antics in the room, continuing her mischief for the day. Within the god burial abyss, a delicate figure emerged from the water like a lotus in bloom, surrounded by swirling white mist. Although the white mist obscured her figure, her alluring curves were still discernible. Her damp, cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, with droplets of water trickling down her fair neck. Could it be that the illustrious Fei Huang was bathing? The moment Yiyu opened his eyes, he was rendered speechless. "No, system, how could you have chosen such an opportune moment for the teleportation? Moreover, this situation places me in an unjust predicament. Cursed be it." Yiyu covered his eyes, peering through the gaps between his fingers. Yet, he quickly realized that the mark was indeed upon Fei Huang. Thus, having arrived here through the mark, it was only natural for him to appear beside her. But who could have anticipated that she would be bathing? Yiyu swallowed hard, feeling a parched sensation in his throat. He was about to quietly retreat a few steps, intending to wait for Fei Huang to finish her bath before making his presence known. However, in the next moment, Fei Huang furrowed her brows, waved her delicate hand, and a pristine long dress enveloped her entire form. With a sudden movement, she appeared before Yiyu, exclaiming, "Yiyu? TSK. Who would have thought you would resort to spying on a woman bathing?" Upon recognizing Yiyu, Fei Huang's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, yet she quickly bit her lip, indignantly demanding an explanation. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blush had crept across her cheeks. "No, allow me to explain. I did not intend to spy." No, I was not spying at all." Yiyu hastily waved his hands, though he could not suppress the urge to swallow again. After all, the freshly bathed Fei Huang radiated an astonishing allure. Not only did the delightful fragrance waft enticingly to his nostrils, but even the sight of her fair leg peeking from beneath her long dress was a bewitching temptation. Observing Yiyu lost in thought, Fei Huang felt a mix of amusement and irritation, extending her hand as if to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Yiyu was quick-witted, promptly presenting her with a spatial ring and swiftly explaining the situation. "It was the mark that brought me to your side, but I had no idea you were bathing. Inside is a dessert I brought for you. Please do have a taste." His desire for survival was exceedingly strong. Fei Huang cast a skeptical glance at Yiyu. Yet based on her initial impression, she did not believe he was intentionally spying. After all, the god burial abyss severed all connections, and her decision to bathe today had been a spontaneous whim. With this thought, Fei Huang gently nodded, beckoning Yiyu to join her as they sat together on a stone bench. "I see you still remember my words. I had thought you would not return after your last departure." "What are these?" as she examined the contents of the spatial ring. A hint of curiosity danced across her face. Oh, these are some desserts I crafted, a delicacy of sorts, though you likely do not require sustenance at present. Indulging in the pleasures of taste from time to time can be delightful. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Di Feihuang nodded, retrieving a beautifully crafted dessert from the ring and placing it into her mouth. The flavor is indeed peculiar, quite delightful. Observing her enjoyment, Yiyu felt a sense of relief, and soon began to converse with her about recent events. The demon and monster races remain as they have always been. Di Feihuang took a sip of her tea and remarked wistfully, What is formerly referred to, dear sister? Yiyu was genuinely intrigued by the secrets of the past concerning Tianyou Continent. By chance, Di Feihuang served as a living relic of that era. Ahem. Yiyu dared not voice this thought directly, for at all times, a woman's age remains a sensitive topic. For Tianyou Continent, it must have been an ancient epic. During that time, the demon race had the 10 Yama kings, while the monster race boasted the 12 liches, and the two factions frequently engaged in conflict. The 12 liches? Yiyu mentally noted this detail. And what the human race during that time? What were they like? Yiyu inquired with great curiosity. Chapter 52. My Emergence Humanity? Di Feihuang cast a sidelong glance at Yiyu, appearing somewhat hesitant. Yiyu was puzzled by her expression. In the ancient times, humanity was feeble and held a significantly low status, essentially without a place of their own. Such a layer of history was unfamiliar to Yiyu, prompting him to inquire further. Then why did humanity eventually rise? Moreover, they now surpass both the demon and monster races. Di Feihuang's tone was calm, as if recounting an exceedingly mundane matter. Because I emerged, Yiyu stared in a daze at Di Feihuang, who displayed no alteration in her expression. Goodness, she truly is a formidable figure. Yiyu was instantly awestruck. In the numerous novels he had read before his transmigration, there were indeed characters who led humanity to prominence. However, it was only upon arriving in the Tianyou Continent that Yiyu genuinely recognized the disparity between reality and fiction. Yet now, a person who truly saved and led humanity to rise was sitting right beside him. This sensation was quite remarkable for Yiyu. Esteemed one, please allow me to pour you some tea. Yiyu obediently refilled Di Feihuang's cup, but she merely shook her head slightly and chuckled softly. However, I seem to have never heard your name, dear sister. Logically speaking, a sage-like figure, such as yourself, should have left some records behind. Shouldn't you? Yiyu was quite perplexed. Although he belonged to the demon race, having transmigrated at a young age, he was exceedingly curious about the Tianyou Continent. Thus, he had always relished reading about it in his childhood. Could it be that his affiliation with the demon race prevented him from encountering relevant records? Yet, even after arriving at the Divine Sect, he had not heard of Di Feihuang's name. Upon hearing Yiyu's question, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Di Feihuang's face. As for that question, when you become stronger in the future, I shall tell you, dear sister now. Tell me, are there any new manga or novels? Di Feihuang's tone suddenly shifted to a cheerful one, imbued with a hint of anticipation. It seemed as if the breathtaking woman who had dazzled an era was merely a figment of Yiyu's imagination. Moreover, how much did this sister adore those Mary Sue stories? Yiyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and then presented her with a spatial ring. Here you go. Many are sequels from last time. Do you truly find those stories captivating, dear sister? Yiyu hesitated for a moment before ultimately voicing his curiosity. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Di Feihuang happily accepted the ring and then nodded. Indeed, many are. Quite interesting. You might want to take a look. Yiyu hastily shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Sister, having guarded the god burial abyss for so long, can you not leave? Or are you destined to remain here indefinitely? Yiyu could not bear the thought of her being confined in this place. Even though the scenery where Di Feihuang resided was indeed splendid. However, after a period of time, it is bearable. Yet what of a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia? Upon hearing this, Di Feihuang paused momentarily, then replied softly, this place is quite pleasant, and besides, do you not often come a converse with your sister? Yiyu remained silent, gazing at her intently. Fei Huang shook her head and eventually said with a hint of resignation, "In the past, during the tumultuous times of the god-burying abyss, I was required to remain vigilant here. However, now I could indeed send out a projection. Everything the projection experiences, I too shall feel, akin to the projections found in those novels." Fei Huang's metaphor, drawn from literature, struck a chord with Yiyu, who immediately grasped its meaning. Is that not splendid? You can venture out frequently, which is far better than remaining here indefinitely. Fei Huang regarded the suddenly eager Yiyu with confusion, wondering why this person was so exhilarated. Why are you so happy? Moreover, what is there to see outside? It is all equally mundane. Yet Yiyu shook his head, grasping her small hand once more, declaring, "Because sister can finally leave this place, even if just as a projection. Ultimately, it allows for the appreciation of diverse landscapes and experiences." A moment of perplexity crossed Fei Huang's exquisite visage. Her thoughts were singular. Why had this person once again taken hold of her hand without reservation? Furthermore, I can take sister to witness the wonders of the world, for it has been many ages since you have encountered the lands beyond your understanding. Yiyu's expression was earnest as he looked at the woman before him, resolutely stating, "No matter what, across rivers and mountains, I shall accompany you in the future." Fei Huang found herself at a loss for words. Having existed in invincibility for countless ages, who had ever dared to speak so candidly to her? Especially after enduring endless solitude, guarding the god-burying abyss. Such declarations stirred something within her once unflappable heart. "You, who needs your company? How brazen." Fei Huang's gaze faltered, and for the first time, she found it difficult to meet another's eyes, opting instead to turn away from Yiyu. Yet, Yiyu merely watched her unwithdrawn hand. "Then let me be the one with a thick skin, and I shall take that as your silent agreement." Fei Huang offered no reply, only emitting a soft hum before retracting her hand. "Suit yourself. It makes no difference to me where I am." Yiyu chuckled softly and continued to engage Fei Huang in conversation. "All right, I must take my leave now. In a few days, the Disciples' Grand Competition will commence, marking the occasion for me to showcase my talents." After conversing for a considerable time, Yiyu expressed a lingering reluctance to depart. "When you reveal your abilities, do not underestimate it." Fei Huang responded with a hint of amusement. Yet Yiyu merely waved his hand, assuring her, "Trust me, there will be no issues." "Well then, I shall return after the Disciples' competition." In contrast to her previous demeanor, Yiyu appeared more nonchalant this time, casually waving her hand before vanishing into thin air. Fei Huang gazed at the fading silhouette of Yiyu, momentarily taken aback. She picked up a piece of confectionery and delicately placed it into her mouth. "Should I venture outside?" Accompany me." The little one is quite the silver-tongued charmer." Though her words bore a hint of discontent, the subtle smile gracing Fei Huang's lips spoke volumes. Rising to her feet, she languidly stretched and surveyed her surroundings. "Perhaps it is indeed time spent too long. Well then, little one, I shall see if you are true to your word." Chapter 53. Various Forces Goodness. Senior Sister, is this truly the venue for tomorrow's Zhongzhou discussion conference? Yiyu, pulled along by Xia inquired with a hint of astonishment. Xingying crouched at Yiyu's feet, her starry eyes also gazing vacantly at the grand location before them. Xia chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, this is an eternal grade artifact belonging to our Divine Moon Sect." Yiyu, upon hearing this, gazed with surprise at the magnificent arena, incredulous that it was, in fact, an artifact of such caliber. Although I am not entirely aware of its specific effects, it is certainly more than sufficient as a venue for competitions. Xia elaborated on some functionalities of this eternal grade artifact as an arena, yet she was uncertain if it possessed any additional effects, as it is typically only unveiled during significant events at the Divine Moon Sect. Moreover, it can transform into various forms based on the requirements, which left Yiyu marveling in wonder. "Tomorrow, it will be your turn to shine," esteemed young sect master Xia teased with a playful smile. Yiyu scratched his head, leaning closer to her ear and said, "I, as the young sect master, would rather cling to senior sister's leg." Xia Wei let out a soft exclamation, gently pushing Yiyu away. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him an annoyed glance. What are you doing in broad daylight? What if someone sees us? Senior sister, are you merely concerned about being seen? If no one is around. Xia Wei playfully kicked Yiyu. Her embarrassment mingled with annoyance as she retorted, mischievous rascal, what are you thinking again? Observing Xia Wei's charmingly flushed face, Yiyu chuckled, about to say something when a voice interrupted from behind. Oh, is our young sect master engaging in flirtation with Ji Wei? How enthusiastic, young sect master. Yiyu turned around, resigned, and indeed found that it was his senior sister, Dongfang Wanga. She was watching him and Xia Wei with great interest. Xia Wei hid behind Yiyu, peeking out with her little head. Senior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you supposed to be the senior sister? Oh dear, Yiyu, save me with that. Xia Wei ducked behind him, tugging on his sleeve as she sensed Dongfang Wanga approaching. Yiyu shook his head, curiosity piqued as he asked, Senior sister, please don't tease. By the way, where is second senior sister? I haven't seen her around these past few days. At this, Dongfang Wanga paused her steps. She seems to have gained some insights into her cultivation method and has been absorbed in contemplation these past few days. I see, Yi nodded, realizing that second senior sister's Tai Su Sword Classic must be advancing further. The three of them continued their conversation, after which Dongfang Wanga led Yiyu and Xia Wei to the sect's entrance. Various forces have been arriving in succession these days. Little junior brother, let me introduce you to those forces, lest you arrive tomorrow not even knowing who they are. That would be quite embarrassing for the young sect master. In recent times, Dongfang Wanga has taken to teasing Yiyu by calling him Little Sect Master. It seems that aside from the second senior sister, both the first and third senior sisters have adopted this manner of jesting as well. However, upon hearing the first senior sister's remarks, Yiyu found himself quite intrigued by the prodigies of various factions. At the sect, Elder Zhao and several other elders were engaged in welcoming representatives from different powers. Over there, where the sword aura ascended towards the heavens, stood the Wu Yin Sword Sect. How presumptuous they are to come to our Tianyou sect, especially considering they are all defeated subordinates of my senior sister. Dongfang Wanga scoffed, her disdain evident, while Xia Wei added, the leader must be the first senior sister of Wu Yin Sword Sect, the future sword master, known as Luo Shueji. Oh, she also carries the nickname Sword Fairy. Yiyu gazed ahead and indeed spotted a sword-wielding woman, true to her name, exuding an unparalleled elegance and a chill as serene as the moon. No wonder she's referred to as the Sword Fairy. It is said that her heart is solely devoted to the sword, much like the second senior sister's immaculate sword heart. Yet, Dongfang Wanga let out a dismissive hum, claiming she pales in comparison to Han Yi. However, she quipped, for you, little junior brother, she might still pose a formidable challenge. Yi rolled his eyes. The first senior sister could never speak plainly. Not only was she overly protective, but she also had to draw comparisons to others. Is that the Tianyou sect over there? He inquired, directing his gaze toward a group that appeared ethereal and otherworldly. Xia Wei followed his gaze and nodded. Indeed, the Tianyou sect is also a top-tier righteous power, a congregation of cultivators pursuing longevity while remaining detached from worldly affairs. Oh, that Taoist woman is Yun Qingwei, rumored to possess extraordinary gifts. Taoist. Yiyu shook his head, finding the third senior sister's title rather amusing. Yun Qingwei's cultivation is indeed commendable, but she always presents an indifferent demeanor. I genuinely wish to see a more emotional side of her, Dongfang Wanga remarked, casting a glance at Yiyu before cheerfully suggesting, why not, little junior brother? Try to charm her? It could be quite the challenge. Yiyu resolved to ignore the first senior sister. Her personality was quite unbearable. Xia Wei shot a disapproving look at Dongfang Wanga. First senior sister, do take care. This is our Tianyou sect's hosted competition among peers. Please refrain from any outrageous behavior. Dongfang Wanga shrugged, choosing not to respond further. Oh, the forgetting emotions heavenly palace is also present. They are said to pursue the Tao with single-minded devotion, having no other desires, and all members are women. Ah, that must be the contemporary forgetting emotions celestial maiden, Dan Tai Ling. Xiaozhui tugged at Yiyu's sleeve and adopted a serious tone. Yiyu, the members of the Forgetting Emotions Heavenly Palace have always harbored disdain for men, so do not provoke them. Ah! Yiyu, somewhat exasperated, delivered a light chop to Xiaozhui's head. Since when had his image in her mind become so skewed? What was the third senior sister even suggesting? Am I really that kind of person? Xiaozhui covered her head, letting out a few huffs. Aren't you? I see, little junior brother, during this period of time, you've been secretly observing me. Yiyu hastily covered Dongfang Wanga's mouth, simultaneously shaking her head at the curious Xiaozhui. Oh dear, the senior sister is merely jesting, wouldn't you agree? Senior sister? Dongfang Wanga gazed at the pitiable Yiyu, a glimmer of mischievous amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes. Ahem. Yiyu released her hand, feeling quite embarrassed. It seems the senior sister had known all along, but, it was unintentional. Fortunately, Dongfang Wanga did not utter a word, merely presenting Yiyu with an enigmatic smile. Ahem. Third senior sister, please continue. What other factions are there? Oh. Over there with the extravagant display are the members of the Starfall Pavilion. However, the primary focus of the Starfall Pavilion is commerce. It is said that their Starfall Merchant Association controls 40 of the resource trade across the entire Tianyou Continent. That individual is the current head of the Starfall Merchant Association and also the daughter of the Starfall Pavilion's master, Yi Qinglan. Chapter 54. Didn't you ask me to take a stroll? Upon mentioning Yi Qinglan, Xiaozhui couldn't help but poke Yiyu's arm. She is truly a wealthy lady. You know, Yiyu, weren't you always talking about finding a rich woman? Hee, your opportunity has arrived. Hearing Xiaozhui recall her childhood words, Yiyu felt a flush of embarrassment and chuckled awkwardly. There's no one better than the senior sisters, right? This statement garnered nods of approval from both Dongfang Wanga and Xiaozhui. The two had exchanged glances earlier. If Yiyu dared to affirm, he would face a combined onslaught from both of them. However, she is indeed a rich lady. Yiyu mused as he observed the extravagant departure of the Starfall Pavilion entourage. Their flying chariot, drawn by 9 serpentine dragons, exuded opulence. Each member of the group bore at least one divine-grade artifact, and the necklace adorning Yi Qinglan was rumored to be an eternal grade treasure. The sensation it evoked in Yi was akin to encountering a pay-to-win player in a game before his transmigration. He shook his head and turned his gaze elsewhere, suddenly furrowing his brow. Sister, over there are the people from the Reincarnation Hall and the Othershore Pavilion, right? Why are they here? The Starfall Pavilion is a neutral faction, while the Reincarnation Hall and Othershore Pavilion are undoubtedly antagonistic forces. Yiyu had heard they had ties with the demonic faction, yet he hadn't anticipated their participation in the disciples' competition of the Divine Moon Sect today. Dongfang Wanga scoffed. If only our master were present. Otherwise, what audacity would they have to come to our Divine Moon Sect? Xiaozhui nodded in agreement, her delicate features marred by disdain. Indeed, if our junior encounters them tomorrow, it would be wise to teach them a severe lesson. Look at those two. One is utterly arrogant, while the other is sly and patient. Those are the saints of the Reincarnation Hall and Othershore Pavilion. Are they both called saints? Yiyu inquired, perplexed. Dongfang Wanga nodded and, after retracting her gaze, explained these two factions were originally part of the same sect. It is said that divergences arose long ago, leading to their division into 2 factions. So that's how it is, Yiyu thought, gaining a clearer understanding of the top-tier factions that would appear at tomorrow's Zhongzhou debate. The others are mostly second- or third-rate powers, nothing noteworthy. In any case, Yiyu, just be attentive to what we discussed earlier. Xiaozhui patted Yiyu's shoulder, her expression serious. I believe in you. If you perform well tomorrow, you'll offer yourself to me? Yiyu interjected, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. That sounds splendid. Hurry and agree, junior brother. Noticing Xiaozhui blushing and stammering, Dongfang Wanga couldn't help but speak on her behalf. She added earnestly, see, I understand your feelings, sister. There's no need to be so shy. Xiaozhui nearly spat blood in exasperation, and unable to endure any longer, she delivered a light headbutt to Dongfang Wanga. Hey, Zhiwei, why are you behaving like a child? As your senior sister, I am clearly being considerate towards you. You simply do not recognize a good heart. Upon hearing Dongfang Wanga's words, Xiaji Wei felt an overwhelming mix of embarrassment and anger. I'll fight you, you insufferable senior sister. If I can't defeat you, I'll bite you to death today. Yu instantly perked up, almost reaching for a snack to enjoy the spectacle. I love watching women quarrel. Oh look, the third senior sister is actually trying to bite. Wow, the first senior sister is so wicked, she's even tickling her. Just as Yu was reveling in the unfolding drama, a younger sister rushed over to him. Young master, outside. What? Initially, she had something urgent to discuss with Yu, but upon witnessing the renowned first and third senior sisters in such a state, she became momentarily entranced. Noticing her dazed expression, Yu hurriedly stepped in to separate the two. Hey, someone is coming. Senior sisters, please cease this at once, or it will be quite unbecoming. Who dares to speak of this? Cough, what is it you need? Dongfang Wanga casually placed her hand on Xiaji Wei's forehead to hold her back while she turned to look. When she confirmed that someone indeed approached, she maintained her composure, withdrawing her hand and wrapping her arm around Xiaji Wei. Seeing the newcomer, Xiaji Wei cleared her throat. What is it, junior sister? The younger sister blinked in disbelief, wondering if she had conjured a mirage. Oh, I see. Young master, there is someone outside claiming to be an old friend of yours. Specifically requesting your presence. Yu scratched his head in confusion. An old friend? I have no friends. Could it be that the demon clan has come to Tianyou Sect? How audacious. This remark piqued the interest of both Dongfang Wanga and Xiaji Wei, who inquired about the identity of this mysterious visitor. I couldn't see clearly due to the veil, but judging by her figure, she appears to be a woman. A woman. Dongfang Wanga and Xiaji Wei exchanged glances, the former's eyes sparkling with curiosity while the latter's bore a look of inquiry. Yu raised his hands in innocence. I truly don't know. Cough, I'll go take a look. We shall accompany you. Both Dongfang Wanga and Xiaji Wei exclaimed simultaneously, casting each other a knowing glance. Yu shook his head, bemused by their antics. Let us go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. Little junior brother, so eager. Could it be that she is your beloved? Yu resolved not to engage in conversation, as the first senior sister's temperament was rather unpleasant. Yu, how did you come here? Upon reaching the sect's entrance, he indeed spotted a veiled woman whose silhouette seemed familiar. As Yu approached her, he gazed into her eyes that danced with a hint of amusement, noting the golden mark between her brows. To his astonishment, the woman was none other than Di Fei Huang. Observing Yu's excited demeanor, Di Fei Huang's lips curved into a subtle smile. What is the matter? Am I not welcome? Yet you urged me to take a stroll. Are you now having second thoughts? Yu could never retract his words. He grasped Di Fei Huang's delicate hand and exclaimed joyfully, How could that be? I merely assumed you would remain indoors for a considerable time longer. Yet here you are today. Di Fei Huang's earlier remark had been playful, and she could sense the genuine happiness radiating from Yu. However, just as she was about to speak, a voice emerged from beside Yu, inquiring, Yu, are you not going to introduce us? Who is she? Xiaji Wei pursed her lips, casting a subtle glance at the woman before her, before posing her question. Dongfang Wangu also scrutinized Di Fei Huang, contemplating, this woman is exceedingly enigmatic. I cannot decipher her in the slightest. How is this even conceivable? Chapter 55. I do not. Please do not speak nonsense. Who is Di Fei Huang? She has guarded the abyss of the god of death for countless years. Prior to that, she had encountered a myriad of individuals. Thus, she immediately discerned that the woman beside Yu was, feeling envious? Di Fei Huang lightly pressed her lips together and suddenly winked at Yu, her voice playfully tinged with a hint of coquetry. Yu, aren't you going to introduce us? We shared quite a history, haven't we? What history? I am completely oblivious. Yu gazed at Di Fei Huang, his face a portrait of shock. Sister, your persona is collapsing. Yet, Di Fei Huang merely chuckled softly, a gentle gaze fixed on Yu. Very well. Yu confirmed that this woman was deliberately teasing him. Following her words, both Xiaji Wei and Dongfang Wanga turned to Yu, their expressions dazed. Particularly Xiaji Wei, who had initially assumed that these were merely acquaintances of Yu. Who would have thought their relationship was so intimately woven. Oh, so that's the case. Well, junior brother, please take good care of her. I'm feeling a bit unwell, and she'll take my leave. Xiaji Wei, somewhat dazed, turned to depart, but Yi Yu, with a furrowed brow, swiftly pulled her back. All right, senior sister, she was just joking with you. Why are you leaving? Dongfang Wanga, arms crossed, observed them with keen interest. How amusing, truly amusing. Although I am unaware of who this woman is. This little scene of jealousy is quite entertaining. With a soft chuckle, Di Fei Huang could no longer contain her mirth. All right, I'm an old acquaintance of Yi Yu, one might say I am his sister. Greetings to you all. Hearing her introduction, Yi Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him and proceeded to introduce everyone. This is Di Fei Huang, as she mentioned, and these two are my senior sisters. The third senior sister, Xiaji Wei, and the eldest senior sister, Dongfang Wanga. Upon hearing this, Xiaji Wei pouted. Sister? You mean a romantic sister, right? Humph, you deceitful Yi Yu. How could you keep this from me? Meanwhile, Dongfang Wanga furrowed her brow, her curiosity about this woman growing. She found it perplexing that she could not discern Di Fei Huang's cultivation level in the name. Di Fei Huang. Did she not hear it somewhere before? However, despite ruminating for a long time, she could not recall any specific memory, only a vague sense of familiarity. Xinghin illusory cat? Yi Yu, is this the Xingyin you mentioned? Di Fei Huang, who had initially been jesting, now turned her attention to the Xingyin at Yi Yu's feet. Yi Yu paused for a moment before nodding and lifting Xingyin up. Indeed, what do you think? Isn't she just as adorable as I described? During their conversations in the abyss of the god of death, Yi Yu had previously extolled the incomparable cuteness of Xingyin. Seeing her now, Di Fei Huang felt a surge of affection and gently played with Xingyin. As for Xingyin, the little cat had long since grown numb to such encounters. Accustomed to her master casually offering her to various women, she had grown used to it. However, she never anticipated that the Starry Phantom Cat clan still existed in this world. A hint of nostalgia flickered across Di Fei Huang's face, her gaze towards Xingyin softening considerably. Ahem. Let us return and continue our conversation, shall we, Yi Yu? Xiaji Wei smiled subtly, her hand stealthily twisting at Yi Yu's waist. You rascal. Always chatting with your dear sister. Yi Yu feigned pain, even though the power of the stars and moon had rendered her body immensely resilient. Yet, it was evident that if she did not act as if she were in agony, her senior sister would surely be even more displeased. Ahem. As my third senior sister said, let's go back and talk. Di Fei Huang nodded slightly, glancing at the pouting Xiaji Wei, unable to suppress her amusement. Yi was right. It was indeed quite entertaining to venture out occasionally. Dongfang Wanga did not return with them, as she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name Di Fei Huang. Unable to quell her curiosity, she decided to visit the attic of the Tianyou sect, where ancient texts were stored, feeling a prick of discomfort until she clarified her confusion. Sister, why don't you stay in the room next to ours for the time being? There are plenty of vacant rooms in the courtyard, Yi Yu suggested, pointing to a room beside her small wooden house. Di Fei Huang had no objections. After all, she had come in a projection and could reside anywhere. Through their earlier conversation, Xiaji Wei's mood had improved significantly. It appeared she had overthought things. This lady was indeed not Yi Yu's romantic interest. Therefore, Xiaji Wei patted Yi Yu on the shoulder and coughed lightly. Well, I shall retire to my room for a rest. Yi Yu, do your best tomorrow, and it was a pleasure to meet you, Sister Fei Huang. Yi Yu shook his head helplessly, while Di Fei Huang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yi Yu, it seems your senior sister holds a special affection for you, and she is quite delightful as well. Listening to Di Fei Huang's teasing, Yi Yu awkwardly scratched his head, hastily changing the subject. Sister, is this your projection? It appears indistinguishable from your true self, not only in appearance, but even when Yi Yu extended his consciousness. He found Di Fei Huang to be as unfathomable as when he had faced her in the god-burying abyss. Though it is a projection, it is still me. Merely a small technique, she replied. Yi Yu felt she was being modest, and he had evidence. Did you come specifically to see me at the Zhongzhou discussion conference? Upon hearing this, Di Fei Huang's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned indifference. I merely found some merit in what you said earlier and thought to check on you. Nothing more, she replied, casually picking up a piece of dessert to demonstrate her apparent nonchalance. Yu gazed at her for a prolonged moment, finding no trace of other emotions, which led him to lower his head in disappointment. Well, I had thought you came specifically to see me. Observing Yiyu's disheartened expression, Di Fei Huang let out a soft sigh. This little one, how perceptive they are. Truly, it is rather vexing. Nevertheless, there is a hint of truth in that, albeit just a smidgen, do you understand? Di Fei Huang spoke somewhat sternly. Yet when Yiyu lifted his gaze to meet hers, she immediately turned her head away. Hee, I knew that you came here just for me. Tomorrow, just wait and see how I shine in front of everyone. Oh, I didn't tea. Don't make wild claims. I've said it's just a tiny bit. Yiyu, I've come to realize you have quite the thick skin. We are all the same. All the same. Chapter 56. May I touch my senior sister's hair? An eternal grade artifact, while not exceedingly rare, possesses a most peculiar function. On the following day, Yiyu and his companions arrived at the arena, where Di Fei Huang immediately recognized this as an eternal grade item. Yiyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Sister, eternal grade artifacts are already quite uncommon, yet your standards are remarkably high. Di Fei Huang remained noncommittal. Her interest still piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. Meanwhile, Dongfang Wanga's confusion grew ever more profound. She had spent the entire previous day immersed in the library, yet found no mention of the name Di Fei Huang. This odd behavior astonished Yu Wuxia, who had come to the library to read in peace. After all, in Yu Wuxia's mind, Dongfang Wanga and reading had no conceivable connection. Naturally, Dongfang Wanga did not hold this against her. That woman was simply childish. Last time, she had sneakily approached Dongfang Wanga asking for that enormous doll. When it was offered to her in person, she pretended to decline, only to later seek it out behind her back. Quite baffling. In contrast to Dongfang Wanga's bewilderment, Ling Hani felt little interest in Yiyu's acquaintance, as her heart was solely devoted to the sword. In recent days, she had gained further insights into the Taishu sword canon. With this in mind, Ling Hani delicately pursed her lips and quietly addressed Yiyu beside her. Junior brother, I have made some progress with the Taishu sword canon. Thank you once again. So soon to achieve some progress? Yiyu couldn't help but feel awe. His second senior sister was indeed extraordinary. There's no need for thanks. We are siblings in the same sect, but if you insist on expressing gratitude, Yiyu had no desire for any acknowledgement. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted to the tuft of hair atop Ling Hani's head. Instantly, a bold thought ignited within him. Ling Hani furrowed her brow, believing he was about to make a request. After all, this could serve as a fitting way to reciprocate her gratitude. Thus, she spoke. Junior brother, if you have something to say, please do so directly. If you need my assistance, feel free to ask. Yiyu hesitated for a moment, but the ticklish feeling in his heart compelled him to voice his desire. Well, may I touch my senior sister's hair? Upon hearing these words, Ling Hani's charming face froze in disbelief. She had never anticipated such a request from Yiyu. Meow? Xing Ying glanced at them curiously, wondering why they had suddenly fallen silent. Xia Wei, who had been eavesdropping beside them, perked up at Yiyu's words, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Touching senior sister's hair. I want to do that too. Seeing Ling Hani's dazed expression, Yiyu chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's better if I forget I said anything. After a moment of silence, Ling Hani finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you certain this is what you desire? After the conclusion of the set competition, I shall allow you to touch. Yiyu was filled with immense joy, utterly astonished that the second senior sister would actually agree. However, when he turned to Ling Hani, intending to say something further, he found that she had already moved to the side of the eldest senior sister, as if the previous moment had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yiyu scratched his head, while Xia Wei, pouting slightly, expressed her envy, saying, How wonderful! I also want to touch the senior sister's adorable hair. I can't believe you got to it first. With a chuckle, Yiyu felt a surge of anticipation within him. As Yiyu and his companions ascended to the high platform of the Tianyou sect, Yu Wuxia and the elders were already awaiting their arrival. Yiyu, come and take a seat. Who is this? Yu Wuxia waved at them, but paused momentarily upon seeing Di Feihong. When Yiyu merely referred to her as an acquaintance, Yu Wuxia did not press further and invited them to sit. Yiyu surveyed the surroundings. Various factions had taken their seats, including many whose names he could not recall. The eternal grade artifact transformed into an arena could accommodate a vast number of attendees. And to Yiyu, it appeared as a bustling throng. Just as he was taking in the scene, Yu Wuxia's voice reached him. Yiyu, there is something I forgot to mention. After your identity is announced, you will need to give a speech. As for the content, you may handle it as you see fit. Yiyu was momentarily stunned. No one had informed him of this, and now there was a speech involved. His 3 senior sisters turned their gazes toward him, and even Ling Hani stifled a laugh. Little one, remember to shine before others. If your speech is too mundane, dear sister will be quite disappointed. Di Feihong chimed in, stoking the fire. Yi merely rolled his eyes at her words. He did not believe for a moment that Yu Wuxia had forgotten. She was undoubtedly eager to observe how he would navigate the situation. It seemed that Elder Yu possessed a hint of mischief. Perhaps she had been influenced by the eldest senior sister. Junior brother, I have high hopes for you. Oh wait, I should now refer to you as the young sect master, came the voice of Dongfang Wanga. Yu chose to ignore her, instead lost in thought about how to deliver the speech, while also refreshing the system shop to see if there were any suitable tools to enhance his presence. Ahem. Welcome everyone to participate in the Tianyou Sect competition. Yu Wuxia's voice rang out, and as she spoke, the venue gradually fell silent. Her expression remained calm, her voice resonating throughout every corner of the gathering. Although it was a sect competition, everyone should be aware that with such a multitude of factions converging, this event also served as a conference on the doctrines of Zhongzhou. Yu Wuxia elaborated on the reasons for hosting this conference, evoking within Yiyu a sense reminiscent of listening to leaders speak during his school days. Fortunately, Yu Wuxia did not linger unnecessarily on trivialities and quickly addressed the main topic at hand. With the occasion of the Zhongzhou Forum, we of the Tianyou Sect have an announcement to make. Yu Wuxia cast a glance at Yiyu before speaking. The position of a young master of the Tianyou Sect has been officially confirmed, and he is a candidate personally endorsed by the Divine Moon Empress. Yiyu, please step forward. At her words, all present turned their gaze towards Yiyu, and the atmosphere became tumultuous. The Divine Moon Empress? Has she not been missing for nearly a century? No wonder the Tianyou Sect is so confident in hosting the Zhongzhou Forum. The young master? I have never heard of such a title before. Could it be this individual? It appears our previous judgments regarding the Tianyou Sect must be entirely reconsidered. The Divine Moon Empress. Is it possible that this is all part of a scheme by the Tianyou Sect, and that the Divine Moon Empress has not truly vanished? Chapter 57. Talents flourish like fish crossing the river. The esteemed Empress of the Divine Moon, Qing Ru, commands an illustrious reputation that causes every faction present to pale at the mere utterance of her name. Though she has long been absent, her lingering influence remains palpable. Moreover, numerous factions are beginning to ponder whether this entire affair might be an intricate scheme. Yiyu gently placed Xing Ying into the embrace of his second senior sister, who briefly exhibited a hint of rapture. As Yiyu took his position at the forefront, the clamor of the crowd gradually subsided, ultimately yielding to an almost profound silence. The top-tier powers, including Tai Yixian Sect, Xing Yun Pavilion, Wen Yin Sword Studio, Wang Qing Heavenly Palace, Reincarnation Hall, and Bai Pavilion, along with representatives from various second- and third-rate factions, all fixated their gaze upon Yiyu. Yu Wuxia inclined her head in acknowledgement towards Yiyu, who surveyed the assembly without a trace of trepidation and proclaimed with a resonant voice, I am Yiyu, the young master of the Divine Moon Sect. I welcome you all to our grand tournament among disciples, which is also a forum for discourse in Central Continent. As he spoke, Yiyu strolled forward.
And with each step, a divine moon emerged beneath his feet, accompanied by the blooming of lotus flowers. Walking upon the moonlight, each stride birthed a lotus.
This was the sacred halo he had previously exchanged for in the system's marketplace. The onlookers were utterly astounded by the phenomena encircling Yiyu. To invoke such marvels with mere speech What an extraordinary prodigy. Moreover, the divine moon that manifested was said to be emblematic of the Divine Moon Sect's heritage. This suddenly emerging young master of the Divine Moon Sect must not be underestimated. Yu paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd and continued. I observe that the talents across the continent are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. However, he paused, casting a smile towards the gathered assembly. Even if those fish ultimately leap over the dragon gate, what they shall behold is merely my silhouette. As his words resonated, the divine radiance beneath his feet intensified, and an astonishing aura swept through the venue. At that moment, Yu seemed to embody a fragment of the Empress of the Divine Moon's grandeur. Oh! Dongfang Wangu raised an eyebrow upon hearing Yu's words, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, this sentiment echoes the essence of my own youthful spirit. A flicker of astonishment crossed Fei Huang's eyes. So this is what the little one referred to as the manifestation of divine presence. The spectacle he conjured was commendable, and his words, while passable, earned him a passing mark. Ling Han gently stroked the restless Xing Ying in her arms. Glancing up at Yu, the disposition of her junior brother indeed bodes well for a swordsman. As for Xia Jiwei, her large eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly transforming into starry orbs. Yu is so handsome. Ahem. Truly, a confident man possesses the greatest allure. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Yu Xia and the elders exchanged glances, each bearing expressions of surprise, yet predominantly relief and satisfaction. After all, as the young master of the Divine Moon Sect, such youthful pride was precisely what was desired. Otherwise, what difference would he have from withered wood or decayed grass? Furthermore, now that the whereabouts of his sovereign have been clarified, the Divine Moon Sect must exhibit an air of dominance that looks down upon the world. Although Yu's speech was brief, it exuded an unparalleled arrogance. At the Wunyan Sword Pavilion, the eldest disciple remarked, "Why is this Yu so arrogant? Though, I must say, he is quite handsome." A round-faced girl tugged at the sleeve of Luo Shueji and whispered. However, Luo Shueji's expression remained unchanged as she calmly gazed at Yu, her celestial sword at her waist trembling slightly. The round-faced girl, noticing her indifference, paid it no mind, for she was accustomed to the eldest disciple's frosty demeanor. At the Tai Immortal Sect, an elderly woman beside Yun Qingyue softly stated, "That must be the young master of the Divine Moon Sect. Indeed, she bears a resemblance to the Divine Moon Empress of Yur." Yun Qingyue merely nodded gently. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded to her waist, adorned with a jade hairpin, giving her an ethereal appearance. "Master, all of this is the same to me. If it were not for your request, I would not have come." Listening to Yun Qingyue's indifferent tone, the old woman sighed inwardly. Qingyue was the most attuned to the principles of the Tai Immortal Sect, yet a flicker of confusion lingered in Yun Qingyue's heart regarding her master's mention of the opportunity to transcend worldly attachments. What could it possibly mean? At the Forgetting Feelings Heavenly Palace, Mio, what troubles you? Why you keep staring at that man? Upon hearing the voice of the woman beside her, Dantai Mio withdrew her gaze from Yu, shaking her head slightly. "It's nothing, just curious about the young master of the Divine Moon Sect." The woman chose not to press further, unaware that Dantai Mio's small hand were clenched tightly, her body trembling subtly. A complex expression briefly crossed her icy visage. At the Starfall Pavilion, go find out the origins of this Yu. Humph, how dare he act so arrogantly before me? This should be entertaining. Yi Qinglan snapped her fingers, and a shadow materialized beside her before vanishing again. She gazed at Yu with a slight smirk, as if envisioning an amusing scenario. "Yu, I truly wish to make you my plaything. At the Cycle Hall, humph, I never expected someone to be even more arrogant than I." "Very well. Young man, I hope you can maintain that bravado." A rebellious young man spoke angrily, his gaze towards Yu turning dangerously sharp. "Sanson, given the current uncertain status of the Divine Moon Sect, should we?" One of Chu Zhao's companions whispered. However, Chu Xiao snorted coldly. The Divine Moon Sect is already on the verge of demise. It will inevitably fall to our Cycle Hall. Moreover, if the Divine Moon Empress has truly not vanished, Why would she orchestrate such a spectacle? The companion fell silent, for the saint's son's words indeed held weight. At the other shore pavilion, the holy son, this EU is rather audacious, should we? Dugalung furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's words, yet he merely shook his head slightly. His countenance was both stern and subtly alluring, his appearance rivaling that of a woman. There is no need for haste, even in the absence of the Divine Moon Empress. The Divine Moon Sect is not to be trifled with. Let us observe for the time being. As he spoke, a soft chuckle escaped him, and when a man smiled, there was an unexpected hint of charm in his demeanor. Moreover, that fool Chu Xiao will investigate the situation for us. We need only to wait and see. The other factions, upon hearing Yiyu's proclamation and witnessing the accompanying phenomena, found themselves momentarily subdued by his presence. Yet Yiyu simply shook his head slightly, his expression replete with indifference. If there are doubts, rest assured that after the Dao Conference, all shall become clear. Thus, let the Central Continent Dao Conference commence. Chapter 58. The Great Void Array, Ensnaring Enemies and Sealing Their Fate. In contrast to the astonishment and skepticism of other factions, the disciples of the Tianyou sect brimmed with pride. Wow, that's our young sect master. So handsome, they exclaimed. The young sect master truly exudes majesty. Just look at the expressions on the faces of those from other factions. This was indeed the young sect master of Tianyou sect, and based solely on his words. I wholeheartedly endorsed him. These disciples completely forgot their earlier intent to engage in a serious spar with Yiyu during the sect competition. At this moment, their hearts were filled solely with admiration and pride for Yiyu. How was my performance just now? Yiyu inquired, first nodding to Yu Wuxia and the elders, before moving to join his 3 senior sisters and Di Fei Huang. Meow, meow, meow. The first to respond was Xing Ying, who leapt from Ling Hani's arms into Yiyu's embrace, rubbing her little head against his chest. Upon witnessing Xing Ying's adorable demeanor, Yiyu could not help but chuckle, affectionately stroking her. Dongfang Wanga patted Yiyu on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. You've certainly inherited some of your senior sister's flair. Yiyu rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore her. She always managed to slip in a personal comment, even when complimenting others. Indeed, this trip has proven worthwhile. The future looks promising, Di Fei Huang remarked, blinking her eyes in approval. However, Yiyu found her acknowledgement somewhat peculiar, sensing an underlying tone, especially since she was truly a figure of great prowess. Little junior brother, you are quite confident. I look forward to your upcoming performances, she added playfully. Not bad at all, Yiyu. Very impressive. She chirped with a giggle. Yiyu nodded vigorously, appreciating the compliments from his 2nd and 3rd senior sisters. Senior sister, the free-for-all competition is about to begin, right? It seems they are preparing to compete against the disciples of our Tianyou sect, Yiyu remarked, glancing at the competitors below who were preparing for the match. Xia Jiwei nodded, retrieving an assortment of sweets from Yiyu's storage ring, setting up a small table, and inviting the others to indulge. Yiyu's lips twitched slightly. She certainly knew how to enjoy herself. This is merely a competition among the disciples of various sects. Soon, the true prodigies will challenge you, Xia Jiwei mused, her words lacking any hint of concern for Yiyu. The 5 of them, along with a small cat, gathered around the little table, savoring the confections while watching the matches unfold below. Tianyou sect exchanged victories and defeats with the other factions, a scenario Yiyu had anticipated. During this time, Yu Wuxiao approached with a look of mild exasperation, but Dongfang Wanga quickly rebuffed her, citing the barrier that prevented outsiders from witnessing their conversation. Oh, and on the way back, Yu Wuxiao was coerced into taking some sweets. What's the point of watching these ordinary disciples spar? Young sect master of Tianyou, do you dare to battle me, Chu Xiao? Let me see if you are as formidable as you claimed. A brazen voice suddenly interrupted the leisurely atmosphere enjoyed by Yiyu and the others. Ah, indeed, it is the Hall of Reincarnation that can no longer contain itself. Xia Jiwei cast a glance in the direction of the Hall of Reincarnation and beheld the arrogant demeanor of Chu Xiao. Hall of Reincarnation. Huh, little junior brother. Go forth. The sooner you finish, the sooner you shall return. Dongfang Wanga displayed no interest in even a cursory glance, merely gesturing towards Yiyu with a slight nod. Chu Xiao has likely already reached the Divine Sea realm. Little junior brother, exercise caution. Ling Hani offered a reminder to Yi Yu, though there was little concern in her voice. Yi Yu nodded, turning his gaze to Di Fei Huang, who merely huffed in response. What? Do you still desire encouragement from your sister? Off you go. Off you go. Your sister will be watching over you. Yi Yu chuckled, giving a gentle pat to Xing Ying's little cat head before swiftly leaping onto the stage. Without even reaching the Divine Sea realm. Is the young master of the Shun Yu sect so easily seated? Chu Xiao disdainfully cast a glance at Yi Yu, his expression brimming with arrogance. Yi Yu simply shook his head, urging him to hasten and not waste time. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Chu Xiao's face. Boy, arrogance requires strength. Prepare to meet your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Xiao's figure shot forth like lightning, appearing before Yi Yu in an instant, his fist crashing towards him. The force of this blow was astonishing, stirring up clouds of dust, and all present turned their curious gazes towards Yi Yu. Is he truly going to take Chu Xiao's punch head-on? In stark contrast to the astonishment of the others, Xia Jiwei and the other women displayed not an ounce of worry. Indeed, as the dust settled, Yi Yu remained standing and scathed. A flicker of shock crossed Chu Xiao's eyes, but he quickly retreated several steps. Yi Yu stretched his body and beckoned to Chu Xiao with a finger. Is this it? So this is all the Divine Sea realm has to offer. Yi Yu had intentionally taken a hit, eager to witness the power of the Tai Chi diagram, and the outcome was quite satisfactory. At his current level, the automatically generated defensive shield of the Tai Chi diagram was impressively robust. Chu Xiao's punch had merely shattered a significant portion of the shield's value. Using the terminology from the games of my past life, it seems, the resilience value remains intact. A hint of surprise flickered across Luo Xueji's delicate features. He withstood a strike for the Divine Sea realm? No, it appears there is some force protecting him. Witnessing Yi Yu's provocation, Chu Xiao, with his fiery temperament, could hardly endure. He shouted with a low growl, "Soul-devouring dragon." As his voice echoed, a colossal dragon formed from black mist opened its massive jaws and surged towards Yi Yu. This is a specialized soul attack technique. The Hall of Reincarnation is truly malicious. Yin Qingwei gazed at the dragon shadow on the stage, a glimmer of disgust crossing her eyes. Naturally, Yi Yu sensed the attack attributes of the dragon shadow, and, in response to such an attribute, could only think, the more, the merrier. As the dragon shadow lunged with its gaping maw towards Yi Yu, the invulnerability effect of the primordial sacred body was immediately activated. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Yi Yu transformed into a verdant lotus, which then devoured the dragon shadow that exuded a formidable pressure before gradually vanishing. This lotus. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qinglan felt an even deeper intrigue towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu, in stark contrast to the astonishment of others. Chu Xiao was profoundly horrified. No one understood better than he the terror of an attack specializing in the soul. He had never witnessed his own assault being consumed. Who on earth is this person? Since that is the case, it is now my turn. Yi Yu murmured softly, as two fish, one yin and one yang, materialized and soared toward Chu Xiao. Subsequently, an intricate taiji formation ensnared Chu Xiao, rendering him immobile. The active skill of the taiji diagram. The void transformation array ensnares and seals the enemy. Chapter 59. Handcrafted stars. Chu Xiao felt the two fish, one yin and one yang, continuously circling around him. With their relentless orbiting, a mysterious aura was gradually siphoning away his spiritual energy. What kind of diabolical formation is this? Chu Xiao immediately summoned all his spiritual energy to resist the waves of deprivation, yet his efforts proved futile. His energy continued to be drained incessantly. Yi Yu observed Chu Xiao, ensnared within the Taishu Yin formation, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, this innate treasure possesses an exceedingly formidable function. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? Stop. Cease at once. No matter how fiercely Chu Xiao struggled, it had no effect. His visage twisted into a mask of rage and despair. A classic case of impotent fury. In light of this, Yu snapped his fingers, infusing the spiritual energy he had just siphoned from Chu Shao back into the Taishu Yin formation. With each infusion, the formation transformed into a harbinger of lethal intent. The spatial center of the formation began to mercilessly constrict around Chu Shao, although the skill's efficacy was contingent upon Yi Yu's own realm. He had already reached a half-step into the Divine Sea realm. Thus, while he could not obliterate Chu Shao outright, he was still capable of inflicting substantial harm. Spatial blades assailed Chu Shao within the formation, causing him immense agony. Yet, his spiritual energy continued to be drained relentlessly. Yi Yu persisted in directing the energy he had appropriated back into the Taishu Yin formation to further assault him. A closed loop has formed. What a marvelously intricate formation. Ling Ling, have you been daydreaming since arriving at the Divine Moon Sect? A middle-aged woman beside Dan Tai Ling's side, calling out to her several times without receiving a response. Turning in curiosity, she found Dan Tai Ling lost in thought once more. Dan Tai Ling shook her head, suppressing an inexplicable feeling within, and replied softly, "It's nothing. I merely sense that Yi Yu seems extraordinary, contemplating how I might fare against him in battle." The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this formation is exceedingly profound. Let us observe further." The competition at the Central Continent's discussion of Tao will continue indefinitely unless either party concedes. Of course, a referee will be present to ensure the safety of both participants. Moreover, the arena, conjured by this eternal grade artifact, guarantees their safety by automatically generating a protective shield before either side suffers fatal harm. However, for Chu Shao, to openly admit defeat would be tantamount to striking his own face. How could the typically arrogant and contemptuous Chu Shao accept such a fate? Thus, he gritted his teeth and fought back with all his might, yet yielded no results. Gazing at Yi Yu, who strolled leisurely ahead with an air of nonchalance, Chu Shao felt an overwhelming resentment boil within him. "Damn it, Yi Yu, I shall slay you." Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, sneering softly. "It seems these attacks are still insufficient. Alas, if it weren't for the arena as automatic protective function, how delightful." Yi Yu's expression turned icy as his consciousness penetrated the sea of knowledge. With a subtle manipulation of his spiritual essence, a brilliant star, radiating the power of countless celestial bodies, materialized in his palm. Merely gazing upon this star instilled a sense of dread, as if it harbored an unfathomable terror. What was this entity that evoked such fear at a mere glance? Du Gu Lung, from the Bianan Pavilion, was taken aback, his previously stoic visage now betraying a hint of trepidation. Thankfully, the foolish Chu Shao had ventured to test the waters first. Who exactly was Yi Yu? Di Fei Wang, who had been leisurely observing Yi Yu's display, was only mildly surprised by the earlier intricate formation, noting the impressive skills of the young man. However, when she witnessed Yi Yu conjure a star with his hands, even her typically unflappable demeanor faltered, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. So that was it, the ability to wield the power of stars. Di Fei Huang regarded Yi Yu on the stage, pursing her lips before letting out a light laugh. Truly, it seemed like a twist of fate. Upon seeing the star suspended in Yi Yu's grasp, an overwhelming dread compelled Chu Shao to concede defeat. The energy encapsulated within that star was beyond his capacity to withstand. He even doubted whether his protective measures would suffice. Thus, despite his reluctance, he decisively chose to surrender. Upon witnessing Chu Zhao's concession, Yi Yu felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to observe the full extent of the star's power. Alas, how dull! With a wave of his hand, the star gradually dissipated into the air, transforming into specks of starlight that merged into his being. Following Chu Zhao's surrender, a brief silence enveloped the arena, which was then swiftly drowned out by exuberant cheers. The disciples of the Divine Moon Sect, astonished by their young master's formidable prowess, erupted in joyous exclamations. Many female disciples could not contain their admiration for Yi Yu, leaving him somewhat flustered. In contrast, the representatives of other factions wore solemn expressions, having never anticipated the profound depth of the Divine Moon Sect's young master. The formation and method of attack were unlike anything they had witnessed before. The Holy Sun. He was utterly extraordinary. He should not overthink this. Chu Xiao returned to his seat in the reincarnation hall, his face a mask of resentment. Listening to the cautious whispers of his subordinates, he merely snorted in response. Well done, junior brother. That display was rather terrifying. Dongfang Wanga patted Yi Yu on the shoulder, her face alight with admiration. She had initially thought Yi Yu possessed only modest talent, perhaps capable of winning a few contests but not with ease. Yet, she had never anticipated the continuous emergence of his remarkable abilities. Thus, even she, known for her sharp tongue and high standards, found herself filled with admiration for Yi Yu. Yi Yu chuckled, relishing the praise from his senior sister. Ah, the sensation of receiving commendation was quite delightful. Indeed, young brother, you are truly impressive. You managed to conjure a little star? Xia Wei formed an exaggerated circle with her hands, her charming face illuminated by excitement. Yi Yu cleared her throat and modestly remarked, basic skills should not be overlooked. After this battle, any challengers to the junior disciple will surely think twice. Ling Hani gently patted Xingying's small kitten head and whispered soothingly. Meanwhile, Xingying seemed to sense her master's triumph, meowing joyfully in celebration of Yi Yu's victory. Hee, sister, how did I do just now? Sister? Yi Yu inquired of Di Fei Huang, but appeared that Di Fei Huang was somewhat lost in thought, only responding after Yi Yu called her several times. Yes. Quite impressive, truly, very impressive, Di Fei Huang murmured softly, though Yi Yu sensed a newfound warmth in her gaze, which left her feeling rather perplexed. Chapter 60. The target item. A grand date after Yi Yu showcased his remarkable skill in manipulating the stars. No one dared to challenge him any further. Consequently, he found himself at leisure, enjoying refreshments on stage alongside 3 senior sisters and Di Fei Huang, not to mention a little kitten, while observing the sparring below with immense delight. However, throughout this time, Yi Yu felt an inexplicable gaze from Di Fei Huang directed at him. This left him somewhat puzzled, and when he inquired, she merely brushed it off, leaving him feeling rather teased. Little junior brother, make sure to rest early tonight. The Tao conference is only 2 days away, Xia Wei cheerfully called out from the doorway. Yi Yu nodded slightly, yet he harbored little concern in his heart. Xing climbed up his leg and settled onto his shoulder, meowing a couple of times at Xia Wei, seemingly bidding her good night. Once back in his room, Yi Yu activated the delivery system, while Xing leapt onto the bed, stretching its body. Indeed, this little creature was becoming increasingly anthropomorphic, imitating everything Yi Yu did. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore it and focused on the delivery system, noting that he still had 2 pending delivery tasks. With the arrival of a new month, he had a total of 3 opportunities. Initially, Yi Yu intended to wait until after the Tao conference to draw. However, who could possibly resist the urge to deliver? He felt inherently destined for courier work. Rubbing his hands together, he proceeded to initiate the task delivery. Ding! The courier task has been confirmed. Target customer, Dantai Ling. Target item, a grand date. Target location, the unfeeling heaven from 5 years ago. Yi Yu's expression shifted dramatically in that instant. He experienced a mix of surprise at receiving a golden task right off the bat and bewilderment at the peculiar nature of the assignment. This task involved returning to the past to deliver a package. Yet, Yi Yu was visibly troubled, exclaiming to the system, "Wait a minute, is this becoming increasingly outrageous? What do you mean the item is a grand date? Moreover, the target is Dantai Ling, the celestial maiden of the unfeeling heaven? She despises men. How am I supposed to arrange a date with her?" He bombarded the system with questions, but it responded only with an indifferent tone. The courier item is inherently what the target customer yearns for. How to accomplish this, and whether it can be completed, depends solely on the host. Rolling his eyes at the response, Yi Yu thought, who yearns for a date deep down, especially someone like the celestial maiden of the unfeeling heaven. Suddenly, realization struck him. If what the system said was true, then, goodness, had he stumbled upon some extraordinary secret. He recalled Dantai Ling from earlier in the day, who appeared to be an emotionless ice queen. Yet, it seemed that 5 years prior, she actually harbored a desire for a date. Yi Yu swallowed hard, feeling inexplicably excited. He first made some preparations for the date, which was destined to be grand. Fireworks were indispensable, and Yu exchanged a plethora of fantastical fireworks in the system shop. After some contemplation, he purchased an assortment of miscellaneous items before preparing to accept the task. All right. Yiyu's gaze fell upon Xingying, who was licking her paws nearby. No woman could resist Xingying's allure. Since it was a date, she was undoubtedly an asset, unbeknownst to her. Xingying was swiftly scooped into Yiyu's embrace. Meow. As Yiyu clicked to accept the task, a flash of white light enveloped them, and both Yiyu and Xingying vanished from the room. The pure heart of ice. Is this truly the right path? 5 years ago, at the Palace of Forgetfulness, under the moonlight, Dantai Ling sat in a pavilion, quietly gazing at the myriad stars. Born with a pure heart of ice, she had entered the Palace of Forgetfulness at a young age. However, Dantai Ling had always harbored doubts about the path of the palace. Would a cultivator devoid of emotions truly be closer to the Tao? Are familial love, friendship, and romance truly unnecessary? Confusion clouded Dantai Ling's heart, and tomorrow she would awaken her pure heart of ice, becoming the celestial maiden of the palace. Thereafter, she would irrevocably tread the path of forgetfulness. This was why she felt so lost tonight. She did not believe she was prepared for such a transformation. The pure heart of ice. Dantai Ling let out a bitter laugh. Since arriving at the Palace of Forgetfulness, she had severed ties with her parents. Former friends had nearly faded from her memory. Moreover, she longed to experience love herself. If only she could have one last taste of it, then she would have no regrets. With a deep sigh, Dantai Ling cast one last glance at the starry sky before preparing to leave. Yet at that moment, a flash of white light appeared beside her. In the next instant, she beheld a tall, extraordinarily handsome man with striking features standing before her. Perched on his shoulder was an irresistibly adorable little cat. Dantai Ling stared blankly at Yiyu, her lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. Yiyu smiled gently. Since the task items were virtual, the system had not prepared a contract, which suited him perfectly. After all, if a date had to come with a price tag, it would lose all significance. Dantai Ling, is it? Gazing at the slightly inexperienced yet breathtakingly beautiful visage before him, Yiyu inquired softly. After a moment of dazed surprise, Dantai Ling regained her composure and nodded. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? Yiyu chuckled softly at her query, gently patting Xingying's little head. In the next moment, Xingying obediently leaped from Yiyu's shoulder to Dantai Ling's feet, nuzzling her with her tiny head. At this moment, Dantai Liao had yet to become the celestial maiden of the Forgetting Emotion Palace. Thus her emotions remained akin to those of an ordinary young girl. Upon witnessing the adorableness of Xingying, she crouched down to gently stroke the little cat's head. Her heart gradually settled, and Yiyu, observing this, exhaled in relief. Indeed, bringing Xingying along had proven to be a wise decision. Otherwise, it would have been quite peculiar for a girl to remain unperturbed by an unexpected visitor. You may regard me as merely a passerby who can fulfill your wishes. Yiyu's voice resonated. Dantai Liao, cradling Xingying, stood up, her face adorned with a hint of astonishment. However, it quickly flushed with a rosy hue as she bit her lip, feeling quite bashful. Why you? How could you possibly know? Oh no, Gazing at Dantai Liao's shy and endearing demeanor, Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Relax. As I said, simply consider me a passerby, yes? A remarkably capable passerby. Chapter 61. Let this be a dream. Dantai Liao found the situation to be quite extraordinary, and upon reflection, it seemed to be the only explanation. After all, no man had ever appeared in the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, yet here stood this individual before her. Perhaps he truly was just a mystical passerby. Maybe she was destined to become the celestial maiden of the palace by tomorrow, or perhaps it was her innermost desires manifesting. Dantai Liao convinced herself to embrace this reality. So what shall we do now? I have never tried this before. Dantai Liao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she absent-mindedly caressed the starry pendant in her arms. Her voice was barely a whisper, so soft that Yiyu almost missed it entirely. Observing her demeanor, Yiyu reflected on the icy, frosty Dantai Liao he had encountered earlier that day. Indeed, this is truly remarkable, he mused. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Yiyu. And you are? He beckoned Dantai Liao to sit beside him on the grass. The night was tranquil and profound, and in that moment, it felt as if they were the only two souls in existence. I am Dantai Liao. A disciple of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, my master is. Ah, no need for such detailed introductions. Just a simple acquaintance will suffice. Yiyu interjected, fearing that if he did not stop her, she might divulge her entire life story. At his words, Dantai Liao let out a soft whimper, lowering her gaze to the starry pendant, falling silent. She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, and a wave of frustration washed over her. Why have I suddenly become so foolish? He must think I am a simpleton. Yiyu, however, found Dantai Liao to be exceedingly endearing in that moment. Her innocence utterly charming. How long have you been in the Palace of Forgotten Emotions? The two engaged in a delightful exchange, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. Yiyu also produced an array of delightful items that young women often cherish. Various confections, exquisite jewelry, and a collection of adorable, comforting plush toys. Dantai Liao, having never encountered such treasures before, was utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yiyu, how do you know so many wonderful things? You're amazing. As their conversation unfolded, Dantai Liao grew increasingly at ease in Yiyu's presence. After all, she was to become the celestial maiden of the palace by dawn. Thus, it seemed fitting to treat this evening as a beautiful dream. After all, everything felt as enchanting as a dream should. Yiyu stretched his body and chuckled softly at her words. Because I am a manifestation of your innermost desires. Does that not make me quite remarkable? With a soft laugh, Dantai Liao couldn't help but lightly punch Yiyu's arm in playful jest. So self-absorbed. I never knew you had such thick skin, Yiyu. Caught in the radiance of Dantai Liao's bright smile, Yiyu found himself momentarily entranced. Perhaps such a radiant Dantai Liao is a sight only I have beheld. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Dantai Liao gently touched her delicate cheeks, her brow furrowed in confusion. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yiyu's enigmatic smile, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she let out a soft huff. Scoundrel! Yiyu chuckled softly, dismissing her reaction, and said to Dantai Liao, Now, close your eyes and do not peek. Dantai Liao blinked, feeling somewhat flustered, but upon gazing at Yiyu's gentle visage, she chose to trust him. Slowly, she shut her eyes, though a hint of tremor and nervousness lingered. Seeing her comply, Yiyu retrieved a bouquet of roses from his spatial ring. In the realm of Tianyou, roses were non-existent. Thus, while gifting roses to a girlfriend back on Blue Star had become quite commonplace, it felt rather novel in this moment. Carefully, Yiyu placed the bouquet before Dantai Liao and softly uttered, All right, you may open your eyes now. Upon hearing his voice, Dantai Liao obediently opened her eyes. She had already caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance, and now, as her gaze fell upon the stunning flowers, she gasped in wonder. Wow, what kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful and fragrant. Dantai Liao took the roses in her hands, bowing her head slightly to inhale their scent, her face aglow with enchantment. Yiyu smiled gently, observing the girl before him, who appeared to have fallen in love at first sight. He softly explained, These are roses in my homeland. They are flowers given to partners, symbolizing romance and affection. Romance. Affection. A rosy blush crept across Dantai Liao's cheeks as she furtively glanced at Yiyu, only to find him gazing tenderly back at her,
prompting her to hastily lower her head again. Thank you, I really like them. Her voice was barely a whisper,
her head nearly buried in Xing Ying's fur. Meow? Xing Ying stirred, somewhat puzzled. Liao, may I call you that? At Yiyu's words, Dantai Liao felt a wave of confusion wash over her, quickly replaced by a flurry of fluster. I suppose that is fine. No man had ever addressed her in such a manner, leaving Dantai Liao with a peculiar sensation. Yet deep down, she was acutely aware that she did not dislike this feeling. Yiyu gradually leaned closer to Dantai Liao, his gaze fixed upon her. What are you looking at? I. Dan Tai Liao seemed unaccustomed to such proximity to a man, her voice barely audible. Yi merely shook his head with a smile, then stood up and extended his hand towards her. There's one last surprise. I hope you will like it. Dan Tai Liao felt perplexed, but hesitated not, placing her small hand into Yi Yu's. He gently pulled her up, sealing the moment with an unspoken promise of delight. However, it seemed that the force was a tad too great, and in an unexpected turn of events, Dan Tai Liao found herself tumbling directly into Yi Yu's embrace. At that very moment, a myriad of splendid fireworks suddenly erupted in the sky. As the fireworks blossomed, beams of light cascaded like stardust splashing forth from the Milky Way. Beneath this celestial display, the young girl nestled in the young man's arms, her cheeks flushed with a hue more enchanting than the fireworks illuminating the night. How do you like it? This grand spectacle of fireworks is solely for you, Yi Yu's gentle voice whispered in Dan Tai Liao's ear. To her, amidst the chaotic turmoil within her heart, his words resonated like a thunderclap. Dan Tai Liao hastily pushed Yi Yu away, utterly at a loss for how to confront him, her petite face burning with an intense heat. What is this? How could she have, without hesitation, embraced a man? Though it was an accident, still, Chapter 62. You are the dream unique to me, seeing her so bashful. You could only shake his head in exasperation. It seemed that the Klitsch D dating routines from his previous life were far too avant-garde for the women of this world. There's no need to be so nervous. Come, raise your head and behold this fireworks display, a spectacle meant solely for you. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Dan Tai Liao's racing heart gradually began to calm. She lifted her gaze to the sky, mesmerized by the stunning fireworks that bloomed with brilliance, momentarily entranced. How beautiful! She had never witnessed such a breathtaking sight. Each firework illuminated the sky, reflecting the solitude of Dan Tai Liao's heart. As Yi Yu had said, this was a display meant just for her. In this moment, Yi Yu was also the dream that belonged solely to her. Dan Tai Liao couldn't help but admit that what filled her mind was the wish that time could freeze at this instant. Alas, even the most magnificent fireworks must eventually fade. With the final fireworks curtain call, this grand display came to a close. Liao, do you like it? Yi Yu's voice reached her. Dan Tai Liao merely bit her lip, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. I really like it. Thank you, Yi Yu, truly. Thank you. Watching her with tear-streaked cheeks, Yi Yu hastily reached out to dab at the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, if you like it. Why are you crying? Come, smile for me. Listening to Yi Yu's words, the deeply touched Dan Tai Liao couldn't help but chuckle softly, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. This image of her, laughing through tears, etched itself deeply into Yi Yu's heart. Regrettably, this version of Dan Tai Liao might only appear tonight. In the future, she would transform into a celestial being, cold and indifferent. Yi Yu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts. If he could allow her to experience a taste of sweetness before she became that celestial maiden, wouldn't that be wonderful? As the last firework faded, the sky fell silent once more, a gentle breeze wafting through. Dan Tai Liao felt her heartbeat resonating in the stillness. Biting her lip, she took a deep breath and slowly approached Yi Yu. Xingying also meowed softly, leaping down and following at her feet. Under the moonlight, Dan Tai Liao summoned her courage to look up at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, thank you for allowing me to experience a taste of love tonight. It may seem trivial to you, but it means so much to me. Dan Tai Liao murmured, uncertain of how she would change once she awakened her pure and icy heart the next day. Yet, she felt fortunate to have someone like Yi Yu, who had provided her with a long-desired experience this evening. Yi Yu shook his head, reaching out to tousle her hair. Perhaps he was the first and the last man who could share such intimate moments with her. This is your wish, and I am here to fulfill it. Dan Tai Liao nodded gently, her gaze toward Yi Yu growing resolute and infatuated. It seemed as though Dan Tai Liao wished to etch Yi Yu's visage deeply within her heart. Yi Yu, in the future, will we meet again? Are you truly real? Are you from this world? She murmured, gently caressing Yi Yu's cheek, lost in her thoughts. For her, this night felt like a surreal and dreamlike experience. Perhaps the man before her did not belong to this realm, or perhaps he was merely a figment of her imagination. Yiyu found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Even if he assured her they would meet again, by then, perhaps she would have long forgotten him. Thus, Yiyu simply shook his head and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Let us cherish the present. After all, you and I exist here and now, don't we?" Dantai Liao bit her lip and nodded gently. The two engaged in conversation for what felt like an eternity. The night was long, yet, no matter how lengthy it may be, it must eventually draw to a close. As the first rays of dawn broke upon the horizon, Yiyu understood that his departure was imminent. It seemed Dantai Liao sensed this too. Her lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Yiyu feigned indifference, forcing a smile as he opened his arms. "Shall we share one last embrace?" Dantai Liao nodded vigorously and slowly approached Yiyu, wrapping her arms around him tenderly. She buried her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. It quickened. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, realizing that this moment was indeed real. Yiyu, enveloped in the gentle warmth and faint fragrance of the girl in his arms, felt an overwhelming tenderness within. Their embrace was fleeting, and moments later, Dantai Liao released him, her face now radiant, devoid of any sorrow associated with impending separation. Yiyu sensed that she had come to an understanding. After all, everything from the previous night had merely been a beautiful dream for her. "Liao, I hope you'll be well. You will be the most enchanting, celestial maiden of the forgetful heaven." Xing Ying leapt onto Yiyu's shoulder, waving its tiny paw as if bidding farewell to Dantai Liao. Dantai Liao gazed deeply at Yiyu, then bestowed upon him a breathtaking smile. "I will, Yiyu, we'll meet again." In the next instant, a beam of white light enveloped Yiyu and Xing Ying, and they found themselves back in their little wooden cabin. Huh, what was it that Liao said at the end? Darn it, the teleportation was too swift. I couldn't catch it. Yiyu scratched his head, confusion etched across his face. Meanwhile, Xing Ying, thrilled to be back in familiar surroundings, leapt about, meowing excitedly. Yiyu shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, she likely wouldn't remember him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing this special delivery task. You have earned 1,000,000 delivery points and a mysterious reward. As Yiyu listened to the system's voice, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Liao, are you doing well? Dantai Liao stood alone for a long time, gazing at the spot where Yiyu and Xing Ying had vanished. Yet Yiyu, I'm indeed quite greedy. Dantai Ling gazed down at her hands, as if they still retained a trace of Yiyu's warmth. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips. Yiyu, I shall embed your essence within the pure heart of ice, an indelible presence that shall never fade. Should I forget you because of this untainted heart, then I would have destroyed it. After all, without you, my future would be cloaked in shades of gray. A flicker of resolve flashed across Dantai Ling's face. Perhaps Yiyu never anticipated the profound transformation that a single evening's encounter would bring to Dantai Ling likewise. Dantai Ling could not foresee that sometimes the price she believed she had to pay might, in fact, be a delightful surprise. Chapter 63. What do you call me? Yiyu, your complexion appears rather unwell. Do you harbor any concerns? In the arena, Di Fei Huang cast a sidelong glance at Yiyu and inquired. Yiyu shook his head, gently stroking the little kitten nestled in his arms. Xing Ying. The sensations from last night, imparted by Dantai Ling, lingered deeply within him, leaving him somewhat dazed today. As for the 3 delivery tasks he undertook yesterday, indeed, aside from the first, the subsequent 2 were mundane parcel deliveries. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. However, for Yiyu, the opportunity to witness the bashful side of the heartless celestial maiden, Dantai Ling, was worth more than anything else. Regarding that mysterious reward, Yiyu attempted to unlock it, only to be informed by the system that he had yet to meet the criteria for access. Curiously, the system did not specify what those criteria were, leading Yiyu to reasonably suspect that it was poised to consume his reward. Could it be that the junior disciple toiled through the night, neglecting sleep due to overwhelming pressure? Dong Fong Wan Good chuckled, directing a playful wink at Yiyu. Yiyu rolled his eyes. The senior sister's temperament was rather unpleasant, and refraining from conversation with her was undoubtedly the best choice. Yet, it seemed unlikely that anyone would challenge the junior disciple again, right? Xia Wei took a bite of dessert, her gaze resting on the disciples competing below, and softly remarked, "Indeed, the junior disciple's display yesterday captivated the entire audience." Ling Han nodded in agreement, though her attention remained fixated on Xingying. Third senior sister. Is the celestial maiden of the heartless heaven always a fixed entity? Is there any lore surrounding this? After much contemplation, Yiyu could not resist the urge to inquire. Although the current Dan Tai Ling would surely have no memory of him, Yiyu's heart still yearned to know more about her. Upon hearing Yiyu's question regarding the heartless celestial maiden, the three senior sisters and Di Fei Huang exchanged glances, a hint of surprise illuminating their expressions. "Oh, junior disciple, your aspirations are quite lofty. Is having us not sufficient for you? Are you aiming to reach out to the heartless heaven as well?" Dongfang Wanji's words prompted Xia Wei and Di Fei Huang to turn their gazes towards Yiyu, their eyes glimmering with a trace of malice. It appeared that if Yiyu's forthcoming answer did not meet their expectations, they would not hesitate to take action. As for Ling Han, while she found it trivial, she nonetheless discreetly perked her ears. Yiyu opened his mouth, frustrated. Damn it, the senior sister is undoubtedly exaggerating. Yet, to his chagrin, she had indeed struck a chord. He could not sincerely claim to lack such intentions. Ahem, I am merely inquiring about serious matters. If senior sister is unaware, it would be best for her to refrain from speaking. Dongfang Wangu raised an eyebrow, feeling that the junior disciple was growing increasingly disrespectful towards her. I've heard that the celestial maidens of the heartless heaven must possess an immaculate icy heart, and it is said that the current generation's heartless celestial maiden is the most extraordinary of all time. As Yiyu's living encyclopedia, Xia Wei naturally had answers at the ready for his inquiries. Consequently, it seemed that her emotions had dulled even further, as she had reportedly drawn perilously close to the path leading to the heartless heaven. Xia Wei shared with Yiyu various tales concerning the celestial maidens of the heartless heaven. Yiyu has come to a profound understanding of why Dan Tai Liao appeared so sorrowful last night, as well as the reason behind her remark that their meeting was a dreamlike fantasy. Sighing deeply, Yiyu found herself overwhelmed with a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of how to proceed. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the ancient path of the supreme forgetfulness. Beside her, Di Fei Huang, upon hearing this, remarked with a nonchalant tone, drawing the attention of several onlookers. It seemed that the young lady possessed extensive knowledge, even with regard to ancient matters. Dongfang Wangu cast a glance her way, suppressing her own confusion, and smiled as she spoke. Before Di Fei Huang could respond, Yi shot a disapproving look at Dongfang Wangu. Indeed, my sister is an influential figure, unlike the senior sister. Never mind. After catching the nearly murderous glare from Dongfang Wangu, Yiyu wisely chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Dongfang Wangu felt a profound sense of exasperation. Her foolish junior brother seemed utterly oblivious, while she, with her keen insight, recognized that Di Fei Huang certainly harbored some secrets, yet he continued to act foolishly. The name Supreme Forgetfulness lingered in the air. Just as Di Fei Huang was about to speak, a voice rose from the audience. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, Dan Tai Liao. Please enlighten us. Tianyou Sect. Yiyu. It seemed to the crowd that Dan Tai Liao's tone was slightly off when she mentioned Yiyu's name. Hey Liao, what are you? Sighing, she resigned herself to the situation, allowing Dan Tai Liao to proceed with her challenge. The suddenness of this challenge left her bewildered. There had been no prior discussion. All eyes in the arena were captivated by Dan Tai Liao's presence on stage. It was unexpected that the celestial maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace would challenge Yiyu once again. The spectators buzzed with speculation, their anticipation palpable. Dan Tai Liao. This was quite uncharacteristic of her. She was not known for such assertiveness. Luo Shueji from the Wunyan Sword Studio furrowed her brow, gazing at Dan Tai Liao with intrigue. It was indeed peculiar for the current Forgetfulness Celestial Maiden to initiate a challenge. The elderly woman beside, Yun Qingyue from the Tai Immortal Sect, shared a similar sentiment of confusion. Perhaps, No, that was too astonishing to comprehend. Yun Xingyue's voice resonated, carrying a hint of surprise beneath her indifferent demeanor. Had Dan Tai Liao truly altered her disposition? Once indifferent to her, she now exhibited such enthusiasm. My interest in Yi Yu grows ever stronger. A flicker of excitement crossed Yi Qinglan's fair face, her gaze toward Yi Yu becoming increasingly fervent. Yi Yu, how intriguing you become. Meanwhile, the Hall of Reincarnation showed no reaction, as their holy son remained occupied with recovery. However, the people from the other shore pavilion couldn't help but fix their gazes on the stage upon witnessing Dan Tai Liao's appearance. The forgotten celestial maiden. A fleeting, inexplicable expression crossed the face of the solitary and coldly elegant figure, yet it quickly reverted to normalcy. Yi Yu ascended the stage, bearing the peculiar gazes of his three senior sisters, as well as the enigmatic Emperor Fei Huang. Upon reaching the stage, Yi Yu observed that even the esteemed elders, including Yu Wuxia and the disciples of the Tianyou sect, regarded him with a strange countenance. It was fortunate that Yi Yu maintained his composure. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Ahem, Miss Dan Tai, it is an honor to finally meet you. My apologies for the oversight. In stark contrast to his demeanor towards Chu Xiao the previous day, Yi Yu's presence noticeably diminished in the face of Dan Tai Ling, which further puzzled the women on stage. Dan Tai Ling's next utterance left everyone present utterly astonished. What did you just call me? Chapter 64. The dream has come true, ah? Yi Yu gazed at Dan Tai Liao with a hint of confusion. At that moment, she bit her lip and fixed her eyes intently on him. Seeing Yi Yu's bewildered expression, a flicker of annoyance crossed Dan Tai Liao's gaze as she reiterated her question. I asked, what do you Yi Yu call me? What is happening? Yi Yu widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Dan Tai Liao. Wasn't it said that after awakening the pure ice heart, one would forget their own identity? How could this be? Clearing his throat, Yi Yu tentatively uttered, Liao? The corners of Dan Tai Liao's mouth lifted slightly, and for a fleeting moment, the usually frosty and emotionless celestial maiden revealed a sweet smile. Her body trembled ever so slightly. She had longed to see Yi Yu, to hear him call her that way again for 5 years. Throughout those years, she had dreamt countless times of such a scene, only to awaken in desolation. When the pure ice heart awakened successfully, she had imprinted Yi Yu's image upon it, which prevented him from fading from her memory. However, during these 5 years, she searched tirelessly in many places but could not find a man named Yi Yu. This led her to believe that night had truly been a mere dream, an illusion born from her own desires. Until recently, the news of the Zhongzhou discussion conference held by the Tianyou sect reached her ears. Liao, you should participate. There lies your path. The voice of her master was cold and indifferent, and all Dan Tai Liao could see was her master's pure white silhouette. Initially, she did not comprehend the meaning behind those words. But upon learning that the young master of the Tianyou sect was named Yi Yu, and that he was the very person she had been yearning for, realization dawned upon her. You are a dream that belongs solely to me, and today, that dream has come true. Everyone present was momentarily frozen, astonished as they gazed at the two on stage. Luo Juiji, Ye Vinglan, Yun Vingyu. And even the aloof Dugu Long of the other shore pavilion looked on in shock. The disciples and elders of the Tianyou sect could hardly suppress their gulping. Even Yu Wuxia cast an admiring glance at Yi Yu, astonished by his prowess. Dongfang Wanga, Xia Jiwei, and Ling Hani exchanged glances and nodded, as if reaching a silent consensus. If there was anyone present who was not surprised, it was Di Fei Huang. She merely regarded Yi Yu and Dan Tai Liao with interest, thinking that her attendance had not been in vain. After all, how could one witness such a captivating scene? As for the disciples of the Forgetting Emotions Heavenly Palace, they blinked in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Only a middle-aged woman sighed, her gaze towards Dan Tai Liao infused with complexity. Indeed, Liao, with a man's image upon the pure ice heart, has still managed to reach this point. Could it be that the path of forgetting emotions? The middle-aged woman shook her head, casting her eyes upon the blissfully radiant Dan Tai Liao on stage. Although Yi Yu was unaware of what transpired after that fateful night, The sight of Tianyou, Liao seemingly forgetting him filled him with an unexpected joy. However, he quickly remembered that they were still on the arena stage. Glancing around, he noticed that everyone was staring at them in a daze. Particularly, the gazes of the three senior sisters were notably intimidating. Ahem, are we still going to fight, Liao? Yiyu awkwardly inquired, secretly wishing he could hold Tianyou Liao's hand and engage in a heartfelt conversation. Alas, that would have to wait until the debate conference concluded. Tianyou Liao, somewhat exasperated yet amused, could hardly believe that after such a long absence, he had merely uttered that line. She shot him an irritated glance before huffing. Of course, we are fighting. Why would I not? You vanished for a whole 5 years, and I intend to give you a good beating. Her words left everyone present utterly astonished. Wait, so you two knew each other 5 years ago? And you, the young master of Tianyou Sect, were already trying war back then? And you succeeded? Truly the epitome of our generation. Yi raised his hands in surrender. Rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events, resigned to let Liao vent her frustrations. Come on then, I'm here for you to take your anger out on. Wait, are you really going to do this? He stammered, awkwardly attempting to fend off her onslaught. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Tianyou Liao remained silent, continuing to unleash her playful punches upon him. Seeing her determination, Yi decided to join the fun, exchanging playful blows as they reveled in the moment, a stark contrast to his earlier battle against Chu Xiao. However, while they enjoyed their playful sparring, the spectators were left utterly bewildered. Isn't she the emotionless celestial maiden who practices the path of detachment? How could she display such a sweet smile? And she even leapt into a man's embrace. This is a contest, not a demonstration of affection. Eventually, it was the elder referee from Tianyou Sect who, unable to endure the overly saccharine display any longer, brought the match to a close. Yiyu, come to the emotionless celestial palace to fetch me afterward. But you must first pass Master S test. Just know that if you dare not show, you shall face dire consequences. Even after returning to the stands, Yiyu found himself lingering on Tianyou Liao's words. After their exchange, she had playfully punched his chest before departing. Thus, the radiant girl from that night remained unchanged. A gentle smile crept onto Yiyu's face, but before he could fully savor the moment, he heard Dongfang Wanji's voice approach him. Oh, little junior brother, you've been hiding your talents. When did you manage to win her over? Just look at how enamored you are. The elder sister's words were as heartwarming as ever. Yiyu cleared his throat and obediently took a seat, intending to reach out to Xing Ying, only to find Xia Jiwei clutching her tightly, glaring at him with puffed cheeks. Xia Jiwei gazed at Yiyu in silence, as if waiting for an explanation. Yiyu shook her head and recounted the circumstances of her acquaintance with Tianyou. After all, since they had previously accepted her meeting with the revered lord as a sign of extraordinary fate, no one was particularly surprised by her connection to Tianyou. So that's how it is. She seems quite pitiable, being from the Forgetting Emotion Heavenly Palace. After listening, Xia Jiwei nodded, feeling a surge of sympathy for Tianyou. Wait, little Jiwei, are you truly letting him off the hook so easily? You're something else. Dongfang Wanga wore an expression of exasperation, prompting Yiyu to quickly offer her a piece of dessert. The senior sister may not have spoken, but no one considered her mute. Chapter 65. The sacred lotus of soul guarding the third senior sister is rather easy to please. That night, as Yiyu lay in bed, a chuckle escaped her lips. However, the temperament of the eldest sister is rather harsh. Nevertheless, the words of Di Fei Huang lingered in Yiyu's mind for quite some time. According to her, there were individuals in ancient times who began to cultivate the path of the supreme forgetting of emotions. Yet this path was destined for failure. It seemed to lack something essential, rendering it incomplete and incapable of reaching its utmost potential. Di Fei Huang did not explicitly state what that something was. She merely cast Yiyu a knowing glance, leaving her utterly perplexed. Truly, Di's sister is a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Yiyu sighed in resignation. However, Yiyu never anticipated that Tianyou Liao had not truly forgotten her. It was indeed a marvel. Their brief encounter had etched itself deeply into their hearts. What could Liao be doing now? Yiyu pondered while gazing at the ceiling of the small wooden cabin. Should. Hmm. Hmm. Yi Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as a lovely face suddenly appeared before her. Liao. No how. Yi Yu gasped, bewildered, then turned her confused gaze toward Dan Tai Liao, stealing a glance outside the door to assure herself that no one had noticed. Observing Yi Yu's nervous demeanor, Dan Tai Liao could not suppress a huff. What's wrong? Is my presence so surprising? Or are you afraid of being discovered by your senior sisters? Oomph. You heartbreaker. Dan Tai Liao bit her lip, casting an exasperated look at Yi Yu, feeling both angry and frustrated. After searching for him for 5 long years, she found him enjoying himself with his sisters. Yi Yu scratched her head, fully aware that pursuing this topic would lead to trouble, thus decisively employed the art of conversation diversion. Liao, come here, let's have a proper chat. After all, it has been so long since we last met. With a bold demeanor, Yi Yu stood and took Dan Tai Liao's hand, guiding her sit beside her, then inquired, What have you been up to? Upon hearing this, Dan Tai Liao's mind was flooded with sweet memories of that night, her heart softening as she replied in a whisper, Who told you to disappear so suddenly? I truly thought that night was merely a dream. Gazing at Dan Tai Liao's pouty, slightly proud expression, Yi Yu found her irresistibly adorable. Ahem. After all, you are to become the celestial maiden of forgetting emotions, I thought. Before you could finish, Dan Tai Liao lightly punched her arm. Thought what? That I would simply forget you? Isn't it the case that those from the palace of forgetting emotions do so? Besides, Liao, you are still the celestial maiden of that palace. How did you? Yi Yu scratched her head, asking with genuine curiosity. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Dan Tai Liao's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip, falling silent for a moment. Yi Yu, intrigued by her reaction, leaned in closer. What's wrong? Liao, have you grown distant after our time apart? Yi Yu spoke intentionally, for it had only been a day since he last laid eyes on Dan Tai Li. Dan Tai Li let out a soft whimper, and ultimately, with no alternative, she confessed to Yi Yu, I engraved your image in the pure heart of ice, so... Oh, you are insufferable. Are you satisfied now? I simply adore you, you dreadful Yi Yu, making me voice it out loud. In that moment, Dan Tai Li's charming demeanor was utterly captivating. She bore no trace of the indifferent and heartless goddess she once appeared to be. So it was. Yi Yu's expression softened, his heart swelling with emotion and guilt. After all, while for him it had merely been a day, for her it had already been 5 years. Li, why must you be this way? Before Yi Yu could finish his thought, Dan Tai Li covered his mouth, pouting cutely as she made a huffy sound. What's the matter? Don't you like me anymore? If you dare to dislike me, I... Dan Tai Li stammered. But upon seeing Yi Yu's amused expression, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What are you laughing at? You dreadful Yi Yu. You've deceived me for 5 years, and I haven't held you accountable yet. As Yi Yu observed her tiny fist poised to strike, he swiftly grasped her delicate hand and pulled her into his embrace. Meow. At that moment, Xing Ying was obediently seated between them. Yi Yu's action inadvertently disturbed her, prompting her to meow discontentedly. Meanwhile, Dan Tai Li nestled closer into Yi Yu's arms, murmuring, What? What are you going to do? No, don't bully me. And aren't you afraid your senior sisters will find out? Her voice quivered with nervousness and shyness, her small hand gripping the fabric of Yi Yu's sleeve tightly. Yi Yu rolled his eyes at her words, feeling as if he had been cast as a lecher in Dan Tai Li's mind. What nonsense are you saying? I merely wished to hold you a bit longer. After all, that night, the embrace was insufficient. Hearing this, Dan Tai Li ceased to resist and allowed Yi Yu to hold her, once again listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, just as she had 5 years prior. Then, Dan Tai Li began to recount the myriad experiences of the past 5 years, including her journey with the pure heart of ice and her transformation into the heartless goddess. So your pure heart of ice is still flawed, is it? Let me think. I'll take this. After absorbing Dan Tai Li's recounting, Yi Yu exchanged for a soul-soothing sacred lotus from the system mall. Soul-soothing sacred lotus, capable of rectifying any risks arising from improper cultivation, and additionally enhancing the target's unique constitution level once. Unlike the damage sustained by Yu Tang's soul, Dan Tai Li's predicament stemmed more from her forced modifications to the pure heart of ice, which resulted in a slight flaw. This flaw, over the course of her subsequent cultivation, subtly influenced her. This is a sacred medicinal herb? Dan Tiley exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yiyu, how could you possess such a precious item? Even as a celestial maiden of the Heartless Heaven Palace, Dan Tiley had encountered many rare artifacts and treasures. However, the divine elixir, known as the Sacred Soul Lotus, was something even the illustrious Dan Tiley had never encountered. After all, it was a substance that existed solely in folklore. A subtle smile graced Yiyu's lips as he presented the Sacred Soul Lotus into her hands. Just as I mentioned that fateful night, I am indeed capable of anything. Now come, open your mouth, dear. With that, Yiyu gently grasped Dan Tiley's chin, engaging in idle chatter before placing the Sacred Soul Lotus into her mouth. Dan Tiley felt her mind swirling in confusion. Unable to comprehend the situation, when she realized the precious elixir had already entered her mouth and was being absorbed by her body. In almost an instant, she sensed that her pure, icy heart had reached an even greater state of perfection. Indeed, it seemed she had ascended to a new level. Chapter 66. Yiyu, are you all right? Yiyu gazed at her, captivated by her expression of astonishment and innocence, unable to resist the urge to poke her gently. Yiyu, how? Observing her incoherent state, Yiyu found her even more endearing. Well then, what exactly is our relationship? Just a rare spiritual herb, or if that fails, consider it my compensation to you. Dan Tiley remained silent, suppressing her inner excitement, and nodded vigorously. Deep down, she harbored a slight grievance towards Yiyu, yet any lingering resentment had vanished the moment she laid eyes on him. However, Yiyu had presented her with this precious herb, knowing well that such a treasure would incite fierce competition across the entire Tianyou Continent. Dan Tiley beamed sweetly and nestled back against Yiyu's chest. If you ought to treat me well after all, I am your. As she spoke, her shyness rendered her speechless, while Yiyu mischievously pressed on. What are you to me? Ling, if you don't say, I want to know. Why are you becoming more mischievous? You were so serious that night. Scoundrel, I won't tell you. You already know. She pouted, feigning annoyance. Listening to the gentle cooing of the girl in his embrace and feeling her delicate body against him, Yiyu felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The icy demeanor of the emotionless celestial maiden in public had transformed into a sweet, playful kitten in his arms. Say, Ling, is love forbidden in the emotionless celestial palace? Yiyu suddenly inquired, noting that while the palace was reputed to sever emotional ties, it was unclear whether romance was outright prohibited. Yet, he quickly sensed that his question might be somewhat misplaced. The emotionless celestial palace comprised solely of female disciples, even if there were no restrictions. It seemed improbable for them to engage in romantic affairs. Well, perhaps there's no prohibition, but it seems the sisters aren't inclined toward such matters, he mused. Dan Tiley stole a glance at Yiyu and added in a hushed tone, however, if you wish to enter the emotionless celestial palace, you will certainly have to pass the test of our master. Yiyu, are you capable? Hey! Yiyu arched an eyebrow, playfully pinching Dan Tiley's tender cheeks. Just wait and see how I will boldly bring you out of the emotionless celestial palace. With a soft chuckle, Dan Tiley remarked, you're just bragging. As their eyes locked, an unexpected silence enveloped the atmosphere, thickening the air with a hint of romantic tension. Yiyu was drawn to her enchanting face and the sweet, rosy lips of Dan Tiley, unable to resist leaning closer. It seemed she anticipated what was to come, for she clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and slightly tilted her head upward. Her lips felt cool, fragrant, and soft, reminiscent of early summer ice cream, enticing Yiyu to indulge even further. As sense yearning, she suppressed the shyness within her, wrapping her arms around his neck. She then slightly parted her lips, surrendering to his desires. Time seemed to slip away as they finally released each other. S' lips were slightly swollen, her attire in disarray, resembling a small white rabbit ravaged by a big bad wolf. Smacked his lips and chuckled, declaring, ah, how delightful and fragrant. From now on, I shall take care of you. At that moment, had little strength to respond. Feeling utterly languid, she could only cast a disapproving glance at, realizing just how mischievous he was. With a gentle tug, drew closer, and they shared another tender moment until she recalled that too much time had elapsed at his abode. Hastily, she adjusted her disheveled clothing. "It's your fault." After returning,
I can only imagine the scolding I'll receive. "Come on, let's go." Before departing, playfully punched chest, followed by a sweet peck on his cheek. She waved goodbye,
glancing furtively around as she exited. Feeling the dampness on his cheek, couldn't he help but chuckle. Oh, that girl. "Hey, little junior brother, what are you grinning about? You've got drool dripping." Waved her hand in front of her, tone teasing. Quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, only to discover there was nothing there. When he turned to in confusion, he found her giggling mischievously. The eldest sister has a wicked sense of humor. I merely recalled something amusing. Ahem, by the way, today marks the final day. This discussion conference feels rather lackluster, remarked, glancing at the stage where from the were engaged in a duel. Watching women spar is quite entertaining. Well, given your stellar performance yesterday alongside, I suppose everyone is still in shock, lazily stretched, casting a glance at. Indeed. Remained silent, absorbed in petting. Yet, this atmosphere seemed overly dull and uneventful. "Why don't you take the stage again?" suggested, casually popping a piece of dessert into her mouth. Just as was about to respond, two voices echoed from a distance. Such a grand event at the... How could I not attend? Hearing that the has confirmed its young master. "I have come to offer my congratulations," one voice chimed in, accompanied by a chuckle. At the sound of these voices, his expression shifted, and the elders behind her grew solemn. All present turned to behold a group of figures emerging in the distance. The master of the leader of the, and another figure who remained inscrutable. Such ominous arrivals. Whispered, while wielded her celestial sword. Its expression turned grave as she stared ahead. Meanwhile, remained unperturbed, continuing to enjoy her dessert. Furrowed his brow, sensing that this gathering did not bode well. What brings you both to my? Yu Wuxia and a group of elders swiftly appeared before them. With Yu Wuxia calmly inquiring, with Qing Ruxue absent, Yu Wuxia, are not yet worthy to converse with this lord of the hall. A man shrouded in dark mist scoffed disdainfully. Two supreme saints, and one who remains inscrutable. Yu Wuxia pondered silently. Could these two be conspiring together? Today, the God Moon Sect faces peril. The elderly woman beside Yin Qingyue whispered, "We must promptly inform the sect master, Mo Lao. After all, we share a bond with the God Moon Sect." Yin Qingyue gazed ahead and softly remarked, "How audacious to emerge only in the absence of the God Moon Empress. Truly, they are beneath contempt." Luo Shueji looked with disdain at the lord of the reincarnation hall and the master of the other shore pavilion. Almost all righteous factions unanimously chose to notify their respective sections. However, they soon discovered that the God Moon Sect seemed to be entirely sealed off, with no messages able to escape. Chapter 67. An unapproachable existence saw, "Dear guests, do not attempt to cross my path. This space has long been sealed by my own hand." An elder, shadowed and sinister, chuckled behind the master of the Beyond Pavilion. A figure whom Yu Wuxia could not fathom. "Who are you? Dare you not even speak your name?" Yu Wuxia inquired in a low voice, for she sensed no aura emanating from this man. The elder merely cast her a disdainful glance. "I wager this little girl has never heard of my name. I am the chieftain of the Minji clan, Ming Tian." The Minji clan? Yu Wuxia mused for a moment, her expression shifting with surprise. The ancient Minji clan. So they still exist in the Tianyou Continent. It is said that many races existed in ancient times, each endowed with unique talents. Yet, for reasons unknown, they vanished overnight. Some rumors speak of their annihilation at the hands of human sages, while others suggest they departed from the Tianyou Continent altogether. However, Yu Wuxia never anticipated their connection to the Hall of Reincarnation and the Beyond Pavilion, nor their audacity to challenge the Tianyou sect today. The revelation of the elders' identity left all present in profound shock. As the elites and elders of various sects, they were well versed in these ancient mysteries. The re-emergence of the Minji clan was unexpected. Could it be that the Hall of Reincarnation and the Beyond Pavilion are provoking my Xingyin Pavilion? Yi Qinglan bit her lip, her expression rife with indignation. utilized the specially crafted communication jade talisman from the Xingyun Merchant Association to restrict all transactions with the Hall of Reincarnation and the Beyond Pavilion. I shall ensure they find themselves in tatters. She commanded the shadow behind her. Also, inform the leaders of each sect. Tell them that if they do not come to the Tianyou sect, their successors shall meet their demise. Having issued her commands, Yi Qinglan turned her gaze back to the standoff above, only to suddenly witness Yi soaring into the air. Huh, is this lad unafraid of death? Little junior brother, why have you come here? Retreat to the back, you sister and I are here. Dongfeng Wang frowned, softly admonishing Yi. Yet, Yi merely shook his head gently. He discerned that the power of the three opponents was far beyond what they could contend with. Unless the sect master returned. It seemed the Tianyou sect was in grave danger today. Are you the ones barking like dogs? Yi asked with a broad smile, his tone deceptively polite. Huh. The master of the Hall of Reincarnation and the leader of the Beyond Pavilion exchanged bemused glances. Boy, who gave you the audacity to speak so? The master of the Hall of Reincarnation spoke in a low, incredulous tone, astonished that Yi could be so audacious. However, Yi merely shrugged, continuing to smile. Indeed, the sect master is too cautious to approach you, which renders you a mere gaggle of fools, does it not? Yu Wuxia and the elders looked at Yi in utter bewilderment. Has he always been this audacious? The Eastern elegy was indeed astonishing. Who would have thought that the junior disciple possessed such audacity? Only the imperial fiery phoenix cast a fleeting glance at Yi, her lips curving slightly in amusement. This little fellow has truly latched onto my thigh. Meanwhile, the other factions present gazed at Yi in bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to why he had the audacity to utter such provocative words. It is essential to note that he stood before two formidable beings of the sacred realm and a patriarch of an ancient race. Huh, is the current Tianyou Continent filled with such ignorant youngsters? The patriarch of the Minji clan, Ming Tianyin, chuckled ominously, his gaze fixed on Yi with a malicious intent. Yet Yi did not indulge him. He merely regarded him with disdain. An old cur that has fortuitously survived from ancient times, daring to leap forth and court death instead of continuing to languish. Are you out of your mind? The moment these words escaped his lips, even Ming Tian, who was typically composed and cunning, found himself seething with rage. Are you two not going to make a move? Boy, you wretched brat, I shall make you aware of what it truly means to provoke a being of my stature. Ming Tian sneered, unleashing an attack aimed directly at Yi. In his view, this strike would easily obliterate the youth. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. A barrier suddenly materialized before Yi, effortlessly deflecting his assault. Subsequently, a figure gracefully appeared beside Yi. Oh, a being that should not be provoked. Such audacity. The Imperial Fiery Phoenix did not even cast a glance at Ming Tian, merely glancing at Yi. Little one, you were quite certain that I would intervene, weren't you? Yi chuckled, saying nothing further, merely standing beside the Imperial Fiery Phoenix with an air of borrowed authority. You are. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly? The moment Ming Tian laid eyes on the Imperial Fiery Phoenix, it was as if he had encountered a terrifying entity, causing his entire body to tremble. The Lord of the Reincarnation Palace and the Master of the Other Shore Pavilion exchanged perplexed glances. They did not recognize the Imperial Fiery Phoenix, but judging by Ming Tian's reaction, could it be that this woman was an extraordinary existence? Enough of the noise. The Imperial Fiery Phoenix furrowed her brow, seemingly annoyed by Ming Tian's exaggerated alarm. With a mere gesture, she pointed into the void, and a blood hole appeared in Ming Tian's forehead, causing him to collapse in disbelief. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Goodness, Yi felt a surge of relief. Sister Phoenix is truly formidable, indeed a being of great stature. The rapid demise of Ming Tian, from his entrance to being effortlessly eliminated by the Imperial Fiery Phoenix, left everyone in shock, particularly the Lord of the Reincarnation Palace and the Master of the Other Shore Pavilion. They exchanged incredulous looks at the fallen Ming Tian before hastily retreating, fleeing the scene without looking back. The disciples from both the Reincarnation Palace and the other shore pavilion also promptly evacuated from the Tianyou sect. In but a fleeting moment, the Tianyou sect returned to its tranquil state, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Only the lifeless body upon the ground bore testament to the reality of what had just unfolded. Di Fei Huang cast a fleeting glance at the corpse, then turned her gaze skyward, as if sensing something profound. A look of resignation crossed her features as she turned to face Yiyu. It seemed that her sister could no longer linger. She must return to the god-burial abyss. Alas, how tedious this was. Yet despite this, she felt a sense of joy from her outing. Do remember to visit your sister more often, she added with a gentle smile. With that, Di Fei Huang waved farewell to Yiyu and Dongfang Wanga, before effortlessly tearing open a rift in space. Once she stepped through, the fabric of reality resumed its normal state. Chapter 68. The Master has come to visit you. Yiyu scratched his head, feeling he still had much to say to her. How could she leave so abruptly over a mere disagreement? Never mind, he would visit her at the god-burial abyss later. When Yiyu turned around, he was met with the gaze of everyone present. Clearing his throat, he said with a serious demeanor, "Ahem, what are you all staring at? Go fetch some people to clean the place." With that, he swiftly departed, avoiding the potential onslaught of inquiries from the curious crowd. Yu Wuxia and the elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Following such an incident, the Central Continent's discussion of Tao concluded rather hastily. Although the event ended abruptly, the implications of what transpired left all factions in shock. Particularly when the sect leaders arrived, they found their disciples returning at that very moment. Upon hearing the recent events, disbelief was etched across each of their faces. Xueji, did you see clearly? That woman killed the leader of the Minji clan with a single strike? A woman before Luo Xueji asked in a deep voice. Tall and cold in demeanor, her beauty was striking. Yet she bore the aura of a divine sword capable of piercing the heavens. She was the current sword master of the Wunyan sword sect. Luo Xueji nodded gently, still reeling from the shocking scene that had just unfolded. That woman seemed otherworldly, effortlessly dispatching a formidable being of at least the saint realm. Her cultivation must be terrifying. Could she truly be an existence akin to a forbidden legend? The Tianyou sect, even in the absence of the Divine Empress, they remained a force to be reckoned with. Xueji, relay everything that transpired to our esteemed leader, she instructed. Luo Xueji nodded, and the group from the Wunyan sword sect departed from the Tianyou sect. In the Minji clan, the sect master of the Tai immortal sect, adorned in palace attire and veiled, mused, "The centipede does not die easily. I never expected them to resurface." Yin Qingwei responded with a soft hum, glancing back at the Tianyou sect. "Master, do you know about that mysterious woman?" The sect master of the Tai immortal sect shook her head lightly, her expression tinged with uncertainty. "I have some conjectures, but it should be impossible. If it were so, this is not the place to discuss it. We shall talk upon our return to the sect." Seemingly apprehensive about something, she did not complete her thought, only letting out a heavy sigh. "Return with me, what? Do you not wish to part from that young man?" In contrast to the speculations surrounding the identity of the Empress of Crimson Phoenix, the master of the Forgetting Emotion Palace merely cast a fleeting glance at Dantai Ling, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Dantai Ling looked back with a hint of reluctance, then grasped her hand, her tone slightly pleading. "Master, could I stay a little longer? Have some matters to attend to." The master of the Forgetting Emotion Palace remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on Dantai Ling. The Palace of Forgotten Emotions does not prohibit love. Ling, if you can allow your pure and innocent heart to become imperfect for him, then let me see if he is worthy afterward. Now, return with me. When he comes to my Palace of Forgotten Emotions one day, we shall discuss it then. Dantai Ling, seeing her master's resolute stance, let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. "Then, I shall return tomorrow. I just want to say goodbye to him." "Alas, foolish child." The Lord of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions sighed and nodded gently. "Very well. Although I know this moment will be crucial for your path, let me meet him." Dantai Ling's expression grew troubled, her heart filled with unease. "Surely, you must also be looking forward to meeting my master." "Father, the cycle hall, and the other shore pavilion are too much. I have already sent Shadow to restrict their dealings in various aspects. Will you not help me seek justice? On the side of the Starfall Pavilion, Yi Qinglan clutched the arm of the middle-aged man before her, speaking in a somewhat spoiled tone. This man was the lord of the Starfall Pavilion and the president of the Starfall Merchant Association. At this moment, he was flustered, trying to appease Yi Qinglan. All right. Whatever you say. How dare they bully my daughter? They shall not have it easy. Yi Qinglan then smiled happily, and as if recalling something, continued. And that Yi, I find him quite intriguing. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter with a touch of helplessness upon hearing this. Well, sigh. That woman's identity must be extraordinarily formidable, and for what you've said, it seems that Yi shares a special connection with her. Hearing her father's words, Yi Qinglan pouted slightly, as if realizing the truth in his words. Then, can I invite him to our Starfall Merchant Association to have some fun? Yi Qinglan smiled mischievously, and seeing this, the middle-aged man could only nod in resignation. If he had no objections, then it was naturally permissible. Let's go. It is time to teach the Cycle Hall and the other shore pavilion lesson. Well, she merely possesses greater strength, which is quite normal, isn't it? Yi coughed lightly, looking at the three senior sisters before him. Originally, Yu Wuxia and several elders intended to inquire about Yi. However, upon seeing Dongfang Wanga and her companions engaged in conversation with Yi, Yu Wuxia decided to postpone her inquiry. Yi, I never expected you to have such a powerful ally, Xia Jiwei remarked with a hint of disappointment. After all, she had always believed that she could adequately protect Yi and fulfill what he once said about leaning on her. However, the appearance of Emperor Fei Huang shattered all her confidence. Yi, noticing Xia Jiwei's slightly disheartened expression, quickly grasped her small hand. Senior sister, you will always be my support. Xia Jiwei pouted but refrained from saying anything further, secretly resolving to train even harder. However, it is quite peculiar. What could she possibly see in our junior brother? This leaves me utterly perplexed. The voice of Eastern elegy, tinged with perplexity, resonated through the air, causing Yi's lips to twitch slightly. Goodness. The senior sister's confusion is genuinely heartfelt, which only deepens Yi's sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he could only seek solace in acknowledging her notoriously difficult personality. Nonetheless, gratitude was indeed warranted this time. Otherwise, the situation for our Tianyou sect might have been dire. Ling Hani spoke softly, and the others nodded in agreement. Yi resolved to bring more diversions for Emperor Fei Huang during his next visit to the God Burial Abyss. Under the moonlight, the four engaged in conversation for a while before parting ways. However, just as Yi was about to carry Xingying back to his quarters, he noticed Dan Tai Ling and another woman entering the courtyard. Yi, Master said she wanted to come see you. Chapter 69. Then please touch. Yi stood frozen in place, bewildered by the sudden rapid progress. How was it that they were already about to meet Mei's master? After a light cough, Yi quickly regained his composure and, cradling Xingying, returned to the courtyard where the three of them settled down. Mei's master, Han Qiyu, wore a veil that obscured her features, but her demeanor radiated an icy aura devoid of any emotion. It was said that she was a true practitioner of the path of forgetfulness, with rumors suggesting she had mastered the ancient art of supreme detachment. Regrettably, if only Di Fei Huang had not left so abruptly, Yi would have inquired about the Palace of Forgetfulness. Yi, this is my master, Han Qiyu. Master, this is Yi. Mei introduced the two with brevity, then lowered her head, at a loss for words. Han Qiyu, in turn, scrutinized Yi. Although she was aware that Mei's visit to the Tianyou sect pertained to her own path, she had never anticipated that the matter would involve a man. Do not be anxious. I have merely come to meet the one who occupies Mei's thoughts. Han Qiyu's voice, while cold, possessed an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a young maiden. Her words only served to heighten Yi's discomfort. Greetings, Palace Master. I had intended to visit the Palace of Forgetfulness personally. I did not expect you to come meet me first, Yi stammered. Han Qiyu nodded, recognizing that Yi, as the young master of the Tianyou sect, was indeed a suitable match for Mei. Furthermore, as the master of the Palace of Forgetfulness, she did not prohibit the affections of her disciples. Though it bore the name of forgetfulness, Han Qiyu was well aware that this path ultimately led to an impasse. Unfortunately, there was no turning back for her, while Mei's journey remained open. Perhaps the path she had chosen might yet lead to fulfillment. After a brief exchange, Han Qiyu took her leave with Mei. Yiyu, when you visit the Palace of Forgetfulness in the future, prove your feelings for Mei to me then. Mei, let us go. Under her master's command, despite her reluctance, Mei could only cast a wistful glance back at Yiyu. Seeing her forlorn expression ignited a fondness within Yiyu. In a spontaneous gesture, he stepped forward and embraced Mei, whispering softly in her ear, "Be good and wait for me at the Palace of Forgetfulness. I shall come for you soon." A wave of sweetness washed over Mei's heart, swiftly followed by an overwhelming shyness. This rascal, her master was right there. How could he embrace her? Yet, despite her thoughts, she found it difficult to release him. The lingering affection between them left Han Qiyu feeling somewhat uneasy, for she had never witnessed Mei in such a light. This is rather peculiar. Ahem, Mei, it is time to leave. Upon hearing her master's slightly unusual tone, Mei's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly pushed Yiyu away. Yiyu, I will be waiting for you, she murmured, biting her lip, before departing alongside Han Qiyu. In the ethereal realm of forgotten emotion, Yiyu shook her head, realizing it was time to explore this vast continent. Second senior sister, are you setting out for your journey once more so soon? It had been a while since the Zhongzhou conference, and today, Ling Hani bid farewell to the group, preparing to embark on yet another adventure. Indeed, a sword cultivator must grow through battle. This is my path, Ling Hani murmured, caressing her celestial sword. Yiyu glanced at her companions, Dongfang Wanga and Xia Zhuwei, who displayed little surprise or reluctance. Yiyu, senior sister, has her own plans. It's nothing to worry about. Just be sure to stay safe out there, Xia Zhuwei said, gently tugging at Ling Hani's sleeve with concern. Meow Meow Xing Ying sat obediently at Yiyu's feet, meowing at Ling Hani as if to bid her farewell. Oh, stop being so sentimental. It's just an expedition. Hani, if you encounter any danger, do contact me. I want to say much more. Just go, Dongfang Wanga replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of distress. Ling Hani nodded in response, wishing everyone well before preparing to leave the Tianyou sect. Wait, second senior sister. Here, take these elixirs. Yiyu suddenly remembered something and quickly grasped Ling Hani's hand. Then, to the astonishment of the others, she retrieved a substantial collection of elixirs from her storage ring. Even Dongfang Wanga was taken aback by Yiyu's actions. Wait, junior brother, where did you acquire so many high-grade elixirs? You should have invited me to this windfall. Yiyu's lips twitched slightly at her senior sister's words. What are you saying? Xia Zhuwei scratched her head, equally surprised. These are far too precious, junior brother. Ling Hani bit her lip, casting a complex gaze at Yiyu, intending to decline. However, Yiyu waved her hand dismissively. It's perfectly fine. You are my senior sister. Besides, during your journey, elixirs will be indispensable, so please accept them. Seeing Ling Hani's hesitation, Dongfang Wanga added, Yes, Hani. Just consider that our junior brother is quite affluent. Accept them. With these elixirs, we can rest assured while you're out adventuring. Indeed, senior sister, these are specially prepared for you by Yiyu. Please take them. Xia Zhuwei chimed in, now accustomed to Yiyu's ability to produce remarkable items. Seeing her friend's insistence, Ling Hani ceased to protest, solemnly stating, Junior brother, thank you. If I ever need assistance in the future, I will certainly repay your kindness. Upon hearing this, Yiyu suddenly recalled that second senior sister had once promised to let her touch her adorable hair tuft. With the impending departure of second senior sister, it was imperative to seize this opportunity. Thus, Yiyu cleared her throat, feeling a bit bashful as she scratched her head under the curious gazes of her companions. Oh, second senior sister, regarding what you mentioned last time about letting me touch your, Yiyu said, lifting his gaze to the tuft of hair atop Ling Hani's head, the implication unmistakable. Ling Hani's delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson. She recalled her promise to the junior brother that she would allow him to touch her hair after the conclusion of the discourse convention. Biting her lip, she considered herself not to be someone who breaks promises. And after all, it was merely a matter of letting the junior brother touch her hair. It should be harmless, right? Dongfang Wanga and Xia Jiwei exchanged a knowing glance before turning their eyes in unison towards Yiyu and Ling Hani. Well, all right then, you may proceed. Yiyu looked on helplessly at Ling Hani, who had closed her eyes. No, second senior sister, your words carry ambiguity. And why have you closed your eyes? Do you not see that the gazes of the first and third senior sisters upon me have grown rather peculiar? Chapter 70. Am I truly related to your miss? Ahem. Though the current scene feels somewhat peculiar, this is indeed the singular opportunity to touch second sister's adorable tuft of hair. Thus, regardless of the strange gazes cast upon him by Dongfang Wanga and Xia Jiwei, Yiyu resolutely extended his hand towards the tuft atop Ling Hani's head. Meanwhile, Ling Hani closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. In the end, Yiyu was able to fulfill his desire to touch that tuft, running his fingers through it several times. Is that enough? Ling Hani's cheeks flushed, her voice softer and more bashful than ever before. This made Yiyu wonder if he had committed an egregious act against second sister. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, the sensation of the tuft lingered in his memory. However, he sensed that continuing might overwhelm her. Furthermore, the glances from senior sister and third sister were becoming increasingly peculiar. Ahem, that's enough. Thank you, sister, for fulfilling my wish. Wishing you a smooth journey. Upon hearing this, Ling Hani finally opened her eyes, and Yiyu couldn't shake the feeling that she had sighed in relief. Take care, I shall take my leave now, she stammered, her demeanor suggesting a certain awkwardness as she departed, almost as if she were fleeing. Younger junior brother is quite remarkable. This is the first time I've seen Hani in such a state. TSK, Yiyu scratched his head awkwardly. Ha, senior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. By the way, don't you need to go out and train again? After all, he abruptly fell silent, his expression blank, as Dongfang Wanga shot him a disapproving glance and withdrew her hand. Younger junior brother, how did it feel? What sensations did you experience? Do tell. I'm so eager to know. Xia Jiwei pressed him urgently, her excitement palpable. It seemed that knowing the sensation would equate to her having experienced it too. Yiyu, somewhat helpless, gazed at the enthusiastic Xia Jiwei. A slight melancholy of parting dissipated amidst their banter. In the days that followed, Yiyu endured a rather monotonous period. His days were filled with training, enduring senior sister's rigorous exercises, teasing the cat, and amusing Xia Jiwei. He wished to enhance his strength before heading to the Forgetting Emotion Heavenly Palace, for possessing strength would allow him to navigate any circumstance with ease. Moreover, in a few days, he would be delivering parcels again, which excited him a bit. However, this tranquil period was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of an invitation. Xingyun Pavilion. Yi Qinglan? Yi regarded the invitation in his hand with confusion. It had just been delivered by a disciple at the gate, who mentioned that the person bearing the invitation was still waiting outside the sect for him. Oh, could it be that my senior sister was right? Yi Qinglan truly has an interest in you? Young junior, you possess quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Dongfang Wanga exclaimed in admiration, her gaze towards Yiyu now infused with a touch of recognition. Senior sister, please refrain from fabricating tales. I have had no dealings with this Yi Qinglan. Yiyu retorted with a roll of her eyes, bemused by her senior sister's penchant for rumor-mongering. Though your claims may seem far-fetched, Yiyu, what could possibly be the reason for her invitation? Xia Jiwei inquired, leaning over the table and gently stroking Xing Ying's little cat head. After perusing the invitation, Yi responded with a peculiar expression. Well, it states that the Xingyun Chamber of Commerce wishes to negotiate a transaction with the Shenyue sect. Hence the invitation to the Xingyun Pavilion. However, the specifics remain unstated, only emphasizing that my presence is required. Yi appeared puzzled. Ordinarily, such diplomatic matters would be handled by Elder Zhao and his peers. Why would they extend a direct invitation to her? If you ask me, that girl must have taken a liking to you. Dongfang Wang had declared confidently, as if she had already discerned the truth. Is that truly the case, Yiyu? I want to accompany you. Xia Jiwei initially cast a hesitant glance at Dongfang Wanga, but quickly resolved to join the journey as well. Yiyu had no objections. even though the invitation specified her solo attendance. However, bringing a companion should not pose an issue, right? Little Jiwei, why don't you stay here with me? After visiting the Xingyun Pavilion, junior brother will likely head to the Wangqing Tiangong. Will you follow him then? Dongfang Wanga suggested, shaking her head at Xia Jiwei. Indeed. Xia Jiwei's face fell, casting a forlorn glance at Yiyu. Then I shall not go. Yiyu, please return soon. Yiyu affectionately patted Xia Jiwei's little head, to which she merely let out a soft whimper, not resisting the gesture. Do not worry, I will return promptly. And you need not be overly concerned for me. Yiyu stood astounded before an exquisitely luxurious flying apparatus. Is this equipped with a private jet for transport? She stammered, swallowing hard as she pointed at the magnificent vehicle, addressing the individual who had delivered the invitation. The elegant woman merely smiled in response. Indeed, Mr. Yi, you are a distinguished guest of the Xingyun Chamber of Commerce. The young lady has specifically instructed me to ensure your comfort. By the way, little junior, both of you share the surname Yi. Perhaps there is a familial connection? Even Dongfang Wanga was momentarily taken aback by the opulence of the flying craft. The Xingyun Pavilion truly possesses great wealth. Yiyu, you must not be swayed by their allure. Xia Jiwei clutched Yiyu's arm, incessantly cautioning him, fearing he might succumb to the charm of the Xingyun Pavilion at any moment. Yiyu chuckled softly, playfully tapping Xia Jiwei's forehead. All right, I shall go now. Behave yourself. This is indeed extravagant. With Xingying in her arms, Yiyu stepped onto the flying apparatus, murmuring to herself, why must your young lady insist on my presence? By the way, how many spirit stones does this flying contraption cost? Aboard the aircraft, Yiyu, filled with curiosity, inquired of the composed lady beside her. This flying apparatus appeared to be fully automated, requiring merely the input of a destination, after which one could simply await its departure. This notion thrilled Yiyu. Possessing such a mode of transportation would undoubtedly render future travels far more convenient. The lady did not elaborate, only stating that she was to guide Yiyu henceforth. After a brief pause, the dignified woman continued, as for this flying apparatus, the young lady has mentioned that it is now yours. Pardon? Yiyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly mine? Is the Starfall Pavilion so generous? She pondered aloud. Could it be that I share some familial connection with your young lady? Yiyu cautiously posed the question, yet the composed woman remained silent, merely smiling at her. Chapter 71. Surely you wouldn't want others to know you belong to the demon race? Throughout their journey, the dignified woman spoke little to Yiyu. Generally, she would respond to his inquiries with measured replies, while discreetly observing Xingying. This left Yiyu feeling somewhat bored. However, the formidable capabilities of their luxurious flying apparatus soon brought them to the Starfall Pavilion. The Starfall Pavilion was not far from the Emotionless Palace, and with this flying device, they could conveniently make a detour to the palace afterward. We have arrived, Mr. Yi. Please follow me. The dignified woman said as she led Yiyu down from the flying apparatus to a grand estate. During this time, Yiyu caught sight of individuals from the Reincarnation Hall and the other shore pavilion, prompting him to inquire about them. The dignified woman merely pressed her lips together and replied coolly, they have offended the young lady recently, prompting the Starfall Merchant Association to restrict all transactions with the Reincarnation Hall and the other shore pavilion. They must be here to plead for the young lady's mercy, Yiyu mused, gaining a clearer understanding of the Starfall Merchant Association's formidable influence. Unlike other top-tier factions, the Starfall Merchant Association had the capacity to infiltrate various domains. Such a power, if truly intent on addressing a foe, would undoubtedly cause considerable distress. Moreover, the Starfall Merchant Association was indeed a vast entity spanning the entire Tianyou Continent. The extravagance of the estate exuded an air of distinction, prompting Yiyu to reflect. Wealth is evident here. Upon entering a teleportation array within the estate, he was astonished to discover its existence. Eventually, Yiyu arrived at a serene and elegant courtyard. This small courtyard, though somewhat at odds with the opulence of the estate, offered a most pleasant ambience. The young lady awaits you inside. I shall take my leave, the dignified woman stated before departing, leaving Yi somewhat bewildered by her casualness. However, Yi was not one to be socially anxious. He confidently stepped into the courtyard, where he found Yi Qinglan pouring tea at a stone table, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "Young Master Yi, it is a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for the imposition in requesting your presence." Yi Qinglan greeted him with utmost courtesy, her demeanor exuding the grace of a refined lady. Yet, Yi could not shake the feeling that her gaze held an oddity. Not dwelling on it, he approached and sat beside her. "I am grateful for Miss Ye's kindness, but may I inquire about the nature of this transaction?" Dressed in a flowing, pale green gown, Yi Qinglan's long legs, though only partially visible, shimmered with an ethereal glow, radiating beauty. Her figure was undeniably stunning. One could aptly describe her as curvaceous. Yi did not observe her surreptitiously. Rather, he regarded her openly. Hearing his words, Yi Qinglan responded with a soft, knowing smile. Nature holds immense significance. However, prior to this moment, the manner in which Lord Yi addressed me was exceedingly formal. "You may simply call me Qinglan." Yi's intentions remain unclear. Yet having said this, she naturally could not refuse. "Very well then, Qinglan, you may address me as Yi as well." A faint smile graced Yi Qinglan's lips, clearly pleased with Yi's response. Is this your spirit pet?" Yi Qinglan's attention was drawn to the starry creature nestled in Yi's arms, instantly filling her eyes with affection. Its name is Xingying. Gome, Xinjing. Greet your sister." Xingying meowed twice, its eyes reflecting the vastness of the stars and ocean, captivating Yi Qinglan entirely. "Ahem, before we discuss our trade, Yi, I have a curiosity I would like you to clarify." Yi Qinglan offered Yi a cup of tea, striving to divert her gaze from Xingying. "This is the finest tea from my Starfall Pavilion, priced at 10,000 spirit stones per tael." Yi took a sip, only to find it akin to the inferior tea she usually drank. "Ahem," Yi clicked her tongue, realizing such sentiments could not be voiced aloud. "Indeed, it is indeed fine tea. I wonder what queries you may have, Qinglan. Feel free to ask." Yi Qinglan nodded gently, her tone casual as she inquired. "I am merely curious. Yi, how is it that you, a member of the demonic Yi family, have transformed into the young lord of Tianyou Sect?" This single inquiry caused Yi's expression to stiffen as she stared blankly at Yi Qinglan, who was engrossed in pouring tea. This development was unexpected. Why did it escalate so quickly? Yi chuckled awkwardly, attempting to maintain her composure. "What do you mean by that, Qinglan?" I don't quite understand." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglan merely suppressed a smile. "Is that so? The head of the Yi family, Yi Zhantian, your sister, Yi Qinshuang, and the late Yi Mo, whose demise remains shrouded in mystery. Should I elaborate further? Is this woman perhaps monitoring my family? How does she know my circumstances so intimately?" Yi shook her head helplessly, letting out a deep sigh. "Very well, consider what you wish to do and speak your mind." Yet Yi Qinglan simply chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. "What else could one do? I merely thought of it suddenly and asked casually." This unexpected display of endearment left Yi momentarily flustered. Is she truly employing such tactics so effortlessly? Yi doubted her lack of ulterior motives, yet the other party's reticence left her at a loss. Let us return to the matter at hand. What exactly does this trade entail?" "Oh, that, you see, I have heard that the Tianyou Sect boasts a rich history, which I find quite enchanting." Yi Qinglan took another sip of tea before continuing. "Therefore, this trade involves me wishing to spend some time in your Tianyou Sect for further study. And during this period, you are required to accompany me." Yi gazed at Yi Qinglan with a sense of bewilderment. Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom that the transaction she spoke of was of this nature. How could such a straightforward exchange be deemed unacceptable? Yi Qinglan's tone carried a hint of grievance, her expression tinged with a semblance of vulnerability. "Well, it is not that it cannot be done. Rather, you are the esteemed daughter of the Starfall Pavilion, and it may not be entirely appropriate for you to visit our moonlit sect. Furthermore, I am uncertain whether my senior sister and the elders would consent." Yi Qinglan listened quietly to Yi's concerns, and then a subtle smile graced her lips as she lightly remarked, "Well, Yi, I believe you wouldn't want it to be known that you are affiliated with the demon clan, would you?" Therefore, before she could finish her sentence, Yi grasped her delicate hand with utmost sincerity, his expression earnest. "I implore you to come to our Moonlit sect for further studies. This initiative would foster amicable relations between our two sects, and I wholeheartedly support it." Chapter 72. Why do I feel like I am being pampered? Yi Qinglan cast a sidelong glance, half smiling, at the small hand that Yi had grasped. Yi, feeling somewhat bashful, offered a sheepish smile before releasing her hold. "Since you genuinely concur, shall we settle this matter delightfully?" Yi nodded vigorously in agreement, cheerfully handing Xingying into Yi Qinglan's embrace. "Here, hold her, to prove my sincerity." Having discerned her desire to caress Xingying, Yi thoughtfully placed the creature into her arms. A flicker of affection crossed Yi Qinglan's features as she cradled Xingying, gently stroking her. Xingying behaved remarkably well. For her, being petted by various women had become quite a routine. Xingying is indeed well-behaved and exceptionally beautiful. "I find myself wanting to acquire one just like her," Yi Qinglan mused, her eyes brimming with adoration as she playfully teased the creature. Xingying once again demonstrated her prowess in captivating the hearts of women. "By the way, I noticed the people from the Reincarnation Palace and the other shore pavilion when I arrived." Although a dignified lady had previously explained some matters to Yi, her curiosity about the workings of the Starfall Pavilion remained piqued. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglan merely smirked disdainfully. "They dare to confine me? Umph. I merely returned the favor in a rather simple manner." With that, Yi Qinglan succinctly recounted the details of her actions to Yi. After absorbing this information, Yi regarded her with newfound admiration. It must be said, the Starfall Pavilion truly lives up to its reputation. The Starfall Merchant Association indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. According to Yi Qinglan's account of her retaliation, Yi sensed that the people from the Reincarnation Palace and the other shore pavilion would face a challenging year ahead. However, she felt a sense of satisfaction, almost inclined to commend Yi Qinglan for her actions. As their conversation continued, Yi Qinglan proved to be an engaging conversationalist, and Yi found their exchange to be quite enjoyable. "So, are you planning to visit the Forgetting Emotion Palace next? By the way, how do you make these delightful desserts? Please share the recipe with me. I would like to purchase it." Yi Qinglan, savoring the treats Yi had presented, appeared utterly enchanted and expressed her desire to buy the dessert recipes. Yi, however, gracefully declined, stating that there was no recipe to share, for he was merely an unfeeling exchange tool. "If you wish, you can come to me later. After all, aren't you also planning to visit my Tianyou sect?" Their conversation continued for quite some time, growing more intimate, allowing Yi to speak more casually. "Yes, I am preparing to head to the Forgetting Emotion Palace. Speaking of which, do you have any insights regarding the palace master, Han Qiue?" Yi Qinglan picked up another piece of dessert, particularly fond of the tiramisu. "Well, it is said that Han Qiue seldom makes an appearance, which is tied to her cultivation of the path of forgetting emotion. After all, she is arguably the person who has delved the deepest into this path on the Tianyou Continent." Yi Qinglan's tone carried a hint of wistfulness, as she pondered the plethora of delightful and intriguing things that existed in the world. Why pursue the elusive path of forgetfulness? I believe your visit to the Palace of Forgetfulness will not subject you to any harsh treatment. After all, someone like Han Qiue has likely ceased to care or impose expectations upon others. In her eyes, it seems that nothing in this world would capture her interest, or perhaps there simply exists nothing worthy of her concern. Yi Qinglan sipped her tea, realizing she had spoken too much, and continued, "However, it is quite surprising that Dantai Ling, as the celestial maiden of the Palace of Forgetfulness, has developed feelings for you. TSK, this is something she cannot fathom." Witnessing that scene at the Tianyou sect was already astonishing. Hearing Yi recount it in detail, she still finds it hard to accept. After all, her previous interactions with Dantai Ling had been rather frosty, with little warmth directed her way. Yet, the unexpected intimacy with a man is quite shocking. Upon hearing her words, Yi gained a clearer understanding of the Palace of Forgetfulness. However, when she heard the last remark, Yi chuckled softly, After all, with my charm on display, it is only natural that Ling would be drawn to me. Yiyu indulged in a moment of self-admiration, only to receive an eye roll from Yi Qinglan. In any case, you shall stay at my Starfall Pavilion for a few days. I shall personally show you around. Otherwise, rumors of inadequate hospitality from my pavilion would spread. Yiyu had no objections, as he was immensely curious about the Starfall Chamber of Commerce that spanned the continent. Over the next few days, Yi Qinglan guided Yiyu through the Starfall Chamber, and Yiyu's perception of wealth was once again transformed. Indeed, he had previously been utterly unacquainted with the opulence of the affluent. The members of the Starfall Pavilion were taken aback to see their young lady personally accompanying a male guest, and they began to speculate on their relationship. As the days passed, the bond between Yiyu and Yi Qinglan grew significantly closer. During this time, Xing Ying indulged in a variety of rare treasures he had never encountered before, which filled him with excitement. However, Yiyu could not help but think that the cost of raising him would only increase. Yiyu, there's an auction today. Would you like to join me? Yi Qinglan asked, cradling Xing Ying. After days of her nurturing, their bond had also grown stronger. An auction? Yiyu hesitated for a moment before nodding with excitement. Absolutely. I've longed to experience an auction. This thought echoed Yiyu's sentiments. For how could any fantasy novel be complete without an auction? All right, follow me. Oh, take this card. If you see something you like, feel free to bid. Yi Qinglan casually handed him a black card, reminiscent of a wealthy woman indulging a handsome younger companion. Yiyu scratched his head, feeling no need to be coy, especially considering the grandeur of the Starfall Pavilion. Thank you. By the way, what items will be featured at this auction? Yiyu followed closely beside Yi Qinglan, her expression tinged with curiosity as she inquired. I'm not entirely certain either. After all, it was merely a spontaneous decision to bring you along. If you wish to know, should I inquire further? Upon hearing this, Yiyu promptly shook her head. No, it's unnecessary. If I already know, what significance does it hold? It's essential to maintain the thrill of unboxing a mystery. Yi Qinglan cast a curious glance at her. The peculiar phrases that occasionally slipped from this individual were rather amusing. As they conversed, they arrived at a magnificent auction house. Come, this way to the VIP room. Oh, by the way, here is this jade token for you. With this token, you will enjoy VIP status at all the establishments of the Starfall Merchant Guild across the Tianyou Continent. Yi Qinglan dismissed the accompanying attendants and led Yiyu into an opulent chamber, tossing her a distinctive jade token. Chapter 73. The auction. The jade pendant shimmered subtly, appearing unadorned, yet possessing a delightful tactile quality. With this piece in hand, would future encounters be met with discounts? Yiyu did not hesitate to accept the jade, given her family's considerable wealth. Catching sight of Yiyu's acceptance, Yi Qinglan revealed a hint of satisfaction before settling beside her, cradling Xing Ying. How do you find our VIP room at the Xingyun Chamber of Commerce? Yiyu cast her gaze around, nodding appreciatively. Opulent, exceedingly so. This large display screen is. Oh, it allows us to see the auction stage directly? Remarkable, and the clarity is astonishing. Yiyu marveled at the grand screen in the center of the room, reminiscent of certain displays she had encountered prior to her transmigration. Indeed, this is a unique feature of our Xingyun Chamber of Commerce. Look, it boasts numerous functions. Yi Qinglan spoke with pride, guiding Yiyu through the various capabilities of the display. As their conversation unfolded, the auction house began to fill with attendees from various factions. It was no surprise that the Xingyun Chamber of Commerce attracted such a diverse crowd. It seemed that every auction drew a multitude of participants. Is it customary for so many to attend an auction? Yiyu pondered, gazing at the sea of people below with a sense of wonder. To Yi Qinglan, this was merely commonplace, as the chamber could procure virtually anything. Oh, if you desire something, simply press that button during the auction. She indicated a small button beside the display. Our room is the most exclusive VIP chamber, so once you place a bid, it is unlikely anyone will contest you. After all, those in this room are esteemed guests of the Xingyun Chamber. Few would be foolish enough to provoke such company. Yi nodded, feeling indifferent, since it was not her own card being charged. Cough! Why did it seem like she was straying further down the path of dependency? No, this was merely a case of benefiting from the situation. Did she not notice that refusing would displease Qinglan? As the auction commenced, the auctioneer introduced a series of rare items, potions, and elixirs, each being sold one after another. Yi watched with keen interest, finding the atmosphere reminiscent of her expectations for an auction. However, the scale of the Xingyun Chamber's auction was evidently grander. For instance, in this seemingly ordinary auction, divine-grade items were being sold. As for potions and herbs, there was a plethora of high-tier or uniquely effective varieties on offer. Yi was thoroughly engrossed, which elicited a chuckle from Yi Qinglan. Look at how intently you're observing. Are you truly that captivated? Yi shrugged and glanced at her, replying, of course. While this may be mundane for you, for me, it is akin to a grand celebration. Yi Qinglan remained non-committal, neither affirming nor denying Yi's words. If you have any interest, simply purchase it. Do not hesitate on my account. Yi shook his head, acknowledging that while the items at the auction were indeed rare, he was not in want. After all, anything he desired could easily be exchanged in his system's marketplace. I don't feel particularly drawn to anything here. Qinglan, are they actually auctioning off people? Isn't that akin to human trafficking? As Yi spoke, he suddenly noticed a servant pushing a cage onto the auction stage. When the cloth covering the cage was lifted, a small girl-like figure appeared. However, she did not seem to be of the human race, for she had 2 furry ears atop her head. Yi Qinglan frowned upon hearing this and turned her gaze toward the auction stage. That does not appear to be human. It must belong to the demon race. Perhaps a small fox? Such creatures are indeed quite rare. I shall inquire further. With that, Yi Qinglan produced a sound transmission jade talisman and uttered a few words, while Yi continued to observe the auction stage intently. The large screen displayed the small fox in detail, revealing its evident fear. Its furry ears trembled slightly, and its large eyes were filled with terror. This caused Yi to furrow his brow, as he had developed a fondness for the demon race due to Yutang. Moreover, it was a particularly adorable little fox. Yi felt a moral obligation to rescue the small fox and present it to Yutang. Before long, Yi Qinglan received a reply. This small fox was discovered on the outskirts of the western regions. It seems to have been abandoned and subsequently brought here. I see, Yi nodded, glancing down as the auction for the small fox commenced. Without hesitation, he pressed the bidding button, intent on acquiring the small creature. Oh, Yi, I hadn't realized you had a penchant for this sort, Yi Qinglan remarked, her gaze toward him shifting to one of intrigue. Yi merely rolled his eyes at her, wondering what on earth she was thinking. I have acquaintances within the demon race. I intend to bid for her and return her to them. What are you implying? Is that so? Yi Qinglan responded with a hint of disinterest. Yi chose to ignore her and continued to watch the auction stage. Just as Yi Qinglan had noted, the room they occupied was a premium VIP suite. Thus, after Yi placed his bid, no one else dared to contest it. It went rather smoothly, he mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had expected some entertaining drama to unfold, a chance to showcase his prowess. However, it seemed the reputation of the Starfall Merchant Association's top-tier VIP status wielded considerable influence. Once the auction concluded, arrangements would be made for the small fox's delivery. Yi Qinglan explained this before stretching languidly and casually adding, "You might as well bid on anything else that catches your eye." Yi shook his head at her sudden lethargy, bemused by her unexpected shift in demeanor. However, with regard to the upcoming auction items, Yi found himself lacking any interest. After all, they were either things he did not require or items that could be exchanged in the system's marketplace. Nevertheless, overall, Yi felt quite satisfied with today's auction. It not only fulfilled his desire to participate, but also allowed him to acquire that adorable little fox. You could certainly bid on some delicacies for Xing Ying, but ultimately, it is up to you. After all, with my presence, I shall ensure that Xing Ying is thoroughly pleased with her meals. Yi Qinglan was now utterly captivated by Xing Ying's beauty. Hearing this, Yi merely rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard her entirely. Chapter 74. The Little Fox Meets the Demon Emperor. The auction continued, nearing its conclusion, yet Yi found himself losing interest. Below, various factions speculated about the identity of the mysterious individual in the exclusive VIP room, but such matters were of no concern to Yi. The little fox you bid on has arrived. I have arranged for her to be brought to you in advance, Yi Qinglan murmured, then raised her head to address Yiyu. With a lack of interest in the upcoming auction, Yiyu turned to the entrance, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Soon, a servant entered the room, leading the little fox. Unlike before, she was no longer confined in a cage. She appeared to have been bathed and adorned in exquisite garments. You could scarcely recognize her as the same filthy little creature from earlier. Surely, this was the handiwork of Yi Qinglan, who had demonstrated her meticulous care. Miss, she's been brought in as per your instructions, the female servant said respectfully, while the little fox stood there, looking utterly bewildered, her head bowed and hands fidgeting, occasionally stealing glances at Yiyu and Yi Qinglan. Yi Qinglan nodded slightly, prompting the servant to respectfully exit the room. Here is the little fox you desired. I must say, after some grooming, she is rather adorable, Yi Qinglan remarked, surveying the little fox before casting Yiyu a peculiar glance. Yiyu, you don't harbor any strange inclinations, do you? After all, she is still a child. Yiyu's expression darkened. This woman, now familiar with him, seemed to have no filter. What are you thinking? Go, feed Xingying, he retorted. Yi Qinglan pouted, but fell silent, instead offering spiritual fruits to Xingying. Noticing the little fox standing alone, looking frightened and vulnerable, Yiyu gently shook his head. Come here, don't be afraid. No one will harm you anymore, he said, his face softening into a warm smile as he picked up a delicate dessert, beckoning the little fox closer. The little fox gazed at Yiyu's handsome visage, then at the exquisite treat in his hand. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard and slowly approached him. Yiyu, displaying great patience, waited until the little fox stood before him, then extended the dessert towards her. Watching her eat daintily, he couldn't help but chuckle. What is your name? Eat slowly. There's plenty more, he encouraged. With her cheeks puffed out, the little fox nodded vigorously, only to find herself choking, her adorable face flushing a deep crimson. Yi found the sight amusing and offered her a cup of tea from the table. The little fox gulped down a generous sip, finally able to breathe again. I'm called Xiaomeng. Big brother, could you take me home? Her voice was timid, soft, yet laced with fear. A faint sound of smacking lips lingered in the air, perhaps a testament to the delectable nature of the dessert. Yi smiled gently at Xiaomeng and reassured her. Do not worry, I will escort you home. I am acquainted with your esteemed demon emperor. Really? Xiaomeng's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Yiyu mention the demon emperor, her expression quickly shifting to one of overwhelming excitement. She set down her dessert and grasped Yiyu's sleeve with urgency, imploring, Is it true? Do you truly know the demon emperor? Can you take me back swiftly? I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Yiyu affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, There is no need to fret. I keep my promises. First, indulge in more of this delightful treat. You wouldn't want to go hungry. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng gradually calmed down and resumed savoring her dessert. Oh, Yiyu, you truly know the demon emperor? This is quite unexpected, Yi Qinglan remarked, her surprise evident as she turned to Yiyu after listening to the exchange. It was said that the demon emperor of the demon clan was shrouded in mystery, his power unfathomable. Yet, to her astonishment, Yiyu claimed to be acquainted with him. Such basic matters are nothing to be overly astonished by, Yiyu chuckled. Yi Qinglan merely rolled her eyes in response. Well then, I shall take my leave. You should converse with your little fox, she said, directing her attention to Xingying. Come, say goodbye to your elder sister. After the auction concluded, Yi Qinglan waved farewell to Yiyu and glanced at Xingying, who obediently nodded and emitted a couple of soft meows. This elder sister was indeed her generous benefactor, and Xingying was exceedingly well behaved. Yiyu merely rolled his eyes, and, with Xiaomeng and Xingying in tow, proceeded to the quarters that Yi Qinglan had arranged for him. Big brother, when will you take me to meet the demon emperor? Xiaomeng inquired, her trust in him deepening after his earlier comfort and provision. Yiyu affectionately patted her head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Right now, huh? Xiaomeng looked around in a daze, and in the next moment, a spatial rift appeared within the room. Yiyu, cradling Xingying and holding Xiaomeng's small hand, stepped into the rift. Earlier during the auction, Yiyu had already contacted Yutang, who seemed to take the matter quite seriously. Upon Yiyu's return to his quarters, Yu Tang promptly opened a portal for them. In the blink of an eye, a person, a cat, and a little fox materialized in the grand hall of the demon clan. After a brief moment of shock, Xiaoming quickly realized that she had truly returned to the demon realm, her excitement palpable. Wow, we're really back. Big brother, you are amazing. Ah, the demon emperor, Xiaoming exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with awe. She eagerly scanned her surroundings, and upon spotting Yu Tang seated upon the throne, she immediately knelt respectfully. Overcome with exhilaration, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yiyu shrugged her shoulders at Yu Tang, remarking on the little fox's exuberance. In an instant, Yu Tang appeared before Xiaoming, gently lifting her with tender care. There is no need for excessive formality, Yiyu. I truly must express my gratitude to you this time. Yu Tang cast a complex glance at Xiaoming before turning her attention back to Yiyu. Yiyu scratched her head, pondering whether there lay some hidden circumstances beneath the surface. It's nothing, really. I merely acted on impulse. Yu Tang, is this matter, related to your demon clan? If so, should I not be privy to such information? Yiyu speculated, simultaneously wishing to distance herself from any potential complications. However, Yu Tang merely shook her head, casting Yiyu a somewhat resentful look. I'm already yours. What is there that you should not know? Chapter 75. The Trail of the 12 Lich Kings. Upon hearing the words, Yiyu offered an awkward smile, while Xiaoming wore a look of utter bewilderment. Wait. What did the Lord of the Demon Emperor just say? She belongs to the elder brother? Wow. Is the elder brother truly that formidable? Immediately, Xiaoming gazed at Yiyu with admiration, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why was this little fox looking at him like that? You are from the bewildering fox clan, correct? I heard from Yiyu that you wished to meet me. Pray tell, what transpired? Yu Tang gently inquired, stroking Xiaoming's head. Ah, the bewildering fox clan? Upon hearing this, Yiyu's lips twitched slightly. The name of such a clan was indeed quite fitting. This little fox was nothing but a little scatterbrain. When Xiaoming heard Yu Tang's question, she promptly became serious, gesturing in a somewhat flustered manner. The Demon Emperor. It is as follows. Our bewildering fox clan has discovered information regarding the 12 Lich Kings, but, sob, for some reason, a mysterious barrier suddenly enveloped our entire clan. My kin risked their lives to escort me out to relay this message, but although Xiaoming spoke in a hurried manner, both Yiyu and Yu Tang managed to grasp the essence of her words. She then recounted how she had escaped from that mysterious barrier, only to be captured by someone. Fortunately, she encountered Yiyu, who rescued her, granting her the opportunity to inform Yu Tang. The 12 Lich Kings. I never imagined the rumors to be true, Yu Tang murmured to herself, instructing someone to escort Xiaoming to rest and assuring her that she would personally visit the bewildering fox clan. Meanwhile, Yiyu placed Xing Ying into Xiaoming's arms, asking her to keep an eye on the little one for a while. Xing Ying mewed a few times in a token manner before curling up obediently in Xiaoming's embrace. Xiaoming, naturally, was exceedingly fond of Xing Ying. The sight of the little fox maiden with the kitten was indeed heartwarming. At this moment, Yu Tang looked at Yiyu, letting out a sigh. Yiyu, with a slight furrow of her brow, softly inquired, aren't the 12 Lich Kings from ancient times? How could they resurface now? Previously, she had heard about the 12 Lich Kings from Emperor Fei Huang. According to her, the 12 Lich Kings of the Demon Clan frequently clashed with the 10 Hells of the Demon race. Yu Tang's expression shifted, and her gaze towards Yiyu held a hint of surprise. You're also aware of the 12 Lich Kings? I did not anticipate that. Yiyu did not conceal her knowledge, revealing that she had learned about them from a powerful figure. Yu Tang shook her head slightly and beckoned Yiyu to sit upon the throne. Alas, what that esteemed elder said is indeed true. The ancient demon clan once had 12 Lich Kings, but they mysteriously vanished later on. A complex expression crossed Yu Tang's face as she continued. Countless ages have passed since ancient times. A millennium ago, you bestowed upon me the nine-tailed bloodline, and by then, the 12 Lich Kings had already been lost to history. Upon hearing Yu Tang's words, a flicker of doubt arose within Yiyu's heart. Given the circumstances, why have traces of the 12 Liches suddenly re-emerged? Moreover, Xiaoming has mentioned that her tribe, the Mihu, has been enveloped by a mysterious barrier. Yuetang shook her head, feeling utterly perplexed by the underlying secrets of the situation. I shall personally investigate this matter. Regardless of its authenticity, I must ascertain the truth to find peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Yu furrowed his brow and grasped Yuetang's delicate hand, expressing his concern. Could there be any danger? How can you go alone? If this is indeed true, we are speaking of the ancient 12 liches. Yuetang, before you could finish his sentence. Yuetang gently covered his mouth with her small hand and let out a light laugh. Fear not. I am the Empress of the Demon Clan. How could I possibly fear those ancient beings? Her confidence radiated, showcasing the imposing aura of the Demon Emperor. Nevertheless, Yi remained somewhat anxious, for she was his beloved. Perhaps I should accompany you, otherwise I cannot shake off my worries. Yuetang shook her head, her expression softening considerably. She caressed Yi Yu's cheek and spoke softly. It's all right. I only intend to take a look. Besides, do you not trust in my strength? Oomph. As she spoke, she pouted slightly, casting a mildly displeased glance at him. Yi Yu pinched her chubby cheek and then embraced her tenderly. What nonsense are you saying? Here, take this. From the system shop, Yi Yu obtained a potion devoid of any side effects. The potion's name was quite straightforward. Ascension Pill. Its effects were equally clear-cut. Ascension Pill. Upon consumption, it elevates one's realm by 1 level for 1 hour, with no side effects or hidden dangers. Yuetang received the pill from Yi Yu, her expression one of astonishment. She could sense the extraordinary energy contained within the pill, which was truly remarkable. This pill is extraordinary. The energy within is astonishing. Even to me. Yi Yu smiled slightly and explained its effects to her. To elevate oneself by a level. This is simply astounding, and it has no side effects. Yuetang's mouth fell slightly agape, and Yi Yu, unable to resist, pinched her delicate lips playfully. What are you daydreaming about? Remember, if you encounter any danger, consume this pill immediately. Understand? Yuetang's lips were held by him, and she shot him a dissatisfied glare. I know, Yi Yu. How come you have everything? And this one is so rare. I won't hold back. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Though his hand remained where it was, gazing at her tender lips, lost in thought. Noticing his silence, Yuetang glanced at him with confusion, quickly realizing what mischievous thoughts occupied his mind. The delicate visage of Yuetang was instantly suffused with a rosy hue, yet within her heart, she found herself at a loss on how to decline. Well, after all, it had happened before. It was simply inevitable. This scoundrel, utterly incorrigible. Yuetang cast a forlorn glance at Yi Yu before gradually kneeling down. Big brother, what are you grinning about? Yuetang had already prepared for the related matters, leaving Yi Yu alone to savor the lingering moments within the grand hall of the Demon Clan. Upon hearing Xiao Meng's voice, Yi Yu promptly regained his solemn demeanor. Oh, it's nothing at all. I merely recalled something joyful. Yi Yu patted Xiao Meng on the head, eliciting a silly smile from her as she presented the starling. Xingying, Tim. I've come to return Xingying. She's so adorable and well-behaved. Xiao Meng exclaimed. However, I encountered the Demon Emperor on my way here, and he seemed rather peculiar, as if his lips were somewhat swollen. Xiao Meng scratched her head in confusion, while Yi Yu maintained a stoic expression, embodying the epitome of someone who knew nothing at all. Chapter 76. The Palace of Forgotten Emotions. After returning from Yuetang, Yi Yu continued to linger in the Starfall Pavilion for a few more days. In truth, he had intended to depart for the Palace of Forgotten Emotions upon his return. However, Yi Qinglan, reluctant to part with Xingying, insisted that they stay a little longer. All right, Qinglan, I truly must take my leave. Until we meet again at the Tianyou Sect, Yi Yu said with a hint of helplessness as he gazed at the tearful Yi Qinglan, who was unexpectedly attached to Xingying. He never anticipated her fondness for the creature. Xingying, nestled in his arms, meowed softly, sensing the affection the elder sister had for her, showering her with delightful treats. But that is not entirely true. The master loves me too. All right, I will be visiting the Tianyou Sect again, so I will see Xingying then. Yi Yu witnessed the rapid transformation of emotions, shifting from misty-eyed sorrow to gleeful delight in a heartbeat. Then hurry along. The sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return. I will be waiting for you at the Tianyou Sect. Yi Qinglan nearly pushed Yi out the door, to which he could only shake his head, thinking, such is the nature of women. I'm off now, Qinglan. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. When you arrive at the Tianyou Sect, I shall treat you splendidly as well. With a wave, Yi embraced Xingying and boarded the luxurious flying apparatus gifted by Yi Qinglan. As he watched the vessel depart, a faint smile graced Yi Qinglan's lips. Yi, until we meet again at the Tianyou Sect. Indeed, the luxurious flying apparatus was a marvel. One simply had to input the destination and could then release the controls to wait. It was perfectly suited for someone as indolent as Yi. Have you been won over by Qinglan? Do you not realize that I am your true master? Yi, with nothing to occupy his time, playfully pinched Xingying's little face, imparting a series of thoughts to her. And you must strive to become a little cat girl soon. You need to work hard to transform into a little cat girl. Do you understand? Xingying's eyes, brimming with the cosmos, were filled with confusion. What is the master saying? Never mind, she thought, nuzzling against Yi with her little head and offering her tail for him to play with. Will this make the master happy? The Starfall Pavilion and the Palace of Forgotten Emotions were not far apart. After playing with Xingying for a while, they soon arrived at the palace. Yi alighted from the flying apparatus, then pressed a button. The vessel immediately disassembled into shimmering starlight, returning to the button in his hand. How convenient! Yi marveled once more. Stop! No men are allowed in the Palace of Forgotten Emotions. Perched atop a mountain, the palace appeared to be a realm detached from the mundane world. At that moment, Yi was halted by two disciples stationed at the foot of the mountain. The two, expressionless, stood before him, their demeanor indifferent as they spoke. Yi regarded the two frosty figures, too disinterested to engage with them. Instead, he produced a communication jade talisman and inquired, Ling, come down to pick me up. I'm being obstructed by your two junior sisters. Yes. I am currently at the foot of your emotionless heavenly palace. Before Yi could finish her words, she heard the excited voice of Dantai Ling emanating from the communication jade talisman. After that, silence enveloped the air, leading Yi to ponder that she must have descended. The two gatekeeping disciples exchanged glances, having also heard Yi's words. Ling? Could it be the senior sister Dantai Ling? But how could that be possible? A moment of doubt crossed their minds. However, it seemed that during the previous Central Continent debate, there were rumors of senior sister Dantai having revealed her affections for a certain gentleman. Could this individual be the one? Yi playfully teased the little star Ling nestled in her arms, while Star Ling's tiny paws clutched her fingers, the little cat's head nuzzling affectionately. The two gatekeeping disciples were simultaneously captivated by Star Ling's beauty, secretly observing the enchanting creature. Before long, a slender and ethereal figure appeared at the sect's entrance. Just as Yi was about to speak, Dantai Ling unexpectedly leaped into her embrace. A sweet fragrance enveloped her, and the gentle girl in her arms seemed quite exhilarated. Yi, you truly came. Hee. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Dantai Ling nuzzled against Yi's chest, greedily inhaling her essence. Yi gently shook her head, caressing her long hair. Silly girl, I will certainly fulfill my promise to you. Now, let me see where your master is. Upon hearing Yi's words, Dantai Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly, playfully tapping Yi's chest. Who speaks like that? Really? All right, come with me inside. With that, Dantai Ling wrapped her arm around Yi's, and Yi, smiling warmly, allowed her to lead. Star Ling scampered along beside them, her tiny feet pattering softly. As they passed the two gatekeeping disciples, Yi cast a fleeting glance at them, who appeared utterly mesmerized, staring blankly in their direction. Yi secretly chuckled to herself, and, as they walked by, intentionally embraced Dantai Ling naturally. Dantai Ling was bewildered but allowed it to happen. Yi, look, this is the Emotionless Heavenly Palace. Let me show you around. Emotionless Heavenly Palace was perched atop the mountain, and the disciples within seemed deeply engrossed in the practice of the emotionless path. Consequently, the sect was nearly devoid of any presence, and it was only after inquiring with Dantai Ling that Yi learned that the other disciples were primarily engaged in their own cultivation. The scenery is quite beautiful. However, the colors are rather monotonous, giving off a chilly vibe, Yi remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Dan Tai Ling nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh. After all, our emotionless heavenly palace is focused on the practice of the emotionless path. Thus, over time, the aesthetics of our surroundings and architecture have taken on this form. I see, Yi mused, having always held doubts regarding the so-called emotionless path. Yet it was a choice made by others, and she felt it inappropriate to voice her opinions. Show me to your residence. Everything here seems quite similar after a while. Upon hearing this, Dantai Liao hesitated for a moment, then shyly responded, do we really have to go see it? If we do, you must promise not to laugh at me. Yu had initially mentioned it offhandedly, but witnessing Dantai Liao's reaction piqued his interest instantly. Rest assured, I shall not laugh at all. I am a professional, unless I cannot help myself. Ah, truly, I will not laugh. Dantai Liao gently tapped Yiyu's shoulder, prompting him to hastily assure her. With her lips pressed together, Dantai Liao, noticing Yiyu's unwavering determination, ultimately decided to lead the way. Along their journey, she continually urged Yiyu to prepare himself mentally and threatened that if he dared to laugh, she would surely bite him to death. This only heightened Yiyu's curiosity. What could Liao's abode possibly be like? Chapter 77. The girl's room. Yeo gazed at the vividly pink room before him, momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that Myling possessed such a girlish heart? The charmingly pink decor stood out starkly against the monotonous white of the Forgetting Heaven Palace, making it all the more striking. What do you think? Is it lovely? Dantai Myling tugged at Yeo's sleeve, her voice laced with a hint of anxiety. Yeo endeavored to suppress the peculiar feelings stirring within him and cleared his throat a few times. Well, overall, it is rather delightful, quite endearing. How did you come up with the idea to decorate your room like this? Upon hearing Yeo's words, Dantai Myling's eyes sparkled with joy as she leaned closer to him. I simply adore it. What's wrong with that, Since their reunion, Myling had grown increasingly relaxed, often revealing her youthful side when in Yeo's company. This had led her to become more accustomed to indulging in playful affection towards him. Yet at that moment, she wore a serious expression as she fixed her gaze upon Yeo. Yeo quickly nodded earnestly, affirming his fondness for her abode. A smile broke over Myling's face as she took his hand, leading him into her room. Everything here is meticulously arranged by me. If you had dared to say anything negative, As Yeo allowed himself to be guided, Xingying climbed from his lap to perch on his shoulder, observing the surroundings with curiosity. Upon entering the room, Yeo was enveloped by the delicate fragrance unique to girls. It dawned on him that this was his first time stepping into a woman's private chamber. Why are you just standing there? Sit down, Myling urged, pulling the somewhat dazed Yeo onto a plush seat in the center of the room. She prepared a cup of tea for him, her bright eyes locked onto his. Why are you staring at me like that? There's nothing on my face, Yeo queried, sipping the tea, puzzled. Myling merely smiled innocently. I can't get enough of looking at you. Yeo, you arrived so quickly. I'm so happy. Witnessing her endearing demeanor softened Yeo's heart. He embraced Myling gently and whispered, silly girl. Myling closed her eyes, resting against his chest as they savored this fleeting moment of sweetness together. Time slipped by unnoticed until Xingying, growing restless, began to bounce around. It was then that Myling seemed to recall something, exclaiming softly, "Oh, my master mentioned that I should take you directly to her. Yet, I brought you to my room and completely forgot." With that, she grasped Yeo's hand, intending to lead him to meet Han Yue. However, Yeo pulled her back. Do not worry. Your master surely knows I've arrived. Since she hasn't reacted, it means she has tacitly permitted me to stay here. We can meet her tomorrow without haste. Myling tilted her head, seemingly convinced by his reasoning, and settled back comfortably in her seat. So, I will be staying here tonight? Ah, very well, it's settled then, Yiyu declared, swiftly affirming the matter. Dantai Ling blinked her eyes, her fair cheeks soon tinged with a delicate blush. Then I'll go somewhere else. Oh dear, what are you doing? Yiyu, unwilling to let this demure flower escape, grinned at the bashful Dantai Ling before her. Let us sleep together. Your bed seems quite spacious. Ultimately, Dan Tai Ling, being a naive maiden, could hardly withstand such teasing from Yiyu. Embarrassed, she gently stepped on Yiyu's foot and extricated herself from his embrace. Why, you're so naughty. How can you do this here? What if Master finds out? Oomph. I'll go elsewhere. With that, Dan Tai Ling fled the scene, leaving her own room. Yiyu scratched his head, chuckling quietly. This girl truly was easily flustered. He then embraced Xing Ying and, with no hesitation, lay down on Dan Tai Ling's bed. The bed was soft and exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance. Xing Ying, it seems you're the only one to keep me company tonight. Come, let your master give you a kiss. Yiyu playfully squeezed Xing Ying, feeling instantly refreshed. However, thoughts of meeting Han Shiyu the next day made Yiyu's heart flutter with unease. Surely, it wouldn't be too difficult, would it? The following morning, Yiyu opened his eyes, only to sense something amiss. Turning his head, he discovered Dan Tai Ling lying beside him, looking quite adorable with her eyes closed and a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if lost in a sweet dream. Xing Ying had nestled on the other side, her little feline face expressing indignation, as if to say, "This woman has stolen my master's embrace." Yiyu's gaze returned to Dan Tai Ling, and he froze momentarily. Wait, hadn't she left last night? How is she now sleeping beside him? Oh, this is her bed. So it was indeed reasonable for her to return to sleep. But reasonable or not, Yiyu's heart raced uncontrollably. Having such a charming girl beside him early in the morning, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Moreover, this girl was the seemingly frosty, emotionless celestial maiden in public. Yiyu bit his lip, slowly leaning towards Dan Tai Ling's face and swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek. However, this action appeared to awaken her. Dan Tai Ling gradually opened her eyes and, upon seeing Yiyu, reached out to touch his cheek, mumbling, what are you doing? Wait. No, I just wanted to sleep while holding you, not? Oh, dear, don't look at me like that. Initially a bit dazed, Dan Tai Ling soon became alert, realizing the situation they were in, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I just wanted to see what it felt like to sleep while holding you. Don't think too much of it or else I'll make you regret it. Dan Tai Liao hastily rose from her bed, her delicate hands elegantly arranging her attire. She then lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yiyu's eyes. Yiyu merely chuckled, refraining from further teasing her, for he understood that Liao was quite sensitive and some matters required a gentle approach. I understand. From now on, I welcome your daily embrace as we slumber. Ahem, enough of that. Let us go greet your master. We mustn't keep her waiting, Yiyu remarked, noticing Liao's growing embarrassment and promptly shifting the topic. Upon hearing his words, Liao responded with a soft "oh," before tugging at Yiyu. Yes, let us hurry. I wonder what my master will think. It's all your fault. Yiyu shrugged, bemused by the complexities of men. Yiyu, your master is waiting for you inside. I shall accompany you, Liao whispered as they arrived at a secluded hall within the Palace of Forgetting Sentiments. Chapter 78. The test, is that all? Yiyu nodded and took her small hand, leading her inside. Hey, I really can't do anything about you. Although Dan Tai Lei spoke those words, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth. What she longed for was precisely the assurance that even in the presence of their master, Yiyu would not let go of her hand. Han Shiyu observed the two, who were nestled together as they entered, with a stoic expression. At that moment, she could only be grateful for the profound mastery she had attained in the path of forgetting emotions. Otherwise, she would likely be unable to bear the sight of these two being so affectionate. Master, Yiyu, has arrived, Dan Tai Lei quietly said as she linked her arm with Yiyu's and approached Han Shiyu. Yiyu cleared his throat and regarded Han Shiyu with the utmost seriousness. If the two were not being affectionate, then indeed, he appeared quite earnest. Yiyu, my palace of forgetting emotions does not prohibit love, but disciples within must gradually sever their emotional ties while cultivating the path of forgetting emotions. Han Shiyu's voice was devoid of any inflection, maintaining a dispassionate tone. Lei, she has chosen to carve your likeness into the pure ice heart. This is her decision. As she spoke, Han Shiyu glanced at the downcast Dan Tai Lei, then sighed softly. However, the ancient rules of the Palace of Forgetting Emotions cannot be altered. If you wish to take Lei away from the palace, you must undergo a trial. A trial? Yiyu's expression was one of confusion as he looked toward Lei, who also wore a perplexed expression. After Han Chi-Yu's explanation, Yiyu finally understood why such a trial existed. It turned out that while the palace did not forbid love, it was said that the first forgetting emotions maiden had also fallen in love with a man. However, the outcome was tragic. After promising to be with her forever, the man vanished without a trace. The maiden searched far and wide, but found nothing, ultimately being brought back to the palace by the then master of the palace of forgetting emotions. As for the final outcome, no one knew. It was only known that from that time onward, the palace established a rule. Love was not forbidden, but one must pass the test of the Severing Emotion Stone. The Severing Emotion Stone. Master, what is that? Why have I never heard of it? Dantai Lei murmured, puzzled by her lack of knowledge regarding it. Han Chi-Yu shook her head, her gaze distant as if recalling something. After a moment, she said, the Severing Emotion Stone is formed from the obsessions of that forgetting emotions maiden. It can test Yiyu's sincerity toward you. If he lacks true sincerity, the stone will erase his memories. If that happens, Lei, you too shall forget him. Han Chi-Yu initially anticipated that her words would evoke tension and concern in either Yiyu or Lei, or at the very least, some hesitation. However, what she witnessed instead was both Yiyu and Dantai Lei simultaneously exhaling in relief, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Is that all? I thought it would be something more formidable. No problem, bring on. Yiyu truly breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially anticipated an insurmountable trial, only to find it to be this trivial matter. Who does this belittle? Similarly, Dantai Ling gazed dreamily at Yiyu, harboring no concerns or doubts regarding his sincerity towards her. Upon witnessing this, Han Chi-Yu's expression momentarily faltered before she revealed a faint smile. Your confidence is quite evident, which seemingly affirms his genuine intentions. After hearing this, Dantai Ling nodded vigorously, cheerfully addressing Han Chi-Yu. Indeed, how could he not have feelings for me? Don't you agree, Yiyu? Yiyu affectionately tousled her hair and nodded in agreement. Well, Han Palace Master, allow me to test the broken thought stone. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Han Chi-Yu ceased her remarks. With a graceful wave of her hand, a stone emanating a dreamlike glow materialized in her grasp. Is this the broken thought stone? It appears rather captivating. Xing Ying, resting on Yiyu's shoulder, mewed twice and even lifted a paw, eager to touch the stone, but was promptly restrained by Yiyu. Be good, Xing Ying. We must not handle it carelessly. What if you accidentally forget your master? Ling, could you hold Xing Ying for me? As he spoke, Yiyu gently lifted Xing Ying and placed her into Ling's embrace. Han Palace Master, can I simply touch it directly? Yiyu inquired with curiosity, eyes fixed on the broken thought stone in Han Chi-Yu's hand. Yes, you may touch it directly. Afterward, you may encounter certain illusions. Whether you can dispel these illusions will depend on the sincerity of your feelings for Ling Yi. You nodded in acknowledgement and, without hesitation, reached out to touch the broken thought stone. Dantai Ling watched Yiyu with eager anticipation, but soon noticed his expression drift into a daze. Master, what is happening? Han Chi-Yu shook her head gently, responding softly, it is nothing. This marks the commencement of the broken thought stone's trial. Dantai Ling nodded and, cradling Xing Ying, patiently awaited Yiyu's return. Yiyu felt a darkness envelop him, and the next moment, he found himself in a familiar setting. This place. Isn't this the Palace of Forgotten Emotions? Yiyu pondered, slightly perplexed, as he had been led to believe there would be illusions. How could he still be in the Palace of Forgotten Emotions? Could it be that these are indeed the illusions? He pursed his lips, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the scene shifted abruptly, and two figures appeared before him, accompanied by voices. Do you recognize your mistake? A cold, indifferent voice resonated from the figure on the left, which sounded distinctly feminine. Disciple, I do not know. The voice of the woman on the right responded, her tone resolute. Apostate, do you not see how he has treated you? Why persist in your delusions? He must have his reasons. Disciple, do not believe he is that kind of person. After listening for a moment, Yiyu realized this seemed to pertain to the tale of the Forgotten Emotions goddess and the Lord of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, as mentioned by Han Chi-Yu earlier. However, Is it not said to be a trial bestowed upon me? Why then am I shown events of the past? Yiyu's heart was filled with confusion, and at the same time, the dispute between the two figures ahead seemed to gradually fade away. When Yiyu looked again, he noticed that only the silhouette of the woman on the right remained, while the woman on the left had vanished without a trace. You would not deceive me, would you? I am aware, I know everything. The woman on the right murmured, and slowly, her figure also dissipated into thin air, leaving behind a solitary phrase. The Supreme's forgetfulness of emotions. If devoid of feelings, how can one forget emotions? When feelings run deep, it becomes the essence of forgetfulness. As that figure faded away, the entire forgetfulness heavenly palace began to collapse rapidly. Before Yiyu could fully comprehend the situation, a beam of white light enveloped him. When Yiyu opened his eyes once more, he found Dan Tai Ling and Han Qiyu gazing at him. Chapter 79. Why it is you, Why are you all looking at me like that? Yiyu scratched his head, his expression one of confusion. Han Qiyu furrowed her brows, glancing down at the broken memory stone in her hand before turning her gaze back to Yiyu. You, well, since you have not lost your memory, it signifies that you have passed the trial. Yiyu felt even more perplexed at her words. It seemed to him that he had merely witnessed a fleeting memory of the past. How could this equate to passing a trial? It felt as though nothing had transpired. Yiyu, you're so quick. I thought this trial would take a long time, but you've completed it so swiftly. Dan Tai Ling joyfully wrapped her arms around Yiyu's, her face beaming with innocent delight. Yiyu's lips twitched slightly. He inwardly chastised that children often speak without understanding. How could one say they were quick? It appeared he would need to educate Ling properly in the future. Master Han, what is the nature of the trial associated with this broken memory stone? Yiyu pondered for a moment and decided to inquire more delicately. Han Qiyu tucked the memory stone away, shaking her head in response to Yiyu's question. In the forgotten emotion heavenly palace, very few have encountered the broken memory stone over the past millennium. I am not privy to the specifics. It is said that different individuals experience various illusions, through which they are tested. Yiyu was taken aback. So you do not know what might appear either. Yiyu, what was the illusion you encountered? Dan Tai Ling tugged at Yiyu's sleeve, her curiosity piqued. Yiyu shook his head, replying, I merely saw the forgotten emotion fairy you mentioned earlier, as well as the former master of the forgotten emotion heavenly palace. He then recounted everything he had witnessed to the two of them. Upon hearing this, Han Qiyu's expression shifted, her gaze toward Yiyu now imbued with a hint of inscrutable emotion, a fleeting semblance of melancholy and longing that quickly vanished. What a pity, Yiyu. Do you truly believe that man betrayed that generation's forgotten emotion fairy? Dan Tai Ling felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. The forgotten emotion fairy of that generation was ultimately less fortunate than herself. Yiyu gently ruffled her hair. In truth, he was uncertain about what had transpired back then. Yet, he was resolute in knowing he would never let down the girl before him. Since Yiyu has passed the trial of the broken memory stone, Ling, you may accompany him from now on. Han Qiyu's voice was devoid of emotion, as if merely conveying an everyday occurrence. Master, Dan Tai Ling released Yiyu's hand, stepping forward to grasp Han Qiyu's. Han Qiyu shook her head, her expression softening slightly as she regarded Dan Tai Ling. It's all right, Ling. You have discovered your own path. This path of forgotten emotion ultimately does not suit you. Dan Tai Ling sniffled, having grown up in the forgotten emotion heavenly palace, where her master was the closest person to her. Despite the indifference stemming from the path of forgotten emotion, her master had always maintained a distant demeanor toward her. However, Dan Tai Ling knew deep down that her master cared for her, a conviction she held with unwavering certainty. All right, you may descend with him. From this point onward, you shall no longer be bound by the constraints of the emotionless celestial maiden. The path of forgetting emotions, after all, is inherently flawed. As she concluded, Han Qiyu's voice became nearly inaudible, and she merely waved farewell to Dan Tai Ling and Yiyu before turning away. Dan Tai Ling seemed poised to utter something more, but Yiyu grasped her arm and shook his head gently. Thus, the two departed from the secluded hall, and only after they had left did Han Qiyu turn around. In stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor, her face was now awash with disbelief. Hanchi bit her lip, clenching her fists only to gradually release them. Why did the thought-severing stone respond in such a manner? To remain in this world for him. She had willingly sealed her memories and obsessions within the thought-severing stone, paying a tremendous price to exist for a millennium. Yet, no, it cannot be. Why you? Why, of all people, must it be you? Why? After all this time, memories long sealed began to awaken. The thought-severing stone in Han Chiyue's hand transformed into specks of light, merging into her being. She covered her mouth in astonishment. It truly is you. Yiyu. It is indeed you. At this moment, Han Chiyue could no longer maintain her icy composure, collapsing weakly to the ground. Her once frosty visage was now marred with tears. Yiyu, I find it hard to part with my master, she murmured, her tone tinged with melancholy. Dan Tai Ling, linking arms with Yiyu, spoke softly, her spirits somewhat dampened. At this juncture, Xing leaped from her embrace to perch upon Yiyu's shoulder. Mewing softly, Yiyu pinched her little face playfully, smiling as he said, "Silly girl, it's not as if you can't return in the future. Your words sound as if you've been cast out by your master." Hearing Yiyu's words, Dan Tai Ling couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Who speaks of such things? Humph, my master dotes on me the most. How could she possibly cast me out? The disciples of the emotionless celestial palace often remain secluded in their abodes, devoted to the path of forgetting emotions. Consequently, it is rare to witness disciples wandering within the palace. You found this somewhat disconcerting, for at the Divine Moon Sect, disciples were ubiquitous. Your emotionless celestial palace indeed possesses an air of transcendence. Yet I cannot help but feel that the path of forgetting emotions harbors some issue. Dan Tai Ling sighed heavily in response, her tone somber. Indeed, my senior and junior sisters have long pursued the path of forgetting emotions, yet their progress remains minimal. However, stealing a glance at Yiyu, Dan Tai Ling pursed her lips and continued, "Yet I have inscribed your image upon the pure ice heart, which, by all accounts, contravenes the path of forgetting emotions. Nevertheless, my cultivation has advanced swiftly, surpassing that of all of them. Moreover, I sense that I traverse the path of oblivion more profoundly than they ever could." The words of Dantai Liao evoke in Yiyu the final phrase heard moments ago at the Stone of Disenchantment. Is profound love, then, synonymous with forgetfulness? Therefore, the path of oblivion in your heavenly palace is undoubtedly flawed. Yiyu playfully pinched Dantai Liao's petite nose and continued, "And as for this notion of forgetting, you are unequivocally mine." With that, Yiyu drew Dantai Liao into his embrace, then leaned down to bestow upon her an elongated, passionate kiss. It was only when Dantai Liao began to gasp for breath that Yiyu released her, gazing at her slightly swollen lips, unable to suppress a grin. Dantai Liao murmured softly, her body languidly leaning against Yiyu. "You naughty one. Well, I am entirely yours, Yiyu. I truly adore you. If the path of oblivion demands my forgetting you, then I shall obliterate this path and remember you anew." Dantai Liao nestled against Yiyu's chest, dreamily expressing her feelings. Yiyu, feeling the fervent affection emanating from the girl in his arms, could not help but hold her tighter, whispering gently, "Silly girl. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall always be together." Chapter 80. Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. As Yiyu made his way to the Forgetting Emotions Celestial Palace, Yu Tang, accompanied by Xiao Meng and a host, have set off towards the Mihu clan. "Your Excellency, what is your relationship with Big Brother?" Xiao Meng inquired curiously during their journey, for she always sensed a warm familiarity between Big Brother and the... Upon hearing Yiyu's name, Yu Tang's delicate face flushed crimson, and she struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, lest she lose her dignity as the in front of this little one. It is merely that this emperor has taken a liking to him, you know? Your big brother is as docile as a little kitten in my presence." Taking advantage of Xiao Meng's ignorance, Yu Tang began to weave a fanciful tale. Although she often played the role of the submissive little kitten before Yiyu this time, well, Yiyu would not know what to call it. As that mischievous fellow would say, out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Indeed, upon hearing Yu Tang's words, Admiration blossomed on Xiao Meng's face. It is truly formidable. Even Big Brother listens to you so obediently. With an unfaltering composure, Yu Tang simply acknowledged this, which only deepened Xiao Meng's respect. This was the pride of being the Iuetang Silenti Apfim. Before long, Yu Tang and Xiao Meng arrived at the Mihu clan. However, as Xiao Meng had mentioned, the clan was shrouded in a mysterious barrier. The Mihu clan, which should have been nestled within a verdant forest, now revealed no traces of greenery, only an indistinct grayish veil of light. Your Excellency, this is the territory of our Mihu clan, but now is entirely enveloped by this light screen. Xiao Meng pointed ahead, grasping Yu Tang's hand. Yu Tang's expression grew serious. While the barrier appeared to pose no immediate danger, it evoked a sense of familiarity within her, as if she had encountered it before. Xiao Meng, you should return to the... Someone will escort you back. I shall proceed alone from here. With that, Yu Tang instructed the accompanying to take Xiao Meng back, requesting them to vacate the area as well. Your Excellency, They hesitated, and Xiao Meng cast a worried glance at Yu Tang. Yet, Yu Tang merely shook her head slightly, her tone grave. The matters ahead are beyond your capabilities. Return now. Otherwise, I shall be distracted looking after you. Rest assured, I will be fine. Seeing Yu Tang's resolute demeanor, they could only nod in agreement. Your Excellency, please be careful. Xiao Meng tugged at Yu Tang's sleeve, speaking softly. Yu Tang smiled and affectionately ruffled her little head, nodding in response. After watching them depart, Yu Tang's smile faded as she gazed at the light screen. Letting out a sigh, Yu, perhaps this time I shall indeed find use for the promotion pill you bestowed upon me. Without hesitation, Yu Tang stepped directly into the shimmering barrier before her. Strangely, the luminous veil did not repel her. Yu Tang easily stepped into its embrace. Yu had resided in the Forgetting Emotion Heavenly Palace for several days, spending this time in the chamber of Dan Tai Ling. Although she was initially quite bashful, Ling gradually acclimated to their closeness, ultimately embracing Yu each night as they drifted to sleep. However, the final step remained unfulfilled. For Ling's shyness caused her ears to flush crimson whenever they approached that threshold. Yet, apart from this last step, they had explored nearly everything else together. The exquisite pleasures they experienced were hardly inferior to that final act. Yu chuckled softly, pouring himself a cup of tea, and playfully ruffled Xingying's hair, eliciting a series of adorable mews from her before contentedly accessing the system. Ling was absent from the room, as she had chosen to accompany Han Qiyu during these days, knowing that their meetings would soon be significantly fewer. However, Ling mentioned that Han Qiyu appeared somewhat distracted lately, often seeming to have something to say to her, yet ultimately refraining from voicing those thoughts. Yu assumed this was due to Han's reluctance to part with Ling, reflecting on how, despite being a master of the forgetting emotion path, Han's concern for Ling was indeed quite remarkable. Yu shook his head and turned his attention to the task assignment page of the system. Since his last delivery to Ling, he had accumulated 3 more chances for courier tasks. And there was... Yu glanced at the notification beside the task assignment page, noting he still had 1 opportunity to select a recipient for a delivery. Yet, he had been unable to decide to whom he should send it. Well, such indecision is typical for those afflicted with choice paralysis. He resolved to set that aside for now, prioritizing the 3 impending deliveries. Habitually, Yu scooped a handful of spiritual spring water to wash his hands. With this cleansing, may the goddess of fortune embrace me. An hour later, Yu lay despondently across a chair. Indeed, the previous 2 deliveries had been mere trifles. He had dispatched 2 inconsequential packages, yielding negligible cultivation benefits, with rewards akin to the tiniest of mosquito legs. With a sigh, Yu pondered whether he was truly cursed to only achieve significant results after 3 attempts. How frustrating it was. Before his transmigration, he had suffered from poor luck in card draws, and now, even in courier tasks, he continued to experience misfortune. Oh, goddess of fortune, bestow your favor upon me once more. As the pointer on the task assignment page gradually came to a halt, Yu heard the system's notification chime. Ding! The host's current courier task has been confirmed. Target recipient, Yun Qingwei. Target item, unravel the recipient's confusion. Target location, Tai Xinzong. Goodness, Yu exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the task description. Had the system been swapped out recently? Why else would the items in the tasks be so abstract? Previously, he had enjoyed a grand date with Ling, and now he was faced with the enigmatic task of unraveling someone's confusion. But how could he possibly do that when he didn't even know the person? Yu's lips twitched slightly, but then Yun Qingwei. Yu pondered for a moment. The Taoist nun from Tianyou Continent. She still held a vivid impression of her, primarily due to the nun's distinctive appearance that lingered in her memory. However, is it not said that those from Tianyou Continent transcend the mundane and have seen through the complexities of the world? Such individuals, do they also harbor unresolved confusions within their hearts? The very thought that she could assist her in unraveling such mysteries piqued Yu's curiosity. Xingying, take good care of the house. Your master is off to deliver a package. Yu gently stroked Xingying's chin before pressing the order button. In the next instant, a beam of white light enveloped Yu, and in the blink of an eye, her presence vanished from the room. Chapter 81. The opportunity to see through the mortal world since her return to the Tai immortal sect from the Tianyou sect. Yun Qingyue's heart has been filled with even more perplexities. According to her master's words, her opportunity to transcend the mundane should have been found within the Tianyou sect. However, her last visit yielded no results. If one were to insist, it was merely an encounter with the Reincarnation Hall and the Beyond Pavilion, who had conspired against the Tianyou sect. Yet, this was effortlessly resolved by a woman beside Yu. When Yun Qingwei inquired about this mysterious woman, her master's reaction was rather peculiar. She offered no further explanation, merely deflecting the inquiry with vague words. Later, when Yun Qingwei asked again about her opportunity to see through the mortal world, her master suggested that perhaps the time had not yet come. A stark contrast to her previous insistence that Yun Qingwei seek her fortune at the Tianyou sect. In fact, her master even forbade her from returning there. The fluctuations in her master's attitude left Yun Qingwei feeling quite bewildered. Nevertheless, her inherently calm disposition prevented her from dwelling excessively on any single matter. What she truly yearned to discover was the location of her opportunity for transcendence. With a soft sigh, Yun Qingwei rose from her seat. She was currently in her cave dwelling, which was adorned with simplicity, a table, a bed, and a bookshelf filled with an array of tomes. Beyond lay a pristine spiritual spring, rendering the cave remarkably elegant and devoid of worldly distractions, harmonizing beautifully with her own refined character. As she approached a spirit flower and inhaled its delicate fragrance, she suddenly noticed a figure standing before her. Who could this be? Yun Qingwei furrowed her brow and called out softly. This cave was otherwise unvisited by anyone from the sect, making the sudden appearance of another person all the more puzzling. Meanwhile, Yu, after pressing the acceptance button, found himself in an unfamiliar cave dwelling. Before he could take in his surroundings, a celestial voice reached his ears. Upon looking up, he saw a woman regarding him with a look of confusion. It was Yun Qingwei. Yu recognized her immediately, as her ethereal Taoist attire was truly captivating. Ahem, Taoist friend Yun, it is I. Do you remember me? Yu endeavored to display a gentle smile, striving to appear amiable. After all, he had intruded upon her dwelling. He certainly did not wish to tarnish his reputation. Upon realizing it was Yu, Yun Qingwei felt a slight sense of relief, but her mind was soon inundated with further questions. Yu? Young sect master, why have you suddenly appeared here? After a moment's contemplation, Yu decided to be forthright. Given that she was from the Tai immortal sect, a realm beyond the mundane, there was no need for subterfuge. I have come to deliver a package to you. Naturally, the contents are that which you desire most deeply, and at this moment, you seek an answer, do you not? Yu briefly explained the concept of the delivery and elucidated the purpose of his visit. After hearing this, Yun Qingwei found it somewhat perplexing. However, Yu's sudden appearance in her cave abode seemed to validate the truth of his words. If that is the case, what answer do you have for me? She inquired softly, her lips pressed together. At this moment, she was genuinely troubled by how to transcend the mundane world, a dilemma that had begun to affect her path. Perhaps Yu's mysterious presence here could indeed provide her with an answer. Yu pondered for a moment. Earlier, while reviewing the delivery task, The system had already informed him of Yun Qingyue's inner turmoil. However, the question of how to break free from the worldly entanglements was indeed daunting. Although Yi had some thoughts in mind, he was uncertain whether Yun Qingyue would be receptive. "Well, why don't you sign this contract first? Once you do, I shall provide you with an answer," he suggested, handing her the golden contract generated by the system. Once signed, no matter whether she accepted his answer or not, it would no longer concern him. After all, signing the contract would grant her the cultivation she sought, while the reward for completing the delivery task would depend on Yun Qingyue's acceptance of his answer. Isn't this akin to gaining cultivation with empty hands? She mused. Yet, she brushed aside such thoughts, convincing herself that providing an answer was her responsibility, not his. Yi quickly reassured himself and urged Yun Qingyue to sign the contract. A realm of cultivation. If you can truly provide me with an answer, what is this little cultivation worth? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Qingyue signed her name. At that very instant, a golden beam of cultivation energy surged from her body and entered Yi Yu's being. He sighed in relief, feeling the long-lost sensation of absorbing cultivation energy. Although Yun Qingyue's realm seemed comparable to his own, the golden light still enabled him to break through to the Divine Sea realm. With his current level of cultivation, he could now establish a peak at the Divine Moon Sect and assume the role of Peak Master. Yun Qingyue witnessed this transformation but refrained from asking further questions. By nature, she was not overly concerned with matters beyond her immediate focus. Is this all it takes? Your answer for me? What does this 5-star review signify? She intended to inquire about Yi Yu's answer, but was suddenly distracted by the 5-star rating at the bottom of the golden contract. Oh, that? You just need to click on it. Filling it with 5 stars will suffice. Customers who provide a 5-star review will allow me to transport directly to your side in the future, Yi Yu explained, emphasizing the importance of this for the answer he would soon provide. Stepping closer to Yun Qingyue, Yi Yu was further captivated by her ethereal beauty. Her figure was tall and graceful, her bosom proudly accentuated. Clad in a flowing white robe that danced with the wind, subtle cloud patterns shimmered along its hem. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Her skin was as pure as snow, exuding an aura of transcendence. Her eyes were as clear as autumn waters, seemingly reflecting the cold moon hanging in the sky. Emotionless yet profoundly deep, her gaze was one that could daunt the beholder. After Yun Qingyue completed her task, she turned to Yi Yu, eagerly anticipating his next words. Yi Yu looked at her curious expression, finding it somewhat amusing. To truly comprehend the mortal realm, one must first immerse one's self within it. How could one claim to understand without stepping in? Yun Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, not solely because Yi Yu seemed to grasp her inner turmoil, but also due to the profundity of his statement. To step into the mortal realm, but how exactly should I proceed? Yi Yu smiled gently, his expression reminiscent of the warm sun in winter. Have you ever heard of the concept of love experiences? Or do you not think that engaging in a romantic relationship could serve as an exquisite means to perceive the intricacies of the mortal world? Chapter 82. My Taoist girlfriend, huh? Yun Qingyue stared blankly at Yi Yu, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Love? What is love? Can one truly transcend the mundane through it? Yet, there seems to be some truth in what you say. One must first experience the worldly matters before attaining enlightenment. Yi Yu felt a pang of conscience, as if he were enticing an innocent girl. No, this isn't enticement. Rather, I am offering a practical method to help her unravel her confusion. She should be grateful to me. Yi Yu observed Yun Qingyue, who had fallen into deep contemplation, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This woman, why does she seem so foolish? Wasn't she supposed to be a transcendent fairy? Trust me, it's undoubtedly correct. If you do not venture into the worldly realm, how can you even grasp what it is, let alone discuss transcending it? After hearing Yi Yu's words, Yun Qingyue pondered for a long while and then gently nodded. You make a valid point, Yi Yu. So, what exactly should I do to experience the love you mentioned? Yi Yu, with utmost seriousness, produced a copy of the accelerated love manual and placed it before her. This was something he had just exchanged from the system's marketplace. Don't ask why such a thing exists in the marketplace. It encompasses everything imaginable. The two sat by a stone table as Yun Qingwei curiously flipped through the accelerated love manual, while Yi Yu explained its contents. The so-called love experience involves finding someone to embark on a romantic relationship. Rest assured, the process will be entirely pure. Then, one must navigate through the stages of acquaintance, understanding, romance, and longing, ultimately culminating in the establishment of a romantic relationship. Of course, each stage, Yi Yu elaborated passionately on the various aspects of a love experience, emphasizing the characteristics of each phase. Yun Qingwei, while perusing the accelerated love manual, listened intently to Yi Yu's explanations. Unlike most women, the naturally aloof Yun Qingwei did not feel shy or embarrassed. Rather, she approached it with a scholarly mindset, sometimes interrupting Yi Yu to inquire further about specific points. By the end of the explanation, Yi Yu felt slightly bewildered. This woman was not following the expected script. Typically, one would expect her to be bashful and demure during such discussions, yet she displayed no such reaction. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Yi Yu scratched his head and asked softly. After listening to Yi Yu's detailed process and reviewing the accelerated love manual, Yun Qingwei solemnly nodded. I believe it may be worth a try, Yi Yu. If this truly helps me transcend the mundane, I owe you a favor. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback, sensing that something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Oh, it's nothing at all. Mutual assistance is key. By the way, have you decided on a partner for this experience? I recommend myself. What do you think? Yi Yu confidently patted his chest and declared. Yun Qingwei scrutinized Yi Yu for a considerable time, and just as Yi Yu began to feel somewhat uneasy, a subtle smile graced her lips. It must naturally be you. After all, I'm unacquainted with other gentlemen, and you were the one who elucidated matters to me earlier. So, gazing intently at Yi Yu, Yun Qingwei earnestly inquired, Yi Yu, might I request you to be my partner in a romantic experience? Yi Yu cleared his throat a few times, his expression taking on a more serious demeanor. Of course, I shall assist you in navigating the complexities of love. Trust me, you have made the right choice. Yun Qingwen nodded gently, her eyes fixed upon Yi Yu, who was equally captivated by her presence. For a moment, the two fell into a prolonged silence, until Yun Qingwei quietly asked, So, how shall we embark on this first step? Upon hearing her words, Yi Yu finally snapped back to reality, inwardly chastising himself for his days. Why was he staring blankly at her? Yet, she was indeed enchanting, a serene and ethereal maiden, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance, accompanied by her graceful and otherworldly demeanor. No wonder he was momentarily entranced. Ahem, let me think. Perhaps we should begin with how we address one another. Yi Yu winked at Yun Qingwei and continued, From this moment forth, you shall be my girlfriend, and I shall be your boyfriend. I shall call you Qingwei, and you may call me, brother? Emboldened by his audacity, Yi Yu pressed forward, taking advantage of Yun Qingwei's gentle disposition. Upon hearing the first half of Yi Yu's statement, Yun Qingwei appeared somewhat bewildered. Boyfriend? Girlfriend? Such peculiar terms, but I suppose it is acceptable. However, as she processed the latter part, a strange expression crossed her face. Qingwei? That works, after all. My master also calls me that. But, brother? That feels rather odd. I think I shall simply call you Yi Yu. It's straightforward and pleasant. Yi Yu scratched his head, not insisting on the matter, recognizing that this was merely the beginning, and they could take their time. Well then, my girlfriend, Qingwei, come. Let us hold hands. This is a vital step in romance. As she gazed at the hands Yi Yu extended towards her, Yun Qingwei bit her lip, hesitating. She had never engaged in such contact with a man, let alone something as intimate as holding hands. Yet, as stated in the Quick Guide to Love, holding hands seemed to be the most commonplace act between couples. Moreover, it was essential for her to swiftly navigate the complexities of love. This was a necessary step. With this thought in mind, Yun Qingwei slowly extended her delicate hand to rest upon Yi Yu's. He gently clasped her small hand, feeling its softness and chill, and sensed the turbulence within her heart through that simple touch. Yun Qingwei bit her lip, striving to avert her gaze from their intertwined hands. This sensation was so peculiar. Having never before had contact with a man, she now found herself tightly held by Yiyu's larger hand. This left Tianyou quite unaccustomed. Yet upon reflection, it imbued her with an indescribable feeling. Yiyu, how long shall we hold hands? Listening to the slightly anxious tone of Tianyou, Yiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, well, let it last until I depart, and henceforth, every time we meet, we must hold hands. Understand? A soft gasp escaped Tianyou's lips, but she quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, you mentioned in the future. Yiyu, can you really come to see me whenever you wish? She asked, her curiosity piqued, considering the considerable distance between Tianyou Sect and Tianyou Sect. In response, Yiyu chuckled, pointing at the golden contract. Not a problem. When you bestowed upon me a 5-star review, I left a mark upon you. From now on, I can use this mark to appear by your side at any moment. Chapter 83. When the word bite is deconstructed. Oh, is it possible to interpret it this way? Tianyou expressed her astonishment and was quite intrigued by Yiyu's remarkable ability. Yiyu, on the other hand, gently held her small hand, which made Tianyou feel somewhat uneasy. Yet, having promised to hold hands with Yiyu, she found it difficult to voice her discomfort. Observing her conflicted expression, Yiyu found her irresistibly adorable. He began to share some personal anecdotes. From the realm of romance, mutual understanding is essential. Tianyou listened intently, occasionally sharing mundane aspects of her life. However, owing to her inherently reserved nature, influenced by the principles of the Tianyou Sect, her stories were rather ordinary. Nevertheless, Yiyu listened with rapt attention, often prompting her to elaborate on certain points, which elicited a peculiar sensation within Tianyou, one of being cared for in a manner she had never experienced before. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and had someone told Tianyou prior that she would engage in such a dialogue with a man, she would have dismissed the idea. Yet at this moment, she found nothing strange about it. Rather, she grew increasingly comfortable with the exchange. Over time, she became more accustomed to holding Yiyu's hand, no longer feeling the initial awkwardness. Well, let us conclude our conversation for today. I shall return to see you again, and we shall continue our romantic exploration. After a lengthy discourse, it was Yiyu who decided to bring their conversation to a close. He understood the importance of moderation and recognized that today was primarily about familiarizing themselves with one another. Upon hearing this, Tianyou was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had unwittingly spent such an extended time conversing with a man. Is this what a romantic experience entails? It feels quite extraordinary. Once Yiyu finished speaking, he gently released Tianyou's hand, which left her feeling a bit disoriented, but she quickly composed herself. What was I thinking? Thank you for today, Yiyu. I may need to trouble you again in the future. Tianyou murmured softly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his assistance. Yiyu merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. After all, we have made a pact. Rest assured, I will assist you in navigating the complexities of the mortal realm. Well then, I shall take my leave. As his words faded, his figure vanished from sight, and the serene elegance of the cave returned to tranquility. Tianyou stood in a daze, gazing at the spot where Yiyu had disappeared, lost in thought for a while. She then gently shook her head, pondering her own peculiar feelings. Upon returning to the spiritual spring, she inexplicably felt that something was amiss in the cave. With a soft sigh, she dismissed these thoughts and immersed herself in her cultivation. After Yiyu returned to his room, he found it hard to believe. Did he really just acquire a Taoist girlfriend? Rubbing his head, he wondered if this could be considered deceiving an innocent girl. Clearing his throat, he decided to set those thoughts aside and open the delivery system. Earlier, he had been too busy explaining the quick love manual to Tianyou to check the rewards he had received. 2 million delivery points, quite satisfactory. And a couple's date package? Wait, Yiyu's lips twitched slightly. What was this? He clicked on the couple's date package in his system backpack, revealing its contents. It included date venue generator, a plethora of locations such as Ferris wheels, amusement parks, cinemas, and more. Complete clothing guide, featuring an array of outfits from JK uniforms to Lolita dresses, and everything in between. Hurry and craft the perfect outfit for your beloved. Oath ring. When love reaches its culmination, prepare to bestow this ring upon her. Wearing it will enhance the bond between you two. Yiyu's expression darkened. Was the system genuinely considering his needs? This package was clearly designed to assist him in, not conquering, but rather aiding Yun Qingwei in experiencing romance. With a sigh, Yi realized he would indeed need to spend more time on dates with his Taoist girlfriend. The system had already prepared everything for him, so what was there left to discuss? Rather than merely dating, he might as well make her blush. Yiyu, how have you been feeling lately? Do you find it boring? Dantai Liao linked her arm with Yiyu's as they sat beneath a massive ancient tree in the Forgetting Emotion Pavilion. Legend has it that this tree was planted by a celestial maiden from a bygone era, containing her lingering affections. Meanwhile, Xingying hopped excitedly at their feet. Yiyu casually picked a small flower and tucked it into Dantai Liao's hair, smiling as he replied, "Of course I'm happy. With you here, how could I not be?" Dantai Liao beamed sweetly at his words and gently touched the little flower in her hair. "I've finished all the matters I needed to attend to these past few days. Zuntak, I can return to the Tianyou Sect with you now," Dantai Liao said, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she spoke with delight. Yiyu paused, realizing it had indeed been a while since he left the Tianyou Sect. He missed his senior sisters, well, except for the ill-tempered eldest sister. "It has been some time since I left the Tianyou Sect, my dear Liao. This time, I'll take you to meet my senior sisters." Unexpectedly, Dantai Liao pouted slightly, snuggling closer into Yiyu's embrace, her tone sulky as she said, "Just your senior sisters?" During the Taoist conference, I noticed how close you were with them. Don't think I didn't TC. "Ah, well." Yiyu's expression was somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat a few times and gently ran his fingers through Liao's long hair. "This, such is the allure of charm. Hey, don't bite. Before Yiyu could finish his sentence, Dantai Liao seized his wrist and opened her mouth to take a playful bite. Upon hearing Yiyu's pleas for mercy, Dantai Liao finally released him, letting out a couple of soft sounds as she reached to touch the spot she had bitten. Fickle-hearted scoundrel. This is your punishment, just a little touch." It doesn't hurt at all seeing her adorable demeanor. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her into his embrace and leaning close to her ear to say, "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt at all. And Liao, do you know? If you break down the character for bite, Upon hearing Yiyu's nonsensical ramblings, Dantai Liao couldn't resist giving him a light punch. This person is utterly incorrigible. How can he say whatever comes to his mind? So shameless. Dantai Liao's delicate face flushed with heat. Chapter 84. The boundary-breaking hammer, as Yiyu held the bashful Dantai Liao. Preparing to tease her a little more, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Sensing his change in demeanor, Dantai Liao curiously lifted her head. "What is wrong, Yiyu? Is something the matter?" Yiyu's expression turned grave. Just moments ago, he had sensed the activation of the Ascension Pill. This pill had been given to Yu Tang when she went to investigate the 12 witch demons, with instructions to consume it immediately if she encountered danger. The use of the Ascension Pill would trigger a response for Yiyu, which was the source of his anxiety. At this moment, Yu Tang's cultivation had already surpassed that of the heavens, yet she still resorted to the Ascension Pill. One could only imagine the magnitude of the peril she faced. Unable to remain still, Yiyu glanced at the puzzled Dantai Liao and offered her a brief explanation. "Liao, I must urgently visit the demon clan." You. Before Yiyu could finish his sentence, Dantai Liao swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. "I will go with you." Yiyu attempted to argue, but Dantai Liao stubbornly shook her head, her expression resolute. He sighed, pinching her cheek gently. "All right, then we shall go together. After all, the marketplace offers invincible items for a short time, so everything will be fine. Let us go. We'll travel using my flying artifact. By the way, did you see my flying artifact before? Isn't it splendid?" "Yes, it looks truly magnificent." "Who gave it to you?" "Oh, it was Qing." Cough, cough, Liao. "How did you learn to dig for information?" "You scoundrel Yiyu. Quickly tell me, who gifted it to you?" They must have taken a liking to you, giving you such a lavish flying artifact. Tell me who it is, and I shall confront her. Let us discuss this on the way. As the two playfully bickered, They departed from the Forgetting Emotion Palace, during which Yiyu's ear was persistently tugged by Liao. Xingying sat perched on Yiyu's shoulder, meowing curiously, intrigued by their antics. The flying artifact, gifted by Yi Qinglan, proved to be remarkably effective, and Yiyu activated its speed mode. Before long, he and Dantai Liao arrived at the territory of the Demon Clan. Yiyu, where should we go? Aren't we headed to the mysterious Fox Clan? Dantai Liao inquired, surveying their surroundings with curiosity as Yiyu stowed the flying artifact away. Yiyu wished to go directly, but was uncertain of the mysterious Fox Clan's location. Thus, they had first entered the realm of the Demon Clan. Hey, big brother, what brings you here? Just as Yiyu contemplated whether to ask a random demon for directions, an excited voice called out from behind them. Turning around, Yiyu was surprised to see Xiaomeng. Oh, Xiaomeng, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. Xiaomeng also felt it was a fortuitous encounter. Her impression of Yiyu was exceptionally favorable, considering him her big brother. Xiaomeng stepped forward, grasping Yiyu's arm and playfully shaking it, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Not long ago, I accompanied the Demon Emperor to the Fox tribe, and afterward he had someone bring me back. I've been wandering around aimlessly these past few days, and today, I happen to see you, big brother. Yiyu, may I ask who this is? Tantai Ling cast a glance at the hand Xiaomeng was holding, inquiring softly. Oh, this is Xiaomeng, whom I saved at the auction house. Xiaomeng, please greet Sister Ling. Although Xiaomeng was curious about the new presence beside her big brother, wasn't he associated with the Demon Emperor? She obediently called out, Sister Ling. Hearing herself referred to as sister brought a pleasant warmth to Tantai Ling's heart, so she chose not to mind Xiaomeng's grip on Yiyu's hand. Let us catch up later. Xiaomeng, lead me to your Fox tribe. By the way, have there been any updates regarding Yutang recently? Yiyu turned his gaze towards Xiaomeng, feeling a mix of concern and confidence. Despite the potential dangers surrounding Yutang, he was not overly anxious. After all, with the use of the Ascension elixir, there should be no one in Tianyou Continent capable of threatening her. Nevertheless, the effects of the elixir were time-limited, so it was wise to arrive there sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng immediately nodded, a hint of worry in her voice. Will the Demon Emperor be all right? Big brother, Sister Ling, I will take you there. With that, she tugged at Yiyu's hand, ready to set off, while Yiyu retrieved a flying artifact. The trio, 2 beings and 1 fox, swiftly made their way towards the Fox tribe. Their location was conveniently close to the tribe, and soon enough they arrived. Xiaomeng, you must return to the Demon Clan obediently. I will find Yutang and come back for you. Also, please take Xingying with you. Yiyu affectionately ruffled Xiaomeng's fluffy ears and placed Xingying into her arms, who nodded obediently in understanding. Got it, big brother. You and Sister Ling must take care of yourselves. After bidding farewell, Xiaomeng waved her hand and departed, cradling Xingying. Yiyu, this barrier is rather peculiar. The aura emanating from it is unlike anything I've ever encountered, Tantai Ling remarked, her expression growing serious as she surveyed the layers of shimmering screens before them. Yiyu nodded in agreement, sensing the same enigmatic energy. Ling, stay close behind me and ensure your safety. Let us proceed. Tantai Ling acknowledged with a nod and followed closely behind Yiyu. As Yiyu focused his consciousness, he discovered that the barrier seemed to resist external influences. After a moment of contemplation, he exchanged a token from the system shop. World-breaking hammer. A hammer capable of shattering all barriers and restrictions. My mighty hammer is thirsting for action. Yiyu rolled his eyes, feeling that the descriptions of the system's items were becoming increasingly whimsical. Moreover, as he gazed at the small wooden hammer in his hand, he thought to himself, this is hardly a mighty hammer. It's just a little wooden tool. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss the trivialities. As long as it proved effective, the details mattered little. Hey, Yiyu, why did you suddenly pull out that little wooden hammer? Tantai Ling asked, her brow furrowing in confusion at the unexpected appearance of the small tool. With a composed demeanor, Yiyu refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, Mio, just watch closely. I shall demonstrate what true skill entails. With that, Yiyu grasped the small wooden hammer and gently tapped the luminous barrier before her. While she contemplated delivering a more forceful blow for dramatic effect, the seemingly flimsy hammer made her apprehensive about the possibility of shattering it. Fortunately, the system's tools proved to be remarkably resilient. As the hammer made contact with the barrier, it disintegrated before her eyes, revealing an unexpected opening. Is this humble wooden hammer truly so extraordinary? Tianyou inquired, her astonishment palpable as she stepped closer. Chapter 85. Suppressing all enemies in the world, one must acknowledge the extraordinary aura emanating from the barrier before them. Yet, Tianyou effortlessly breached this formidable barrier with nothing more than an unremarkable wooden hammer. He winked at her, then stowed the hammer away. Taking Tianyou's delicate hand as they stepped into the realm encased by the barrier. Upon entering this space shrouded in mystery, Tianyou was enveloped by an overwhelming force. From a distance, it appeared as though a portion of the sky in this isolated realm had fractured. The ground itself was stained crimson, resembling a nightmarish vision of the apocalypse. Tianyou's expression grew grave. This was no trivial matter. This place is exceedingly strange, infused with a repugnant essence that seems out of sync with the current era. Tianyou murmured softly. Having cultivated the path of emotionlessness, she was in profound harmony with the celestial laws, thus capable of distinctly perceiving that the atmosphere in this space did not belong to the present age. Upon hearing this, Tianyou recalled the 12 witch demons that Yutang had mentioned earlier. Moreover, Fei Huang had also spoken of the 12 witch demons as ancient beings. Could it be that these 12 witch demons truly had not perished? A heaviness settled in Tianyou's heart as he continued forward, hand in hand with Tianyou. In the distance, the sounds of battle resonated, and the entire sky was aglow with vibrant hues. Tianyou spotted Yutang, her 9 tails unfurled in splendid display. Each tail shimmered with radiant light, swaying with an air of tremendous power. Her form appeared largely unharmed, draped in golden feathered attire that exuded an imperial presence. This must be the power she had attained after consuming the Ascension Pill, truly fearsome. However, the effects of the Ascension Pill were ultimately time-limited, calculating the duration. It should soon be nearing its end. Yet even with the enhancement, Yutang had yet to resolve the conflict before her. Contemplating this, Tianyou turned his gaze to the adversaries facing Yutang. Before her stood 3 imposing figures, each exuding a palpable aura of demonic energy, their presence formidable. Their fearsome visages, coupled with their bizarre forms, conjured the notion of ancient ferocious beasts in Tianyou's mind. Could it be that the legendary 12 witch demons were connected to these primordial beasts? Over there stands the Demon Emperor. Let us proceed to join her. Tianyou urged, tugging at Tianyou's sleeve, her petite face etched with concern as she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 figures. Tianyou nodded, and together they swiftly made their way to Yutang's side. Yutang, are you unharmed? Here, take this elixir, he said, producing a plethora of high-grade restorative pills without a moment's hesitation. Tianyou, how did you come to be here, and who might this be? Yutang exclaimed, initially overjoyed at Tianyou's sudden appearance, only to be soon overtaken by a sense of urgent concern. Along with a hint of curiosity towards Tianyou, Tianyou did not anticipate that Yutang would inquire about Ling, so he merely scratched his head and replied, well, this is Tianyou. We can discuss this later. Yutang, what is the current situation? Is the figure before us truly the rumored lich? Yutang gazed intently at the 3 colossal silhouettes ahead and solemnly stated, indeed, if I am not mistaken, those 3 are the fiery calamity dueler, blood abyss glutton, and starry void specter. Tianyou took a deep breath and softly remarked, these appear to be ancient ferocious beasts. I have encountered similar descriptions in the records of my sect. However, were they not said to have perished long ago? Why? Tianyou looked at the 3 imposing figures in front of him, feeling equally perplexed. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for contemplation. Tianyou, even with the use of the Ascension Pill, you cannot contend with them? Yutang sighed, a hint of helplessness etched on her face. My spirit has been compromised. Thus, even after consuming the Ascension Pill, I am merely at half-step void breaking. Moreover, these 3 liches seem to possess additional enhancements within this space, rendering me unable to confront them for the time being. I see. Yutang, step back. Allow me to handle this. Huh? Both Yu Tang and Dan Tai Ling shared the same incredulous thought. Was Yu jesting? The two women exchanged anxious glances, and both exclaimed, Yu, what nonsense are you speaking? While the effects of the ascension pill still linger, it would be wiser for me to tear open a rift and retreat. Indeed, Yu, Sister Yu is right. These three liches are likely beyond our capacity to face. Now that we have found Sister Yu, let us leave. Upon hearing this, Yu gently shook his head, affectionately ruffling the hair of both women. Do not worry, I'm not speaking in jest. Just watch closely. Yu is indeed confident. He immediately activated the Suppress All Enemies in the World, obtained from the system shop. Suppress all enemies in the world. Upon use, enter an invincible state for 1 hour. During this time, the universe is invincible, and one can sweep through the heavens and the earth. In simpler terms, it was an invincibility item, and without hesitation, Yu employed it. At that moment of activation, a terrifying aura emanated from Yu, one potent enough to collapse the ancient sky. At this moment, Yu felt like an invincible presence across the heavens and the earth. His form appeared immensely formidable, as if he were treading upon the river of time, cradling the celestial stars. Is this Yu? Sister Yu, is Yu truly this formidable? Dan Tai Ling's expression was one of utter fascination, gazing dreamily at Yu ahead, murmuring her question. Yu Tang's eyes were also filled with complexity and confusion. While she knew that Yu had encountered remarkable fortunes, she had never imagined his power to be so dreadfully formidable. This transcends mere illusion, does it not? Yu Tang even harbors doubts whether Yu has, at this moment, stepped into the legendary realm of supreme existence. The sensations coursing through Yu are indeed extraordinary. He feels as though the laws of the universe bend to his will, intertwining like fine threads around his fingertips. With every gesture, the essence of the great Tao flows through him, and each step he takes is accompanied by the shimmering echoes of the cosmos. In an instant, Yu finds himself before three colossal figures, who appear equally astonished by the magnitude of his current state. Who are you? Inquires the figure on the left, its voice resonating with a chaotic depth. Your realm cannot possibly exist. Who are you? The other two figures demand in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon Yu. Chapter 86. The Secrets of the 12 Lich Kings. In that moment, Yu merely waved his hand lightly, dispelling the terrifying aura emanating from the three pairs of eyes. With a soft chuckle, he flexed his fists and legs before charging directly toward the three figures. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? The path to greatness is simplicity itself. Yu, now in an invincible state, rendered all techniques and artifacts meaningless. Each punch he threw was imbued with the essence of the Tao, containing the laws of heaven and earth. None could withstand the force of his strike. The three great liches sensed the energy surging from Yu. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Before they could finish their plea, Yu's fist had already reached them. With a single blow, the three liches were sent flying, utterly incapable of retaliation. That one punch nearly shattered their forms, and the once mighty aura surrounding them had diminished significantly. The flames enveloping the fiery catastrophe were close to extinguishing, while the blood abyss beast lay battered and weak upon the ground. As for the starry void, its starlight flickered feebly, as if it might vanish at any moment. Just as Yu prepared to deliver another blow, the barely conscious liches immediately bowed their heads in submission. You must listen to our words, cut the nonsense. If you wish to live, sign this, and I shall spare you and hear what you have to say. Yu produced 3 golden contracts from his robe. After all, the effect of suppression of all enemies only lasted for 1 hour. Moreover, there were said to be 12 liches, and only 3 had appeared thus far, leaving room for more to emerge. Thus, to prevent any further delay, Yu decisively compelled them to sign the contracts. As for the contracts themselves, they were, in fact, the agreements generated by the system during his delivery missions. However, the contents of the 3 contracts he presented were not related to deliveries, but rather stipulated that they could not harm him and were required to answer his inquiries. The contracts bore the power of the system, which had assured Yu that if they were to violate the terms, the system would enforce corrective measures. As for the nature of these corrections, The system had not specified, merely offering a response that left him with an understanding, albeit vague. How increasingly human-like the system has become. Originally, Yu had contemplated whether to make them sign a servant contract. However, he recalled what Emperor Fei Huang had said in the God-slaying abyss, that the 12 liches were all fiercely independent and would likely prefer death over such an agreement. Additionally, Yu had many questions he wished to pose to them, and he imagined that Yuetang felt similarly. The 3 liches took the golden contracts Yu offered, exchanged glances, and ultimately signed them. At the moment they did so, 3 beams of golden light surged into their bodies. This is now complete. Yu, What is this situation? Yu Tang and Dantai Liao approached Yu, who was about to inquire but was taken aback as the colossal forms of the 3 great liches rapidly diminished. Eventually, the trio reverted to their normal sizes, albeit with rather grotesque appearances. It's all fine now, Yu Tang. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So what do you think? Am I impressive? Yu winked at Yu Tang and Dantai Liao, grinning broadly upon receiving their acknowledgement. You are truly among the ancient liches? What brings you here so unexpectedly? Yu Tang furrowed her brow, gazing at the 3 formidable liches. The trio exchanged glances, and the one engulfed in flame spoke, Indeed, we are one of the 12 liches. As for our sudden appearance, we merely awakened from a long slumber. Awakened from slumber? A flicker of shock crossed the faces of Yu Tang, and Dantai Liao. Are you implying that you 12 liches have been in slumber since ancient times? After a moment of contemplation, Yu inquired, realizing the gravity of the situation. Correct. We are among the first to awaken. The others will soon follow, replied the one with a voice weak as the cosmos, his gaze towards Yu filled with trepidation. Who are you exactly? The power you displayed earlier is unfathomable in this age. The blood prison glutton questioned, his heart trembling at the sheer might Yu had exhibited. You're not in a position to inquire. It is now we who ask the questions, and you shall answer, Yu asserted. Subsequently, he and his companions posed a series of inquiries to the 3 liches, gradually uncovering the circumstances of the 12 liches. They recounted that during ancient times, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation, though the specifics eluded their memory. They only recalled a calamity that swept across the heavens and the earth. From a mysterious figure, they had received a formation, a means to enter a state of slumber to evade that disaster. However, they had not anticipated that this slumber would extend over such an expanse of time. It was only recently that these 3 had been the first to awaken. Yet upon their awakening, they discovered that this world was no longer the one they had known. After hearing their tale, Yu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions imbued with deeper confusion. What was this calamity that engulfed the world in ancient times? Could it be related to the apocalyptic scene they had witnessed when they first traversed back in time to meet Yu Tang? No, that couldn't be right. If it were, Yu Tang would surely be aware of it. As for the mysterious figure who had imparted the formation to them, who was it, and why did he assist the 12 liches? Who is this mysterious figure you speak of? Yu asked softly, his brow furrowed. The 3 liches shook their heads in confusion. We do not remember. We only recall that we paid a great price for his assistance. Upon awakening, what aspirations do you hold? Moreover, what are the original inhabitants of the Misty Fox clan? Yu Tang was particularly concerned about their forthcoming actions and the well-being of the clan members. After all, she had promised Xiaoming that she would ensure the safe return of her kin. The Misty Fox clan. Are you referring to that group of foxfolk? We have not inflicted any harm upon them. Rather, we have secured them in a safe location within this array. Starry Cosmos spoke cautiously. Observing the easing expressions of Yu and the others, he continued, In ancient times, we too belonged to the demon race, and we would never bring harm upon our own kin. Upon hearing this, Yu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 87. The position of the rightful palace is eternally mine. As for what occurs after awakening, we remain uncertain, for this space is merely a product of our revival. The voice of the burning world demon resounded, expressing that the 12 liches had long since detached from the passage of time. The current era is no longer the ancient age in which they once thrived. Thus, They find themselves bewildered regarding their next course of action. Moreover, a mysterious figure once forged a pact with us, forbidding us from wreaking havoc upon the world. Thus, you need not worry. We shall not disturb the peace of any realm. The blood prison glutton added hastily, fearing that Yi might unleash a devastating strike upon them. Yi exchanged a glance with Yu Tang, then motioned towards her. Yu Tang, what are your thoughts? After all, they belong to your demon clan, and you are now the demon emperor. Do you have any ideas? Yu Tang pondered for a moment, her gaze shifting to the 3 liches before her. Presently, aside from herself, there were few formidable figures left in the demon clan, indicating a significant gap in their mid to upper echelon of power. If, upon this thought, Yu Tang nurtured the intention of bringing these 12 liches under her command. Since you were once part of the demon clan, would you be willing to return with me? Upon hearing Yu Tang's words, the burning world demon, blood prison glutton, and cosmic realm exchanged glances, ultimately looking at Yu before nodding in agreement. If that is the case, we shall accompany you back to the demon clan, though we are curious about its current state. Is it still embroiled in conflict with the demon race? And what has become of the 10 Yama kings? This protracted passage of time truly feels like a dream. The 3 liches expressed their sentiments, their faces reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Observing their perceptiveness, Yi nodded in return. After a moment of contemplation, he produced 3 golden contracts, inscribing them with a stipulation to obey Yu Tang's commands, and handed them over to the liches. The 3 liches exchanged glances filled with complexity and helplessness, ultimately signing their names. With a sense of reassurance, Yi nodded and inquired, "What is your current level of power?" Just now, you were able to contend with Yu Tang, who was on the verge of breaking through the void. The 3 liches sighed, their tones tinged with melancholy. In the ancient times, our strength was beyond measure. But after enduring the passage of countless years, our cultivation has dwindled significantly. The burning world demon sighed, the flames upon him seeming to weaken further. Cosmic realm echoed this sentiment, explaining to Yu and the others, upon our awakening, it was the augmentation of that mysterious formation that granted us such power. Now I understand, Yu acknowledged, though he was somewhat skeptical. Even if their cultivation had temporarily diminished, the secrets they possessed and their inherent abilities, having survived from ancient times, would surely prove invaluable to Yu Tang and the demon clan. Yu Tang naturally contemplated this matter, and with a gentle smile, she softly replied, "No worries. You may accompany me back to the demon clan. We shall settle in first." The 3 great demon lords nodded in agreement, but at that moment, Dan Tai Ling suddenly inquired, "What are the remaining 9 demon lords? When shall they awaken?" This was precisely the question Yu wished to pose, and the trio turned their gaze toward the 3 great demon lords. "We are unaware," they confessed, "but if they are on the brink of awakening, we shall sense it and inform you in advance." It seemed this was the only course of action, and Yu and the others nodded in assent. "Yu Tang, then let us return to the demon clan. Oh, and do remember to gather the members of the Mihu clan. Otherwise, Xiao Meng will be terribly worried." Upon hearing Yu's words, Yu Tang nodded gently. Under the guidance of the 3 great demon lords, they located the members of the Mihu clan who had been hiding nearby. This time, they encountered no peril, and on the journey back to the demon clan, Yu handed a rising elixir to Yu Tang. "Here, take this. It has proven invaluable. If you find yourself in danger, consume it, and I shall come to your aid." Nestled in Yu's embrace, Yu Tang smiled sweetly at his words, refraining from questioning his sudden prowess. As long as he cared for her and cherished her, that was sufficient. Suddenly, Yu descended from the heavens, standing protectively before her. In that moment, Yu Tang felt that all her actions were justified. However, Dan Tai Ling, observing this scene, could not suppress a disdainful curl of her lips and a soft huff. This villain truly is the worst, to have even ensnared the demon emperor as his woman. How detestable. Yet, upon realizing that she was ultimately a member of the demon clan and that Yu would not frequently encounter her, her heart felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, nestled in Yu's embrace, Yu Tang noticed Dan Tai Ling's expression. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "With this emperor here, you shall remain a mere little girl." As for the three great demon lords and the Mi-Hu clan members, their expressions had long since turned stiff. The former were astonished by Yi Yu's close relationship with the current demon emperor, while the latter were shocked to see their formidable and majestic demon lord behaving like a common maiden, obediently nestled in a man's arms. Upon their return to the demon clan, Yi Yu retrieved Xing Ying from Xiaomeng's hands. The little cat persistently huffed at Yi Yu, seemingly reproaching him for abandoning her. However, after Yi Yu presented her with some delectable treats, Xing Ying was reduced to mere mewing. "Big brother, thank you for rescuing my kin. You're the best," Xiao Meng exclaimed, rushing to Yi Yu's side and bowing with admiration. Yi Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It's no great matter. I shall fulfill my promise to you, little one." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Meng's fluffy ears, finding their texture quite delightful. "Yu Tang, Li and I shall return to the Tianyou sect now. It has been quite some time, and I find myself longing for it." Yu Tang gently nodded. She had wished to linger a while longer with Yi Yu. However, with the three great witches returning to the demon clan, there were many matters that required her attention and arrangement. Therefore, she could only bestow a tender kiss upon Yi Yu, who then embraced her, transforming that fleeting kiss into an ardent embrace of passion. "Ahem, have you two finished with your affections? Yi Yu, it is time for us to depart." At last, it was the melancholic voice of Dan Tai Li who interjected, forcefully separating the two and casting a slightly aggrieved glance at Yi Yu. "Ahem, well, Yu Tang, we shall take our leave now. If you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to call for help, all right? Oh, don't bite. We are leaving now." As she watched Yi Yu and Dan Tai Li playfully bicker as they walked away, Yu Tang couldn't help but smile faintly. The position of the rightful consort shall forever be mine. Chapter 88. Return to the Tianyou sect. Yi Yu, how well do you get along with your senior sisters? As Yi Yu embarked on the journey back to the Tianyou sect, accompanied by Dan Tai Ling and cradling Xing Ying in her arms, Dan Tai Ling leaned against Yi Yu's shoulder and quietly inquired. Yi Yu chuckled softly as she patted the little girl's head, teasingly replying, "When did our heartless celestial maiden begin to ponder so deeply?" Dan Tai Ling let out a small huff, playfully thumping Yi Yu's chest in protest. "You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. If they dare to bully me, I will. I will bully you instead." This girl is simply too adorable, Yi Yu thought, planting a gentle kiss on her delicate cheek. "Rest assured, with me around, who would dare to bully you? In the Tianyou sect, when I say one, no one dares to say two. Well, isn't this my little junior brother? Did you come back with a girl in tow? I'm not avoiding senior sister. It's just that her temperament is rather unpleasant, so I usually let things slide. You know," Yi Yu said, holding Dan Tai Ling's small hand and leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Xing Ying, perched obediently on Yi Yu's shoulder, surveyed the surroundings, seemingly aware that they were home, and mewed excitedly. Dan Tai Ling nodded vigorously, her face brimming with trust in Yi Yu. "Yes, it would be even better if you didn't have that smile on your lips. Ahem, senior sister. This is Dan Tai Ling. In tow is such an unkind way to phrase it." Yi Yu rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the familiar banter, having not heard her senior sister's affectionate words in quite some time. Dongfang Wanga returned the eye roll, but chose to ignore Yi Yu, instead approaching Dan Tai Ling. "The heartless celestial maiden, Dan Tai Ling? Oh, how is it that the heartless one is following my little junior brother home?" Dan Tai Ling, experiencing the unpleasant temperament Yi Yu had mentioned, took a breath and smiled slightly. "You brought me back, so here I am. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior sister." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Seeing Dan Tai Ling's charming demeanor, Dongfang Wanga was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she had much to say, the sight of Dan Tai Ling's smile rendered her speechless, causing her to merely pout. "Truly, no wonder she came back with my little junior brother. They are quite the pair. Why is third senior sister wearing such a stern expression? Do you not miss me?" Yi then approached the aloof Xia Zhiwei, playfully poking her arm. Xia Zhiwei let out a soft hum, still refusing to look at him, and coldly replied, "Go accompany your heartless celestial maiden. After all, I am not yours to claim. Go on, don't bother me." Observing her adorably jealous demeanor, Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Xia Wei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she ultimately succumbed to temptation, stepping on Yiyu's foot. Oomph! I can't stand you, you annoying Yiyu. Hand over Xing Ying to me. Come on, Xing Ying. Let us ignore this fickle-hearted rascal. With that, Xia Wei whisked Xing Ying away, and the two began to share whispered secrets. With a resigned smile, Yiyu recognized that his third senior sister was not truly angry. A little coaxing would suffice. Indeed, she should be rather easy to placate, shouldn't she? Meanwhile, Dan Tai Ling observed the scene with a mix of annoyance and amusement. This scoundrel certainly possessed a considerable charm, surrounded as he was by so many women. He was about to take Dan Tai Ling on a tour of his residence when he caught sight of Dongfang Wanga smiling gently at him. Instantly on guard, Yiyu sensed something amiss. The expression on his senior sister's face was disconcerting. As expected, the next moment, Dongfang Wanga seemed to recall something and remarked, "Oh, right. Junior brother, the Divine Moon Sect received a letter from the Falling Star Pavilion a few days ago. It appears their young lady, Yi Qinglan, will be visiting the Divine Moon Sect for a while." With a light glance at Yiyu, who appeared somewhat stiff, and then at the confused Dan Tai Ling, a sly smile crept on a Dongfang Wanga's face. Furthermore, it seems that Yi Qinglan has specifically requested your company to promote friendly exchanges between our sects. Elder Yu has already consented on your behalf. After winking at Yiyu, she quietly departed, embodying the essence of having completed a task and leaving without a trace. However, to Yiyu, his senior sister was utterly infuriating. When did you establish a connection with Yi Qinglan? Don't run away. If you don't clarify this to me today, I shall bite you. Dan Tai Ling, noticing Yiyu's intent to flee, swiftly pursued him, gripping his ear. This action caused her to inadvertently lean into Yiyu's embrace. Yiyu's mind raced, and in the next moment, he gently pulled Dan Tai Ling closer. Ling, dear, let me show you my residence. By the way, have you been developing recently? Let me help you measure. Ugh, are you trying to get us caught? We're still outside, you naughty rascal. Ling, you can stay here for now. Though this is just a small cabin, it is quite comfortable inside. Yiyu led Dan Tai Ling to his little wooden house, gesturing towards the adjacent cabin. Dan Tai Ling, slightly flustered her collar askew, was blushing and breathing lightly. She shot Yiyu a resentful glance and huffed. I assent to it all because I'm listening to you? After all, I'm yours now. You decide. Ugh, this is the worst. Yiyu chuckled, leading her to the nearby cabin to tidy it up. Yiyu, Sister Yu wants to see you. It's likely about hosting Yi Qinglan, said Xia Wei, entering Yiyu's room the next morning, cradling Xing Ying. Evidently, Xia Wei was easily placated. After just one night, she seemed to have forgotten all that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Yiyu felt a headache coming on. Despite his previous pleasant interactions with Yi Qinglan, the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. However, that woman has been utterly spoiled. One can only wonder what troubles await her upon arriving at the Tianyou sect. Sigh. Yiyu exhaled softly, extending his arms to embrace the leaping Xing Ying. This little creature had indeed spent the entire night away, likely being used as a pillow by Xia Wei. Sometimes, possessing too much charm can be quite a burden. Don't you agree, third senior sister? Xia Wei curled her lips in disdain. This fellow's audacity was growing bolder, and she had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Yet, he persistently grasped her hand, and with a resigned huff, she conceded. He was simply too strong for her to resist. A subtle smile graced Xia Wei's lips as they both stepped out of the door. During this time, Yiyu entrusted Xing Ying to Dan Tai Ling, who resided in the nearby wooden cabin, requesting her assistance in looking after the lively little one. Alas, this energetic creature was simply too mischievous. Chapter 89. This is merely a matter of valuing friendship. Yiyu, what is your relationship with Yi Qinglan? As Yiyu and Xia Wei arrived at the residence of Yu Wuxia, they were met with an odd expression from Yu Wuxia, who inquired in confusion. Yiyu scratched his head and tentatively replied, just ordinary friends? Upon hearing this, even Yu Wuxia, with her typically serene demeanor, could not suppress a soft laugh. Ordinary friends. Is it that I am out of touch with the youth of today? Or have the standards for ordinary friendships risen to such heights? Xia Wei, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed. Although she knew that Yi Yu had been invited by Yi Qinglan of the Starfall Pavilion, she could not comprehend what Yu Wuxiao was implying. What does sister you mean? What standards? Please elaborate. Noticing Xia Jiwei's confusion, Yu Wuxiao discreetly cast a glance at Yi Yu, only to find him wearing a rigid expression. Amused, Yu Wuxiao feigned ignorance of Yi Yu's look and continued to explain to Xia Jiwei, it is because Yi Qinglan from the Starfall Pavilion will be staying with us at the Divine Moon Sect for some time. Xia Jiwei nodded, aware of this. Just days prior, the news of the Starfall Pavilion's esteemed young lady coming to the Divine Moon Sect had spread throughout the sect. However, the revelation that she had specifically requested their young sect master to accompany her left everyone in astonishment. How could it be that these two had no special relationship? Yu Wuxiao smiled gently and added, moreover, the Starfall Pavilion has expressed that to show their gratitude for our hospitality towards Yi Qinglan, they will provide various discounts on all transactions between our sect and theirs. After a moment of contemplation, even Yu Wuxiao was taken aback by the Starfall Pavilion's generosity. Well, and there are various rare treasures and artifacts. One can only say that the Starfall Pavilion is indeed affluent. Even a woman as composed as Yu Wuxiao could not help but express her amazement, underscoring the magnitude of the Starfall Pavilion's gesture. Yi Yu, upon hearing this, could not help but think that Yi Qinglan was exceedingly wealthy. After all, this was merely a visit to the Divine Moon Sect. Why such a grand display? If one were unaware, they might think, Yi Yu, could it be that Yi Qinglan has taken a liking to you? Otherwise, why go to such lengths? Xia Jiwei bit her lip, gazing at Yi Yu with suspicion, her face filled with doubt. Well, Yi Yu wanted to assert that he shared her sentiment. However, despite his thoughts, he could not voice them aloud. What was he thinking? This is simply a testament to her regard for friends. Yi Yu cleared his throat and continued. For Qinglan, this hardly counts as an expense. After all, she is quite wealthy. Xia Jiwei reluctantly accepted Yi Yu's explanation. Yet a subtle sense of urgency began to rise within her. Once Yi Yu stepped out, he returned with a mesmerizing celestial maiden, and to his dismay, Yi Qinglan also held him in high regard. Wouldn't this lead to an increasing number of women around him? Wouldn't the advantage of being the first to know Yi Yu dissipate? How infuriating! I was the one who arrived first. Why should I be overshadowed by those sirens? Why indeed? Xia Jiwei bit her lip, her mind churning with calculations, completely forgetting the two individuals beside her. Meanwhile, Yu Wuxiao merely curled her lip, lamenting the absence of a bloodbath. Wait, how could I think such thoughts? Yu Wuxiao quickly restored her usual demeanor while internally cursing Dongfeng Wanga. It's all her fault. She has truly led me astray. Ahem, in any case, the message from the Starfall Pavilion indicates that Yi Qinglan will arrive in 3 days. Yu Wuxiao glanced at Yi Yu, a faint smile gracing her lips. When that time comes, Yi Yu, you should extend a warm welcome. After all, she is your friend. Is she not? Yu Wuxiao emphasized the word friend. For some reason, Yi Yu seemed to discern the expression of the senior sister on her face. How vexing. Elder Yu has undoubtedly been influenced by that ill-tempered senior sister. Yi Yu helplessly nodded. The senior sister's detrimental influence on the Tianyou sect was profound. Rest assured, Elder Yu, I will host her well. After hearing this, Yu Wuxiao cast a glance at Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei, pressed her lips together lightly, and then dismissed the two. Once Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei departed, she finally succumbed to a few light chuckles. How amusing. Is this what Wanga meant by watching the drama unfold? Yi Yu, what did your elders summon you for? Dantai Liu, seeing Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei return, curiously asked while cradling Xingyi. Yi Yu scratched his head, glancing at the pouting Xia Jiwei beside him. On the way back, the third sister had been twisting his waist if Dantai were joined. Ahem, it's nothing, just that I need to host the visitors from the Starfall Pavilion. They will be coming to the Tianyou sect in 3 days. Indeed, I heard that it is the esteemed Yi Qinglan, personally designated by her. That Yi Qinglan certainly carries an impressive aura. Xia Jiwei pouted, clearly brimming with jealousy. Yi Yu couldn't help but pinch her cheek with a bemused expression. Oh, is that so? Hee. Yi Yu, then I am looking forward to her arrival as well. Dantai Liu smiled slightly. Yet to Yi Yu, her smile appeared devoid of warmth. Yi Yu's heart was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what the scene would be like when Yi Qinglan arrived. Ugh, I find it hard to imagine. Ahem. Well, senior sister, Liu, rest early. I plan to retire early tonight. With that, Yi Yu swiftly slipped into the wooden cabin, employing an evasion tactic. The remaining Dantai Liu and Xia Zhuwei exchanged glances before both huffed softly, retreating to their respective rooms. Xingying, women can be quite formidable. From now on, you must obediently transform into a little girl, serving as my affectionate little cotton-padded jacket. Do you understand? In the room, Yi Yu lay on the bed, with a docile Xingying perched upon her chest. At this moment, Yi Yu gently caressed Xingying's petite head, sharing with her the various precautions to take after her transformation. Xingying merely responded with a languid meow, occasionally pressing her paw against Yi Yu's chest. At times, she would rest her tail in Yi Yu's hand, only to swiftly retract it just as Yi Yu attempted to grasp it in an endless cycle. It seemed to Xingying that this was an amusing game. Yi Yu delighted in the play, for as long as Xingying was present, all her troubles appeared to vanish. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Yi Yu furrowed her brow. Who dares to intrude upon my sanctuary at this hour? Let me see. HM? Third senior sister, what brings you here? Chapter 90. She should shine brightly. Yi Yu stood frozen in place, stunned to see that the figure standing at the door was none other than Xia Zhuwei. Compared to her appearance during the day, Xia Zhuwei exuded an enchanting charm. The white gown she wore embraced her slender form, and under the moonlight, she appeared almost ethereal. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to let me in? Noticing Yi Yu's dazed expression, Xia Zhuwei felt a rush of delight within herself. However, she feigned displeasure, pouting slightly and playfully chiding Yi Yu. After a moment of bewilderment, Yi Yu quickly nodded, tossing aside the starry decoration in his hand, and welcomed Xia Zhuwei into his room. Yi Yu felt a sudden dryness in his throat as he gazed at Xia Zhuwei. It was quite late, and the senior had come to his room at such an hour. His mind began to wander. As Xia Zhuwei settled beside him, her thoughts also turned blank. She had initially resolved to take the initiative, but after much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. While wandering in the courtyard earlier, she had inexplicably arrived at Yi Yu's little wooden house and, in a moment of boldness, pushed the door open. Now, reflecting on her actions made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What would Yi Yu think? Would he consider her too frivolous? No. She merely wished to stop being passive. If he dared to criticize her, she would bite him. Yi Yu scratched his head, puzzled by Xia Zhuwei's demeanor. Ever since she entered, she had been blushing and silent, which struck him as odd. Could it be that the senior genuinely wished to discuss life with him? If that were the case, he would have to take the initiative. Ahem, senior, you. Just as Yi Yu prepared to speak, Xia Zhuwei jumped in surprise, leaving him exasperated. Her flushed face and lowered gaze only deepened his curiosity. I should go back. Just as Xia Zhuwei turned to leave, Yi Yu gently tugged her into his embrace. Caught off guard by Yi Yu's teasing smile, Xia Zhuwei bit her lip and turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. What are you doing? I am your senior. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Yu leaned down and captured her lips. Xia Zhuwei's eyes widened in disbelief, but gradually her expression softened and she closed her eyes. As Yi Yu savored the sweetness of Xia Zhuwei's lips, a surge of emotions stirred within him. The image of the girl in his arms began to blend with the memories of a girl he had known in his youth. Leaning closer to Xia Zhuwei's ear, he listened to her soft breaths and whispered, "So, can I really hold on to you now?" Xia Zhuwei let out a soft whimper, her strength completely sapped as she melted into Yi Yu's embrace, surrendering to his will. Villains! A breath of spring blossomed within the room, as the silhouettes of two individuals gradually intertwined, seemingly fated by destiny. The following morning, when Yi Yu awakened, the presence of Xia Zhuwei had vanished, leaving only a faint, lingering fragrance behind. Rising from the bed, Yi Yu stretched contentedly and made his way towards the door. Recalling Xia Zhuwei's shy compliance and her exquisite, graceful demeanor from the previous night, a smile crept across Yi Yu's face. However, Xia Zhuwei had been overly bashful, stealthily departing from Yi Yu's chamber before dawn. Before leaving, she had indignantly kicked Yi Yu, stumbling in her haste. By the looks of it, she would likely need a day of rest. Yi, what are you thinking? Why do you wear such a peculiar smile? Dantoi Ling Inkurith. Her brow furrowed in confusion upon noticing Yi Yu's expression. Ah, it's nothing at all. I merely recalled something delightful. Yi replied. Ling, shall I show you around our Divine Moon Sect? Dan Tai Ling, initially poised to ask further questions, brightened at Yi Yu's suggestion and stepped forward to embrace him. Excellent. I've long heard that the Divine Moon Sect is the foremost sect in Zhongzhou. I imagine it houses many sights worth beholding. Gazing at her animated demeanor, Yi felt a warmth in his heart. He gently ruffled Ling's hair and declared, No problem. Today shall be our date. Gulme, let this humble sect master personally guide you. Dan Tai Ling couldn't suppress a giggle at his playful banter. All right. Oh, look, Xingying is here too. As the two prepared to depart, Xingying dashed out of the room and skillfully climbed onto Yi Yu's shoulder, mewing incessantly, seemingly quite displeased. Yi Yu, have you been neglecting her? Why does Xingying seem upset with you? Dan Tai Ling asked, curiously stroking Xingying's tiny head. Yi Yu has always pampered Xingying. So what could be the matter today? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yi Yu gently patted Xingying's head, signaling her to behave. There was no denying that last night's events were not suitable for the eyes of a child. Thus, Yi Yu cast a spell to lull Xingying into slumber. Perhaps she was questioning him about his actions from the previous night. Perhaps she is simply bursting with energy. No matter, let us be on our way. With this, Dan Tai Ling refrained from probing further and cheerfully linked her arm with Yi Yu's. Wow, Yi Yu, the scenery of your Divine Moon Sect is truly breathtaking, far surpassing our Forgetting Emotion Palace. Oh, what is that? A waterfall? So beautiful. Yi Yu, I wish to feed the spirit fish. Quickly, bring me some food. So many peaks. By the way, Yi Yu, how come you don't have a mountain of your own? You are the sect master, after all. Is this the spirit beast garden? Yi Yu, look, that spirit beast resembles you. Ouch, stop hitting my head, humph. You little rascal. Throughout their journey, Dan Tai Ling remained exuberantly enthusiastic, frequently tugging Yi Yu towards anything that piqued her interest. At present, Dan Tai Liao radiates a brilliance that Leaf you can only recall having felt on that fateful night. Yet now, it is delightful to see Liao maintain this luminous disposition. She is inherently meant to shine so brightly. The notion of a heartless celestial maiden is utterly unbefitting her. As Leaf Yu gazes at the youthful girl beside her, adorned with a gentle smile, she cannot help but mirror that smile. Liao, the promise I made to you that night, your innermost desires has now been fulfilled. From this moment forth, we shall continue this way. Leaf Yu, why are you lost in thought? Come here and help me fasten this flower. Upon hearing Dan Tai Liao's playful voice, Leaf Yu ceases her musings and simply smiles warmly. Here I come. Wow, this suits you perfectly, truly beautiful. Such sweet words. Chapter 91. The arrival of Yi Qinglan. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this period, Yi returned once to the God-Burial Abyss to visit the solitary Di Fei Huang. He also took the opportunity to replenish her supplies of various amusements, receiving a commendation in return, which he considered a reward for his efforts. Little one, it seems the ancient races are stirring. You must exercise caution, Di Fei Huang advised. Yi furrowed his brow, pondering her final remark. Ancient races, coupled with the recent emergence of the 12 ancient liches, instilled in him a peculiar sensation that certain powers or entities from ancient times were gradually reawakening. What transpired in that era had sparked an increasing curiosity within him. Yet, he felt no overwhelming trepidation, for Di Fei Huang had assured him, with your elder sister around, no one dares to harm you. The ancient races are merely a bunch of timid rodents. He vividly recalled the disdainful expression on her face at that moment. This, indeed, was the advantage of having formidable allies. Before departing, he left Di Fei Huang a plethora of confections. This enigmatic being seemed to be transforming into a homebody under Yi Yu's care. Of course, such thoughts were only entertained in the privacy of his mind. Should he voice them, Di Fei Huang, with her vast knowledge, would effortlessly grasp the meaning of a homebody. Moreover, during these days, Yi had been engrossed in studying the Love Quick Start Manual. After all, He had a Taoist girlfriend awaiting a romantic experience with him. Suddenly realizing the extent of his busyness, Yiyu couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Who would have thought he was on the verge of becoming a master of time management? Yiyu, why are you shaking your head? Your Yi Qinglan will be arriving shortly, teased Xiaozhui, who stood beside him, her curiosity piqued. Over the past few days, she had gradually relaxed. No longer the shy individual who struggled to face Yiyu. Her mindset had shifted. After all, their relationship had blossomed naturally. As for Yi Qinglan and her ilk, they were hardly worthy of concern. Yet, when it came to confronting the senior sister, "Oh, our little Jiwei has become quite bold. Have you perhaps been engaging with the junior brother in secret, unbeknownst to this senior sister?" Dongfang Wanga remarked with a mischievous grin, her gaze flitting between Xia Jiwei and Yiyu. Although Xia Jiwei was no longer as bashful as before, the brazen teasing from Dongfang Wanga was enough to unravel her composure. Without hesitation, she lunged towards Dongfang Wanga, half her body draped over her. "Senior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I challenge you to a duel today." Yiyu quickly intervened, grasping Xia Jiwei. Realizing her reckless assault was akin to walking into a trap, did she not recognize the formidable nature of their senior sister? However, Xia Jiwei was undeterred and charged forward once more. Seeing this, Yiyu had no choice but to follow suit. He certainly couldn't abandon his ally. At the entrance of the Tianyou Sect, the three disciples of the Tianyou Empress engaged in playful banter. The gatekeepers and passing disciples of the sect were unruffled, merely pausing to observe for a moment, enjoying the spectacle before continuing on their way. Meanwhile, Dantai Ling, cradling Xingying, looked on in bemusement. What were they talking about? How could a disagreement escalate into such frolic? Such scenes were utterly absent in the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Although the sisters teased one another, their faces radiated joy. Their laughter was infectious, and Dantai Ling couldn't help but curve her lips into a faint smile as she watched them. I must say, the people from Xingyun Pavilion will be arriving shortly, and you all ought to. Eventually, Dantai Ling could no longer restrain herself from speaking up. There was no denying that the visitors from the Xingyun Pavilion were indeed on their way. It was quite inappropriate for the young master of the Tianyou sect and the Empress's cherished senior disciple to be engaged in such antics. Upon hearing Dantai Ling's words, the trio immediately ceased their playful skirmish. Ahem, Ling is right. Senior sister, just look at you. You hardly resemble a senior. You stood beside Dantai Ling, pointing an accusatory finger at Dongfang Wanga, as if he had not been part of the earlier commotion. Indeed, senior sister, your temperament is quite intolerable, Xia Jiwei echoed, aligning herself with Yiyu in this united front. In response, Dongfang Wanga merely shrugged, dismissing their remarks without a second thought. Had she ever feared such trivialities while navigating the Tianyou sect? "Oh, are you two dissatisfied? Very well, once Yi Qinglan arrives, both of you can join me for a sparring session," she quipped. Yiyu and Xia Jiwei, however, seemed to have ignored her words entirely. "Jiwei Ling, let's go. It seems Yi Qinglan is indeed approaching," Yiyu suggested. "Yes, let's hurry, unlike a certain senior sister who shows no decorum," Xia Jiwei whispered playfully. And upon noticing Dongfang Wanga's gaze upon her, she quickly tugged Yiyu and Dantai Ling towards the outer gates of the sect. Dongfang Wanga simply watched their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing her lips. She relished these moments of playful interaction with her junior disciples, though at times it might stem from her overly fervent concern for them. "Yiyu, oh, Xingying, come here, come here. Did you miss me?" Outside the Tianyou sect, a grand and opulent celestial vessel anchored gracefully. Descending from the vessel was none other than Yi Qinglan, who was currently waving at Yiyu. Upon spotting Xingying, her face lit up with delight, and she beckoned the little creature over. Xingying certainly remembered this affluent sister, as she had indulged it with an array of rare delicacies during their previous encounters. Struggling to hop down from Yiyu's embrace, the little one scampered over to Yi Qinglan, nuzzling affectionately against her leg. Upon witnessing Xingying's endearing demeanor, Yi Qinglan found herself utterly enchanted and promptly presented a collection of spiritual fruits before her. "Little junior brother, it appears your spirit companion has been quite charmed," remarked Dongfang Wanga, who stood beside Yi, her expression brimming with playful teasing. Yi merely shrugged, acknowledging the undeniable truth that this little one had exemplified. Where there is nourishment, there is affection. Meanwhile, Xia Jiwei and Dan Tai Ling exchanged discreet glances towards Yi Qinglan. One could not help but notice that Yi Qinglan exuded an air of gentle grace, evoking a sense of warmth. The two women then turned their attention to Yi Yu, who, captivated by their gaze, approached Yi Qinglan. Ahem, Qinglan, allow me to introduce you. These two are my eldest and third senior sisters, Dongfang Wanga and Xia Jiwei. And this is Dan Tai Ling. I trust you are acquainted? Chapter 92. Could it be that you are enamored with me? As Yi's words fell, Xia Jiwei and Dan Tai Ling exchanged glances with Yi Qinglan. They were undoubtedly acquainted. Ling's sister, do you still remember your elder sister? Yi Qinglan chuckled softly. Cradling Xingying as she addressed Dan Tai Ling pressed her lips together and nodded gently. Oh, Yi observed Dan Tai with a hint of surprise. It appeared that Qinglan was quite familiar with her. Noticing Yi Yu's gaze, Dan Tai Ling briefly explained. Previously, the Forgotten Emotion Heavenly Palace had dealings with the Starfall Pavilion. She often approached me to converse, but I never engaged with her. Ah, Yi Yu nodded, now understanding the situation. Given Ling's previous demeanor, it was indeed something she would do. Upon hearing Dan Tai Ling's words, Yi Qinglan feigned a wounded expression. Sister Ling, your words truly pierce my heart. However, what is the nature of your relationship with Yi Yu? Dan Tai Ling's delicate face flushed slightly at Yi Qinglan's inquiry, and she hesitated, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, just then, Xia Jiwei's voice broke the tension. Let us not linger around the sect. Yi Yu, please escort Miss Yi back to the God Moon Sect. Ah, quite right. Yi Yu smiled at Yi Qinglan, saying, Come. My goodness, you certainly made a grand entrance. Such extravagance reflects great wealth. Yi Qinglan waved her hand behind her, and a group of Starfall Pavilion members followed in her wake. This is merely the standard configuration for my outings. You all must get accustomed to it. Walking alongside Xia Jiwei, Dan Tai Ling cast a grateful glance in her direction. Had it not been for Xia Jiwei's timely interjection, she would have been at a loss for words in response to Yi Qinglan. Xia Jiwei nodded gently, now prepared to unite all forces. It was evident that Yi Qinglan harbored sentiments for Yi Yu. He Dongfang Wanga trailed behind, amused by their interactions. She even contemplated summoning Yu Wuxia to join in the spectacle. Oh, indeed, for some gossip. Yi Qinglan first visited Yu Wuxia, as she was ostensibly representing the Starfall Pavilion for amicable exchanges with the God Moon Sect. Consequently, she and Yu Wuxia established various agreements, and both parties were quite satisfied. Finally, all is well. Let us go, Yi Yu, show me around. Exiting the Grand Hall, Yi Qinglan stretched lazily, her demeanor relaxed as she addressed Yi Yu. Holding Xingying, Yi nodded in response. He had just witnessed a different side of Yi Qinglan, one that was decisively assertive. Truthfully, it was rather intriguing. The woman before him. One moment, a confident heiress of the Starfall Chamber. The next transformed into a charmingly languid young lady. Shall we? I'll take you to your lodging, Yi Yu suggested. As it was now just the two of them, having a crowd accompany Yi Qinglan would be rather odd. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Yi Qinglan paused for a moment before unable to suppress a soft laugh. There's no need for concern. My people should be constructing it now. Did I not instruct them to follow your senior sisters earlier? Upon hearing this, Yi Yu recalled that indeed a portion of the Starfall Chamber's members had accompanied her senior sisters. It appears they were tasked with building a residence for Yi Qinglan. Yi Yu scratched his head, once more contemplating the whims of the affluent. Well, as long as you are pleased. Yi Qinglan took Starry from Yi Yu's embrace and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, by the way, how did you manage to win over Mio? I never anticipated she would exhibit such intimacy with a man. In response, Yi Yu attributed it entirely to his own charm, eliciting an eye roll from Yi Qinglan. Yi Yu guided Yi Qinglan on a leisurely tour around the Divine Moon Sect. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the sect alleviated his concerns that the heiress of the Starfall Chamber might find it lacking. Throughout their stroll, Yi Yu maintained an unwavering demeanor, disregarding the curious gazes of some onlooking disciples, which left Yi Qinglan somewhat disappointed, as she had hoped to witness his reactions. Ah, as expected of the foremost sect in Zhongzhou. Speaking of which, what do you think of the people from the Reincarnation Hall and the other shore pavilion? After completing her tour of the Divine Moon Sect, Yi Qinglan suddenly posed this question to Yiyu. Observing her cheerful expression, Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle. What? Are there holy sons here to personally apologize? Initially, Yiyu had merely spoken in jest, yet he was met with a flicker of surprise on Yi Qinglan's face. You actually guessed that? Yiyu, I must say I see you in a new light. Oh, so it truly is the case. Yiyu felt an even greater sense of amusement and eagerly pressed her for details. Yi Qinglan let out a light snort, gently stroking Starry's little head before continuing. The Starfall Chamber has imposed restrictions on all transactions with their two sects. They cannot bear such losses. Just before my arrival at the Divine Moon Sect, the holy sons from both families came to apologize. However, do you think I would easily let them off the hook? She vividly recounted how she had made things difficult for them, and the grim expressions on the faces of the two holy sons, which brought Yiyu immense satisfaction. Yet a tinge of concern stirred within him. Qinglan, last time, the Reincarnation Hall and the other shore pavilion allied with the ancient races. I suspect some ancient races, long thought extinct, may be resurfacing. You must remain vigilant at the Starfall Chamber. As they settled down at a pavilion to rest, Yi Qinglan's face briefly darkened at his words. The ancient races, I have heard my father mention them. Do not worry, I will be cautious. Yi nodded, reassured that the Starfall Chamber would be on guard. However, Yiyu, why do I always feel that your senior sister is quite wary of me? Yi Qinglan inwaited, sitting beside him, her faint fragrance wafting towards his senses. Well, perhaps Yue is merely concerned for me, fearing that you may have ulterior motives. Yi replied with a serious expression, blinking innocently. Yue, do you not address me as senior sister? Ah, I see. Yi Qinglan similait faintly, her mind already weighing the implications. Yiyu, that fellow, certainly possesses an exceptional charm with women. So, do you believe I harbor ulterior motives towards you? As she spoke, Yi Qinglan turned to face Yiyu, bracing herself against the railing and slowly leaning closer, their proximity becoming exceedingly intimate. Gazing into the eyes of Yi Qinglan, who was so near, Yiyu felt an inexplicable unease. As the saying goes, from this angle, one is either poised for a confrontation or a kiss. Ahem. Yiyu cleared his throat, then turned away, avoiding Yi Qinglan's gaze. Qinglan, do not jest. What could you possibly desire from me? Surely, you do not covet my mere existence? Chapter 93. The Cold Song Fairy. Upon uttering those words, Yiyu, who had merely spoken in jest, found himself enveloped in an extended silence. When he turned his gaze towards Yi Qinglan, he was taken aback to discover that she appeared to be pondering seriously. Fortunately, at that moment, the little starling in their arms mewed softly, its tiny head peeking out from Yiyu's chest, thus drawing Yi Qinglan from a reverie. Yi Qinglan absent-mindedly patted the little starling's head and cast a sidelong glance at Yiyu, offering a faint smile. It seemed, perhaps it would not be entirely unfeasible. After all, in terms of status, you are the young master of the Tianyou sect, which makes us quite compatible. As for other matters, I hold great affection for the starling. Your appearance is, well, passable enough, and your character is tolerable. Ah, it appears this might actually be viable. Yiyu's expression darkened, observing Yi Qinglan's increasingly animated demeanor as she regarded him with a hint of mischief, which left him feeling rather vexed. Enough of this jesting. Let us return and see how your residence is coming along, he urged, tugging at Yi Qinglan, and together they made their way back. However, Yi remained oblivious to the peculiar glint in Yi Qinglan's eyes and the subtle smile gracing her lips. Your efficiency at the Starfall Pavilion is truly remarkable, Yi remarked, gazing at the elegant pavilion that had risen beside his courtyard, filled with admiration. Yi Qinglan, unfazed, waved her hand nonchalantly, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. This is our Starfall Pavilion's secret technique, efficient and customizable to suit different specifications. Impressive, isn't it? Before Yiyu could respond, Dongfang Wanga's eyes sparkled with interest, and she turned to Yi Qinglan. This is intriguing. I would like one as well. I could use an upgrade for my own residence. Yiyu inwardly scoffed at Dongfang Wanga's lack of modesty, but as the esteemed senior sister of the Tianyou Sect. Her reputation echoed throughout the continent. Yi Qinglan, having had dealings with her, naturally did not decline. With a smile, she replied, "If the Cold Song Fairy has a request, I shall gladly accommodate. Servants, prepare a fitting arrangement for the Cold Song Fairy." Yi did not concern himself with the item being presented to Dongfang Wanga. Instead, he wore a stiff expression as he pointed at her, questioning, "Who? The Cold Song Fairy? No, Qinglan. The Cold Song Fairy you speak of cannot possibly be the senior sister, can she?" Yi Qinglan, hearing Yiyu's inquiry, also felt perplexed. Indeed, Wanga's cold demeanor earns her the title of Cold Song Fairy. "What? Yiyu, are you unaware of this?" Yiyu's expression grew odd as he glanced at the boisterous Dongfang Wanga, contemplating her infamous antics. How could someone like her be deserving of such a title? He pondered in confusion. Cough. "Yiyu, I understand. When I first learned of my senior sister's title, my feelings mirrored yours." Xia Jiwei gently tugged at Yiyu's sleeve, her expression reflecting a shared sentiment. "You were unaware? Even I have heard of it." At this moment, Dantai Liao uttered a remark, for the reputation of Dongfang Wanga was exceedingly illustrious. It could be said that, in her generation, no one could eclipse her brilliance. Upon overhearing their discussions, Dongfang Wanga merely snorted, offering no explanations. Yiyu cast repeated glances at Dongfang Wanga until the latter, unable to endure any longer, delivered a swift chop to his hand, finally compelling him to settle down. Yet, within his heart, he remained unsettled, questioning the rationale behind it all. The group then proceeded to tour the exquisite pavilion constructed by Yi Qinglan. Upon completing the visit, Yi could only remark that it was far more opulent than his modest cabin. However, as the saying goes, a dog does not disdain a poor home. One might say the same for a little kitten. Therefore, upon observing that Xing Ying did not linger due to the grandeur of Yi Qinglan's abode, but instead accompanied him back to his small wooden house, Yiyu felt a sense of gratification. "This is my dear Xing Ying. You must know that I am your sole master, and those women outside are merely deceiving you. Do you understand?" Yiyu affectionately ruffled Xing Ying's little head, imparting to her his mischievous notions. Xing Ying responded with a few soft mews. Her eyes, which seemed to harbor the cosmos, appeared contemplative. However, Yiyu, engrossed in his thoughts, merely held her close and said with anticipation, "Tell me, despite having absorbed so much of my stellar and lunar energy while by my side, why have you yet to take form? I even feel that my cultivation of a Yin Tian Hua Xing Ju has slowed recently, and it must be due to you. So, do hurry and transform into a little cat girl, and I shall overlook it." Xing Ying, thoroughly enjoying Yiyu's gentle ruffling, purred contentedly, seemingly unconcerned with his words. Nonetheless, Yiyu scrutinized her with keen interest. The stagnation in his progress with the Yin Tian Hua Xing Ju might indeed be attributed to Xing Ying. Currently, she had undergone significant changes since her emergence from her shell. Firstly, her deep blue fur had intensified in hue, resembling a sky full of stars. The glimmering starlight upon her body had become increasingly pronounced, to the point that at times, Yiyu found it quite dazzling in the evenings. Fortunately, Xing Ying had learned to conceal her starlight. Otherwise, his room would have been graced nightly by a radiant little kitten. Moreover, Xing Ying's aptitude for teleportation had become remarkably refined. Now, capturing her was no longer an easy feat. All these signs indicated her growth, and Yi felt that the time for her transformation was drawing near. Furthermore, he had previously learned from Di Fei Huang that the Starmark illusion cat, as a rare species, underwent a transformation process distinct from other demon races. However, when Yi inquired about the specifics, she abruptly fell silent, seemingly relishing in teasing him, as if it brought her great delight. Do all women of a certain age possess such a penchant for playful mischief? Though this stirred a sense of anticipation within Yiyu, it only heightened his eagerness for the day when Xing Ying would take on her true form. It must be a charming and adorable cat girl, you know? If you were to transform into a mature woman, I would demand a complete reformation. Xing Ying mewed a few times, seemingly indifferent to Yiyu, as she continuously absorbed the celestial energy and lunar radiance emanating from him. How delightful it feels to be near my master. Yi shook his head gently, tenderly caressing Xing Ying's form. It was at that moment that he unexpectedly received a message from Yi Qinshuang. Yi, I await you outside the Tianyou Sect. There is something of importance to discuss. Chapter 94. A good job. This young lady has rewards him? Yi's expression froze momentarily. Why did her sister suddenly seek her out? Could it be that something had happened to the Yi family? Moreover, why did she not come directly to the Tianyou Sect, but instead arrange to meet outside? Suppressing her inner doubts, Yi cradled Xing Ying in her arms and proceeded to the location mentioned by Yi Qinshuang. Upon observing that Yi Qinshuang appeared unharmed, Yi finally relaxed her anxious heart. She placed Xing Ying into Yi Qinshuang's embrace, then softly inquired, Sister, what is the matter? Has something happened to the Yi family? Yi Qinshuang had not anticipated that Yi Yu's first reaction upon seeing her would be to hand over Xing Ying. She gazed down at Xing Ying's bright eyes, a fleeting smile of affection crossing her face as she gently caressed the child. However, upon hearing Yi Yu's slightly anxious words, she pursed her lips and shook her head lightly. Last time, you killed Yi Mo and his son, and the Demon Emperor made an appearance, causing even the hell of the Tianyou to feel apprehensive. Therefore, the Yi family has been relatively calm lately. Hearing Yi Qinshuang's words, Yi let out a sigh of relief, then curiously asked, So what brings you here today? Also, why did you not come directly to the Tianyou Sect to find me? In the past, Yi Qinshuang would always enter the sect directly. Why was she meeting outside today? Yi Qinshuang, feeling a bit awkward upon hearing Yi Yu's question, glanced around before softly replying, I forgot to bring that divine grade item, and it seems the Tianyou Sect is exceptionally vigilant today, so she bit her lip. But upon seeing Yi Yu's mischievous smile, her cheeks flushed, and she gently stamped her foot. Are you laughing at me? Yi Yu. Coughing lightly, Yi Yu quickly suppressed her laughter, grasped Yi Qinshuang's small hand, and diverted the topic. Ahem, sister, let's get back to the matter at hand. What exactly is going on? Seeing that Yi Yu had shifted back to the serious topic, Yi Qinshuang, despite feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, had no choice but to address the issue. Father has recently been concerned that there may be significant movements from the Tianyou. Thus, the Yi family wishes to ascertain the current status of the eclipsed moon Yama. I see. Yi nodded thoughtfully. The disappearance of the Divine Moon Empress had led various forces to covet the Tianyou Sect for quite some time, not to mention the Demon Clan. After the Demon Lord's disappearance, it would be strange if the Tianyou had no intentions of their own. This must be why the Yi family was eager to understand the situation regarding the eclipsed moon Yama. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yu addressed Yi Qinshuang, Sister, please return and inform Father that I have a way to locate the eclipsed moon Yama. He should ensure his safety, and you as well. Yi Qinshuang's expression shifted in surprise, followed by disbelief as she gazed at Yi Yu. Are you serious? But that is the eclipsed moon Yama. How can you possibly find? Yi Yu smiled mysteriously, holding Yi Qinshuang's hand. Do you trust me, sister? If you do, just return and tell Father as I instructed. Yi Qinshuang beat. She had never once doubted Yi Yu. In this world, only Yi Yu could inspire her to act recklessly. Naturally, these thoughts were deeply concealed within her heart and would never, under any circumstances, be revealed to Yi Yu. All right, I understand. You must remain vigilant while at the Tianyou Sect, she said. Seeing her nod in agreement without further inquiry, Yi Yu felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, if his sister pressed him for answers, he would have to devise a way to evade her questions. As for locating the eclipsed moon Yama, Yi Yu had his own strategies. If his memory served him correctly, he still possessed one opportunity for designated delivery. By utilizing this, he could certainly find himself by eclipsed moon Yama's side and ascertain what had transpired. Sister, take this spatial ring. It contains numerous elixirs and techniques. Bring it back to Father, and if any talents emerge from the Yi family, these can be used for their cultivation. Yi Yu then produced another spatial ring, filled with elixirs and techniques he had acquired during his visits to the system's marketplace. It must be said that the system was quite adept at promotions, occasionally offering significant discounts. Thus, when Yi Yu encountered some particularly enticing deals, he could not resist making a purchase, even if he had no personal use for them. Of course, while they may have been of little use to him, they were invaluable to the entire Yi family. Yi Qinshuang did not decline, nodding as she accepted it. After all, her younger brother was now the deputy lord of the Tianyou sect, and having additional resources was perfectly reasonable. However, when her divine sense swept through the contents of the spatial ring, she could not help but be momentarily stunned. Was the Tianyou sect truly so affluent? Yi pondered for a moment and then handed her a great elevation pill. Sister, take this as well. It can elevate your realm without any side effects. But be cautious, as its duration is only 1 hour. Yi continued earnestly, if you find yourself in danger, do not hesitate to consume it and then contact me. Sister, no matter the peril you face, I can resolve it. Do you understand? Feeling the genuine concern emanating from Yi Qinshuang momentarily lost her composure. Her heart filled with an inexplicable sensation. She was the elder sister, and she had silently vowed to protect Yi from any harm. Yet now, she found herself under his protection. This feeling, Yi Qinshuang could not quite articulate it, but it was sweet, and she did not dislike it. I understand. That's enough, really. I should be going now, she said, noticing that Yi seemed inclined to retrieve more items. She quickly waved her hand. Upon seeing this, Yi refrained from taking more. After all, she was his sister, and he could always prepare more for her in the future. Make sure to visit the Yi family when you have time. Father misses you dearly. Yi Qinshuang softly remarked before departing. Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. It has indeed been quite a while since I left home, and now I have ascended to the position of the young master of the Tianyou sect. Upon my return, it shall be akin to a triumphant homecoming. Wouldn't you agree? I can only imagine the astonished expressions on my father's face and those of the Yi family when they behold me. A grin spread across Yi's face as she accepted the starling handed to her by Yi Qinshuang. She continued to gaze until the latter's figure vanished from sight before she prepared to return to the Tianyou sect. However, just as she turned, a soft voice suddenly resonated in the air. Yi, was that just now your sister, Yi Qinshuang? Startled, Yi leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Who on earth is trying to scare me in the dead of night?" In the commotion, she inadvertently tossed the starling away, yet it landed gracefully on its feet, emitting a series of meows. With a chuckle, a voice remarked, "Yi, are you performing acrobatics for my entertainment at this late hour? Quite impressive. I shall reward you." Chapter 95. A dual soul in unity. Upon hearing her words, Yi gazed at her with a bemused expression, while the latter maintained an air of innocence. "No, Qinglan, why have you ventured out at such an hour to frighten me? You startled me." Yi Qinglan pouted, feeling that the way she spoke was rather ungracious. "What do you mean by frightening? I was merely concerned about you, unexpectedly finding you out here at this late hour. I had no idea I was coming to see your sister." Yi rolled her eyes, not overly surprised that she recognized Yi Qinshuang as her sister. After all, during their last encounter, her true identity had been laid bare, and thus, it was no longer astonishing to her. "Regarding some matters in our family, by the way, Qinglan, do you possess any knowledge of the 10 Yamakings of the demon clan?" Yi was not apprehensive about her divulging this information, as if she intended to speak. She would have done so long ago. The two chatted amiably as they made their way back to their residence. "The 10 Yamakings? Certainly. The Starfall Merchant Guild has engaged in trade with several of the Yamakings," Yi Qinglan replied, playfully teasing Xing Ying as she spoke with Yi. "Indeed, the Starfall Merchant Guild truly has its reach across the continent. Pray, enlighten me about the current state of the 10 Yamakings." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglan nodded and began to recount the present circumstances of the demon clan's 10 Yamakings. Presently, the Yamaking of Huangquan appears to be the most formidable, as this particular king is closely allied with the demon lord. Following the demon lord's disappearance, it naturally garnered the support of those who were once under the demon lord's patronage. Huangquan Yama. Yi mused for a moment, recalling that she had previously encountered this Yamaking, who could even confront Yu Tang directly. Does on the surface imply. Noticing Yi Yu's inquisitive tone, Yi Qinglan smiled slightly. With the demon lord's absence, each of the 10 Yama kings harbors their own intentions. Thus, although Huangquan Yama leads the demon clan, the number of Yama kings under its control is quite limited. To my knowledge, 3 of the Yama Kings have developed ulterior motives, while the rest largely remain neutral. As they spoke, they arrived at Yi Qinglan's elegant loft. Yi Qinglan invited Yu into her courtyard, preparing a cup of spiritual tea and offering spiritual fruits to Xingying. Subsequently, Yi Qinglan elaborated in detail about the multitude of information she possessed regarding the 10 Yama Kings. Finally, appearing somewhat puzzled, she inquired, "Why are you so curious? Do you perhaps have intentions concerning the 10 Yama Kings?" Yi shrugged, opting not to provide a direct answer. After all, she was aware that the Demon Lord had not truly vanished. Moreover, with the package of sacred spirit fruits she had sent to Yu Ruahan, she was certain that she would break through to the void-breaking realm. At that point, regardless of the current schemes of the 10 Yama Kings, once Yu Ruahan returned, all would be resolved. Reflecting on this, Yu also recalled her rather privileged mentor, Qing Rushui. And the jade pendant that I received from her, still warm with her essence. Coughing lightly, she added, "I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding. After all, I am indeed a member of the demon clan. Is it not natural to be concerned about our kin?" Upon hearing such words, Yi Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. The current young master of the Tianyou sect, at this moment, surprisingly claimed to be part of the demonic clan. However, she had never witnessed any actions from him that aligned with such a declaration. This only served to illustrate the man's remarkable audacity. Yu, on the other hand, remained unfazed, adopting an air of righteous indignation. Yi Qinglan, having known him for quite some time, could hardly be bothered to engage with him, fully aware of his true nature. In any case, take care of yourself, to my knowledge. Some of the Hell Kings among the 10 halls may have established connections with ancient races. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yu's expression turned grave. Ancient races again? He increasingly felt that these ancient entities were beginning to infiltrate the entire continent. Indeed, I shall be cautious. Time for rest now, and thank you for the message. Wealthy lady, Yi Qinglan rolled her eyes at this fellow, truly exasperated. When Yi returned to his courtyard, he glanced to his left at Ji Wei's residence and to his right at Ling's. Without hesitation, he slipped into Xia Ji Wei's room. After all, he had no desire to spend the long, lonely night alone. "Ah, Yi, what are you planning to do?" she exclaimed. "You naughty rascal, how insufferable." "Shoo, Ji Wei, be quiet. I am here to conduct a physical examination," he replied playfully. The days of cultivation are invariably tedious, which explains why many practitioners develop peculiar hobbies, be it brewing wine, alchemy, or engaging in the arts. Yi's recent life could be described as exceedingly carefree. He was not overly concerned about his cultivation level, as relying on the system was indeed the most advantageous solution. Thus, during the day, he would take Ling on various excursions or accompany Yi Qinglan on her adventures. At night, he would delve into discussions about life with Xia Ji Wei, leading to a rather joyful existence. Of course, regarding the Shuriwa Hell King mentioned by Yi Qinshuang, Yi Yu had devised a plan. He still had the opportunity to choose a delivery target proactively. After completing this delivery and discerning the true nature of the Shuriwa Hell King, it would be time for him to progress to the next stage with his Taoist girlfriend. Recently, Yi Yu found himself frequently visiting Yin Qingyue to nurture their budding romance. Yin Qingyue had grown increasingly accustomed to Yi Yu and had lowered her defenses. Holding hands with him had become second nature. On occasions when Yi Yu intentionally refrained from taking her hand, she would earnestly inquire why he had not done so. Observing this ethereal being, who typically exuded an air of tranquility, now gazing at him with a puzzled expression as she asked why he had not taken her hand, was an indescribable feeling. Yi Yu shook his head, forcing himself to refrain from dwelling on his Taoist girlfriend. He opened the delivery system and pulled up the page for package dispatch. There, he saw that 2 more packages had accumulated, yet he did not feel the urgency to deliver them just yet. He has now developed the habit of sending out a delivery every 3 times. Therefore, Yi Yu merely glanced at the adjacent options. Ding! Does the host confirm the active selection of the delivery recipient? Note: once selected, it cannot be altered. Please choose the target recipient. Without hesitation, Yi Yu selected Shuriwei Yinluo as the target recipient and then clicked confirm. Subsequently, the system's voice echoed, "Ding! The host's current delivery task has been confirmed. Target customer, Shuriwei Yinluo. Target item. Resolution of the Dual Souls issue of Shuriwei Yinluo. Target location. Sanxiong's secret realm. Huh. Yi was left dumbfounded after reading this. No, he had always believed that Shuriwei Yinluo might have sustained some hidden injury, causing him to retreat and recuperate. However, judging by the system's explanation, Dual Souls. This. Yi scratched his head, finding the situation rather exhilarating. Chapter 96. The Moon Eclipsing Yama regarding the concept of dual souls within a single entity. You could only draw parallels to what he knew of dissociative identity disorder from his previous life. However, in this fantastical realm, matters are seldom so straightforward. How intriguing. Are there two divine souls within this body, vying for dominance? Yi revealed a keen interest, while simultaneously pondering how to resolve this peculiar situation. Nevertheless, his first order of business was to accept the task. He was determined to meet this moon-eclipsing Yama. After all, the current status of the Yi family was entirely attributable to this very Yama. He even recalled having encountered this Yama in his childhood, though the memory was now somewhat hazy, and he had forgotten what the moon-eclipsing Yama looked like. In the next moment, a beam of white light enveloped Yi, causing him to vanish from the room. As for Xingying, it had long since lost interest in glancing back. The frequent, sudden disappearances of its master had become a familiar occurrence, prompting it to languidly stretch its feline form and resume the playful pursuit of its own tail. When Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself within a mysterious realm. This place was strikingly peculiar. The sky hung low, seemingly within reach. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that it was not the true sky, but rather a shroud resembling a celestial dome. Within this dome, streams of light seemed to flow, radiating an enigmatic glow. The entire realm appeared shrouded in chaos, with a grayish-white mist enveloping the expanse. Amidst the fog, one could faintly discern fractured bronze pillars half buried in the earth. These colossal pillars were inscribed with various arcane runes, imparting a sense of desolation to the entire realm. Yi focused his consciousness on the fractured bronze pillars. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a recording stone to capture the appearance of these pillars. He had an inkling that the runes upon them resembled something he had encountered before, and thus he intended to document them and inquire with Di Feihuang later. Once this was accomplished, Yi began his search for the target of the day. Before long, Yi spotted the figure of the moon-eclipsing Yama. The reason for his swift discovery lay in the peculiar state of the being before him. Not far ahead, a figure with its head bowed was bound by several iron chains. These chains appeared to have originated from the very bronze pillars, adorned with the same mysterious runes. The aura emanating from this figure struck Yi as quite strange. There was no hint of weakness. Instead, it was suffused with a formidable vitality. This was exceedingly odd. Despite being ensnared by iron chains, the figure exuded such robust life force. Furrowing his brow, Yi cautiously approached the chained figure. "Who are you?" Just as he drew near, the figure suddenly lifted its head, casting its gaze upon Yi. Prepared for this encounter, Yi was not startled. Instead, he respectfully intoned, "Yi of the Yi family, I pay my respects to your highness, the moon-eclipsing Yama." Having said that, Yi discreetly observed the figure of Shuriwei Yinluo before her. Although her exquisite beauty was partially obscured by disheveled hair, it was still unmistakable. The sight of such a ravishing beauty ensnared by iron chains presented a breathtakingly poignant tableau. To think she was a woman. "You are from the Yi family?" "Oof. Which Yi family? If you keep staring at me, do you believe I will gouge out your eyes?" Initially, Shuriwei Yinluo's voice was remarkably cool and gentle. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, midway through her words, it transformed, adopting a playful and willful tone. Yi scratched his head, pondering if this was the manifestation of two souls within one body. It was rather peculiar. "Silence. If you dare to emerge again, I swear, even at the cost of my life, I will obliterate you." "Oh, how frightful." "Sister, you are me, and I am you. We are of one essence. How can you extinguish me?" Giggled Shuriwei Yinluo, taking a deep breath, her expression reflecting profound exasperation. At that moment, the chains binding her suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A flicker of pain crossed Shuri Yinluo's face. Yet as the glow from the shackles gradually faded, her demeanor returned to normal. Well, finally, we can converse properly. Are you from the Yi family? Shuri Yinluo turned her gaze to Yi, inquiring softly. Her expression was calm, as if she had subdued the other soul within her. Yi, intrigued, nodded eagerly upon hearing her question. Indeed, Your Highness Shuri, the Yi family is quite concerned about your condition, so. Yi recounted the recent tribulations faced by the Yi family and the covetous intentions of the Liepa Yinluo towards her. He attributed his ability to locate her to his own serendipitous encounter. Upon hearing this, Shuri Yinluo sighed in resignation, her expression tinged with melancholy. It is my existence that has brought you trouble. I seem to recall you. I met you in your childhood, yet our reunion unfolds under such dire circumstances. Yi glanced at the chains, cautiously inquiring, Your Highness Shuri, what predicament have you encountered? What was that voice earlier? Why are these shackles binding you? Shuri Yinluo gently shook her head in response. There is no need for such formalities. As for these shackles, they suppress the consciousness of another aspect of my soul. And as for why that other soul manifested, sigh. She exhaled, subsequently recounting the circumstances. She had been forced to remain trapped in this celestial secret realm for far too long. Now, with Yi Yu's arrival, and as a deeply connected descendant of the Yi family, Shuri Yinluo felt an overwhelming urge to confide. As she narrated her tale, Yi Yu gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. It all began with the mysterious disappearance of the demon sovereign. At that time, the abrupt vanishing of the demon sovereign left the entire demon clan in a state of unease. The moon-eclipsing Yama, in a moment of desperation, ventured into peril and began to cultivate a fragment of a celestial-grade technique she had acquired earlier. It was this audacious decision that inadvertently gave rise to another conscious soul within her being. Upon realizing this profound shift, she immediately sought methods to suppress it. Alas, the emergence of this second soul was irrevocable. No means could extinguish its existence. Ultimately, by a stroke of fate, she stumbled into the enigmatic realm of the celestial vault. There, she discovered that the chains extending from the colossal bronze pillar possessed the ability to restrain the other soul residing within her. Thus, the moon-eclipsing Yama chose to remain in this mystical domain, harboring the hope that one day she might harness the mysterious power of the chains to eradicate the other soul